6. The Night League. Zane gave James a quick rundown of how Night Quidditch worked. Basically, it's 3 parts Quidditch, 1 part clutch, and a dash of complete insanity, he said, leading James toward the center of the dark pitch. An open trunk bucked slightly on the grass as 3 dully glowing bludgers strained at their straps stood in the middle of them. An old leather clutch cudgel ball shimmered with pale purple light. Night Quidditch only fields 5 people per team, 2 chasers, 1 beater, a keeper and a seeker. We play with 3 bludgers, though, just to keep it interesting, Zane pointed out, indicating the trunk. Scoring is done with a clutch, which is a little smaller than a quaffle and lots easier to carry in the dark. You can use any dueling spells you want on your opponents, which sounds worse than it is, since it's too dark to aim properly and you're just as likely to hit your own teammate as anyone else. And most importantly, the snitch is only worth 50 points. What? James exclaimed, his head spinning as all around him, robed players began to lift off into the air, their black robes flapping wetly in the wind. Why only 50 points? That's 100 points less than regular Quidditch. Exactly, Zane nodded firmly. In regular Quidditch, the whole match rides on the seeker. The rest of the team can rule the day, score up a storm of ringers, but if the other team's seeker grabs the snitch, it barely even matters. But that's where strategy comes in, James insisted. That's why the leading team's seeker prevents the other seeker from grabbing the snitch until the score is high enough to prevent a win. It's just basic Quidditch tactics. Night Quidditch isn't about strategy, Willow Wisteria chided, bumping James playfully with her elbow. It's about bashing as many goals home as possible and not getting your teeth knocked out in the process. You up for it, or do you maybe have a pressing appointment in New Amsterdam? We could always go way Clarence Vassar, see if he wants to play. James looked at her in confusion. You mean you want me to play? Like, tonight? I wouldn't say we want you to play, Willa shrugged, kicking off into the dark air. But Aloysius took a bludger to the wrist last match. He's still too sore to hold onto a bat. We need a substitute beater for the night. Are you in or not? James blinked. Everything was happening so fast, and so wildly different than he expected. Sure. I'm not really dressed for it. And I don't have my broom with me or anything. Hey Ernst. Willow called softly across the pitch. Hand over your robes and bat to James. He's in for you tonight. Still on the ground, Aloysius gave an affronted look, magnified by his thick spectacles. What? No chance. I can still play. I'm ambidextrous. Look. He swung his bat wildly with his left arm, nearly bashing himself in the air with it. Willa shook her head firmly. Sorry, Ernst. Let's see what James can do. If he can't hold up, we'll sub you in later. Fine, Aloysius spat angrily, stripping off his robe and revealing a set of burgundy-striped pajamas. But he can't have my broom. I've got it tuned just the way I want it and I don't want him getting it all out of balance. James accepted the boy's robes and began to shrug and tot them. They were much too large and seamlessly black. So what am I going to ride? He asked, his voice muffled as he struggled into the robes. I can't sneak back and get my thunder streak. Filch is on the prowl tonight, just looking for someone to drag to the headmaster. Zane sighed. He looked at James appraisingly, and finally said, This is against my better judgment, you know. After all, you're on the other team. And I'm still pretty peeved at you. James frowned. I know. I wanted to talk to you about that. Zane stuck up a hand. Not now. And I'm not sure talking will fix it anyway. I don't know what your problem with Nastasia is, but my advice is that you just keep it to yourself from now on. We've been through a lot, James. But Nastasia's my girl. James shrugged, his cheeks heating with a mixture of anger and some other, unidentifiable emotion. I'm not sure she's anyone's girl, if you ask her. What? Zane asked, raising his eyebrows provocatively. Nothing, never mind. Night Quidditch, remember? What am I going to ride? You have a spare house broom lying around or something? Zane narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips into a thin line. A moment later, he turned and stalked away. Fine, James muttered to himself. Be that way. He looked up, seeking Willow amongst the flitting figures darting like bats over the pitch. As far as he could tell, the match was Gryffindor against Ravenclaw, with Zane slated to play for his old house team. Familiar voices called in hushed tones, mostly 6th and 7th years. James cupped his hands to call up to them when a figure approached him brusquely out of the dark. It was Zane, holding a long, familiar shape in his hands. Here, he said curtly. I don't even know why I brought it. I've been hiding it in the equipment shed ever since first match this year. James' eyes widened as he accepted the object. It was his clutch cudgel scrim from the previous year, its black lacquered coat and blue flames glinting in the darkness. He ran his hand over its slick shape, suddenly realizing just how much he missed writing it. "This is actually legal?" he asked breathlessly. Zane shrugged. "It's night Quidditch. Pretty much everything is legal." With that, the blond boy mounted his own broom and kicked off, shooting up into the dark mist like a rocket. "Go, James," Lily called as quietly as she could, cupping her hands to her mouth. "This is so marvelous. I can't wait to tell Mom and Dad." "The first rule of night Quidditch," Willow announced sternly from the darkness overhead, "is we do not talk about night Quidditch." "Ah." Lily nodded with enthusiastic understanding. "Of course." She pantomimed locking her own mouth shut, grinning irrepressibly. James nodded to himself, his head still swimming with this remarkable change of events. With a practice toss, he flipped his scrim face up onto the ground. It bobbed 6 inches above the grass and James trapped it there with his right foot. "Ridiculous," Aloysius stated matter-of-factly. He looked James in the eye and tossed him his bat. "Don't kill yourself on that thing, Potter." "Thanks for your concern," James nodded. "I'm not concerned," Aloysius rolled his eyes. "It'd just be hard to explain to the headmaster. Now go kick some Ravenclaw tail." James hefted the beater bat and grinned. A moment later, he kicked off from the ground, crouching low over the board and accelerating up into the misty air. He wobbled for only a moment, having not ridden a scrim in many months. Almost instantly, however, his skills flooded back to him. He swooped from side to side, slaloming between players. In the near distance, the snitch darted wildly, drawing greenish streaks in the air. "All right," Aloysius rasped from the centerline below, having assumed the role of referee. "We've got 6 hours of dark, let's use it well. This is Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, winner faces Slytherin next week. And it better be Gryffindor. Just release the game balls, Arnst." Herman Potsdam called down from the Ravenclaw team. James had seen him in the halls but never spoken to him. The boy was a sixth year, a bit overweight and awkward-looking, not unlike Aloysius Arnst. Apparently, night Quidditch lent itself to such players. James wondered fleetingly if that fact bode well for him. "Game on," Aloysius announced hoarsely, tossing the clutch into the air and releasing the bludgers. James' grin felt plastered onto his face. He raised the bat, leaned forward over his scrim and launched into the sudden airborne melee. For the next 2 weeks, night Quidditch very nearly pushed everything else out of James' mind. The matches were never, ever discussed during the day, but knowing looks would be passed in the halls. Herman Potsdam, for example, gave James a particularly withering glare outside of arithmancy the week following Gryffindor's solid nocturnal win over Ravenclaw. Willow Asteria, normally as aloof and cool as an iceberg to anyone younger than herself, suddenly became very friendly with James, stopping by his table in the library and accidentally leaving books of Quidditch history and offensive dueling techniques behind. Even Scorpius seemed more bearable now that they shared the secret. Slowly, in dribs and drabs, James learned the history of night Quidditch. It had begun during James' second year, initiated rather accidentally by Professor Longbottom. "You know that potion I gave you after your first match?" Scorpius whispered the following Wednesday morning between classes, glancing around furtively as he and James huddled near the ancient statue of Locomagus the Perpetually Productive. "The sleep thing?" James nodded. "Yeah, sure. I assumed you nicked it from the potions closet." "Not quite. And it does more than help you skip a night of sleep," Scorpius said, hunching his shoulders and peering around Locomagus' nose. Some distance away, Peeves was painting mustaches on a line of portraits, most of which already had mustaches, and complained loudly at the additions. "We brew the potions ourselves, uses this Realia plant, Somnambulus, that's been banned by the ministry for a whole bunch of boring reasons. Something about wizarding trade agreements with growers in other nations." Rose explained it. "I didn't listen. Point is, some of us found out Professor Longbottom secretly started growing some back during my first year. Trenton Block thought it would give us night vision or something. We snuck some, brewed it up with some old potion recipe he found, and ended up awake all night with nothing to do." James frowned. "So you just decided to head out to the Quidditch pitch with a collection of glowing game balls?" "It took us a few weeks to come up with the idea and charm a trunk of old equipment. After that, it was just a matter of sneaking a supply of the Somnambulus and rounding up enough players. It was only supposed to be 10 or so players, just enough to field a scratch game, but the whole thing seemed to get a life of its own. People couldn't help telling other people. Eventually, there was a team for every house. We had to lay down some official rules. 1. We never talk about night Quidditch." He stopped and glared at James meaningfully. "Got it," James nodded gravely. "This conversation never happened." 2. Scorpius whispered, turning back to Peeves as the poltergeist inched closer, giggling maniacally, paintbrush in hand. New players can only be added if they learn about night Quidditch on their own. You, for instance. You got suspicious and followed us out to the pitch, so you're in. That's a good thing, too, because it gives us an extra player. Up until now, whenever anyone got injured in a match we were just down a player. James nodded silently. Even after only one match, he knew that injuries were inevitable. He himself was still colorfully bruised from a mid-air collision with one of his own teammates. The third rule is just sort of an unspoken agreement, Scorpius muttered. Nobody from the regular house teams. We don't want night Quidditch to end up just being practice for day Quidditch, but Devinder was there, James whispered. He plays keeper, same as during the day. Scorpius shrugged. He got in on it in the beginning. We can't freeze him out now. Besides, he's Longbottom's favorite. He says without Dev on the rings we don't stand a chance against Beetlebrick and the Slytherins. James furrowed his brow. You mean? Longbottom totally knows about us. Scorpius nodded, suppressing a wicked smile. I mean, he does now. He caught us sneaking into the greenhouses beginning of last year. We told him everything, and why not? He has his own secret to keep, growing the somnambulous in the first place. I think he wanted to be really mad at us, but I also think he liked the idea of night Quidditch from the first time he heard it. He's even come out to see a match or two. You aren't serious? James grinned. Indeed I am. He's pretty cool, really. And he's dead set on winning the Night League this year, taking it away from Slytherin. I had no idea he was competitive at all, James mused, still grinning. He always seems so. Sort of daft. In a nice way, of course. You know what they say, Scorpius said, straightening up. Longbottom killed the snake, Nagini, back when he was just a student here. Everybody talks about your dad and his final duel with the Dark Lord, but if Longbottom hadn't done his part first, killing the snake Horcrux, then none of us would probably even be here. James nodded somberly. The professor is a complicated man, isn't he? Scorpius nodded. Come on, before Peeves tries painting mustaches on us next. As classes settled into a steady rhythm, James grew slowly accustomed to the sight of the assorted Durmstrang, Alma Alaron, and Beauxbaton students peppering the classrooms. Even the Muggle students from York Academy began to find their stride, being mostly relegated to less magic-intensive classes such as care of magical creatures, potions, and arithmancy. Lucia, the Muggle girl with whom James shared a class at Beauxbatons and who consistently seemed rather in awe of him, showed a surprising skill at potion-making, to the extent that even Professor Heretofore seemed grudgingly impressed. Comstock, however, continued to be a rather insufferable complainer, making nothing but enemies at Hogwarts and even annoying such legendarily diplomatic teachers as Professor McGonagall. He actually asked if I could turn into anything cool. She was overheard exclaiming at the head table one evening during dinner. I told him, young man, it takes many years to master the art of the animagus, and he had the temerity to ask me why I chose to invest those years in something as boring as a cat. Not even considering the adaptability and stealth potential of the common feline, much less the difficulty involved with the conservation of mass between forms. We cannot blame our non-magical counterparts for their ignorance, Minerva, Professor de Bellows proclaimed magnanimously. Such is the purpose of this program, after all. To show them the realities of our world in preparation for possible integration. McGonagall stiffened and opened her mouth to respond, but then appeared to think better of it. James, watching from the Gryffindor table, saw her eyes flit toward the new headmaster, Grudje. As usual, the gaunt man sat silently in the center of the head table, his fingers steepled, neither eating nor speaking, his eyes roaming coolly over the great hall, seemingly deep in thought. He creeps me out, Ralph admitted later that evening. He never seems to eat. Hardly ever comes out of his office. It's like he's hardly even here. He's a ghost waiting to happen. Not every headmaster can be like Merlin, Rose muttered. Or McGonagall. Or Dumbledore, for that matter. The new headmaster just has his own, style, or lack thereof, Scorpius added. As the leaves of the Forbidden Forest began to change color and drift into piles around the enormous tree trunks, the Wednesday trips to Durmstrang for practical prophecy grew colder and colder. James, Zane and Ralph began to wear their heaviest cloaks, keeping them on even during class time in the frosty and cavernous Durmstrang classroom. James tried to pay attention as Professor Avior taught them the fine techniques of organic prophecy, but his haunting similarity to the long-dead headmaster Dumbledore was a constant, growing distraction. On his third trip to the Durmstrang classroom, James secretly smuggled along a chocolate frog card featuring Albus Dumbledore, as Professor Avior led them along the eastern brass balcony, explaining the properties of each of his strangely magical plants, his dream inducers, as he called them. James slipped the chocolate frog card from his sleeve and compared it to the professor. The two faces were more than similar, they were virtually and nearly identical. It was an irresistible mystery, and yet James had no clue how to go about solving it. There had to be a connection between Avior and his mysterious, long-dead twin. But what? As class finished, James followed the Durmstrang students toward the spiral stairs, surreptitiously slipping the chocolate frog card back up his sleeve. Something snagged the hem of his robe sharply, nearly tripping him. He stopped, hopping on one foot, forcing Ralph to bump into him. "Easy," Zane complained from behind Ralph. "What's the holdup?" James glanced back over his shoulder. "Stupid plants attacking me," he muttered, reaching to yank his robes away from the squat, thorny mass. It stuck stubbornly, snagged on a mass of prickly burrs. Impatiently, James yanked harder. There was a crackle and a small knot of burrs tore away from the plant, stuck firm to James' robes. "Whoa," Ralph muttered. "The Yuxa finds the person who needs it." "What?" James said, frowning down at the ugly brown mass meshed into his robe. Ralph glanced at him, eyebrows raised. "Remember? First class? Professor Avior told us that each prophecy plant finds the person who most needs to learn its secrets. I'd say you've been found." James shook his head. "I just got snagged in the stupid thing." "I don't think things like that happen by accident," Zane said, hunkering down behind James. Carefully, he extricated the mass of burrs from James' robe. Straightening, he held them up to the light. "Ow," he hissed. "Those are sharp." "The question which most vexes you," Ralph read aloud, touching the plaque in front of the spiny plant with his toe. "This is in the mysteries and answers section, isn't it? This plant is supposed to give you the answer to your most important question." "Wow. Which important question, I wonder? You should try it out tonight." "What have we here?" a soft voice asked from directly behind James. All three boys jumped and turned, looking guiltily up into the face of Professor Avior. The old wizard glared down his nose at Zane, his pale blue eyes glittering in the cold light. With calm sternness he said, "You appear to have Durmstrang property in your hand, young man." Zane took a step backwards, away from the professor's icy glare. He held out the Yuxa burrs, offering them to James. "Yeah. Well, he was just helping me, sir," James nodded, taking the burrs. "They got stuck on my robes. Zane helped me get them off." Avior's glare remained fixed on Zane. "It is noble of you to assume blame for your friend, Mr. Potter. But misguided. Unlike other schools, theft is a very serious crime within these halls. Especially theft of something as valuable and rare as the Yuxa Balatma plants." "He didn't steal it," Ralph said nervously. "Really? It got stuck on James' robes. It's like you said, Professor, the Yuxa finds the person who needs it. Maybe there's some mystery the plant wants to show James." Avior's gaze finally ticked toward James, his eyes narrowing. He raised his chin and held out his hand, palm up. James looked down at it, knowing what it meant. With a sigh, he placed the massive burrs in the professor's hand. The fingers closed into a fist, producing a faint crackle as the burrs crushed together. "Ow," Zane winced, remembering how sharp the burrs had been. "In line of your diplomatic status," Avior said quietly, looking closely at James. "I will overlook your attempt to interfere with Durmstrang disciplinary policy, this time. Do not do it again. Mr. Walker," he switched his gaze to Zane, his face hardening. "You are forbidden to return to this school. Your grade will show that you have failed. And please, I implore you, do not challenge me on this. Your situation can only worsen if you do." With that, Avior turned, his fur-lined robe sweeping over the iron grate floor. "Begone with all of you," he called over his shoulder. "Surely you have responsibilities back in your own schools. Vokiev is waiting to escort you back to your cabinets." James, Ralph and Zane began to follow the professor silently, each fuming and angry. James glanced back at Zane as he reached the spiral staircase. Zane refused to look at him. His face was set in a mask of pale rage. The three boys reached the main floor and angled toward the double doors. Outside, Vokiev watched impatiently with the rest of the exchange students. "Mr. Potter, if you would be so kind," Avior said quietly, touching James' elbow as he approached the door. James glanced up at him, saw that the professor meant for him to wait. Ralph and Zane passed through the door before him without looking back. "Go ahead, Mr. Vokiev," Avior suggested airily. "Mr. Potter will catch up to you in a moment. Surely he knows the way by now." Outside the door, Vokiev seemed reluctant. He glared at James, his lips pressed into a thin line. Then, with a click of his boot heels and a stiff bow, he turned and stalked away, leading his charges. "I am not an unreasonable man, Mr. Potter," Avior sighed deeply, stepping away from the door and into the frosty light of the classroom. And yet I operate in a rigid environment. Certain things are expected of me, not only by the administration of this school, but by its students, and yes, after so many years, by myself as well. I am obliged to maintain a certain image. I hope you will not think too poorly of me." James watched the professor's back as he moved into the light of the windows. Feeling slightly emboldened, he said, "Zane didn't steal anything. I was telling the truth. The plant got stuck on my robes." "Mr. Walker does not belong here," Avior announced dismissively. "I did him a favor by removing him. This school is no place for someone of his heritage." "That's dark wizard talk," James muttered, fear and anger mingling in his voice. Avior turned, looking back at James over his shoulder. He seemed to be smiling bemusedly. The smile crinkled his eyes, making them suddenly warm in the chilly classroom. "You're a very bold young man. Not unlike your father when he was your age." James cocked his head. "How would you know anything about my father?" Avior's smile softened. "Oh, we all know your father. He is quite famous, after all. I have respect for him. Unlike many in these halls. But this is not why I have detained you." The professor beckoned James forward. Nervously, James approached. Cold pressed against him, emanating from the bank of frosty windows behind Avior. "The question which most vexes you," the old wizard chuckled lightly. "You, I believe, are a young man with many vexing questions, are you not?" James continued to approach Avior. He saw the wizard's fist closed loosely, apparently still holding the yuck spurs, and yet, Avior went on, meeting James' eyes. "I wonder which question is the most vexing? It is an important consideration, yes. After all, some of life's most vexing questions are the ones we might least wish to have answered. Sometimes, the answers can be far more dangerous than the questions." James stopped in front of the old wizard. Behind him, the frosty windows glared white, showing hard, snow-capped mountain peaks. The wintry light reduced Avior to a silhouette. "But I am not an unreasonable man, Mr. Potter," he said again. "My quarters are not far from here. I have arranged for you to move freely through the school. Come and see me if you wish. I am willing to answer the proper questions. If, that is, you are willing to ask." With that, the professor held out his hand, opening his fist. James looked down at his palm, expecting to see the yuck spurs. Instead, he saw the chocolate frog card with Albus Dumbledore's face smiling benignly up at him, identical to the face of the wizard holding it. James glanced up at Avior again. A shiver coiled down his spine, shaking him. Avior nodded slightly, offering the card. Tentatively, James took it. Avior nodded again, resolutely, as if their business was concluded. "Hurry along, young man. Your classmates are nearly to the cabinets now. You may still catch them." James turned and hurried away, eager to get out of the cold classroom, out of the presence of the strange, eerie wizard. He was just passing through the double doors, into the relative warmth of the corridor, when Avior's voice echoed to him once more, stopping him. "It would be best, Mr. Potter," he said calmly, almost kindly, "if you did not tell your father about this. Harry might be a bit conflicted." James shivered again. He didn't answer. Instead, he turned and ran from the room, weaving through clusters of stony-faced Durmstrang students, carrying the chill of the classroom with him like a haunting ghost. On the Monday before the night Quidditch match against Slytherin, Rose passed James a note in Transfiguration class. He unfolded the parchment carefully and peered down at it under his desk. "Meet after dinner in the Allery. Tell no one. Do not be followed. Check the box next to your name if you will be there." Across the bottom of the note were the names Ralph, Zane, Nastasia, Rose, Scorpius, and James. Except for James, each name was checkmarked with red ink. Beneath James' name, Rose had added the words "Bring parchment and ink." Resisting the urge to roll his eyes, James tapped his quill with his wand, turning the ink red, and scratched a checkmark next to his own name. Then, after a moment, he added, "Real secret societies don't print every member's name on their notes." He refolded the parchment and levitated it carefully to Rose in the row ahead of him, tapping her lightly on the back of the head with it. She snatched at it impatiently. While Professor McGonagall assisted Fiona Fourcompass with a half-transfigured apple-boot hybrid, Rose unfolded the note and read it. She glanced back at James with a brief, withering look, and then made the note vanish in a puff of silent flame, being sure to let him see it. To the untrained eye, dinner in the Great Hall was the same as normal, with perhaps just a bit more unusual boisterousness between tables. From the Slytherin side of the hall, Nolan Beetlebrick made rather unnecessarily provocative faces at Devendra Das at the Gryffindor table. Willow Wisteria, on the other hand, made suspiciously loud comments about Slytherin Fairy Hutchins' clumsiness when she mysteriously dropped an entire platter of buttered rolls. James had the distinct impression that Willow had jinxed Fiera with a carefully concealed wand. At the Hufflepuff table, several faces watched these interactions with unusually bright, albeit silent, interest. James knew that some of the Hufflepuff night Quidditch players would be sneaking out to the pitch that night to observe the match, keenly interested in who they would be playing in their own sudden death tournament slot. There was a palpable tension in the air, augmented by the total secrecy that kept it hidden from the rest of the school. At the head table a sudden whooping noise erupted for the 5th time, producing an annoyed grunt from Professor Heretofore. She once more dug in her robes for her pocket sneakyscope. Unable to quiet the shrieking mechanism, she finally smacked it to the table and fired a bright orange curse at it. The sneakyscope squawked loudly and fell silent. Next to her, Professor McGonagall frowned out over the assembly of students, suspicion etched on her face. She exchanged a word with Professor Longbottom, who laughed a bit too shrilly in response. Behind and above them, the monstrous five-faced clock gonged the hour, summoning students to their evening classes beyond the vanishing cabinets. Lily stood in line before the Alma Alaron cabinet along with several of her new friends. As James watched, Zane and Nastasia suddenly stepped out of the cabinet, startling the line of first years. Lily smiled at Zane in surprise and watched the two Americans walk past, hurrying into the Great Hall. "James," Rose called from further down the Gryffindor table. James saw her wiggling her eyebrows at him sternly. He pushed his plate away and stood up. I'm going. I have to run up to the dormitory first for some parchment and ink." "Shh," Rose hissed at him fiercely. She stood, turned on her heel, and swept away toward the open double doors. James exited the hall himself and ran up the stairs to the Gryffindor common room. 5 minutes later, changed out of his school robes and carrying his parchment, quill and ink, he ducked through the portrait hole and headed toward the gallery. On the way, he passed a long, dark corridor, pausing at the sight of a pair of ghosts flitting slowly in the distance. It was Cedric Diggory and the Grey Lady floating slowly, shoulder to shoulder. James considered calling a hello, but they were quite far away and he was in a hurry. He darted on, wondering briefly about the possibility of romance in the afterlife. As usual, the gallery was pungent with the smell of owl feathers, guano and mouse carcasses. It was quite cold inside, with a pale half-moon shining through the open windows. As James entered, he saw the others gathered in the center of the floor, huddling against the late autumn chill. "It's about time," Scorpius complained. "It's right cold up here. And some of us have things to do." Rose frowned. "Oh, don't act all cryptic. Everybody knows about night Quidditch and the big match tonight. You'll have plenty of time to pretend to go to bed and sneak out to try to kill yourself in the dark. This, on the other hand, is important." "What's night Quidditch?" Ralph asked, glancing around. Scorpius' nostrils flared and he jammed his fists onto his hips, staring daggers at Rose. "So what's this about?" James asked, joining the huddle. "What does it have to do with all of us?" Rose pressed her lips into a thin, pale line, meeting James' eyes. "It's simple," she said quietly. "It's time we all started working together again." She looked around at the others, each in turn. "Because James is right. Something is going on. Something big." "Ooh." Nastasia cooed. "Conspiracy. Adventure. Some crazy made-up lady of the lake that nobody but James can see. Actually, come to think of it," she paused and frowned slightly. "I don't care. Can I go home now?" "Quiet, Nastasia," Zane muttered. Nastasia demurred easily, hooking her arm around Zane's elbow and hanging on him. She met James' eyes and gave him a big smile. Ralph dragged a short wooden stool closer with his foot and plopped onto it. "So what is it then, Rose? Does it have something to do with James, Lady of the Lake?" Rose ignored the question. Instead, she produced a sheaf of folded parchment from her knapsack and unfurled it noisily, revealing a mass of notes written in her own neat handwriting. Hired by Igor Karkaroff in the year 1977 for the post of assistant potion master, she read briskly. Promoted to head potion master 2 years later. Named to the board of Durmstrang Regents in 1985. Granted lifetime guaranteed professorship 6 years later. One of 3 people to chair the movement to reinitiate the Triwizard Tournament. "I was bored until that last bit," Scorpius interjected. "Who are you talking about?" Rose lowered her parchments. "Avior Dorchaskathan. Durmstrang Professor of Practical Prophecy." "Him." Zane rolled his eyes. "I think I've had enough of that old crank to last a million years. I still haven't told my parents that I already managed to fail a class, and not for any of the usual reasons." "Poor baby," Nastasia purred, tightening her grip on Zane's arm. James felt suddenly slightly ill. Scorpius leaned to peer at Rose's notes. "Since when are you vetting crotchety old foreign teachers? Did James suck you in with that bit about him being Dumbledore's evil twin?" "That's exactly what I'm talking about," Rose said with sudden ferocity, crinkling the notes in her fists. Who are you to laugh at what James says? How many times has he just made stuff up? How often has he been wrong when he says there's some big plot afoot? Well, Ralph said uncomfortably, he was wrong about Professor Jackson back during the Hall of Elders crossing. Turned out he was a good guy after all. Same with Merlinus in our second year. Zany nodded. Rose blew her hair out of her face impatiently. That's missing the point. The point is there were big scary plots going on. So what if he was wrong about a few of the details, like the Merlin staff? Ralph agreed. He thought it was Tabitha Corsica's broom. Zane brightened. Or what about when he brought Merlin's robe right to Madame Delacroix, thinking it was just the invisibility cloak? She really pulled a fast one on you there, didn't she, James? That's quite a track record. Nastasia nodded appreciatively. Shut up, all of you. Rose interrupted, her face grave. The point is, if James says something isn't right, I, for one, am choosing to believe him. I think he's earned that. What about the Lady of the Lake? Scorpius asked calmly. Like it or not, Nasty here is right. Nobody else has ever seen her. Do you believe James about that? Rose met Scorpius' eyes firmly. My cousin Lucy is dead. James says that the Lady of the Lake killed her. Are you suggesting that he lied about that? Are you saying that he's using the death of a 12-year-old girl to get attention? Scorpius studied Rose's face for a long, tense moment. Finally, he looked away. For once, he seemed to have no response. James' face felt hot with mingled embarrassment and gratitude. He hadn't realized until this moment just how much it had wounded him not to be believed. He met Rose's eyes and nodded gratefully at her. She glanced down at the floor. When she looked up again, she shrugged. Perhaps she wasn't as confident as she seemed, but at least she was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. So, Ralph said, if James says there is something dodgy about Professor Avior, then it's worth looking into, right? Rose didn't answer. Instead, she raised her notes again. Shortly after Avior was hired as assistant potion master at Durmstrang, a magical summit was held there, attended by Hogwarts and ministry representatives. Avior did not attend. Apparently he was ill the entire time, confined to his quarters. Couldn't have happened to a nicer fella, Zany muttered darkly. A few years later, when Avior was a full professor, Rose went on, there was a big scandal involving a bunch of vacationing students from Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. It seems they all showed up in a Muggle fishing village, got into a huge dueling contest and caused all sorts of trouble, levitating boats into the village streets and engorging fish to the size of monsters. The Ministry of Magic called in a whole team of professors from all three schools to help sort it out and determine who to punish. Avior was the one professor all the Durmstrang students had in common, but he refused to come. He claimed to have a family emergency. The thing is there is no record whatsoever of his family. Not a mother or father. No siblings. Not so much as a single crazy uncle. Ralph said, well, he's got to have some family, right? I mean, he didn't just hatch from an egg. Unless that happens sometimes in the wizarding world. It doesn't, does it? What's the point of all this, Rose? Scorpius shook his head. In 1994, Rose went on, raising her voice. The Triwizard Tournament was held for the first time in nearly 200 years, due in large part to the efforts of one Avior Dorchaskathan. And yet, for reasons no one really knows, the professor himself did not attend. There was a long pause in the darkness of the gallery. All around, feathered shapes shuffled. Cold wind pressed through the open windows, ruffling James' hair. So, Zane finally said, the old guy's shy. Or maybe he just doesn't like leaving Durmstrang Castle. That can't be it, Rose countered. He's left the castle loads of times. In fact, according to some of the Durmstrang students I've interviewed, Avior travels very frequently, and for weeks at a time. He definitely has no problem getting out and around. Ralph shrugged. So what's the big deal then? The big deal, Rose replied, lowering her voice, is that Avior is suspiciously absent any time he might be around people from Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic. She turned to James, her face serious. Anytime he might encounter people who remember Albus Dumbledore. A shiver completely unrelated to the chill of the room shook James' shoulders. He glanced around at the others. After last class at Durmstrang, he said, Avior said he would answer my most important question. He told them about the chocolate frog card, and how Avior had used it to show James he knew of his suspicion. Breathlessly, Rose asked, are you going to take him up on the offer? James shrugged. I don't know. Possibly. I am dying of curiosity. If he is willing to just tell the truth straight up. Rose shook her head adamantly. I don't think that's a good idea, James. He's not just going to tell you everything after all these years of keeping secrets. He knows you're a threat to whatever it is he's hiding. Rose is right, Zane said. He probably means to find out what you know and shut you up somehow. Us wizarding types have lots of ways of doing that. One quick imperious curse and you're silenced forever. James frowned thoughtfully. I don't think so, though. Somehow. I sort of trust him, just because he looks like Headmaster Dumbledore, Rose said quietly, doesn't mean he's trustworthy. Maybe it's just a trick. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's just using Polyjuice potion. But why? Ralph interjected. Why go to all that trouble if it means having to hide yourself from whoever might recognize the person you are trying so hard to look like? No, James said firmly. It's not a trick. That wouldn't make any sense. Whatever or whoever he is, there is some connection between him and Dumbledore. If I can go to his office and just get him to tell me. I'll come along, Nastasia suddenly said. Everyone, including Zane, turned to look at her. She simply smiled mildly, glancing from face to face. James was the first to ask the obvious. But why? Simple, Nastasia said, disengaging from Zane's arm. It'll let Avior know that you've already told more people. Making you disappear won't keep his secret safe if you've already started blabbing it around. Besides, she shrugged. I'm curious. James shook his head impatiently. I thought you didn't care about any of this? Oh, I'm mercurial that way, she said, crossing over next to him. Sometimes even I don't know when I'm going to change my mind about things. But Avior hates Muggle-borns, Zane said, folding his arms across his chest. He'll take one look at your hair and nose ring and, I don't know, throw you in the dungeon or something. Oh, didn't you know? Nastasia cocked her head and smiled crookedly. I'm 100% pure blood witch, from one of the oldest magical families in America, in fact. Why, some of my great-aunts were actually burned at the stake during the Salem witch trials. She turned to James and whispered in his ear, none of them were hurt, of course not, but they did put on a good show for the Muggles. She giggled. I still think it's a bad idea, Rose said, but Nastasia has a point. If Avior knows that more than just the two of you are onto his secret, it'll keep you both a bit safer. At least until he finds out exactly who else knows what. There's one thing here I don't understand, Scorpius announced. I assumed we were all here because we were the ones who went to New Amsterdam together and encountered the collector person. We heard the Muggle woman, Lissa, talk about the Morrigan Web. James here asked you to check that out, Rose. Not Professor Avior. How'd this get connected to him? Rose nodded meaningfully. That's where all this started, she admitted. I started looking up the Morrigan Web, just like James asked. It wasn't easy. Frankly, I was about to give up. Then, somehow, I came across two references, both at the same time. It started with a history of Ulma Alaron. The Morrigan Web was a pet project of some American professor from Igor House over 100 years ago. She called it the ultimate magical superweapon, and said that it was so powerful, so devastating, that if it was ever perfected, it would stop magical warfare forever. That, Ralph frowned thoughtfully, doesn't exactly make sense. Sure it does, Nastasia smiled. She probably believed that if everyone had a Morrigan Web, no one would ever be crazy enough to use it. She shook her head and turned to James. Idealistic people are so cute, she purred. His face heated again as he tried to ignore her. To Rose, he said, did you find out what it does or how it works? No. I couldn't get any details at all. It just said that the professor's experiments eventually got her into trouble with the American magical authorities. They threatened to confiscate all of her tools and imprison her if she didn't shut down her research on the Morrigan Web. She must have agreed to it, because her name doesn't come up again. That doesn't sound like any Igors I know, Zane said, tilting his head. What was her name? Rose consulted her notes. Professor Principialausa. I've never heard of her. Certainly she's long since dead. Zane glanced aside at Ralph, then James, his brow furrowed. Could it be? What? Ralph said. Nastasia suddenly perked up next to James. Of course. Unless she's just a legend. Oh, that would be such a shame. What? James demanded, nearly hopping with impatience. Kronlausa, Zane said, shaking his head. But that's totally, like, oh yeah, I remember you talking about her, Ralph said, standing up from his stoolie. She's supposed to be that really terrifying old witch that haunts the lower cellars of Alma Alaron's administration hall, right? Rose looked from Ralph to James in annoyance. Is this for real? James shrugged, remembering. Admin hall was built by dwarves, and legend says they included endless layers of tunnels and basements going down who knows how deep. It's all off limits to students. Some people say that the cellars are guarded by a really powerful and creepy old witch, Crone Lousa, but no one's ever seen her, right? Ralph asked, looking almost imploringly at Zane. I mean, she's just a legend. Like the boogeyman. The boogeyman's no legend. Scorpius interjected. He tried to get appointed Minister of Magic a few decades ago. Said he'd gotten reformed from all that scaring children in the dead of night stuff. Besides, Rose said, pushing Scorpius aside and addressing Zane, she'd be extremely old. Nearly 200 years. Zane shrugged. Our Chancellor is like 215 or something. Magical types have ways of living way long if they want to. If Crone Lousa really is the old Professor Lousa from Igor House, she'd totally know how to extend her life. Igors are into that sort of thing. There was another long, thoughtful silence in the owlery as everyone considered the ramifications of this. Finally, James turned back to Rose. What was the other reference you found to the Morrigan Web? Rose looked uncomfortably down at her notes again. It's probably nothing, I suppose. But the coincidence was just a bit too much, as if there haven't been enough coincidences already, Zane commented. He glanced across the gathering at Nastasia where she now stood next to James. In the book about Alma Alaron's history, Rose said, ignoring Zane, when it talked about the Morrigan Web, it referenced an expert on magical doomsday devices and super weapons. I thought it might be the man that escaped from Azkaban this summer, Warlock. She glanced at James. After all, he's probably a warlock, and that's their specialty. Instead, James leaned closer as Rose held up her notes. She tapped a name written on the top, underlined 3 times, Avior Dorchaskathan. Professor Avior? Ralph said aloud. He's an expert on magical doomsday weapons? Scorpius nodded. So that's what raised your flags about him. It wasn't just James' suspicions. Rose shook her head. It was both, she admitted. But it does prove that James has a nose for dodgy characters. It's a Potter's specialty, I suspect, Nastasia said with a sigh. Ralph ran his hands through his hair. So where does all of this leave us, then? The important thing, Rose said, refolding her notes, is that it leaves us on the same page. There is something potentially horrible going on in New Amsterdam. The Collector and his pet Warlock, along with some other person who may or may not be James' Lady of the Lake. She's not my Lady of the Lake, James interrupted, annoyed. I don't keep her on a leash or anything. Next to him, Nastasia giggled again. Sorry, Rose amended, not looking at him. Either way, the Collector and his cronies are possibly creating something really horrible. I think it would be best for us to find out everything we can about it. James nodded. And I'll find out what I can about Professor Avior. With my help, Nastasia insisted, bumping him with her hip. But why did I have to bring this? James asked Rose, holding up his blank parchment, ink and quill. For the same reason we met in the owlery, Rose said emphatically. Because this time, you are writing to your father. I've written a letter to my own parents. We need help. Who better to ask than the ministry's head Auror and the 2 people who helped him defeat the most evil wizard of all time? James glanced aside, saw Nobby ruffle his feathers high on a nearby perch, already eager to go. You're right, Rose, James said, squatting to the floor and spreading a parchment on his knee. This is too serious to handle ourselves. Rose sighed with obvious relief. She produced an already sealed envelope from her knapsack. We'll need to use Nobby to send both letters. We can't risk interception with any of the house owls. We need to tell our parents everything. James nodded, already scribbling carefully on his own parchment. It really was a good idea, and he felt slightly ashamed that he hadn't already written to his father himself, but still. He was not quite prepared to tell his father everything. Lily was waiting for James in the Gryffindor common room as he crept downstairs, scrim in hand. Where's Scorpius and Dev and everyone else? She whispered excitedly, jumping to her feet. James shook his head in annoyance. We all sneak out separately. It's safer that way. And what are you doing here? Get yourself back up to bed. Nice try, big brother, she announced, unfazed. She trotted lightly across to the portrait hole and beckoned him forward. Out with the invisibility cloak. I know you've got it with you. You're no good at sneaking around without it. James sighed and smiled. Secretly, he liked his sister's cheerleading. Hushed as it had to be, he approached her and shook out the invisibility cloak. How about you lead tonight, Lil? He prodded, then stopped. It is just you, right? You don't have a pile of your first-year friends hiding under the furniture to follow us out, do you? No, Lily said, but that's not a bad idea. I'll try that next time. 10 minutes later, the 2 darted onto the darkness of the Quidditch pitch, joining the others already gathered there. A fat 3/4 moon hung low on the horizon, scrubbed with marching clouds so that the pitch glowed with bony moonlight one moment, and then descended into dense shadow the next. Cold wind moaned through the grandstands, whickering in the banners high overhead. "Almost got nailed by Filch tonight," Devinder announced, shaking his head. "He and that scruffy cat came around the corner of the third-floor arcade just as I was hitting the stairs. I'm almost positive they saw me, but I jumped the banister before they could catch up." Willow swept her blonde hair back, tying it into a ponytail. "Filch won't catch any of us unless we're totally clumsy. What if he spies the glowing game balls from one of the castle windows?" Lily asked. "Already thought of that," Scorpius answered. "The Bludgers, Clutch and Snitch are all charmed with slow light. It drops off after a few hundred feet. From the castle, the pitch is just as dark as, well, pitch. Scorpius is very proud of that slow light thing," Dave added. "Technomancy is a fancy of his. It's all quantum to me." "Besides," Willow went on, mounting her broom, "if Filch ever tried to come out to the pitch, he'd get his cane stuck in the mud and spend the night going in circles." Lily laughed at that. To James she said, "I'm going to head up into the stands tonight. Look. We have spectators." James frowned and glanced up toward the nearby Gryffindor grandstand. Sure enough, a scattering of figures have collected in the seats. One of them waved down. It was Nastasia. Next to her, Zane sat bundled in a heavy cloak and scarf. Obviously, they had stayed behind after the meeting in the gallery. Above them, James was almost sure he recognized Professor Longbottom, a large peaked hat pulled low over his brow, hunkered amongst a group of Hufflepuff night Quidditch players. Without looking back, Lily clumped up the stairs to join them. "Well, look who the hinky punk dragged out," a voice called overhead. James recognized the voice but couldn't quite believe his ears. He glanced up and saw a dark figure hovering 20 feet up, a green scarf fluttering over its robed shoulder. "Albus." James rasped. "What are you doing here, writing a charms essay? What's it look like?" "But night Quidditch isn't supposed to be open to day players. You're on the regular Slytherin team. It's not really a rule." "Exactly," Albus shrugged. "Just a sort of guideline. Sorry if you think my presence gives Slytherin an unfair advantage." "Unfair advantage," James growled, dropping his scrim and hopping onto it. "I'll show you unfair advantage." He leaned hard over the board, curling his fingers over its tip, and rocketed into the air, swooping close enough to his brother to flick his green scarf. The scarf flung around Albus' face, temporarily blinding him. "Night Quidditch is a different cauldron of newts from day Quidditch, Al," James called back. "I hope you're wearing your big boy underpants tonight." He swept high into the air without looking back, dropped into a sudden squat and drew a tight, vertical loop, coming to rest next to Willow. "You're on Seeker tonight, James," she said. "Watch out for Beetlebrick. He'll try to take you out with a well-placed bludger. Here." She tossed him a spare beater bat, which he caught deftly. "Just for protection. It's going to be a rough night, and no mistake." "Fair playing, Albus," James scrumped, brandishing the bat. Willow shrugged. "Brother against brother. That's a little poetic, isn't it? You won't go easy on him, will you?" James glanced at her, shocked at the very suggestion. "You don't have any brothers or sisters, do you, Willow?" She shook her head. "How'd you know?" James hunkered over his scrim, preparing to launch into motion. "I'm psychic." A moment later, the clutch lobbed into the air. 5 glowing balls streaked in 5 different directions, drawing pale lines against the dark. Flying robed shapes collapsed on them, crashing wildly into one another in mid-air. James waited, watching for the narrow green streak of the snitch. It spun away toward the Hufflepuff grandstand like a supercharged lightning bug. James launched forward in pursuit of it. The match lasted nearly 4 hours. In the end, exhausted and bruised, covered in cold sweat, James found himself in a shoulder-to-shoulder race against Albus for the snitch. The two bashed each other mercilessly as they sped toward the swooping, glowing streak, James leaning hard over his scrim, Albus craning forward on his broom, his nose only inches above its shaking tip. The score was 213 to 192, with Slytherin holding onto a slim, constant lead. "No!" Albus cried, straining forward, his outstretched fingers ready to close on the tiny golden ball. "It's mine!" James grunted, urging his scrim ever faster. Before them, the snitch ticked back and forth, hurtling through the dark, past the grandstands, out over the trees of the forbidden forest. James balanced on the edge of his scrim, lunging for the fluttering shape. He brushed it with his fingers, felt its flickering wings, and then closed his fist with a snap. Whomp! Suddenly, inexplicably, the world turned upside down. Black earth and night sky swung around each other, switching places, and James realized dimly that his hand had closed on emptiness. A long narrow shape spun away against the swinging night, his scrim, suddenly separated from his feet. James was floating, falling, tumbling through the dark. Cold wind howling in his ears, but all he cared about was that he had missed the snitch. Drat. 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 Drat, he yelled as he dropped, forgetting for the moment even to be frightened. Suddenly he was being swiped repeatedly with springy, prickly shapes. Dully, he recognized the limbs of a large pine tree as they slapped at him, crackling and snapping, slowing his fall. Finally, one particularly large bough caught him, bowed deeply under his weight, and then sprung upward again, launching James out of the tree. Something broad and flat filled his vision, reaching up to collect him. He crashed into it, through it, and fell flat onto a heavily cushioned surface. Bits of thatch and broken wood peppered him from above, clattering all around. James squeezed his eyes shut against the debris and covered his head with his hands. When the noise subsided, he opened his eyes again only to find himself staring down the length of the long, pink umbrella, its tip pointed directly at his nose. "James?" a gruff voice announced in disbelief. "What in th ever lovin' bloody hell are ye doin'?" James peered up at Hagrid, realization dawning on him. He had been blasted from his scrim by a bludger at the very last moment, and had narrowly avoided being killed by a fall over the edge of the Forbidden Forest. He looked up beyond Hagrid, toward the enormous hole in the hut's thatched roof, and then aside, at the fat bearskin rug he had fallen onto. Bits of broken roof lay all around. As James watched, his scrim dropped almost elegantly through the hole in the roof and thumped onto Hagrid's table, knocking aside his oversized tea set. 7. Echoes of Umbridge, out with Yaya, Hagrid bellowed, hoisting James roughly through the door of his hut. "Of all the ridiculous, hair-brained, irresponsible, I really am sorry, Hagrid," James insisted, still trying to keep his voice low. "I just fancied a late-night fly. I hit something and fell off. A bird or a bat maybe. Yeah, a bat. A really big one. I didn't mean to." Hagrid shook his massive head and held up both of his slab-like hands. His striped nightshirt fluttered in the moonlight. "I don't want to hear it. It's absurd, I tell Yaya. Why, if I wasn't such good friends with your parents I'd march Yaya straight to the headmaster himself. As it is, you can bet your britches I'll be having a long talk with your dad about this. Late night flying, for Merlin's sakes. And on one of those daft American scrams of all things." "It's called a scrim, actually," James suggested meekly, glancing down at the board in his hands. "I don't care what it's called," Hagrid roared, clapping a hand to his unruly hair. "It dumped Yaya through roof and nearly killed Yaya in th process. How am I gonna explain this? When am I gonna have time to fix it? I could help you, maybe?" James offered, raising his eyebrows hopefully. "Whirl." Hagrid shook his head, deflating slightly. "Yaya certainly should, I wager. Yaya scared the daylights out of poor Trife. He's still under th bed, shivering like a leaf in a storm. I could come out these weekend," James suggested eagerly. "Maybe bring a few friends with me? I bet we could get your hut fixed up straight away." Hagrid heaved a giant sigh. All right, then. Off with Yaya before I change my mind. Be here bright and early Saturday morning. And Yaya'd better hope it doesn't rain between now and then or I'll be in a right nasty mood indeed." James nodded enthusiastically. "You got it, Hagrid. Sorry. I've, learned my lesson." "Really?" Hagrid waved him on impatiently. "That'll be the day," he groused, turning back to his hut. A moment later, the heavy wooden door slammed shut behind him, shaking the walls and echoing into the dark. James turned toward the castle, only now realizing how sore he was from his fall. Scratches smarted on his face and pine needles were matted into his hair. He reached up to shake them out. "James." A voice hissed from a nearby bush. "What happened?" Scorpius clambered out of the bush, followed by Lily, her face very pale in the moonlight. James gestured vaguely back toward Hagrid's hut. "I fell through the roof. Nearly splattered myself all over the Forbidden Forest." Scorpius shook his head irritably. "Not that," he said. "The sneeze. How'd you miss it?" "Albus and the Slytherins won. I'm fine, actually, thanks for asking," James said pointedly, stalking past. Lily ran to catch up to him and grabbed his free hand. "Easy for you to say," Scorpius groused. "If Gryffindor loses the Night League, Longbottom will probably shut us down, somnambulous or not. The guy loves his plans, but that only goes so far. Professor Longbottom guided you down with his wand," Lily said quietly, still gripping James' hand. "He was watching from the grandstands and saw you fall. You were too far away to levitate, but he did the best he could. We knew you were all right when Hagrid started yelling. He went on ahead to make sure the others got straight back to their dorms." "What did you tell Hagrid?" Scorpius inquired sullenly. "I didn't tell him anything about night Quidditch, if that's what you're asking. The secret's safe. But I'm going to need your help this coming Saturday morning if you want it to stay that way." "Why?" Scorpius demanded, looking askance. "Let's just say I hope you know how to handle a hammer." Scorpius sighed irritably. "Malfoys have an aversion to manual labor," he muttered. The three skulked into the courtyard and ducked through the inset rotunda door. James trembled, tired to the bone, although he knew he would feel greatly refreshed after a draught of Scorpius' somnambulist potion, a flask of which he kept hidden in the dormitory. The halls were eerily still in the pre-dawn darkness. Not a breath of air moved and very few torches were lit. James' own breathing seemed to echo back at him from the cold walls. Bruised, sore and chilled with sweat, he shivered, dislodging pine needles from his hair. All around them, the castle seemed to stretch off into darkness, creaking and moaning with the wind. "What was that?" Lily whispered suddenly, clutching James' arm. "Nothing," James answered, although he had heard it, too, a dull thump down a dark hallway, just a classroom door blowing shut. "Don't frighten yourself." "I'm not frightened," Lily squeaked. James understood her nervousness. Suddenly, the thought of all the empty, dark rooms lining the corridor weighed down on him. He imagined leering, shadowy shapes behind each keyhole, watching them pass. Lily tugged on his arm. "Let's go this way," she whispered, pointing toward an intersection. Tall stone arches lined the cross corridor, hung with flickering lanterns. "It'll take us longer," Scorpius complained tiredly. "We'll come out on the far side of the stairs." "It's worth it," James said, leading his sister into the light of the corridor. He leaned close to her. "Would you feel better if we ducked under the invisibility cloak?" She shook her head, pressing against him as they hurried along. A sudden gust of wind rushed past them, making all three students jump. Paintings rattled all down the corridor and the lanterns flickered wildly. The farthest lantern blew out completely, throwing the end of the corridor into darkness. "James." Lily squeaked again, squeezing his arm ever tighter. "Let up, Lil," James breathed, staring hard at the dark lantern. "You're going to cut off my circulation." "It's nothing. Just a little wind." In a windowless corridor, Scorpius added, glancing around behind them. Lily pointed at the floor in front of them. "Where's all that water coming from?" James felt his heart sink as he looked down. The floor was indeed glistening with water. Ripples ran from beneath a distant door, forming a long, murky puddle down the corridor. "Leak in the bathroom," James whispered, trying to inject a note of hope into his voice. Slowly, they began to inch forward again, their feet smacking lightly in the deepening puddle. Another breath of wind sighed along the corridor, swirling the lantern flames and rattling the paintings. The second-to-last lantern flared, guttered, and fell dark. "All right," Lily quavered, "now I'm frightened." James shook his head, frowning deeply. "I've seen this before," he whispered. "It's just Cedric performing his Spectre of Silence routine. I saw him earlier this evening with the Grey Lady. He did the same thing to Rose, Ralph and me once." A third cold gust breathed along the corridor, snuffing another lantern. The far end of the corridor was now a mass of shadows. "Cedric," Scorpius rasped through his teeth. "If that's you, I don't care if you're already dead. I'll find a way to kill you again." Another gust, harder than ever, rippled through James' hair and robes, sighing in his ears. Lily let out a sharp little scream and clutched her head. A chorus of whispers seemed to fill the hall. Half of the remaining lanterns guttered into darkness. "Cedric?" James called into the shadows, his voice shaking noticeably. In answer, a fat, ghostly shape swooped through the closed door on James' right. It leered at him, stuck out its tongue and spat a loud raspberry. All three students leapt backwards before they recognized the familiar shape. "Peeves," Scorpius cried, barely keeping his voice below a shout. "What is wrong with you? Serves nasty students right for being up in the dead of night," Peeves replied musically, crossing his arms and jutting his nose in the air. "But the wind and the whispers." James gestured around the suddenly dark corridor, shaking with rage. "That's just mean. You scared us all nearly to death with that whole lantern thing." Peeves opened one eye and cocked his head curiously at James. "What lantern thing?" Behind the poltergeist, a glimmering shape suddenly reared up from the wet floor, seemingly made of water. It exhaled harshly, filling the corridor with cold wind, and swiped at Peeves. The poltergeist shredded away like smoke, leaving only a short, startled screech in its place. The shape lunged forward, solidifying in the darkness, flinging water from its streaming arms. The exhaling breath became a voice. "Hamas!" Lily screamed again and ran, dragging James with her by the hand. James slipped on the wet floor, stumbled, and fell to his knees. "Go, Lil," he called when she stopped, stunned, and looked back at him. "Run to the common room. Go now." A cold mist blasted over James' shoulder. Ghostly arms spread around him, seemingly made of water and smoke. The rattling, breathy voice roared again, sounding somehow delirious with joy. "Lily, I've missed you." Lily saw the shape behind James and her eyes grew wide. The watery figure seemed to be rising over him. Lily spun and ran, her hair flying behind her. The watery shape blasted over James' shoulder, buffeting him and filling his face with a stinking, misty backwash. He scrambled forward, dropping the invisibility cloak to the wet floor. Finally clambering upright, he flung out his arm, aiming his wand at the amorphous figure where it bore down on Lily. He opened his mouth to fire, having decided without even really thinking about it, on a freezing charm, when a figure bolted into sight from a side corridor, skidding to a halt between James and the water creature. "There we are," Filch cried triumphantly, pointing at James with his cane. "It's about time I found you." "Get out of the way," James shouted, still aiming his wand. Behind Filch, the watery shape fell onto his sister, finally assuming a fully solid, and decidedly female, shape. Pale arms grabbed Lily, spun her into a smothering embrace. "Drop your wand," Filch roared, still pointing his cane at James, his arm vibrating with tension. James shook his head, still moving forward. "Get down," he cried. "She's right behind you." "Oh no," Filch shook his head furiously, sighting James down the length of his cane. "I won't be falling for that old trick." Behind Filch, the horrible water woman lifted Lily and passed a hand over her face. Lily went limp in her arms. James couldn't make out the woman's features with Filch in the way, but he had a horrible idea of who it must be. "Lily!" James called desperately, raising his wand to fire over Filch's shoulder. "Expelliarmus!" Filch roared, so loud that spittle flew from his lips. A bolt of red light spat from the end of his cane and James' wand wrenched out of his hand. It struck the ceiling and clattered to the floor 20 feet away. James boggled at the old man, stunned in spite of everything. Filch was a squib. Squibs couldn't do magic. Filch grinned, obviously enjoying James' shock. "Immobilis," he called next, relishing each syllable. Another jet of light sprang from his cane, striking James and freezing him to the spot. James' eyes bulged, both in surprise and horror. He strained to see past the advancing Filch. The water woman was escaping, her dark hair still hanging wet against her back in ribbons. Lily's head lolled pathetically in the woman's strong arms. A moment later, both of them dashed out of sight. James tried to call out to Lily once more, but his lips were as numb as stone. Filch nodded at him slowly, smugly. "Weren't expecting that, I'll wager, were you?" "No, it's a new day, my pet." "A new day indeed." "Hey Filch," a voice asked from a nearby doorway. James couldn't see the speaker, but he recognized the voice. Filch grunted and turned, wrestling his cane upright again. James heard Scorpius step forward, his feet slopping on the sodden stone. "Has anyone taught you this one yet?" A blast of red light lit the corridor and Filch exclaimed with mingled rage and surprise. His cane clattered to the floor. A moment later, the man himself crumpled full length, unconscious. "Liberatio," Scorpius exclaimed, pointing his wand at James. The freezing spell fell away and James nearly collapsed under his own sudden weight. "Come on," Scorpius called urgently, already running along the corridor, his feet kicking up cold splashes. James launched forward to catch up. "They went to the right," he gasped, firming his grip on his wand. "What happened to you?" "I was right behind you when Filch showed up," Scorpius gasped. "I ducked out of sight behind an arch. Waited until I could stun him." "What was that thing that took the Lily?" Before James could answer, a scream echoed piercingly from ahead. It was not Lily, and yet the sound of it chilled James' blood. The two boys ran harder, finally reaching the end of the corridor and flinging themselves around the corner. What they saw stopped both of them in their tracks. Silhouetted against a single guttering torch, two figures wrestled violently. One of them was the water woman, her hair flinging in wet ropes, her gown spattering droplets in every direction. The other, incredibly, was a writhing, hissing, monstrous snake, easily 10 feet long but extremely lithe, its body gleaming yellowly in the torchlight. Lily lay in the foreground, still unconscious, face down on the stone floor. James darted forward, heedless of the screaming, hissing battle, and scooped his sister into his arms. He lunged back with her, meeting Scorpius, who helped Lily to her feet. She began to moan groggily. Running footsteps approached heavily from behind. James glanced back expecting to see Filch, but was instead surprised to see Zane, his eyes bulging, his breath coming in heavy gusts. "What in the world is that?" he wheezed, pointing at the struggle before them. James shook his head in bewilderment. Ahead of them, the snake twined viciously, coiling around the struggling waterwoman. Its jaw unhinged, hissing directly into its adversary's face, and the figure caught it by the throat, barely restraining it. They seemed to be caught in a trembling stalemate. Then, suddenly, the woman fell apart, cascading into loose water. She splashed into a broad puddle, stretched into a rivulet, and streamed away toward a large grate. The snake fell to the floor, writhing and splashing in the receding puddle. "Chase that one," Scorpius cried, pointing at the snake and lunging after the streaming water. "Are you crazy?" James replied. "Go," Zane gasped, pressing a hand to his side. "I'll stay with Lil. I'm all chased out after hearing you guys screaming like banshees and running around to find you." "Go, go, go," James nodded, feeling dazed and off-kilter. He began to run after the retreating snake. As he chased it into a new corridor, he heard the monstrous creature's slithering retreat. Great, swooping scrapes betrayed its location as it slipped down a shallow staircase. James ran toward it, asking himself at every step what he would do if he caught it. He reached the staircase and was dismayed to see that it ended in an enclosed landing with only a single narrow door, a mop closet most likely. The snake was nowhere in sight. James stopped, considering his options. His heart pounded like a kettle drum in his ears. He began to inch down the stairs, straining his eyes in the darkness for any sign of the snake. It had to have gone into the closet. But how? Snakes couldn't turn doorknobs. Could they? James fumbled with his wand, clutched it in his fist, and pointed it low at the door. With a trembling hand, he reached out, touched the doorknob, and drew a deep, shaking breath. Finally, as hard as he could, he wrenched the door open. It banged sharply against the outer wall. Huddled in the bottom of the closet, shaking and slicked with sweat, was Nastasia. She looked up at James with her eyes. Slowly, dumbfounded, he lowered his wand. "Don't tell anybody," she said, dropping her eyes again. "And I'll tell you everything." Stunned speechless, James pocketed his wand. He reached down and took Nastasia's hand, helping her to her feet. She trembled violently, her purple hair matted into a wild strew. Slowly, they made their way back up the stairs. "Well, doesn't this just complete the picture?" a voice growled lividly as they emerged into the corridor. "Look, Mrs. Norris. 2 more mice for the trap." James looked up, unsurprised, to see Filch standing before him, his clothes sopping wet from his encounter with the floor, his cane pointed firmly in their direction. Before him, Scorpius, Zane and Lily stood miserably. Mrs. Norris purred luxuriously as she circled their feet, hemming them in. Lily met James' eyes with abject terror, pleading with him silently. "Well now," Filch said thoughtfully, cocking his head to one side, a hateful grimace cinching the corner of his mouth. "I wonder if it's too early to wake the headmaster?" A seat turned out, rather unsettlingly. The headmaster was already awake. Grudje sat placidly behind his desk, fully dressed, mildly surveying Filch and the students as they filed into the circular office. The hearth was dark and cold, leaving the room pearly gray as dawn seeped into the sky beyond the single window. Filch nodded curtly, triumphantly, glancing from the headmaster to the line of students, as if no explanation was necessary. Indeed, Grudje asked no questions, merely looked calmly from face to face, seeming to catalogue each for future reference. "They had this with them," Filch growled, stepping toward the headmaster's desk and dropping a mass of damp cloth onto its corner. "I see," Grudje nodded slowly. "The famed invisibility cloak. Indeed. Rather damning. Your vigilance is commendable, Mr. Filch. I'd not have caught them at all if not for your special, gift." "Headmaster," Filch brandished his cane and smiled thinly at the students. "They stunned me, I'll have you know. Fortunately, in the end, they were no match for Mrs. Norris and I. In decades past, rapscallions such as Thesi would have gone unapprehended and unpunished." "Mr. Grudje," Zane spoke up, addressing the headmaster. "Filch doesn't know the whole story. We can explain. There was this watery lady." "Quiet yourself, young man," Grudje interrupted gently, rising from his chair. His stringy gray hair hung against his sallow cheeks as he turned, stepping toward the window. "This is not the Wazengama. Your testimony is neither required nor desired. Mr. Caretaker, have you explained to the students your rather expanded powers?" Filch glanced quickly back at the students. "Well, no sir, not as such. I didn't think. That is, I thought it might be better if. Surprise being the preferred." "Relax, my friend," Grudje said, raising a calm hand. "There is no wrong answer, no technicalities upon which your quarry will slip through your grasp. And yet, with the capture of these unfortunate miscreants, I believe the time for secrecy has passed. Students," Grudje turned and looked back at Zane, Nastasia, Lily, Scorpius, and James, "you are now aware that your dear caretaker, bereft these many years of the powers required to fully occupy his post, has now been equipped and deputized by myself to do everything necessary to maintain order and discipline within these walls. But, Lily said in a tiny voice, magic doesn't work that way, does it? You can't just give a wand to someone without magic and expect it to work. Very astute, Ms. Potter, Grudje replied encouragingly. As such, you surely know that the spells employed by Mr. Filch are not his own. The magic of your caretaker's cane is my magic. I would urge you not to test its limits. But on to business. Mr. Caretaker, if I am not mistaken, 2 of these individuals are not, in fact, Hogwarts students. No, sir, Filch grumbled reluctantly, eyeing Zane and Nastasia. They've abused their privileges, sneaking onto Hogwarts property by means of those damned cabinets. You'll recall that it was my recommendation that their doors be guarded at all times. In any case, the headmaster nodded indulgently. These 2 are not our jurisdiction. Please see that they are escorted back to their proper school once we are through. I will speak directly to their chancellor and assure that their misdeeds are addressed in an appropriate manner. Headmaster, James said nervously, stepping forward. We really need to explain what we saw tonight. We'll accept whatever punishment you give us, but this is really important. Grudje met James' eyes for a long moment, his gaze utterly inscrutable. Finally, he spread his hands and bowed his head slightly. Go ahead, Mr. Potter, he said with silky magnanimity. You have the floor. James drew a deep breath, glancing quickly back at the others. Scorpius glared at him severely and shook his head. Lily's eyes were still wide with terror. Nastasia looked away, her face as pale as a gravestone. We were out after hours, James admitted, turning back to Grudje, and we were using the invisibility cloak. Filch is right. He caught us, fair enough. But there was something else. All of us saw it, clumsily but thoroughly. James described the watery woman, her appearance out of the mysterious puddle, her attempted abduction of Lily, and her furious battle with the snake. Lily nodded her corroboration, shuddering at the memory. Zane and Scorpius offered their own details, explaining how the battle had ended, the liquefaction of the water woman, her escape down the grate, and the fleeing of the giant snake. Nastasia merely stared into the dark fireplace, as if wishing it were lit and she had a handful of flue powder, desperate to transport herself somewhere else, anywhere else. James did not tell what he knew about her and the snake. Grudje listened, his gray face showing merely polite patience. When the tale was finished, he nodded to himself and drew a deep breath. Mr. Caretaker, he said, returning to his desk. Please escort the Alma Alaron students to their cabinet. The other 3 will then accompany you to your office. I trust you to implement their discipline as you see fit. Filch's face creased into a tight smile. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. But wait a minute, Scorpius interjected, his brow lowering. Aren't you going to do anything about what we saw? Someone broke into the school and nearly got away with a student. Mr. Malfoy, Grudje replied smoothly, seating himself creakily behind his desk. I assure you, we are all quite safe. I would encourage you to be rather more concerned about your discipline. We all saw her, James insisted, approaching Grudje's desk. You can't just ignore that. The headmaster turned toward Filch. Tell me, Mr. Caretaker, did you see this mysterious figure? Filch's smile cinched a notch tighter. No, headmaster. I certainly did not. Grudje nodded approvingly. Very well. And did you, perchance, encounter any evidence of a break-in? None apart from the unlocked Great Hall doors, sir, Filch replied, raising his chin. No doubt the work of these 2 invaders. There you have it. Grudje gestured toward Filch. It seems that there was indeed a break-in. Fortunately, the perpetrators have been quite handily captured by our tireless caretaker. I see no more cause for concern. Lily stepped forward, joining her brother before the desk. But she tried to take me. She was made of water. If it hadn't been for that giant snake, ! For the first time, Grudje's face displayed emotion. James saw anger rise into the headmaster's eyes, whitening his already pale cheeks. Miss Potter, he said coolly, quietly, I am disappointed to see that you have adopted your brother's penchant for seeking attention via elaborate stories. Or perhaps you are merely a willing accomplice and this is all his idea? Frankly, I find either option distasteful in the extreme. James stared at the headmaster in shock. But we didn't make any of it up, he exclaimed. We all saw it. Why would we invent something so horrible? Why indeed? Grudje concurred. I suspect it is a family trait, passed on from father to son, and now, unfortunately, to daughter as well. This, you may as well know, is what the caretaker will be implementing punishment for. Not the mere sneaking out after hours. Under previous headmasters, your outlandish stories have been allowed to take root, To foment fear and panic, also that you may assume some sense of importance. You wish for fame, Mr. Potter, like your father before you. He had his basilisk, you have your mysterious giant snake. He had his Lord Voldemort. You have your Lady of the Lake. He arched his eyebrows as James' face paled. Yes, Mr. Potter, I know of the stories you have told in the wake of last summer's events, profiting from the unfortunate accidental death of your own cousin. Others may tolerate your wild tales, calling them delusion or shock, but I know a plain liar when I meet one, Mr. Potter. You, I fear, are beyond hope. Your young sister, however, may not be so far gone. Grudje turned to Filch again. A change of plan, Mr. Caretaker, he announced. Do not punish Mr. Potter after all. There is no point, as you can see, he is unteachable. Rather, add his punishment to his sister's, and see to it that he watches. Perhaps she may yet learn not to emulate his mistakes, and he may understand the consequences of involving her in them. Lily's hand suddenly gripped James, squeezing so hard he could feel it tremble. You can't do that, James exclaimed, at exactly the same moment that Zane proclaimed the same thing. I assure you that I can, Grudje said, a note of smugness creeping into his voice as he dismissed them. Filch began to herd the students toward the door, a tight, merciless smile still etched on his face. James shook his head, refusing to go. He approached the headmaster's desk directly and leaned on it with both hands. I'll tell my dad, he said furiously. Grudje looked up at him, his eyebrows rising inquisitively. Will you? He replied thoughtfully. Yes, perhaps you should. The elder Potter would indeed be quite unhappy about these events, and yet you may be interested to know that, as a parent of students at this school, both your mother and father have legally granted me the freedom to maintain order as I see fit. This includes disciplinary actions. In short, I am not only acting on behalf of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, but on behalf of your parents. They may indeed decide they cannot support my methods, but that would place them in breach of our agreement, and that, I fear, would necessarily require your removal from this school. Perhaps you would prefer that? James' face burned red with anger and confusion. Was the headmaster telling the truth? Had his parents made an agreement with Hogwarts to support whatever discipline the headmaster doled out? Could he, James, truly afford to be removed from Hogwarts while there were so many dodgy and dangerous things going on? Grudje seemed to sense what James was thinking. He allowed a very small smile. Come, Mr. Potter, he beckoned softly, I can light the fire in my grate. We can contact your father immediately. Surely he is awake by now, preparing for his oh-so-important work as head order. Why, with any luck you may be comfortably returned to your home in Marble Arch this very evening. Shall we, Mr. Potter? Let us not keep the others waiting. James was frozen with indecision. Next to him, Lily trembled. She leaned close to him and whispered, Please, don't James. We can't leave Hogwarts. I can handle this. James looked aside at her in surprise. He could see that she meant it. He sighed with deep reluctance. No, he answered finally, I'm sorry. Grudje raised his voice. Forgive me. My hearing is not quite what it used to be. I said no, James repeated miserably, standing away from the headmaster's desk. Grudje nodded gravely. I see. Well then. Mr. Caretaker, the day has begun. If you hurry, you may meet out your disciplines before classes begin. No point putting off the inevitable. Scorpius shook his head. But we've been up all night, he said hopelessly. And it's breakfast. Aren't detentions usually scheduled for a later time? Grudje clucked his tongue lightly. I fear you should have thought of that before making the unwise choice to engage in lies and debauchery, but fear not, Mr. Malfoy, the headmaster smiled benignly. You are building character. Like young Miss Potter, there may yet be hope for you as well. Choose your friends better, young man, and let us hope that our next meeting will be under happier circumstances. Hopelessly, James turned to leave, reaching to collect the invisibility cloak from the corner of Grudje's desk. The headmaster moved with lithe suddenness, pinning the cloak to the desk with his wand. I think I shall keep this for a while, Grudje chided softly. After all, it does present a rather irresistible temptation to someone of your personality. Doesn't it, Mr. Potter? James could hear the smile in the headmaster's voice. He refused to look at him. After a long, wretched pause, he released the cloak, leaving it on the corner of the desk. Come along, my pets, Filch urged cheerfully. The headmaster is right. The day has already begun, and we have much to do. Oh yes, he nodded eagerly, his beady eyes sparkling, much to do indeed. As Filch pushed them toward the door, James glanced aside at the collection of portraits of former headmasters. Merlin's hung closest to the door, still dead as wood, its eyes staring like coins. Next to this, Severus Snape watched coolly, his black eyes imperious and smug. Next to him, however, the portrait of Albus Dumbledore hung blank, dark, and conspicuously empty. Filch muttered to himself as he led James, Lily and Scorpius down, staircase after staircase, to his office in the labyrinthine depths of the dungeons. Mrs. Norris ran ahead, her bushy tail held high, meowing eagerly. Nastasia and Zane were gone, sent back to Alma Alaron via the cupboards in the Great Hall. Filch had not paused even to allow the remaining three to nip a piece of toast from the platters lining the house tables. Few other students were up this early, but the ones who were watched with pale faces and wide eyes as Filch herded the three back toward the doors, smiling thinly, his cane rapping loudly on the stone floor. "Here we are, then," he said with mock cordiality, shaking out an enormous key ring. It jingled like sleigh bells as he socked the long key into its hole and twisted. The door creaked open and Filch gave it an impatient shove, banging it against a line of antique wooden filing cabinets. He showed his teeth to James and raised an arm welcomingly. "After you, my pet." James took a deep, shaky breath and led Lily into the room, Scorpius following close behind. Filch's office was quite small, almost unbearably stuffy, and obviously unaccustomed to visitors. In the center of the room a tall desk stood, every inch of its surface buried under layers and layers of parchments, newspapers, cheap magazines, disused mugs and goblets, bottles, ratty quills, dry ink pots, and assorted, indecipherable odds and ends. More stacks leaned against the wall behind the desk, reaching nearly to the ceiling and looking precarious enough to fall over at the slightest breath. There was just enough of a pathway for Filch to round his desk and reach a rickety rolling chair, which he pushed aside. Its wheels screeched like angry rats. "Well?" he demanded, eyeing the three severely. "Sit." He gestured with one calloused hand toward the row of filing cabinets which squatted behind the door. Shoved against them, half buried in years of clutter, was a small classroom desk. Two child-sized chairs were crammed beneath it. "Not you," Filch growled as James approached the desk tentatively. "You'll stand just there. And shut the door fast before you let all the heat out. Where are your manners?" Reluctantly, James pushed the door shut until the lock clicked. Behind him, the tiny chairs scraped and rattled as Scorpius and Lily sat. "I've got just the thing for you two," Filch said on the tail of a sigh, as if he had been waiting years for this moment. With surprising delicacy, he reached down and unrolled a drawer from the middle of his desk. "A great man is Headmaster Grudje. A great man indeed. But he is not the first headmaster of this school to truly understand the importance of discipline. There was once a headmistress. A woman of surprising talents and admirable convictions." As Filch spoke, he withdrew a pair of quills from the drawer and examined them critically. Their feathers were black, matted and greasy looking. The quill tips were yellowed with age, stained an unsettling maroon at their points. Without looking up from the quills, Filch rounded the desk, approaching the students. "In the good old days," he said quietly, almost to himself, "we had thumbscrews and racks. I thought I understood punishment. But that headmistress showed me the subtle art of discipline. Sometimes, it is the softest voice that speaks the loudest. Sometimes, the lightest lines cut the deepest." Filch sighed disconsolately, lost in memory. Finally, he looked down at the students again. "I had a picture of the headmistress for quite a long time, hung right next to my desk there. Had to take it down. Some people thought it a bit impolitic. She was imprisoned by that time, after all, however unjustly. She died there, in Azkaban." Filch stared at the blank spot on the wall for a long moment. James had the unsettling suspicion that there were tears glimmering in the old man's eyes. He made no effort to wipe them away. Finally, he sniffed hugely, turned, and held up the quills. "But in some ways she lives on. These once were hers, left behind upon her rather abrupt departure. I claimed them, of course, knowing there would be a day when they would prove useful once again. Here you go, my young miss." With a stiff bow and a moist-eyed smile, he handed one of the quills delicately to Lily. She took it with great trepidation, pinching its feather between her thumb and forefinger. Filch nodded approvingly, and then proffered the second quill to Scorpius. James felt a deepening sensation of coldness in his stomach, despite the warmth of the room. "Lines, my pets," Filch announced, turning away. He collected his cane where it leant in the corner, then pointed it back at Scorpius and Lily, who flinched. "Exorior," he spat fervently. With a pop, large sheets of blank parchment appeared before the seated students. Filch lowered his cane proudly and scratched his chin. "Let us see, how about I will not associate with troublemakers apostrophe. Yes," he nodded, narrowing his eyes at James. I think that will do nicely. 100 repetitions, if you please. That means 200 for you, my pet, since you are assuming your brother's portion. Morning classes are barely an hour away. If you cannot finish the task before then, you will return this evening for 100 more. Scorpius rolled his eyes irritably. Fine, he sighed. Ink, please. Oh, Filch smiled broadly. Ink won't be necessary. Suddenly, a thought seemed to strike him. He leaned close to Lily. A moment later, she hissed in pain and withdrew her hand. She looked down at it in alarm. A tiny scratch had appeared on the smooth skin of the back of her hand, already welling blood. It won't heal, Filch said, still smiling encouragingly, until you finish the entire line. Look, James spoke up, stepping forward to get between Filch and Lily. I'm the one who did wrong. Not her. I should be the one doing lines. She's just a first year. Step back, Filch commanded, raising his voice to a hoarse roar. He placed his hand against James' chest and shoved him firmly backwards. You'll stand there and watch, or I will double her lines this moment. Understood? James felt a nearly undeniable urge to shove the old man's hand away. He wanted to brandish his wand and curse Filch right in the face. His hands balled into hard fists at the very thought. Behind Filch, Lily watched, her face draining of color, cradling her wounded hand. Filch leaned closer to James, his brow lowering. You had your chance to run back to your daddy, Potter, he breathed. Now, your only choice is to submit. Or perhaps you are thinking of a duel? He raised his stubbly chin, a mean smile curling the corners of his mouth. In the past, poor old Squib Filch would have been no match. But now, things have changed a bit, haven't they? He rapped his cane menacingly on the floor. Without taking his eyes from James' face, he stepped backwards, watching. Right, he commanded. Lily jumped out. She leaned over her parchment, lowered the quill once again in her trembling, bleeding hand, and began to write once more. James listened, his fists still trembling at his sides, as her quill scratched over the parchment. Blood-red words began to glisten in her neat, slanting handwriting. Blood-red scratches dug magically into the pale skin of her hand. When the line was finished, she jerked her hand back from the paper. Instantly, the bloody cuts began to fade from her skin, healing as James watched. She exhaled shakily, and then looked up at him. It's all right, she said quietly. It's just for a little while. Silence, Filch ordered, returning to his desk and lowering into his rickety chair. You have 54 minutes. The clock is ticking. Scorpius looked from James to Lily, his mouth pressed into a pale line of rage. He began to write, quickly, as if pain was something he was used to enduring. Lily saw this, seemed to draw bravery from it, and leaned over her parchment again. Two quills scratched loudly in the tiny office. James watched, anger boiling in his chest, throbbing like a pulse in the corners of his eyes. He could scarcely believe this was happening. Filch had always seemed merely a vaguely comic nemesis, never a real threat. Only now did James realize that the old man's viciousness had only been kept in check by his powerlessness, and the good judgment of his superiors. Those days were apparently over. At the moment, James cared no longer whether he got expelled from Hogwarts. His sister's safety had been entrusted to him, and despite that he had allowed her to get into this mess. He would tell his parents everything, first thing, as soon as this ordeal was over. And somehow, some way, Filch would pay. 8. Thwarting Grudje. As the Saturday morning sun burned the dew into mist, James, Scorpius and Rose picked their way across the grounds toward Hagrid's hut. The half-giant was already outside, whistling cheerily and sawing a hunk of freshly lumbered wood into a rough beam. Thought we'd go all out and replace a few warped rafters while we're at it, he announced, clapping James on the back in greeting while the saw continued of its own accord, spewing sawdust into the wet grass. I see ya were as good as your word, bringing along some extra helpers. Morning Rosie, Mr. Malfoy. As always, Hagrid's voice cooled a little when addressing Scorpius. Some things, James knew, were harder to forget than others, and it was common knowledge that Scorpius' now dead grandfather, Lucius, had once arranged for Hagrid to be sent to Azkaban for a time. Despite this, within 15 minutes, Hagrid's good nature and cheerful mood took over, and he was soon hoisting the blond boy to the roof and showing him the ins and outs of nailing shingles. Very nice, Mr. Malfoy. He nodded encouragingly. Yay, I've got quite an eye for detail. Couldn't make those shakes any straighter with a ruler, I'd wager. Scorpius nodded half-heartedly, but James could tell that he was pleased with himself. By mid-morning tea time the sun had risen to a hard diamond, warming the late autumn air and revealing a nearly completed new section of roof, its fresh shakes a pristine cedar pink against the faded gray of the rest. The smell of sawdust hung in the air of the hut, mingling with the crackle of the fire and the steam of black tea. Midnight flying. Hagrid shook his massive head, smiling as he poured. Sounds like something your dad woulda done, I admit. Though, he never woulda had the gall to crash through me hut roof. He plunked the tea onto the table with a chuckle. Scorpius reached for a cup. Potters certainly seem to have a knack for trouble, he said pointedly, arching an eyebrow at James. And dragging other people along for the ride. Rose stared seriously into her cup, swishing the tea from side to side. Hagrid, she said suddenly, what do you think about Mr. Filch being granted magical powers? Hagrid looked up, surprised. Magical powers? He repeated, smiling in confusion. I can mean Mr. Filch. Why, he's a... Well. I see, he's a... He paused, his brow working furiously, trying to fight the inertia of his mouth. He's the caretaker, Mr. Filch is. What's he, need magic for? Everyone knows he's a squib, Hagrid. Scorpius rolled his eyes. But the headmaster has given him a magical cane. It runs on Grudje's own magic, somehow. And Filch is going a bit mad with it. Hagrid said, easing himself into a chair, a cup and saucer balanced in his enormous hand. I don't suppose there's any harm in that. I dabbled in a little illegal magic back when I wasn't supposed to. Had me wand made into an umbrella jute, keep it secret. Old Headmaster Dumbledore knew about it, of course. Could never get anything past him. I still use it these days, even though I don't need to hide it anymore. He nodded toward his pink umbrella where it leant next to the door. We know, Rose said, smiling slightly. The pink umbrella was fairly hard to miss. But still. Even when Dumbledore was allowing you to use your magic umbrella, he never gave Filch any magic powers, did he? I never even thought such a thing was possible. You think Grudje is just a better wizard? Hagrid looked so sharply at Rose that his tea slopped into its saucer. Albus Dumbledore was likely the best wizard ever there was. I'll have ye know that he could have given magic powers to a walnut if he'd had a mind. There's nothing any wizard alive could do that Albus Dumbledore couldn't have done better. Blimey, he's like to have invented half the spells in your textbooks. Of course, Rose demurred quickly. You're right. So why do you suppose he never shared his powers with Mr. Filch, though? And Headmaster Grudje did? Hagrid settled back into his chair with a long creak. Headmaster's is different, that's all. That doesn't mean Mr. Grudje is wrong. It just means he does things his own way. A lot don't need to concern yourselves about it, believe me. Don't go making the same mistakes your parents did. And not you once, neither. There was always doubt in the powers that be. Coming to me with wild stories about how Professor Snape was out to get him and how Headmaster Dumbledore was foolish to trust him. If they'd knew half the things I knew. You mean the half you didn't accidentally tell them? James murmured with a grin. Exaggerations, Hagrid proclaimed with a wave of his hand. I've been reading too many of Professor Revalvier's stories. Why, if she was here and not on holiday even she'd admit most of that was made up just to keep the tale interesting. He pushed further back into his chair and sighed wistfully. But it's true that things were very different back in those days, and that's mostly because of Headmaster Dumbledore. He was a great man, and don't let anyone ever tell you any different. James suddenly found himself thinking uncomfortably of Professor Avior. It occurred to him that his father, Harry, wasn't the only person who would be rather unstrung by the existence of a dodgy doppelganger of Albus Dumbledore. Tell us about him, Hagrid, he said. Did Headmaster Dumbledore have any, secrets? You'd know as well as anyone, wouldn't you? James half expected Hagrid to chafe at the question, but the huge man merely gave a shrug and stared out the window. Everyone has secrets, I expect, he said. And the greatest of us probably have the greatest secrets of all. I never pried, of course, but I can tell you this, all those stories that have been told about Dumbledore since his death, especially the tripe written by that horrible Rita Skeeter, it's all just plain rubbish. He may have had his secrets, and he might have done some things he regretted in his youth. But all that was nothing compared to the good he did overall. Why, when he was still a young man Dumbledore dueled and defeated the infamous Gellert Grindelwald, who had once been his best mate back before Grindelwald turned all dark and vicious. That takes more in power, mind. That takes strength of character, fighting someone who was once like a brother to you. Hagrid grew silent and stared hard at the window. The fire crackled merrily. Tripe snuffled and stretched by Hagrid's feet. Outside, voices called in the distance, enjoying the unusually warm Saturday morning. A great man, Hagrid said again, shaking his head as if snapping out of a trance. He sipped his tea. There were those what didn't believe the news when he died. Said it wasn't possible, especially the way it happened. Silly, of course, but that's the kind of legend Albus Dumbledore was. Even at his funeral, there were those who refused to believe it was all over, refused to admit to themselves that there was any body in that crypt. It had to be a trick, or a mistake, or some sort of elaborate plan. Even today, he paused and studied the dregs of his teacup. In a lower voice he went on, even today, there are people who think Albus Dumbledore is still out there, waiting, watching, just biding his time, working out some last, master plan, and when the time is right, when the perfect moment arrives, why, he'll show himself again. He nodded to himself and sighed hugely. He'll show himself again and make everything the way it's supposed to be. He shook himself once more and looked around at the students seated at his table. But that's silliness, of course. Even great men die. I expect we all know that by now. They die, and when they do, why, there's no coming back. James nodded slowly, emphatically. He didn't know that. He knew it all too well. At breakfast the following Thursday, just as the first frost laced the windows and the fire in the great hall was stoked to capacity against the creeping chill, Nobby returned. He landed clumsily on the table, nearly stumbling into James' porridge, looking unusually bedraggled and exhausted. That must have been some journey, Rose commented in surprise, putting down her pumpkin juice. James reached for Nobby's leg and began to untie the parcel of notes attached there. It's about time, too. I've got a nice fat letter all ready to go back. Just wait until Mom and Dad hear what's been going on here. He untied the notes from Nobby's leg and then paused, frowning down at them in his hands. What? Ralph asked in a hushed voice. Should we wait to read them later, do you think? No point, Scorpius muttered, leaning close to James and peering at the letters. Look, he took the letters from James and held them up. Lily, Rose and Ralph leaned close. Those are our letters, Rose hissed in surprise. She looked around at the others, alarm dawning on her face. The ones we sent to my parents and Uncle Harry. They came back unopened. What's going on here? James turned to peer up at the head table. Headmaster Grudje was seated in the center, neither eating nor drinking, as usual. It was difficult for James to tell from so far away, but the headmaster seemed almost to be watching him. After a moment, the old grey wizard stood and tapped his empty goblet with his wand, calling attention. The babble of voices died away as everyone turned toward the head table. Somewhat will have noticed, Grudje announced calmly, his deep voice ringing through the hall, that there have been some changes regarding school post. Due to the current stresses placed upon the vow of secrecy, external measures have been implemented to ensure the continued security of the magical world. For the time being, no unauthorized post will be allowed in nor out without the consent and approval of school officials. A wave of whispers rippled over the room at this rather incredible turn of events. Rose met James' eyes with growing unease. Calm yourselves, students, Grudje went on, raising his voice. There is no cause for concern. If you have need to contact your families, you may do so at any time. You will merely be required to do so via myself or, if you prefer, Professor Votary. If we approve your correspondence, it will be sent without delay via a fleet of especially charmed owls currently in our employ. Alas, your own owls, and those in the stable of the school owlery, would simply circle the school endlessly, unable to break the temporary boundaries. James reached to stroke Nobby's bedraggled back. Sorry, mate, he whispered. I didn't know what I was sending you into. They can't do this, Rose whispered stridently. It's not legal. Scorpius frowned up at the head table. This is no new rule, he muttered. I'd wager that boundary has been up for weeks. He's just telling us now because people are starting to ask questions. But why? Ralph shook his head. Are they really worried that the whole magical world will get blown open by a stray owl? James shook his head. Guys like Grudje don't care about the security of the magical world. They care about power. He's shutting down the post because he can, or perhaps, Lily said in a very low voice, he's just trying to keep his secrets? Scorpius looked at Lily sharply. Are you suggesting that Grudje has stopped the post just to keep us from blabbing to our parents? James shuddered. The thought was almost too chilling to consider. Next to him, Lily shrugged slowly. Later that afternoon, Rose and James caught up to Professor Votary outside his office. Yes, students, he said, clutching his enormous, badge-covered carpet bag to his chest and locking the office door with a tap of his wand. We just wanted to ask about the post, sir, Rose said, falling in step next to the short, fat wizard. We have some letters that got returned to us. We were hoping, perhaps, you could just stamp them, James added quickly. Or whatever you need to do to just, send them on. A necessary measure, I suppose, Votary sighed brusquely. Personally, I suspect a few stray owls, leaked strategically into the Muggle world, would be an excellent way to break the news to them gently. Strategy and moderation is what's called for. Nothing like the fiasco that occurred across the pond. Still, the march toward progress is always uphill, and equality is an egg best broken, slowly. He seemed to consider this analogy critically for a moment as he walked, then shook his head. Be that as it may, the headmaster is quite right indeed. Can't allow things to slip any further out of hand. This must be handled delicately. So, where are your letters? Rose glanced quickly up at the professor, and then at James. We, don't have them with us. We were just asking. What would it take? You implied you were in rather a rush. Votary frowned as they turned a corner. Bring them to me and I will inspect them and send them straight on. It isn't as if there is a queue a mile long at the moment. They're up in our dorms, James answered lamely. But, you'll need to inspect them? Votary nodded briskly. Why, of course. That's the entire point. Purely a formality, I assure you, he explained. I abhor any infringement of privacy, of course, but desperate times call for desperate measures and all that. The headmaster wants to assure that no overly incriminating objects or comments fall into the wrong hands. Sensible, if a bit, totalitarian. Peace at any cost, eh? He hefted his carpet bag and tilted his head toward a prominent badge affixed to one end. Peace at any cost. It flashed in red letters. James nodded unenthusiastically. Rose spoke up. We'll just bring them by your class tomorrow. Won't we, James? Sure we will, James muttered. Votary frowned at them vaguely. Well, that will be fine, I suppose. Good evening, then, Ms. Weasley, Mr. Potter. They waited for the professor to walk on without them until he rounded a corner. Then, without a word, they ran down the stairs and out the doors of the entrance hall. The sky was low and steely, packed with clouds and seemingly pregnant with icy rain. Wind marched across the lake, wrinkling its surface into long, iron-colored breakers. The waves thudded against the dock, spraying mist over Scorpius, Lily and Ralph where they waited, their shoulders hunched under heavy cloaks. Any word from Zane and Nastasia? James asked as he and Rose hurried to join them. I contacted Zane with a shard, Ralph said. They're coming to get us here in the next few minutes. Experimental Communications Club is meeting early today in some super-secret location, so they got special permission to escort us over. James tilted his head quizzically. They couldn't just meet us outside the cabinet once we get to Alma Alaron? Ralph shrugged and tossed a hunk of stale bread onto the waves. A long pinkish tentacle surfaced, dabbed the bread, and then coiled around it, dragging it down. Zane was all weird about it when I talked to him, like he was afraid to say too much or something. Chancellor Franklin was going to forbid both of them from leaving campus ever again, but Zane's head of house convinced him to go easy. Good old Professor Cloverhoof, James sighed. Sometimes I guess it really is good to be a zombie, sometimes nothing, a voice declared from behind. James glanced back to see Zane clumping toward them along the dock, Nastasia close behind. Sneaking around is almost the zombie cardinal virtue, the blonde boy went on. Still, the Jersey Devil had to pull every trick in the old zombie handbook to get us out of that one. I was just a poor innocent bystander, Nastasia added, batting her eyes meekly. We pixies don't like to play that card much, but it works in a pinch. I got a stern talking to from Mother Newt and a week of cleaning cauldrons, but May. She shrugged and looked out over the choppy waves. James tried to catch her eye. Ever since she had promised to tell him her snaky secret, they had not had a moment alone. He hoped to corner her after today's discussion. So, what's going on with XCOM? Ralph asked Zane curiously. Why'd you have to meet us here? Zane glanced around furtively. Top secret stuff. Need to know basis. I'd tell you, but I'd have to kill you. All right, James said, rolling his eyes. They're reading our post, Rose stated, getting directly to the point. They're reading it? Zane repeated. They can't do that, can they? James' brow darkened. Desperate times call for desperate measures, he said, quoting Professor Votary. Peace at any cost. Bah. Votary's going along with it because he's a dupe, but Grudje is definitely clamping down on communication for his own reasons. Perhaps Lily is right and he's trying to keep us from reaching our parents. Zane tilted his head consideringly. I could take your letters back to the Alaron and mail them from there, I suppose. Already thought of that. Scorpius shook his head. Owls don't cross oceans, remember? We use pigeons, Nastasia corrected haughtily. They totally cross oceans. James plopped onto the end of the dock between Lily and Ralph as the others crammed around. It's a good idea, but it would take too long. We need a way to contact my parents, and Uncle Ron and Hermione, he added, nodding toward Rose. Straight away. The longer we wait, the creepier things get. Filch is totally abusing his magic. Lily interjected, turning to Zane. He's a squib bully with a big old wand now, thanks to Grudje. He's got everyone scared to death now that he can catch and punish them however he wants." She rubbed her own hand unconsciously where an angry red welt still formed a scribble on her skin. "Filch supercharged is definitely seriously bad news," Zane whistled in awe. "Who else has he dropped the hammer on?" Ralph shifted. "Who knows? It's a new rule that no one discusses their punishment," he said, his voice hardening. "It's supposed to be a privacy thing, but all it does is make everyone's imagination run wild. And there's Filch, always roaming the halls, just looking for reasons to give out his dreaded detentions, banging around that cane of his so we never forget what he can do." "The whole school is feeling it," James agreed. There was a pause as wind tore over the dock, slapping the waves against its pilings. When it fell away, Lily spoke up, changing the subject. "I've been wondering about something." "What's that?" Rose asked, looking aside. "When that horrible watery woman showed up," Lily said thoughtfully, still staring at the waves. "Right before she grabbed me, she swiped at Peeves. Remember?" Scorpius nodded. "Serves the little imp right." Lily looked around, addressing everyone at once. "Has anyone seen Peeves since?" James frowned, thinking hard. He glanced at Ralph, then the rest. "No, I can't say that I have, actually. Any of you?" Scorpius and Ralph shook their heads. "I haven't either," Rose admitted. "You think it's actually possible? Could that watery woman have really?" "You can't kill a poltergeist," Nastasia said matter-of-factly. "They aren't technically alive to begin with." Lily looked earnestly around at the others again. "Either way, Peeves seems to be gone. If he really was, somehow, wiped out by that thing, it's proof that something really happened." James nodded. "It isn't just our word anymore." "But," Zane shook his head firmly, "who, or what was that woman? Where did she come from? How did she get into Hogwarts?" James looked incredulously at Zane. "It was the Lady of the Lake," he declared. "She travels through water. I've seen it myself. She can go through pipes, lakes, even oceans. As long as there are faucets, she can get in." Rose was frowning hard at James as he spoke. Finally, she said, "Are you totally sure about that, James?" "As sure as I can be," James admitted. "I never really saw her face. But it makes sense. Don't you think?" Rose shrugged nervously. "Perhaps. I suppose." Ralph peered at her. "Do you have another idea, Rose?" She shrugged again, not meeting his gaze. Scorpius rolled his eyes. "Oh, let's not beat about the bush. We're all thinking the same thing." "What?" James demanded, his face reddening. "Think about it for a moment, Potter," Scorpius prodded. "The water woman called Lily by name. She said she had missed her. And then she tried to run off with her. Doesn't it remind you of something?" James shook his head stubbornly. "No. I don't have the faintest idea what you're getting at, Petera," Lily answered softly, realization dawning on her. James looked down at his sister, speechless. Her eyes were wide and thoughtful, almost eerily calm. Finally she looked up at him. "Petra took me once before. Remember? She magicked me right out of the audience of the play during your second year. She was going to sacrifice me in the Chamber of Secrets, all to get her mother and father back." "Lily, that wasn't really Petera," James insisted nervously. "She was under the influence of the last shred of Voldemort in her soul. But she fought back. She overcame it and saved you in the end. Maybe she regrets that now," Lily replied. "Maybe she wants another chance." "That wasn't Petera," James declared, raising his voice. Suddenly, as if to counter his argument, a memory flooded into his mind, the eerie woman's voice that had called out to him from the darkness of first night. His father, watching from the Marauder's map, had witnessed the confrontation. "It was Petra, son," he had said, "Petra Morgenstern." "Petra is the bloodline," Ralph admitted quietly. "She may have overcome Voldemort's voice in her head once, but it won't just go away. It's with her forever. Eventually, probably." He shrugged, unwilling to go on. "And she's powerful," Zane added gravely. "She and Izzy both. Together they were somehow even more powerful than Merlin." He couldn't stop them. James felt like he was falling, dropping into the depths of the lake beneath him. Coldness seeped into him from all around. "Sister Fates," he said to himself, thinking back to that horrible night. That's what she called them. The Lady of the Lake, Judith. She called Petra and Izzy her sister Fates. "You mean," Rose asked tentatively, "maybe they're all one and the same?" "That doesn't make any sense at all," Ralph said, shaking his head, but James wasn't so sure. Suddenly, he felt less sure than he ever had in his life. "None of this changes anything," Zane said firmly. "Our first task is still to contact your parents somehow, get their help sorting all of this out. Don't you have another cousin here? Nastasia piped up. Maybe you could use him as a mule somehow, piggyback a secret message when he writes home. He wouldn't arouse any suspicion, right? Louis certainly is a mule, Rose muttered. And he's about as suspicious as a flubberworm. But there's still the chance the secret note would be spotted when they inspect his letter. We need something we can be sure will get through. James suddenly sat up as an idea struck him. Something we can be sure will get through, he repeated, squinting thoughtfully. Something that can't be intercepted. You having a brainstorm over there, James? Zany asked. I might be, James nodded. But it'll be risky. Especially with Filch on the loose. And we'll need help. Scorpius cocked his head skeptically. Help from who? James glanced back at him, his thoughts racing. The whole night Quidditch League. Oh, Scorpius shrugged sarcastically. Just that. I'll get right on it. You do know that Longbottom's shut us down entirely, right, Rose? Ralph and I will talk to Professor Longbottom, James replied. He can't be on board with Grudje and his new rules. Rose narrowed her eyes. Are you going to tell us this idea of yours? James shook his head. Let me work out the details. Scorpius, just see if you can get all the teams out to the pitch tonight at midnight. Tell them it'll undermine Filch and Grudje. That should get them there. I'll explain everything then. Rose and Ralph, we need to corner Professor Longbottom tonight after dinner. What about me? Lily asked shrilly, perking up next to him. I want in on this. Not this time, little sister, James said firmly. And don't argue with me. If Filch punishes you one more time for something I do, I swear I'll curse him back to the Stone Age, and me alongside you, Ralph agreed fervently. I don't know what you've got in mind, Zane said, giving James the first real smile he had seen in weeks, but I love it already. I wouldn't miss it for all the mustard in New Amsterdam. For now, though, we'd better head back to the Aileron. XCOM starts early today. With the meeting nominally adjourned, the group began to make its way back to the castle. As they walked, a fine, cold rain began to spritz in the wind, stinging their faces like sand. James dropped to the rear of the group, falling in alongside Nastasia. You and me, he said under his breath, staring at the ground as he walked. Tonight, after everything's over. You promised you'd tell me everything. I remember, she murmured tersely. I've kept my part of the bargain, he went on. I haven't told anyone. You keep yours. She glanced aside at him sharply, her eyes dark, nearly sparkling with anger. Then, with airy suddenness, her face changed. She leaned close to him in the stiffening rain, pressing her shoulder against his. She sighed deeply, shuddering as she let it out. Almost without thinking, James put an arm around her. She leant into it, letting him support her. Zane, walking ahead of them, his shoulders hunched in the rain, fortunately did not notice. He's completely mad, James shook his head as he, Ralph and Rose climbed the stairs toward Professor Longbottom's quarters some hours later. Experimental Communications wasn't meeting early at all. Zane just wanted to show us how he could gimmick the cabinets into taking us into the basements beneath Administration Hall. Did he? Rose exclaimed in a hushed voice, obviously impressed. How is that even possible? That's got to take some serious technomancy. Ha! James scoffed. You don't understand how zombies think. Why use messy quantum stuff like technomancy when you can just play a cheap trick? Ralph explained. Zane just planted a protean charm on the Alma Aileron cabinet, connecting it to a silver coin he carries in his pocket, so when he vanishes the coin to a new location, James added, smiling despite himself, the protean charm sends the Alma Aileron cabinet to the same place. Rose squinted in concentration. But that's. She shook her head in wonder. That's bloody brilliant. Seriously. So if he sends the silver coin to the basements beneath Admin Hall, their cabinet goes there, too. We step into this side and pop out beneath the guarded areas at ground level. But doesn't anyone notice when their cabinet goes missing? Nastasia came up with the fix for that one, Ralph replied. They hid an old crate behind the cabinet and put a visual maniptio charm on it. When the cabinet disappears, everyone sees the crate as the missing cabinet, but with a sign nailed to the door. James held up his hands as if framing a placard. Caution, rabid Nargle inside. Rose clucked her tongue. They could have done better than that. Nargles don't get rabies. Still, that's dead brilliant. You didn't explore the basements yet, did you? No, James said firmly. No time. Besides, none of us were prepared, and double besides, Ralph interjected, those weren't like any basements I've ever seen. More like catacombs 20 feet high, and triple besides, Rose said, stopping them outside Professor Longbottom's door. When you do head down to find this Crone Louse witch and learn what we can about the Morrigan Web, I am totally coming along. Ralph boggled at her. You have a bit of an unhealthy thing for danger, don't you, Rose? I've never seen dwarf subterranean architecture before, she sniffed. I'm a curious sort, that's all. James stepped past her and rapped loudly on the door. No one is going anywhere, he whispered, until we get word to our parents about what's going on here at Hogwarts. Let's hope we can get Professor Longbottom on board with us. There was a shuffle from beyond the door, then the rattle of a lock. A moment later the door swung open, revealing the professor in his evening clothes, a pair of loose flannel slacks and vest over a white shirt, buttoned to the collar. He smiled down at the students, but James thought there was something else on the professor's face. Was it worry, nervousness? James, he said jovially, Ralph, Rose. What can I do for you three? Good evening, Professor, James greeted him. We were hoping to talk to you. In private. It's about. Well, you know. The professor laughed lightly, and again there was an uncharacteristic brittleness in it. I'm afraid I don't know, in fact. But, certainly. Yes, do come in. I was just. Well. He glanced back into his rooms as if expecting something to jump out at him. After a moment, he stepped stiffly aside and gestured for them to enter. The professor's sitting room was comfortably furnished and rather pleasantly cluttered. A huge painting of a sunlit greenhouse tended by a skinny monk dominated the wall over the fireplace. The monk dug enthusiastically in a bathtub-sized pot, occasionally swatting away the leafy tentacles of its inhabitant. Tea. Perhaps, Longbottom suggested, indicating a platter steaming happily with teapot and cups. I was just about to have myself a nice after-dinner spot. Happy to brew some more. No thanks, Professor, Rose said, seating herself on the sagging sofa. We can't stay long. We just wanted to talk about everything that's going on, and ask for your help with something. James opened his mouth to explain further, but the professor overrode him. I can assure you, Miss Weasley, he said rather unnecessarily loudly. As I have told you before, your OWL studies are well in hand. You have years to memorize the notes I have provided in class. Just remember, herbology is a lifetime study. I won't expect you to know everything after only a few short terms. That's, James said slowly, not really what we came here to discuss. Professor Scorpius told us everything, but don't worry, your secret is safe with us. Besides, Rose here says the somnambulous isn't really illegal as much as it's just highly regulated. No fear there. Longbottom smiled, pouring hot water into his cup. I've abandoned that particular pursuit. It was a hobby, but it ran its course. Interesting stuff, somnambulous. It won't be on the test, however, he laughed lightly, unconvincingly. Yes, James nodded, frowning. Well, what we really want to talk to you about is night. A loud clatter interrupted James, drowning his words as the tea platter crashed to the floor, shattering its freight of cups. Oh dear me, Longbottom said loudly, looking down at the broken cups, the teapot still steaming in his hand. How clumsy of me. He glanced up at James, met his eyes, and then, slowly, shook his head, his eyes intense and full of warning. Here, Ralph said, getting out his chair and producing his oversized wand. Let me help you with that, Professor. With a few quick reparo charms, the tea set was reassembled and settled back onto the table. By the time the task was finished, everyone was standing, wands in hand, looking around rather uncomfortably. Well then, Longbottom nodded heartily. Thank you very much for your assistance. How very clumsy of me indeed. I do hope I have addressed all of your, concerns. Do feel free to come by my quarters anytime. Anytime at all. Yes, James, Ralph and Rose found themselves pressed toward the door. A moment later, they stood in the corridor outside, looking back at the professor in confusion. Thank you again for stopping by, Longbottom said, the smile fading from his face. I will speak to you again tomorrow, I expect, at herbology class. Perhaps you would be kind enough to stay afterward and help me repot some mandrakes. I know we aren't supposed to do it until later this term, but Professor Heretofore has asked me to expedite a few. They can be quite loud, you know. Quite noisy indeed. He nodded meaningfully, the smile entirely gone from his face. Then, rather abruptly, he closed the door. It locked sharply. What, Rose said in a low voice, was that all about? Ralph scratched his head, staring at the closed door. None of us have herbology tomorrow. Do we? Come on, James sighed. This whole place has gony nutters. Looks like we're on our own tonight after all. Disgruntled and worried, the three made their way back toward the main stairs. By midnight, the sky had finally cleared, revealing a bright sickle moon and a dusting of fine silvery stars. Early winter chill frosted the grass so that it crunched softly beneath James' feet as he trotted across the pitch, meeting the crowd already milling on the center line. "What's the trunk doing here?" he asked in a harsh whisper, gesturing at the Quidditch trunk where it bucked in the moonlight. "You asked for the entire night Quidditch League," Scorpius answered tersely. "What are we going to do, play Winkles and Doggers?" "The trunk goes wherever the league goes." James ran a hand over his face. "We're not here to play Quidditch," he exclaimed. "We're here to send a message to my dad." A babble of hushed voices arose on the night air. James held up his hands, calling for attention. "Look, you're all as unhappy about the way things are going as I am, right? Filch running around like a one-man inquisition and Grudje shutting down all post in and out of the school." "He isn't shutting it down," Nolan Beetlebrick commented. "He's just keeping a tight rein on it." "Yeah," Herman Potsdam shot back, "by bloody reading it all." Another rush of babbling voices arose in response to this. "Quiet down, all of you," Zane called hoarsely, stepping alongside James. "Seriously, this is dictator stuff. Grudje would probably call this whole meeting a subversive plot and throw us all in the dungeon if he caught us." Fiera Hutchins stabbed her hand into the air. "I don't know about the rest of you," she said, "but I thought this league was about Quidditch. I'm not looking to get rounded up by Filch. He's gone completely mad." "Come on, James," Albus called, cupping his hands to his mouth. "What's the deal? The rest of the teachers won't let Filch get away with this forever. Grudje may be the headmaster, but McGonagall and Longbottom have faced worse. They can handle this better than we can." At this, a tall figure stepped between James and Zane, making the gathered night Quidditch players shrink back in alarm. James glanced up and was shocked to see Professor Longbottom, his face shadowed beneath a heavy cowl. "You all should be back in your beds," he said firmly. "Night Quidditch has been disbanded. You have no idea what you've risked coming out here again." "This is what we wanted to talk to you about earlier, Professor," James hissed. "I didn't want to do this behind your back. We wanted your help." Longbottom glanced down at him, his face grave beneath his cowl. "James, you more than anyone should understand the gravity of this sort of thing. If Filch discovers this, I need to contact my dad," James interrupted. "I need to tell him what's happening here. And there's more. I can't tell it all to you now, but when we were in New Amsterdam, we ran into this." Longbottom hushed him suddenly. He glanced aside at the others gathered on the pitch. Most of them were dissolving into knots of nervous conversation. Only Albus watched from a distance, his eyes narrowed. "Boys," Longbottom whispered, leading James and Zane a few paces away from the others. "Things are much more serious than you know. Many teachers are even more worried than you." "Why, Professor?" James asked quietly. "Why doesn't anyone stop Grudje and Filch?" "Because Filch has the backing of Grudje, and Grudje has the backing of the Ministry," Longbottom explained quickly. "Anyone who defies them doesn't last long. You'll notice that Professor Revalvier is no longer teaching at Hogwarts." "I thought she was just on holiday?" James frowned. "That's why that new substitute Wizlet teacher is filling in. Revalvier is not on holiday, she is under questioning by the Wizengamot for subversive behavior. She was the first to challenge Grudje on his new policies, and she did so loudly. Within a week she was relieved of her post and taken to London for questioning." "But," Zane sputtered, "for what does it matter?" Longbottom answered helplessly. "She got herself into trouble with the Ministry once before for those books she published in the Muggle world. It wouldn't be difficult for Grudje to drum up new suspicions about her, and with her out of the way, he was free to fill her post with someone especially loyal to both him and the Ministry. Her Bettina Blovius is no literature professor. She's an undersecretary to the Minister of Magic himself, albeit one with an unfortunate affection for, well, certain kinds of magical literature." James nodded dully. "I looked over the new class reading list. She's got us starting on Persephone Remora's stupid vampire series next term." Longbottom shook his head dismissively. "The point is that Grudje gets rid of the people who challenge him. And he has ways of knowing who is against him. Few places seem to be safe from his ears. Not even my quarters. That's why I asked you to meet me in the greenhouses tomorrow," he added, exasperated. "The mandrakes would drown out our voices if anyone or anything was listening. I was going to tell you all of this then, when it was safer." "I don't understand," Zane whispered. "Why don't you just contact James' dad yourself? Obviously he wouldn't approve of what was happening here. Maybe he can get the Aurors involved or something, raise a stink about it until someone at the top listens." Longbottom shook his head slowly. "As I said, Mr. Walker, things are much more serious than you know. Even teacher correspondence is subject to Grudge's inspection. He claims it is the edict of the Ministry, but we know better. Every teacher's flu is monitored. Travel is restricted. Any hint of subversion is dealt with swiftly and permanently. There is plenty of secret resistance, of course. Myself, Professors McGonagall, DeBellows, Trelawney, Flitwick, a few others, but we must keep very quiet and use the utmost care. If we are discovered, we will be removed from the school completely and therefore be of help to no one. You seriously believe your own quarters are being spied on? James rasped. Is that why you were acting so daft tonight? It is a very real possibility, Longbottom sighed. There is no question that Grudje has ears in the most unexpected places, although none of us yet knows how. I couldn't let you talk about night Quidditch in my quarters lest you incriminate all of us. James, you and all of these students must go back to your dormitories immediately. This is far too dangerous for any game. We are not here to play Quidditch, Professor, Zane said. James has an idea. James nodded fervently. I think we can contact my dad, he explained quickly. If we all work together, that is. We can send him a short message, get him to talk to us later by flu. Are the dormitory hearths monitored? Longbottom shook his head slowly. No, I don't think so. But how, James? How in the world can you get a message to your father? We write it, James answered. In the sky, with all of us forming the letters. My dad has the Marauders map. It shows the whole castle and the locations of everyone in it, and he says he's keeping an eye on it. I think he knew something dodgy was going to be happening this year. He already caught me sneaking around once before. If he's checking in on me tonight, he's sure to see all of us gathered out here on the pitch. If we hop on our brooms, we can make a formation of letters and words that he's sure to be able to read on the Marauders map. Wow, Zane said appreciatively. That's zombie caliber thinking. Nice one. You really think it will work, if Dad's watching? James shrugged. He couldn't possibly miss it. Longbottom studied James' face for a long moment. Finally, he nodded curtly. We have to be quick. Get everyone together. Before I explain, I'll allow anyone who doesn't want to be involved the freedom to leave. If just one person tells, though, James, it's all over. Not just for you, but for me as well. We must both be willing to take that risk. James blew out a harsh breath. It's our best chance, I think. Besides, you're the unofficial founder of Night Quidditch. I think the league will go along if you lead the way. That's what I'm afraid of, Longbottom muttered darkly. Very well, then. Let's get on with it. It took rather longer than expected. Fortunately, not a single one of the Night Quidditch players elected to leave, despite the dangers. With so many people on brooms, however, it was especially difficult to arrange into the necessary formations. James and Professor Longbottom oversaw the process, taking turns viewing the arrangement from high above, calling down instructions as necessary. The G is drifting, James called down, cupping his hands to his mouth against the cold wind. Fiera, just stay next to the far ring. That's your anchor. Everyone else, keep a tight formation. No more than arm's length from each other. This is harder than it looks. Albus called up. You try hovering between two people in a bloody hurricane without crashing into each other. Turn your broom into the wind, Willow instructed. First rule of advanced flight, there's no spell to combat wind shear. I'll combat whatever I want, Albus muttered loudly. Are we almost done? What are we spelling, anyway? Nearly there, Professor Longbottom announced. He broke away from the formation and swooped up alongside James. Together, they peered down at the undulating, moonlit formation of broom riders. Griff flew 12 a.m., James read aloud. Do you think Dad will understand? Longbottom nodded. If he's seeing it, he'll get it. Gryffindor flew, tomorrow, midnight. If you don't mind, James, I'd like to be there myself, and perhaps a few others. I'll spread the word. There will certainly be a few more people interested in speaking to your father, however briefly. James glanced at the professor, realizing again the gravity of their situation. Yeah. Whatever you say, Professor. From below, Herman Potsdam called. How long do we need to hold this up? It's a lot less fun up here when I can't wallop bludgers at Albus' head. It's been nearly 5 minutes since the message was readable, James nodded. If Dad didn't see us getting into position, then waiting around probably won't make any difference. Here's hoping. Longbottom sighed harshly and then called down. Well done, everyone. Carefully break formation, spread out, and make your way back down to the pitch. Like dandelion seeds, the formation broke apart and drifted into meaninglessness. One by one, the Night Quidditch players dipped toward the frosty grass. James followed, landing on the center line next to Professor Longbottom. What do you say, Professor? Albus grinned, his cheeks red and his eyes sparkling in the moonlight. Since we're all out here anyway, how about a quick match? Yeah. A scattering of voices chimed in. Longbottom shook his head. Don't be ridiculous, he said, with obvious reluctance. There's no time. And besides, there's no more somnambulist potion. You all need to get back to your beds." His instructions were drowned out by increasingly enthusiastic appeals as more players gathered round. Beetlebrick was wide-eyed with inspiration. "We can set a target score. 100 points. First team to get there wins. No snitch. We'd be done in less than an hour." "No snitch?" Albus interrupted stridently. "That's not Quidditch, you heretic," Zane piped up. "We could field full teams with this many people. Forget houses for the night, just random squads for the fun of it. After all, the league's been shut down. Think of it as an exposition match." "Enough," Longbottom announced firmly, raising his hands. "Quiet down now, all of you." He stopped, waiting as the gathering reluctantly fell silent. He looked around at them all, his eyes hard beneath his cowl. Finally, he drew a deep breath and shook his head. 75 points, he allowed. "Snitch wins the whole match." "Because Albus is right. There's no Quidditch without the golden snitch." A rough, barely restrained cheer rose from the players, who immediately began to break up into swiftly arranged teams. "This is totally daft," Longbottom muttered under his breath, but James heard the smile in his voice. The professor produced his wand from the depths of his robe and pointed it at the Quidditch trunk. A bolt of yellow unlocked the trunk and it sprang open, revealing the restlessly glowing balls inside. "Listen close, now," Longbottom announced, turning back to the players. "Seriously, this is it. After tonight." Behind him, the Quidditch trunk slammed closed with a loud clunk. James jumped and turned toward the trunk. An old boot was planted in the center of the lid, holding it closed. With a swish and a flourish of fabric, the boot suddenly became the bony figure of Argus Filch, his foot pressed firmly on the Quidditch trunk, the invisibility cloak fluttering in his outstretched hand. He raised his cane slowly, menacingly, in the other. "Indeed, Professor," he growled triumphantly. "This is very much it." For one long, awkward moment, Professor Longbottom merely stared at Filch, his face unreadable. Finally, he pushed the cowl back from his head and stepped forward. "Thank you, Mr. Filch," he said brightly. "As you can see, I have arranged this little midnight outing. Herbology Club, you see. Midnight blossoms and the like. Your vigilance is appreciated, but unnecessary. I will escort the students back to the castle now that we are finished." "Oh, I don't think so, Professor," Filch breathed slowly, his grin growing even more toothy, the cane unwavering in his upraised hand. "If you'll just hand me your wand, we can avoid any unpleasantness." James felt a chill shake him to his heels. Filch had never once, in his experience, defied a teacher. "Argus," Longbottom said calmly. "I would hate for you to do anything you'd regret later." "Your wand, Mr. Longbottom," Filch demanded in a louder voice, taking a step toward the professor. "And it is you who might be regretting things right about now. If you please." He held out a horny hand, palm up. "I would do as he says," a thin voice instructed from the darkness. James' heart lurched into his throat as he turned, straining to see past the gloom of the grandstands. A tall figure stood there, watching, Thwarting Grudje, his face hidden in impenetrable shadow. "I have some very serious questions for you, Mr. Longbottom. Come along to my office, perhaps we can sort this out swiftly. Perhaps it is an easily explained misunderstanding." Longbottom glanced around at the stunned students clustered behind him, his face resigned. "I'll take full responsibility," he stated. "Go with Mr. Filch back to your dormitories. There will be no detentions tonight." "That's right," Filch agreed viciously, taking the professor's wand from him. "Teachers don't get detentions, after all." "Oh, no. Not by a long sight." Wind moaned through the grandstands, creaking in their dark heights. The sound mingled eerily with Filch's monotonous, wheezy laugh. 9. The Midnight Assembly. It was the very pit of night when James woke up. All around, the castle was as still as a tomb. The dormitory stove had burned low, leaving the air so cold that James could see his breath rising above his bed. If he stayed awake much longer, he could watch one of the Hogwarts house elves appear to stoke the stove back to life before dawn, silent and secretive, employing its own unique magic. James didn't know why he was suddenly awake, but he wished he wasn't. Stormy thoughts circled his head, swooping into land as he rose to full consciousness. Professor Longbottom captured by Filch and Grudje, the uncertain message to his father, the eerily familiar Avior Dorchaskathan, the malevolent Lady of the Lake and Petra's dream story, the Collector. The Morrigan Web. A low scraping sound came from the stairs. James' ears perked up and he turned his head to look. The sound had been tiny, subtle, and yet, against the dead silence of the castle, it had been as clear as a knocking footstep. He squinted into the darkness of the spiral staircase and strained his ears. "James," a voice whispered in his ear. He jumped, flailed in bed, and fell to the floor with a thump, taking the blankets with him. He scrambled to his knees and peered over the bed, eyes bulging. Nastasia knelt on the other side. She looked at him with glassy, serious eyes. "You," James breathed, trying to calm his pounding heart. "How did you? Can we go down to your common room?" she whispered earnestly. James nodded weakly. "Fine. I'm awake anyway." "Wait here for a minute," she said, her eyes still locked on his. "Then come down and meet me. Don't watch. Okay?" James frowned in tired annoyance. "You sneak into my dormitory and tell me not to watch? I already know you can change into a snake. That's it, isn't it?" "Just," she said in a small voice, "just don't watch. Promise me. I know you can keep your promises, so do it." He shook his head impatiently. "Fine. I promise." "Slither away." He closed his eyes and leaned on his bed. Across from him, a shuffle sounded, and then a dry scrape, like fine chain mail dragged on stone. In her snaky form Nastasia was, in fact, remarkably quiet. The next time he heard her she was on the stairs, descending in faint, sweeping slithers. James counted to 30, tired to the bone but almost preternaturally awake. Then, with a sigh, he stood, scooped his robe from the hook on his bedpost, and shrugged into it as he crept down the stairs. Nastasia was seated in the darkness by a window, barely a girl-shaped silhouette against the gloom. James joined her, plopping onto the chair across from her. He waited for her to begin. "You kept your promise," she said. "That's what promises are for," he commented curtly. "Otherwise they're just lies." Nastasia laughed darkly, weakly. "Sometimes it isn't that simple." James was in no mood for riddles. "So you can turn into a snake," he stated bluntly. A thought struck him and he slapped himself on the thigh. "I guessed that." He rasped suddenly. "Back on first night when you snuck in, I knew there was something you weren't telling us. The cabinets were closed for human use, but somehow you got through. I told Scorpius and Rose and Ralph that you had to be an animagus or something. It was the only way. Wait until I tell them that." He stopped himself, frowned again, then flopped back into his chair. "Right. I can't. Am not exactly an animagus," Nastasia muttered, turning her chin toward the dark window. "I may only be a fourth-year wizard," James replied, "but I know what it's called when a witch can turn herself into a snake. It's called animagus. Get it? Animal and magic? Is your pal Dead Lupin an animagus?" she asked suddenly, glancing back at him. James narrowed his eyes. "What do you know about Dead?" "I know what Zane told me. He said that Dead Lupin attacked Ralph once in the form of a wolf. But Ted's not a werewolf. So is he an animagus?" "Zane talks a lot, doesn't he?" James sighed. "But no, I don't think so. Petra said that Dead changes sometimes because of a weird combination of his werewolf dad and his metamorph magus mum. It's complicated." "So are you telling me you've got a dad who's a weresnake?" Nastasia looked away again and drew a long, deep breath, shaking as she let it out. "Don't be stupid." James waited, but Nastasia didn't go on. "So tell," he prodded, trying not to sound impatient, which he was. "You promised to tell me everything if I kept your secret." "It's not that easy," she whispered harshly, angrily. "I've only ever told one person before. It's hard to break the seal on a secret like that. Give me a minute." "Fine." James crossed his arms and slumped in his seat. "So were you there tonight, by the way?" "I didn't see you." "I was there," she replied sullenly. James nodded. "Must make it easy to sneak around that way. Slithering through the grass unseen. Slithering up the enchanted dormitory stairs without tripping the alarm hex. Sliding around through pipes and drains." Nastasia was quiet. James tried a different approach. "So how long have you been able to turn into a snake?" "I don't turn into a snake," she hissed suddenly, turning back to him. James shrugged. "You what?" she sighed again, briskly, as if frustrated. "It's not," she began, gesturing vaguely with both hands. "I'm not what most people would think of as normal." She dropped her hands onto her lap and glared at James, her face tense, as if she wanted to make a joke of it and was struggling desperately not to. Her hands scrabbled over each other restlessly, like wrestling spiders. Finally, she dropped her eyes. "Right," James said slowly. "I think I probably could have told you that. Mother Newt helps me," Nastasia went on quietly, staring down at her hands. "She's the only person who knows about it, and she explained it all to me. The Muggles have something sort of like it. They call it dissociative identity disorder. I memorized that. I like the sound of it. The witch version is really rare. It has a name I can barely pronounce." James shook his head slowly. "I'm a bit lost here, Nastasia." She looked up at him again. I have a fractured personality, she smiled weakly. Two of them, actually, two versions of me, both totally different, both living in the same mind. There's Nasty, the mean one, and there's Asya, the nice one. That's simplifying things quite a bit, actually, but you get the point. I can't control which one appears at any time. That's pretty crazy, I suppose, isn't it? Actually, James replied seriously, that sort of explains quite a lot. Don't make fun of me, she said, dropping her eyes again. I'm not. Really? I just. He shrugged. It sort of doesn't come as a great surprise. It sort of helps. Nastasia sighed again, shuddering. In the Muggle world, they have medicines for people with more than one personality. In the magical world, they have other methods. Mother Newt, she taught me that what I have, it doesn't have to be a curse. She said that it's lots different for witches than it is for Muggles. I can train both halves of my personality to work together, like partners, if they have the same ends in mind. The trick, she said, is to have very clearly defined goals, to make sure both of my versions work toward the same things. James was morbidly fascinated. How do you do that? Ah, Nastasia said with a smile, glancing up at him. That's between me and Mother Newt. There was a flicker in Nastasia's gaze, a mischievous glance, and James wondered if he was seeing a glimmer of her other personality, Nasty. It chilled him slightly. So the snake thing? The glint in Nastasia's eyes became a hard glare, burning in the darkness. Then, with a seeming force of will, she blinked it away. Mother Newt says there are words for that, too, if you ask the healers at the medical college. They call it a transmorphic event. Mother Newt calls it something else. She calls it a magical release valve. James cocked his head. A way to relieve pressure? She nodded. It started when I was 3 or 4 years old. Normally, it takes years to learn the art of the animagus, but under certain conditions, when a witch or a wizard's brain experiences extreme stress from within, it can happen spontaneously, as a sort of escape. When both sides of my personality, Nasty and Asya, went to war against each other, my mind couldn't handle the strain. So it just changed me. I see, James said slowly. As a snake, things are much simpler. I suppose. A bit more. Single-minded. Right? Nastasia shrugged and looked away. Something like that. So when the Lady of the Lake attacked Lily, James said, narrowing his eyes, you saw what was happening and you were at war with yourself? Nastasia still did not meet James' eyes. I've learned to control it, she answered dully. As the years went by, I began to understand the mental muscles that made the change happen. Now, I can do it whenever I want to. It's a pretty useful skill. Sometimes, like you say, it's handy to be able to turn into something else. So you fought the Lady of the Lake and saved Lily's life. James nodded. I haven't thanked you for that, she laughed darkly. I'm not sure it was this Lady of the Lake you're always talking about. It doesn't matter. But don't thank me. Don't ever thank me. Why not? She looked at him sharply, piercingly. Suddenly, she slid off her chair and knelt in front of James, leaning close over the arm of his chair. You can't trust me, James, she said in a hard whisper. Don't you see? The parts of me, they don't always agree. I try to make Nasty and Asya work together. I really do. But I can't always make both sides of me want the same things. I don't always know what it is that I'm up to. And I don't. I can't trust that it's always good. She stopped suddenly, her face pinched into a frown of concentration. Did I tell you I would come along with you to talk to Professor Avior at Durmstrang? James studied her face incredulously. Well, yes. Of course you did. You don't remember? Her eyes drifted away slowly, lost in thought. Yes, she said vaguely. Yes, I guess I do. But. There was a long pause. Finally, Nastasia shook her head wearily. Just, be careful when you are with me, James. I'll try to control it. I have ways. The snake, James nodded. Yes, she said, almost dismissively, her eyes growing glassy again, distant. But not just that. There's something else, something I have to concentrate on, something that keeps all of me working toward the same thing. James suddenly felt very sad for Nastasia. For the first time, he saw her not as a capricious, manipulative pixie, but as a tortured girl with a weighty secret, struggling to keep herself, and everyone around her, safe from her own nightmares. In some ways, she was very similar to Pedra. He touched her lightly on the shoulder. It can't be that bad, he said. What is it you concentrate on? Nastasia looked into his eyes again, gravely and intently. The thing both parts of me have agreed on since the beginning of the school year, she answered softly. And then she kissed him. It was quick, darting, and over before he even realized it was happening. His heart crammed up into his throat and his face heated, reddening his cheeks. "Good night, James," Nastasia said, her lips still only inches from his. "Close your eyes again. All right? You're mental," he whispered faintly. A smile twitched the corners of Nastasia's mouth. "That's what I've been trying to tell you." James shook his head, his heart still pounding in his throat, his cheeks still burning. He closed his eyes. Nastasia shrank away with a dull, complicated thump. He heard the soft rasp of her slithering as she moved away across the rugs of the common room floor, beneath the sofas and chairs. Seconds later, there was only silence. He opened his eyes. His head was spinning, as were his emotions. He barely knew how he felt. He only knew one thing with certainty: Nastasia's visit certainly had not made things any simpler. "Run, students. It's called tag rugby, not tag standing around wheezing like old women." The iron voice of Tabitha Corsica, in her York teacher guise, rang out over the muddy field with the assistance of an electric bullhorn. "She's enjoying this way too much," Ralph panted, hands on his knees, mud staining his St. Brutus t-shirt all the way to the chest. Graham nodded weakly. "It's state-sanctioned torture, I tell you." James looked up to see a herd of students galloping toward them in pursuit of a terrified-looking Kevin Murdoch, who held the football in front of him like a bomb. The mob bowled over James, Graham, and Ralph, capturing them in a melee of bashing shoulders, muddy knees, and sharp elbows. James fell, tripped a particularly beefy York student, and felt two more stampede across his back, their large, gratefully mud-caked cleats driving him into the mushy grass. A second later, the entire scrum collapsed onto Murdoch, burying him in a massive, grunting tackle. "Remember, students," Corsica called, the bullhorn turning her voice into an electric squawk. "This is tag rugby. But I do commend your enthusiasm. Carry on. We've 25 minutes before cool-down calisthenics." "You won't believe what I just heard," Graham moaned, limping back toward James and Ralph as the rugby scrum boiled away toward the far goal. "Don't tell me this is a double period and she's going to make us run laps after this," Ralph begged, wide-eyed. "Worse," Graham spat. "Corsica's going to be doing double teacher duty, filling in part-time at another school with an unexpected vacancy. Just heard the captain of the York squad talking about it. Corsica told them about it this morning and they're all broken up about it. They totally love her." "That's impossible," James shook his head. "Who cares?" Ralph interjected, digging a dollop of mud out of his ear. "They were laughing about the name of a teacher she's filling in for," Graham added pointedly. "A real gut-buster, they said. The teacher she's replacing is some barmy duffer named Longbottom." James startled so hard that he slipped on the mud and nearly toppled back on Tothuat grass. "Longbottom? Are you sure?" Graham rolled his eyes. "Pretty hard to get that name wrong, isn't it?" Corsica told him he taught at some yokel private school up north. "Can you believe it?" James shook his head slowly in wonder. Grudje replaced Professor Longbottom already. He got the ministry to reassign Corsica to his post. "He probably asked for her specifically," Ralph said dully. "She'd be just his sort. No wonder she's in such a good mood." Graham sighed. Ralph shook his head, flinging muddy water from his hair. "I wonder where Professor Longbottom is now?" James frowned worriedly. "Probably cooling his heels in some ministry detention center along with Professor Avior. Maybe Dad knows about it. If we have a chance, we'll ask him tonight." A rumbling of the ground announced the return of the rugby scrum. James braced himself as the mob swept over him again, sweeping the three boys along like a sweaty, mud-spattered snowball. From the sideline, Corsica grinned from her false, middle-aged face, her oversized glasses glinting white with the reflection of the cloudy sky. James spent the rest of the day distracted by thoughts of the previous night, as well as hopes for the night to come. He hoped that his dad had gotten their message and would be able to get through via the Gryffindor common room flue. Further, he was worried that Filch would announce some draconian, late-night detention for all members of the Night Quidditch League, possibly interfering with the arranged midnight meeting with his father. As evening descended, however, no word came down about any punishment at all. "Perhaps Grudje is just content to have nailed Longbottom," Rose whispered at dinner. "More likely Longbottom took responsibility for the whole thing," James muttered. "The worst part is it's all my fault. It was my idea and I talked him into it." Scorpius nodded loftily. "That's true. Quiet, Scorpius," Rose chided. "The professor never would have gone along with it if he hadn't agreed it was a good idea. There's no point blaming yourself, James." As they spoke in hushed whispers, Albus approached from the direction of the Slytherin table, walking with almost absurd, forced casualness, hands clasped behind his back, whistling loudly. He slid an eye toward James and ducked toward him, cramming between Lily and Ralph. "So how are we going to get in tonight, eh?" he asked quietly. "You going to meet us outside the portrait hole? Or do you trust me, your own brother, enough to just give me the password, tonight?" James blinked at his brother. "You don't mean?" "Indeedito." Albus nodded vigorously. "Beetlebrick, Fiera and the rest of Slytherin Night Quidditch, we all risked our necks to help send that message last night. We deserve to be there when Dad calls just as much as you do." "That's rich," Scorpius muttered. "If you think we're going to let you winkle your way into the Gryffindor common room, you're even more daft than I thought." Albus' face darkened. "You watch yourself, Malfoy. I still haven't forgotten our first train ride together, or what happened on the day of Granddad's funeral. Somebody owes you a good thrashing. You're still jealous that the Sorting Hat sent me to dear old Dad's house and you got tossed to the snakes." Scorpius grinned humorlessly. "Isn't that right, Asp? Stuff a sock in it, both of you," Lily exclaimed, pushing the boys apart. "Watcha," Kendra Corner whispered suddenly, sticking her head between James and Ralph. "What time tonight?" "Midnight on the dot. Me and the other Hufflepuffs were thinking we'd skive out of Astronomy Club early and be there at 11:30. What say?" James boggled at her in horror. "I say this is getting silly," Rose said with a brisk sigh. "Look, Kendra, we can't have 24 people sneaking into the Gryffindor common room at midnight tonight." Albus leaned over the table intently. "You can't just freeze all the rest of us out. We totally helped. You Gryffindors are always trying to take all the credit." Kendra nodded. "It's not a bit fair, James. You have to let at least me and Albus in." "Budge up, Malfoy," Herman Potsdam suddenly announced, forcing his considerable frame between Scorpius and Lily. He glanced seriously around the table. "This is about tonight, right? What time are we meeting?" James threw up his hands in exasperation. "All of you are going to ruin everything. You know that, right?" Ralph shrugged. "They did help, James," he said. "It's only fair that you let them be in on the conversation. I don't even know that Dad got the message." James shissed. "This could all be for nothing. We should probably tell a teacher or two," Albus suggested, ignoring James. "I heard Professor Longbottom say last night that McGonagall and Flitwick are in on the anti-Grudje rebellion." James hushed suddenly. He glanced quickly toward the head table, expecting to see Grudje watching. Instead, fortunately, the headmaster seemed to be virtually asleep, his fingers steepled, his eyes closed serenely. James heaved a brief sigh of relief. "We can't just go around talking to teachers about this," he went on in a lower voice. "Professor Longbottom said that Grudje has ears everywhere, possibly even in teachers' quarters. If word gets out, we'll get shut down for sure." Rose frowned. "How would Grudje be able to hear what people are saying in their quarters?" Ralph screwed up his face in thought. "Extendable ears, perhaps?" he suggested. "Remember those ones that Dead Lupin had last year? The ones that didn't even have to be connected to the source?" Scorpius shook his head. "Any competent wizard knows how to find stuff like that. If there was some magical receiver in their quarters, a simple Revelio spell would show it." "Either way," James interjected, trying to keep the conversation on point, "we can't tell any other teachers, even if we know they are on our side, not unless we know there's no way Grudje is listening." "Fine," Albus agreed. "But you need to at least allow us three to be there. It's only fair." He glanced from Kendra to Herman Potsdam, both of whom nodded firmly. James deflated. All right. Be outside the common room door at 5 before midnight. Someone will let you in, assuming," he added, bolting upright again, "there are no Gryffindors still in the common room who don't know what's going on, and that you don't get rounded up by Filch on the way. Remember, he's got the invisibility cloak now. If you get caught, you don't say a word about this." "Oh," Albus blinked in mock confusion. "I assumed you'd want us to invite Filch along, perhaps draw him a custom invitation with a checkbox for whether Mrs. Norris will be attending as well." Scorpius smiled wryly at this, turning partly away so Albus wouldn't see. "Joke all you want," Rose said, "just don't get caught. And bring Ralph, too. He was there in New Amsterdam with us. His input will probably come in handy." Ralph perked up to protest, then sank back, apparently realizing it would be useless. "Score for Slytherin." Albus chirped happily, clapping Ralph on the shoulder. Scorpius flapped a hand at the newcomers. "All of you clear off to your tables. Grudje will smell conspiracy if you hang about here." "That's true," Herman nodded. "Last time a Hufflepuff sat with you Gryffindors was." He frowned in deep thought. "Actually, I don't think there was a last time." Albus saluted briskly. "See you tonight, James. Don't keep us waiting." "Come on, Ralph." One by one, The non-Gryffindors retreated to their own tables. "Well then," Scorpius proclaimed cheerily, grabbing a cupcake from the dessert platter. "Looks like we're going to be having quite a little party." James buried his face in his crossed arms. At 5 minutes past midnight that night, James found himself on the sofa before the Gryffindor fireplace, crammed between Rose and Albus in the center of a bubble of uncomfortable silence. "You forgot, apparently," Rose hissed at him, "that tonight was a Friday. No school tomorrow means loads of people staying up for no particular reason." James didn't reply. There was no point. Behind them, the common room was indeed a hive of late-night activity, crowded with knots of babbling students, a wizard wireless tuned to a distant Weird Sisters reunion concert, and at least one raucous Winkles and Ogres game. In the midst of this, as conspicuous as a third thumb, sat the gathering of Albus, Ralph, Kendra Corner, and Herman Potsdam, all hunched around the hearth with James, Rose, Lily, and Scorpius. "Do you mind?" Albus perked up suddenly, scolding Cameron Creevy as he crept curiously around the arm of the sofa. "We're having a study group." "No interruptions, Albus," Rose muttered out of the corner of her mouth. "You're drawing more attention than you're sending away. It's bad enough having people from every house here for no apparent reason." Albus went on, undeterred as Cameron rejoined his friends at a nearby table. "We're practicing advanced telepathy. Dangerous stuff if you don't know how to do it. If you get within 10 feet it'll permanently scramble your brain. Seriously, you've been warned." Herman stirred uncomfortably. "It's nearly 10 past. Where is he?" "We don't even know he got the message," Ralph commented. "This could all be for nothing." James crossed his arms stubbornly. "Give it a few more minutes. Dad just had to have been watching the map. He couldn't have missed us all out there on the pitch. Maybe he was working last night." Albus shrugged, growing bored. "Sometimes he has too, you know. Or stuff happens around the clock." "Not lately," Lily commented. "Titus Hardcastle has been handling a lot of the late-night raids and stuff. After all, he doesn't have a family or anything." "Titus is 10 kinds of cool," Albus nodded enthusiastically, turning to Herman and Kendra. "Tough as dragon claws and serious as a curse. He once faced a horde of Inferi with nothing but a broken wand and a tea kettle." "That's ridiculous," Herman shook his head. "How'd he beat them?" Albus gave a sideways grin. "Let's just say nobody ever brewed tea in that tea kettle again." He tapped his nose wisely, then added, "On account it was so dented and bloody from all those bashed Inferi heads. Knocked a few of them clean off." "Ugh." Kendra rolled her eyes. Lily poked Albus in the ribs with her elbow. "That's totally made up." "Not at all," Albus protested. "Titus told me himself. He even kept one of the Inferi heads. Stores it in a little trunk in his bedroom and makes it sing Scottish lullabies to him on nights he can't get to sleep." "If it's not true," Scorpius mused, "it sure should be." "Look," Ralph pointed suddenly at the hearth. "Somebody's coming through." Sure enough, the coals of the fireplace were shifting and rearranging. Sparks crackled as a shape began to emerge. As one, the students scrambled from the couch and chairs, gathering around the fire in a nervous huddle. A face emerged from the coals and grinned up at them. "Well, this is quite the little party, isn't it?" "That's what I said," Scorpius agreed, glancing aside at James. "Uncle Ron?" James said. "Dad," Rose cried, delighted, "we weren't expecting to see you." "I wasn't expecting to be seen," Ron shrugged. "Got a last-minute message from Harry that you lot were keen to talk. Said something about a message you sent through the Marauders map. I didn't even know that was possible." "Uncle Ron," James asked seriously, shouldering his way forward, "where's my dad? Why didn't he contact us himself?" "What, your old Uncle Ron not good enough for you?" Ron asked, feigning offense. "Dad," Rose chided. "This is serious. We have loads of important stuff to tell you." Ron nodded. "Okay, seriously then." To James he said, "Your dad's been sent off on some international diplomatic hoo-ha, standing guard and looking official while a group of ambassadors sign this and shake hands about that. He's been assigned to loads of those sorts of jobs lately, leaving Titus to manage the day-to-day operations." "What?" Albus exclaimed. "Still? But Dad's head or he's the one should be sending others off on those sorts of busy jobs." "Believe me," Ron concurred. "It's no fun for any of us. Titus isn't exactly a bundle of tickles, even when he's not in charge of the office. The minister himself has been requesting Harry personally, though not every nation has a Harry Potter to trot out, scar and all." "Dad," Rose interrupted, leaning close to the fire. "Filch has gone off the deep end. The new headmaster has given him all sorts of authority and the magical powers to back it up, and they shut down the post," Lily added. "We can't send anything anywhere without it being read by Grudje first, and Uncle Ron, James said earnestly, lowering his voice to a near whisper. "We went to New Amsterdam. It was by accident, but when we were there we ran into this really creepy wizard who calls himself the Collector. He enslaved a bunch of muggles and forced them to help make some horrible magical weapon. And he's not alone. We think he's working with that escaped prisoner, Warlock. And maybe even... He stopped himself, remembering that his uncle, like most people, didn't exactly believe in the Lady of the Lake. "We saw Victor Crumb," Ralph chimed in. "He can back up what we say. He and the Harriers battled the monsters that Collector bloke sent after us." Wendigo's Rose clarified enthusiastically. "Vicious old Native American monsters. They were awful." "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Ron said, shaking his head and squeezing his eyes shut. "This is a load of stuff and I'm just trying to keep up. You say Filch is using magic?" James took a deep breath, glancing around at the others. More slowly this time, they took turns explaining everything that had been happening at the school, including Lily's and Scorpius' punishment and Professor Longbottom's dismissal. Ron listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. When they were finished, he said, "Security has been clamped down everywhere, but this is taking things quite a bit too far. No one has any excuse to be screening the post. And your dad will be extremely unhappy that his cloak ended up in the hands of Filch. I'd be expecting a strongly worded communique about that if I was Mr. Grudje." "But Dad," Rose pressed, "what about what we saw in New Amsterdam? Like Ralph said, Victor Crumb can back us up on this. He interviewed one of the muggles that the Collector had enslaved. She's the one that told us about the Morrigan Web." Ron shook his head dully. "We'll check in with Victor, believe me. But the Morrigan Web? That's just a myth, a scary tale to frighten children. It's not a real thing." "I've done research, Dad," Rose interjected pointedly. "You and Irmum," Ron exclaimed in exasperation, although James felt sure there was a note of pride in his uncle's voice. "All right, so what did you find out?" Rose explained her discovery of the historical Alma Alaron professor, Principia Lausa, and her discovery of the mythical Morrigan Web. "Apparently there's a witch that lives in the bowels of Alma Alaron's administration hall named Crone Lausa. She might be related to the original Professor Lausa and have some information about what the Morrigan Web does and how it might work." Ron was already shaking his head. "You lot are totally incorrigible, you know that?" He sighed to himself. "Now I know how Mum must have felt when Harry, Hermione and I were kids. Blimey, it's hard work being the responsible one." "But Uncle Ron," James insisted, "Zane's already figured a way for us to get down into the basements of Alma Alaron to find Crone Lausa, if she really exists. If this Collector wizard really is planning to set off some magical superweapon, then your dad and Titus Hardcastle and the rest of us will stop him," Ron interrupted. "Really? What do you lot think you're going to do that loads of grown and trained Aurors and Harriers can't?" "So," Ralph said slowly, "does that mean you believe us?" Ron turned to look at Ralph from the coals of the fireplace. "Is that what this is about? You think us grown-up types don't trust you because you're just a lot of kids?" Ralph shrugged and glanced around at the others. "Well, it crossed our minds, I guess." "Look," Ron said, lowering his voice and looking at each face in turn. "Remember just who you're talking to here, eh? I ain't so old that I've forgotten what it's like to be on that side of the flu. We know there are some seriously sketchy things going on at Hogwarts, as well as in the Ministry proper. Frankly, there are some bloody good reasons why security has been cranked up as high as it has. Ever since that whole mess in New Amsterdam, the vow of secrecy has started falling apart all over the place. Why do you think there've been all these annoying diplomatic missions all over the world for your dad to attend?" he asked, looking at James, Albus, and Lily. "Muggle governments are catching wind of our existence. Difficult questions are being asked. Slipshod, temporary treaties are being signed. Worse." Ron paused, looking earnestly around at the gathered students, as if unsure whether to go on. He lowered his voice again so that it was barely above a whisper. "Worse, there are reports that Muggle governments are already being infiltrated by dark witches and wizards, looking to gain the upper hand wherever they can. The ones that use Imperious curses and polyjuice potions, they're the easiest to find. Potions leave a trail of evidence, and curses can be sensed by competent Aurors like us. But some of these wizards are really cunning, leaving no trail whatsoever. If they get a foothold in a major Muggle government, well, there's no telling the disasters they could wreak." James looked askance at Rose and Scorpius, his face pale. "That's why we need to find out everything we can about the Morrigan Web," he whispered, turning back to his uncle. "It might be part of just that sort of plan." "We'll look into it, James," Ron nodded. "Trust me. You lot have already done your part. If there's anything to be concerned about, we'll uncover it. It's our jobs, after all." "But," Rose said, "No buts," her father exclaimed, overriding her. "Your job is to lay low, keep a watch on the goings-on there at school, and report back to us when you can. We'll discuss it soon, over the holidays. For now, maintain a low profile, stick to your studies, and stay out of Filch's way." Albus nodded. "I'll definitely put that one on my to-do list. Don't be glib, Albus," Ron said seriously. "And who the bloody hell are all these other people?" "Herman Potsdam, sir," Herman announced. "Ravenclaw. A pleasure to meet you. I've read all about you." Kendra turned toward him. "You've read those stories?" "I don't believe it. They helped us send the message to Dad," James explained with a sigh. "They're safe." Ron considered this and seemed to accept it. "All right then. To bed with all of you. And remember what I said. I'm not brushing you off, you have an important role to play. But let us do our part and we can all work together." "Understood?" James nodded tiredly. The others joined in. "Good, then," Ron smiled. "Everyone else sends their greetings, and Rose, Hugo wanted you to know that he's taken over your room completely for his pet garden gnomes and there's nothing you can do about it." "His words, not mine." Rose looked mortified. "Dad, we'll see most of you come Christmas, which will be here before you know it." "Remember what I said." "We will," the students agreed unenthusiastically. A moment later, the coals of the hearth crackled into senselessness. Ron had gone. "Well," Albus said with a shrug. "That was fun, I guess. Come on, Ralph, let's get back to the dungeons. Fiera, Beetlebrick and the rest will want an update." For whatever it's worth. As they all clambered to their feet, Kendra caught James' eye. "So, that story about you lot going to New Amsterdam and running into some vicious wizard, that wasn't just a ruse to cover up for you missing Quidditch tryouts?" "It wasn't just that," Scorpius answered. "But it did provide," James with a convenient excuse. Herman tilted his head skeptically. "The Morrigan Web, eh? This collector person is probably as loony as a Lobalug." "Your uncle's right. It's probably nothing." "Those Wendigos weren't nothing," Rose said with a shudder. Albus shrugged. "If you ask me, this whole thing was a bust. I don't see why we had to go to so much trouble just to have a chinwag with Uncle Ron." "It was supposed to be Dad," James insisted. Lily sighed. "He would have said the same stuff, most likely. He and Uncle Ron are in the same boat, you know, working at the Department of Horrors." "But Dad's head horror," James sulked. "Uncle Ron is a coordinator." Rose perked up at that. "What's that supposed to mean? Are you calling my dad a desk donkey?" No, Rose," Lily replied quickly. "His job's super important, too. My dad couldn't do anything without your dad following all those potion trails, coordinating interviews with shady witches and wizards, tracing Gringotts transactions, all of that sort of thing." Rose sighed weakly. "He is a bit of a desk donkey, isn't he?" Albus threw an arm around his cousin's shoulders. "But he's the best bloody desk donkey there is. And Lily's right. Dad says he couldn't do anything with him. If anything, your dad knows more about what's going on behind the scenes than even my dad does." "Well," Kendra commented, "if this is a peek into the exciting world of Potter family adventures, I think I'll happily give it a pass from now on." She angled toward the door, shaking her head. "Next time just come and chat with me," Herman agreed. "I can tell you the same stuff your uncle said and save us all a cauldron of trouble." James plopped back onto the sofa as Herman followed Kendra, Albus and Ralph out the portrait hole. It clapped shut behind them. "What was that all about?" an eager voice begged. James glanced aside as Cameron bounded onto the sofa next to him. "That was Ron Weasley in the hearth, wasn't it? I heard Willow Wisteria talking about the message you sent last night out on the Quidditch pitch. That was dead brilliant. So much for nobody talks about night Quidditch," James sighed. "Leave it be, Cameron," Scorpius announced warningly. "You didn't see anything." "Oh, I know," Cameron enthused. "You can totally trust me. My lips are sealed." "So what did he say? What's going on?" Rose shook her head. "He said to stick to our studies, let the grown-ups do their jobs, and stay out of Filch's way." "Oh," Cameron blinked. "Well, that's pretty good advice, I guess." A few minutes later, James bid the others good night and climbed wearily to the fourth year's dormitory. It occurred to him that they had not quite mentioned everything to Uncle Ron. He hadn't mentioned the fact that the words "the Morrigan Web" had appeared on Petra's magical parchment, her former dream story, along with a name he did not recognize, Marshall Pears. In fact, he hadn't told anyone about that, since he had promised Petra to keep the dream story a secret, but they had also failed to mention the mysterious Durmstrang, Professor Avior, and his uncanny resemblance to the deceased Albus Dumbledore. Considering everything else, it was probably the least of their concerns, and yet, as James changed into his pajamas and settled onto his four-poster, his mind warring sluggishly against the exhaustion of his body, he couldn't help wondering if Professor Avior was not, somehow, the greatest and most important mystery of all. Snatches of remembered voices followed James uneasily into sleep. "It would be best, Mr. Potter," Professor Avior's voice instructed calmly, almost kindly, "if you did not tell your father about this. Harry might be a bit conflicted." "You can't trust me," Nastasia pled in a sort of desperate whisper. "Don't you see? The parts of me, they don't always agree." But the voice that chased him into sleep was his own father's, from several weeks earlier. It was Petra, son. Petra Morgenstern. She flickered on and off. And then, she was just gone. Thefenal weeks before Christmas holiday unwound like a Weasley's Wizard Wease's trick clock whose hands moved slower with each passing minute. The last week of class at Durmstrang was cancelled due to inclement mountain weather, 9 feet of snow and 16-inch icicles that grow sideways because of offwind. Kendra eagled them breathlessly, having overheard a conversation between Hagrid and Professor de Bellows. Sideways icicles. Can you imagine? Classes at Beauxbatons, on the other hand, had ended a week earlier due to differences in holiday schedules. "They take almost a month for Christmas," Graham announced wistfully at dinner one evening. "A whole month. And they spend half that time fairy skiing and quaffing spiced hot chocolate in the Alps. That's it, I'm going to see about transferring there full time." James did not at all mind missing his Beauxbatons class. He still did not grasp the slightest thing about theoretical arithmetics, with its monstrous abaci and its inexplicable goals, despite the constant, smug explanations offered by York's Morton Comstock, who enjoyed an eerie affinity for it. He was, however, disappointed to be shut off from Durmstrang for the final week. He had finally made up his mind to visit Professor Avior in his offices, as per the professor's suggestion, and was rather nervous about it. Now that he had decided to go through with it, he wanted it to be over as soon as possible, and did not relish worrying about it all through the holiday. To that end, he had once attempted to make the trip through the Durmstrang cabinet on his own, class or no class, despite the warning sign nailed across its top. Waiting until the lazy hours between lunch and dinner, he had stolen up to the Baroque Durmstrang cabinet door and unlatched it, only to have it blow wide open in front of him, blasting him with gale force Arctic winds and stinging snow. By the time he wrestled the door closed again he was caked with nearly an inch of ice crystals, a fan of which covered the floor behind him, spreading up and over the end of the Slytherin table. Nearby, the ghost of the Bloody Baron shook his head in cruel amusement. Classes became drudging affairs as the windows filled with blinding white snow and crisp frost, begging for snowmen to be made and snowballs to be thrown. The ceiling of the Great Hall became infused with rolling grey clouds, heavy with yet more snow to come. Fires were stoked to the maximum, so that the castle was simultaneously bitter cold and unbearably hot. As per tradition, Hagrid felled and erected a monstrous pine tree in the corner of the Great Hall, where it was busily decorated by Professor Flitwick and his first-year charms class. The wild scent of fresh pine needles mingled with the aroma of the warm gingerbread and peppermint cookies that filled most evenings' dessert platters. On the last Wednesday before Christmas, James, Rose and Ralph were wending their way disconsolately toward the astronomy tower when Albus ran breathlessly up to them, his cheeks burning red in the chilly daylight. "You'll never guess," he panted, grinning. "We're all spending the whole holiday at the Burrow. Grandma Weasley and Uncle George and Aunt Angelina and everyone will be there. Even Luna Lovegood and that walking stick she married. No Dominique, she's spending the holiday skiing with a load of her Beauxbatons friends, but that's no great loss. Is it? Really? Christmas at the Burrow?" Rose chimed excitedly. "That's excellent. How did you find out?" "Post from Mum and Dad," he answered, fumbling a wrinkled letter from his knapsack. "Just got it this morning. Told me to spread the word to all of you. Lily and Victoire nearly split in two when I told them. I still need to find Louis, though. If we don't tell him, does that mean he won't be there?" Rose asked, narrowing her eyes. "Rose," James exclaimed, stifling a laugh. "I'm joking," she admitted reluctantly. "But if he tries to practice any more of his artistry surtout on me, I swear I'll fill his presents with slugs." "You're invited, do, Ralph," Albus added, stuffing the letter back in his knapsack. "Your dad will be there. He signed the letter himself, along with my parents and Uncle Ron and Aunt Hermione. I guess they were just trying to get all of us in one swoop." "What with the hang-ups with the post, does that mean Grudje read the letter before us?" James asked pointedly. "Him or Professor Votary," Albus shrugged. "I got the letter via inter-house post. Beetlebrick delivered it from Grudge's office, since he's a prefect. But here's the kicker, we won't be going home on the Hogwarts Express." "What?" Ralph frowned. Why not? Albus glanced excitedly from face to face. We're traveling by Portkey. No. Rose breathed. But. Why? Your mum pulled some strings at the Department of Magical Transportation, Albus said. Figured it would save loads of time trying to coordinate travel for everybody. I guess it's good to have parents that work in high places, eh? So where's the Portkey? James asked, a surge of excitement welling in him. Did they send it already? Albus grinned. They totally did. It came with a letter. It's just some ratty old Christmas sweater. I think Grandma Weasley made it for Uncle Ron back when he was still a student here. It won't work until the right time, and it won't work at all here on Hogwarts grounds. We'll have to hitch a ride out to Hogsmeade Station with everyone else and use it there, so no packing, then, Rose said thoughtfully. We can't carry luggage via Portkey. I guess our families will bring along whatever we might need, James suggested. They'll be traveling by normal means, probably. Either way, Albus concluded happily, this is going to be bloody brilliant. James overslept the following Saturday morning. He was awakened by a rattling bash at the window next to his bed. Blearily, he blinked into the blinding, snowy glare, and then startled as a shape banged clumsily against it. It was Nobby, unsuccessfully scrabbling for a perch on the icy ledge outside the window. James threw off the covers, already realizing what had happened and cursing to himself. Sorry, Nobby, he said, opening the window and letting in the snow-dusted bird and a gust of wintry air. I was up too late trying to raise Zane on the shard. I wanted to see if he was going to be at Burrow with us. Sorry you can't come along. Owls can't go by Portkey. Nobby fluttered to the bedside table and shook snowflakes from his feathers. Impatiently, he stretched out his foot, revealing the note tied there. James retrieved it hurriedly. Where are you? Hagrid leaves in 5 minutes. It wasn't signed, but James recognized Rose's handwriting. Of course, he tossed the note aside, jammed his legs into a pair of jeans, and squirreled into a sweater as he ran down the spiral staircase. On the last step, however, he remembered Petra's dream story. He was in the habit of carrying it with him everywhere he went, for reasons he did not fully understand but which felt important nonetheless. He turned on the stairs and bolted back up to the dormitory. Oh, he said, spying Nobby still standing on his bedside table. The bird cocked a head at him sardonically. James shook his head and ran to the window. Off you go. Have a good Christmas. Eat tons of mice and all that. Nobby clucked his beak and almost seemed to roll his great, golden eyes. With a clap of his wings, he launched from the table and lofted out the window. James slammed it shut and shot the bolt. A moment later, he fell to his knees in front of his trunk and began rooting messily through it. His right hand found the lump of Petra's parchment at the same moment that his left hand brushed against an unexpected scratchy shape. He yanked both hands out and examined his left. A faint abrasion formed a white line across the back of his thumb. James frowned at it, then peered into his trunk, looking for the object that had scratched him. A small, dense shape was embedded in the hem of his school robes. James drew them out and pulled the folds apart, revealing the snared object. The Yuxabalatma, he said to himself. He remembered being snagged by the burrs from the magical prophecy plant in Professor Avior's classroom, remembered the professor confiscating them, claiming that Zane had stolen them. One of the burrs, however, had remained, embedded in James' robes all this time, just waiting to be found. James thought back to that day, tried to remember which prophecy plant the burrs had come from. The question which most vexes you, he whispered, his eyes widening as he stared down at the spiny brown burr. Carefully, he extricated the burr from his robes. Glancing into the depths of his trunk again, he found a very old piece of Drubal's best blowing gum. He unwrapped it, popped the rock-hard hunk of gum into his mouth, and then folded the burr into the wrapper. Pocketing both Petra's dream story and the wrapped burr in his jeans, James scrambled to his feet and pelted down the spiral stairs. Hagrid delivered the 7 of them to Hogsmeade Station along with the last of the departing Hogwarts students. James jumped down from the huge carriage, joining Albus, Lily, Rose, Ralph, Louis and Victoire on the icy platform. Have a good Christmas, now, Hagrid bellowed from the high driver's seat, and then leaned aside and winked theatrically at James. James blinked up at him. You as well, Hagrid. Hagrid nodded, his cheeks apple red and his wild hair matted with flecks of ice. His beetle black eyes twinkled. I'll see you lot when you get back, then, eh? He winked again, twice. Sure thing, Hagrid, Lily replied, furrowing her brow. She glanced aside at James and Rose. Behind them, Louis hugged himself against the cold. Come on, let's go, he said. It's cold as a banshee's bum out here. Such language, Victoire huffed, her words forming white puffs in the air. She adjusted her little fur hat and stuffed her hands into a matching muff. But Louis is right. This cold is no good for our complexions. That's not what I said. Louis protested. Let's get under the awning where there's less snow, Albus said briskly, brandishing a soft package wrapped tightly in paper and twine. The portkey will be active at exactly 10 o'clock. The troop made their way along the snowy platform as the Hogwarts Express began to chug noisily, belting masses of black smoke into the sky. Its huge crimson wheels spun on their tracks, screeching metal on metal, and then slowed to a laborious crawl, inching the great train out of the station and steadily picking up speed. James watched the windows go by, saw the glimpsed faces of its passengers, his classmates, laughing as they settled into their seats, stuffing their coats and hats onto the overhead racks. Soon enough, the caboose swept past, dragging a pall of snow-flecked air and smoke, and the train was gone, its shrill whistle already echoing from the valley below. I hope you've been keeping a close eye on that thing, Louis commented as Albus laid his parcel on a bench and untied the twine. No, I lent it out for winkles and augurs, Albus replied. I let the rest of the Slytherins use it for target practice in the casting range. What do you think, genius? Well, Louis huffed, it is our only means of getting home now. If the Porches spell has been altered or tampered with in any way, there's no knowing where we'll end up. Victoire shook her head in annoyance. I'm sure Albus has been careful with it. He is not in the habit of allowing important magical tools to fall into the wrong hands. You mean like James, here? Louis said pointedly, turning to his sister. We've all heard about how Filch ended up with the invisibility cloak. Real smooth, that one. Belt up, Louis, Lily said mildly, or Rose here will belt it for you. Louis glanced at Rose, who glared at him. He looked back at Victoire for help, but she merely shrugged imperiously. What was up with Hagrid? Ralph asked. He sure was acting weird, wasn't he? He is Hagrid, Victoire sniffed. What is unusual about him acting weird? Just then, the bell in the Hogsmeade clock tower began to toll, its echo pealing across the bare trees and snow-crusted rooftops. That's it, Albus said excitedly, pulling open the wrapping and revealing a neatly folded, if somewhat threadbare old sweater. It was burgundy with a large golden letter R knitted in the center. Albus looked from it to the others gathered round. You've all traveled by portkey before, he said as the Hogsmeade bell continued to toll. This is it, then. Everyone grab on and hold tight. He reached forward, as did 6 other hands. Each grabbed a fistful of the old sweater. An instant later, James felt the familiar sensation of a hook grabbing his middle and tugging him sharply forward. His last thought, as Hogsmeade Station whipped past him and vanished into a speck, was that he had forgotten his glasses and his mum would probably kill him for it. A cold blur blasted over him as he held on tight to the sweater. An instant later, a hard floor materialized beneath him and he stumbled, barely keeping his footing. He let go of the sweater and banged into Victoire, knocking her hat off. Ouch, she scolded shrilly. Watch your gigantic feet. You stamped on my toes. Sorry, Ralph said, still flailing for balance. I never get used to that. Albus was still holding onto the sweater in the darkness. James could barely see his brother's face in the gloom as he peered around, his eyes tense. Where are we? Albus asked. This isn't the burrow. Is it? I told you, Louis exclaimed. The portkey got damaged somehow. Who knows where we ended up? Quiet, Louis, Lily scolded worriedly. It looks like an attic, Rose commented, moving slowly forward. She pushed a mass of draping cloth aside. It fell heavily, throwing up a cloud of dust and revealing a round window, opaque with grime and pale with daylight. It is an attic, James said, joining Rose near the window. But it's not the burrow, that's for sure. He reached toward the window, meaning to rub the grime off and peek out, when a long, juddering creak came out of the darkness behind them. All 7 students jumped and gasped, turning toward sound. There was nothing to be seen but a steeply canted roof on both sides, leading into impenetrable shadows. Then, creakily, footsteps began to approach out of the dark. Wands, Victoire whispered sharply. James heard her, sensed her whisking hers out of her muff. He scrambled for his own, as did the others. Slowly, they backed away from the darkness as the footsteps grew closer, thumping slowly on the old wooden floor. James felt the cold glass of the window against his back as he bumped against it. He raised his wand shakily in his outstretched fist. Next to him, Ralph's wand vibrated in his hand, its lime green tip bobbing against the dark. A pair of large, naked feet began to emerge from the shadows, followed by surprisingly short, nubbly legs and a filthy old loincloth. As the figure emerged fully into the light, it peered up at the students, its squinty eyes showing nothing but weary patience. It was holding a platter in its right hand, laden with 7 steaming mugs, mulled cider for the young masters and mistresses. It said in a deep, croaking voice. As a sort of reluctant afterthought, it added, and may I be the first to wish them all a happy Christmas, creature." Lily burst out in relief. "Is it really you?" James shook his head, caught between barking anger and laughing out loud. "But where are we then?" "Yes," Victoire demanded, jamming her fists onto her hips. "This is not the burrow." "Humblest apologies, masters and mistresses," Creature grumbled, dipping his head perfunctorily. "It was your parents' idea. There will be no Christmas at the burrow this holiday, despite what you, and many others, have been led to believe. I am afraid you will instead be spending it here. At number 12 Grimwald Place. 10. A Clandestine Christmas. I can't believe you forgot your glasses." Ginny Potter shook her head stridently, unpacking her suitcase and separating a pile of clothes for James and Albus. "If you only wore them when you're supposed to, you wouldn't go leaving them behind when you travel on holiday." "I knew you'd blow a cauldron about that," James sighed, standing back as his mother moved about the room, socking folded clothes into dresser drawers and levitating the suitcases onto a high shelf. "I woke up late, Mum. I barely had time to get dressed." "You're lucky I'm wearing pants, and yet somehow you managed to remember your wand," his mother commented sharply. She shoved a pile of folded clothes into his arms and turned to Rose, who was watching from the hall with a smug smile on her face. "Rose, does James wear his glasses to class?" "It's never happened once," Rose answered immediately. Ginny turned back and glared at her son. "She's not even in most of my classes," James insisted. "How would she even know?" Albus stepped past Rose and scooped a pile of his own clothes off the bed. "I don't think he's worn them once since school started," he commented airily. "I keep telling him he's supposed to. I keep telling him, there's no magical cure for poor vision." "You do not," James exclaimed furiously. "Enough." Ginny shook her head. To James, she said, "You wear those glasses when you are supposed to, or I'll tell your father and he'll permanently hex them to your face. And you," she turned to Albus, "don't be a rabble-rouser. The day you give helpful advice is the day I win the Quidditch World Cup." With that, she strode out of the room, James, Rose and Albus on her heels. "So why are we here at Grimwald Place instead of the burrow, Mum?" Albus asked, unperturbed. She sighed. "Ask your father. Or any of your uncles. This was all their plan. Not that I disagree," she added. "It's just that they can explain it better, if they choose to explain it at all." Rose glanced at James and Albus, and then turned toward the stairs, taking them two at a time. Albus and James gave chase, pounding down the steps in her wake. Ralph was on the second floor landing with Lily, both peering at the portrait of old Mrs. Black in her curtained alcove. "She's restless lately," Lily was saying, "not as hateful and filthy as she used to be when she would just scream and curse about half-bloods in her house. But still, ever since the night of the unveiling." James paused on the landing and glanced at Mrs. Black in her frame. Years before, the family had accidentally discovered that the hateful portrait could be mollified with Muggle television, and had hurried to have one painted right into her canvas. Normally, the chat shows and courtroom dramas kept her in a sort of trance-like fugue. Now, however, she muttered to herself in agitation, occasionally awakening enough to glance out of her frame, recoiling in horror at the sight of those on the landing. "Desecration," she hissed, her eyes starting from the painted, flickering television to Ralph and Lily. "Impure. House of my fathers." James looked closer at the television in her painting. On it, a news program warbled away, showing a scene of world leaders gathering at a long table. It was entirely possible, James thought, that his own father had appeared on the news, standing in the background as agreements were signed, shoring up the vow of secrecy with suspicious Muggle governments. Perhaps this was what was agitating old Mrs. Black. "The wizard and Muggle worlds are closer together than they have been in centuries," a man's voice commented from nearby. James turned, as did the others, to see his Uncle Percy, his eyes grave as he studied the painted television. "Walburga Black is not the only person who senses this. We are living in interesting times, children." "Hi Uncle Percy," Lily said, approaching the man and putting her arms around him. Percy hugged her, and then looked around at the others. James thought, and not for the first time, that his uncle had changed quite a lot since the death of his adopted daughter, Lucy. His pompousness had been replaced with a sort of dull gravity, a haunted look that was never fully absent from his gaze. "Molly and your Aunt Audrey and I just arrived. They're still down in the kitchen," he offered a wan smile. "Looks like it will be rather cramped quarters this holiday, doesn't it? It's a good thing we all like each other." Albus shrugged. "I wouldn't mind if James had stayed back at Hoggy's. He snores." "I do not." James shoved his brother. "Your feet stink so bad it's like the time those flubberworms died under your bed." "Stop," Lily said soothingly, stepping between her brothers as Percy proceeded up the steps. "There's no point in arguing. You're both right." Behind them, Rose tramped down the remaining stairs. "I'm going to see what this is all about. Rosie." A man's voice called as she passed the sitting room. Rose grinned and angled through the archway, followed by James and Ralph. Inside, the hearth burned with goblin fire, crackling almost inaudibly and making no smoke whatsoever. Seated around it on a scattering of old, mismatched furniture were three of the Weasley brothers, Ron, Bill, and Charlie. Luna Lovegood was also there, draped languidly across the lap of her new husband, Rolf Scamander, who sat bolt upright in a tall wingback chair, his thick glasses magnifying his eyes into an expression of perpetual surprise. "Dad," Rose cried, throwing herself onto her father's lap. "Uncle Bill." "Uncle Charlie." Albus grinned, striding toward the sofa and squeezing between his uncles. "You little rogue." Bill smiled, tousling his hair roughly. "How are things in the dungeons? You keeping those Slytherin snakes in line?" Charlie elbowed Albus affectionately. "Heaven knows they need a Potter there to remind them of what's what." "I'm afraid times have changed, dear uncles," Albus replied mournfully. "It's the Gryffindors who are all sneaky and underhanded these days. Why, just a few weeks ago, James nearly got us all thrown out of school for being out after hours, sending illicit messages and whatnot." "We heard about that," Bill said, gesturing toward Ron. "That was some brilliant thinking, James. You do the Order proud." James smiled at his uncle and felt a blush rise to his cheeks. "The Order?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. "Shush, all of you," Luna said, raising her mug. "It's Christmas. Let's not speak of such things, for now, at least," Ron agreed. He smiled at Rose, who snuggled on his lap. "How was the portkey?" "Fine," she replied. "But Grandma Weasley will probably leather you with a hex for using your old sweater. So why are we meeting here instead of the Burrow like we were supposed to?" "Nothing wrong with old Grimwald Place," Bill answered heartily. "I dare say Creature makes it nearly as festive as a chestnut. Why, when we arrived he had those old house elf heads singing Christmas carols." "No," Albus exclaimed. "He's been trying to do that for years but Mum never allows it." Luna smiled. "She's been a bit busy trying to arrange for us all to be here. Still, I do rather like the singing. It's curiously unconventional." Behind her, Rolf nodded meaningfully. James knew why. Few people appreciated, or identified with the curiously unconventional as much as Luna Lovegood Scamander. "Seriously," James said, plopping onto the arm of the sofa next to his Uncle Bill. "Why here? You lot sent Albus a letter saying we'd be traveling by portkey to the Burrow, and then you brought us all here instead. And just now you mention the Order." "Last-minute change of plans," Charlie stated, waving a hand in the air. "Your dad suggested it a few days ago and we all loved the idea." "Enough said, and here we all are." "And goblin fire in the hearth," Rose said, perking up on her father's lap and narrowing her eyes. "No smoke for the chimney." "Extremely dodgy," Albus agreed, turning to look closely at his Uncle Charlie. "You're hiding something." "What is it?" "Poppycock," Ron said firmly. "Stop being so bloody suspicious, all of you. There are more bedrooms here than there are at the Burrow, it's as simple as that. And we've charmed the attic to function as a dormitory for the lot of you. You saw it when you first arrived." "If you charmed the attic," Rose said, cocking her head, "you don't have much of an idea of what a dormitory is." "Bloody hell," Ron muttered, climbing to his feet and depositing his daughter onto the chair behind him. "I thought Hermione was doing it. And she likely thought I was doing it. And now she's out helping Deadloop get a tree. Seriously, though, she's much better at furniture transfiguration than me." He started for the archway, and then stopped, glancing back sternly. He pointed at the three students one by one. "All of you, keep your noses to yourselves. There's nothing suspicious going on." He stopped, seeing the look on Rose's face. "And I'm totally wasting my breath, aren't I?" "You've never been able to lie, Dad," Rose shook her head. "Sorry. You're just too honest by nature. Leave it to Uncle Charlie." "Damn right," Charlie agreed, hoisting a mug of cider. "Let them be, Ron. They'll find out soon enough. We bloody would have when we were their age." Ron fumed silently for a moment, and then seemed to resign himself with a shake of his head. "Luna's right," he shrugged. "It's Christmas. Let's not speak of such things." He sighed deeply and gave a small smile. "I've got an attic to transfigure. Who wants to help?" "I'm in." Albus jumped up eagerly. "I want quadruple bunks, all the way to the ceiling." "James on the very bottom." "James?" "Rosie?" Ron prompted. "No thanks," James said, getting to his feet. "I want to go say hi to everyone else." "Me too," Rose said quickly, joining him. Ron rolled his eyes. "You're both as transparent as ghosts." "Fine. Go see what secrets you can dig up. But I'm telling you, you're wasting your time." In that, it turned out Uncle Ron was quite right. Grandma Weasley, to no one's surprise, was in the kitchen, surrounded by brilliant sunbeams from the high windows and the warm scent of baking. Bowls stirred themselves busily on the butcher block while a huge wooden spoon swiftly dolloped raw cookie dough onto baking pans. Fleur was with her, looking unnecessarily sprightly in an immaculate white apron, her blonde hair pulled back in festively ribboned pigtails. "Good morning, James, Rose," Grandma Weasley sang delightedly, dusting her hands on her apron and drawing them into a mutual, crushing embrace. "So good to have you all here. Where are the others?" "Mostly upstairs," Rose smiled, squeezing her grandmother as tightly as she could. "Turning the attic into a hostel," Fleur commented briskly. "With all Z magics they are pouring into Zissus, it's a wonder it doesn't grow legs and dump us all straight out onto Z Street. Adding floors, enlarging Zis, reducing Zhat. It is more than an old use can take. Who's enlarging things and adding rooms and floors?" James asked as casually as he could, but his grandmother merely flapped a hand at him. "Never you mind that. If you're going to hang about the kitchen, we can use your help, both of you. It's no small task cooking and baking for a family this size, especially with all these extra visitors and unexpected guests." "Who's unexpected?" Rose pressed. "Are there even more people coming, and where is Dad?" James added. "Don't tell me he's traveling again." "These are questions for your uncles." Fleur shook her head, hefting the pan of cookies and opening the oven with a flick of her wand. "They'll tell you everything you need to know." James rolled his eyes. "We already asked them. They didn't tell us anything." "Well then I guess you don't need to know, do you?" Grandma Weasley replied curtly. "Now off with you or get to work." "Which will it be?" The answer was obvious. James and Rose darted through the sunlit kitchen and pulled open the cellar door with a creak. They tromped down the wooden stairs into murky dark. The cellar had once been a ramshackle dining area. Now, the ancient table had been replaced with a collection of old sofas and chairs, forming a comfortably shabby common room, all centered round an enormous, rusty stove. To James, the cramped, low room felt rather a lot like the basement game room of his old Alma Alaron residence, Bigfoot House. Voices echoed from near the glowing stove. "Grudje has ultimate say when it comes to the faculty," George Weasley was saying darkly. "I doubt even Harry can talk the minister out of it." "Harry's persistent," a woman's voice answered. "Besides, the law is the law." As James and Rose approached, they saw Angelina, George's wife, seated next to him on the couch. She glanced up at them and smiled, just in time. "Good morning, James, Rose. And Merry Christmas, you, too." And Angelina, Rose sighed in frustration. "Are you two going to tell us what's going on?" "Why should anything be going on?" Uncle George replied, staring densely into the glow of the stove. James threw himself onto a nearby chair. "Don't you start. You of all people, Uncle George." "We won't tell you what your presents are no matter how many times you ask," Angelina teased. "What's going on with Uncle Harry and Headmaster Grudje?" Rose sighed, sinking to the couch next to Angelina. "And have you heard what a nightmare he is, by the way? He's given Filch some magical cane and set him free on his own little reign of terror." Angelina nodded, her smile growing dark. "We've heard all about it. Believe me, here he comes," George suddenly said, jumping forward and grabbing the handle of the stove door. With a screech, he wrenched it open, revealing the glowing coals inside. James peered into the nearly blinding glare, expecting to see a face appear there. Instead, the coals flared brilliant green and flashed with flame. A figure popped incongruously out of the small space, bringing a wreath of green flames with it. When the flames evaporated, Harry Potter was standing there, dressed in his winter cloak, a natty suit peeking from beneath it. "Dad!" James proclaimed, jumping up. He moved to his father's side, only now realizing how much he had missed him. "James," his father greeted him warmly, throwing an arm firmly around his shoulders and squeezing. A moment later, the stove glowed bright green again and Harry drew his son aside, making room. Another figure popped out of the flames, this one decidedly more bedraggled looking, his hair lank and dark, hanging in his face. As he straightened and swept his bangs aside, James recognized the figure and gasped. Rose jumped up. "Professor Longbottom," she cried. The professor smiled wearily and shook ash from his shoulders. "Do I smell cookies?" he asked faintly. "I'm perfectly starved." "It isn't that, it's secret," Harry Potter explained later, walking from room to room on the third floor with James, Rose and Ralph on his heels. "It just isn't anything you'd be interested in. It's just business." "But your head or, Uncle Harry," Rose countered, following Harry into a corner bedroom. "Your business is totally exciting." "Seriously," Harry smiled at her, and then waved his wand slowly around the room, scanning it with pale purple light. James recognized it as a Revelio spell, meant to uncover hidden objects or secrecy charms. Harry spoke as he swept the room. "You'd be amazed how dull Nora's job can be, Rose. Just ask your father. Tomorrow night's meeting really will be dead boring. I would skip out on it myself if I could. Come and join you in the attic and play Winkles and Ogres or Exploding Snap. Count yourselves lucky." "I don't believe that for a second," James pressed firmly. "What's with all the secrecy then? Leading everyone else to believe we'll be at the Burrow, smokeless goblin fire in the hearth, security sweeping every room. This is more than regular old ministry business." "I didn't say it wasn't serious," Harry replied mildly. "I just said it would be boring. It isn't like the old days when there was a single evil bent on world domination. In some ways that was easier. I'd sooner put out one giant inferno than 1,000 little brush fires." "What about the collector?" Ralph asked, watching as Harry inspected a suspiciously glowing drawer revealed by the purple light. "He sure seemed bent on some pretty evil world domination." Harry pulled open the drawer, revealing a tiny poltergeist in the shape of a fat, horse-faced woman with bat wings. It glared up at Harry, grabbed a pair of tarnished spoons larger than itself and began to bash them together noisily. "Victor Crumb told me about that," Harry said, raising his voice over the clanging spoons. "He and the Harriers are still in New Amsterdam keeping an eye on Merlina's staff, which is still stuck fast in the footpath. It's boring work guarding an old stick. If this collector person shows up again, believe me, they'll know it." He tapped the poltergeist with his wand, surprisingly gently, and the tiny specter dropped the spoons with a clatter. Its eyes crossed and it keeled backwards into the drawer, seemingly asleep. Harry shook his head at it. "Daft things are popping up in the strangest places, lately. Harmless enough, if a bit of a nuisance, Dad," James said earnestly. "The man calls himself the Collector. He enslaved a bunch of poor muggles and made them help him build something, possibly a super weapon of some kind called the Morrigan Web. He said he had a warlock helping him." "That's what warlocks do," Harry commented, passing James as he headed back into the hall. "Magical warfare is their job description. But seriously, James, there are almost none of them left. Most were imprisoned years and years ago, back when the Death Eaters all started turning each other in to save their own skins. I'd sooner believe this collector bloke has a pink unicorn than a warlock partner. But what if it's that vicious spud that escaped Azkaban?" James persisted, following his father down the hall. "Warlock. The whole reason you captured him was that he was brewing up all sorts of evil dark spells and potions, right? And then the Lady of the Lake breaks him out of prison. What if he's one of the last warlocks around and they needed him to help make the worst magical weapon of all? The Morrigan Web?" Harry stopped in the hall and looked back at his son. "Who's they?" James paused. "Well, the Lady of the Lake and the Collector. We think. Well, I think they may be working together." Harry studied his son for a long moment, and then looked around at Rose and Ralph. "When I was a boy," he said, giving them his full attention, "I didn't tell the adults in my world everything I knew. I didn't talk about the basilisk I heard hissing in the walls. I didn't ask for help deciphering Tom Riddle's diary. I kept Dobby's attempts to help me mostly to myself. And do you know why?" He raised his eyebrows. "Because I feared no one would believe me. Growing up in the family that I did. Well, let's just say that it didn't lead to a particularly high opinion of the trustworthiness of adults." Harry turned and dropped to one knee, drawing his son, Rose and Ralph closer. "You lot are better than I was then, though. You've brought your concerns to us. And the last thing I ever want to be is the adult I always feared when I was your age, so hear me now. I believe what you saw in New Amsterdam. In fact, I believe it so firmly that I have been seriously hard-pressed to know whether to punish you for going there in the first place, or to commend you for your perfect dumb luck in escaping those rogue beasts. If Crumb and the Harriers had not been there," he shook his head and glared at them. "Well, suffice it to say I have told your mothers a rather edited version of the story, saving all of you the indignity of having lanyard charms tethering you to Hogwarts." To Ralph, he added, "Your father knows the whole thing, of course. He was with me when Victor gave his briefing. If I had to guess, he was both angry and proud at the same time. I can rather appreciate his response. The Collector isn't just some deluded wizard making trouble in New Amsterdam, Dad," James insisted in a low voice. "He was powerful, and smart," Rose added gravely. He knew who James was. That caught Harry's attention. He blinked at her. Finally, he nodded, and sighed. "I wish I could devote all of my resources to digging into it," he admitted. "But we are spread terribly thin already. Still, we will look into it. I promise. Along with everything else." He shook his head. Ralph accepted this stoically. "I guess that's good enough for us, then. Right?" Rose and James shrugged. "So can we come to the meeting tomorrow night, Uncle Harry?" she asked, smiling sweetly. "Please, no." Harry smiled. "But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll post Creature outside the attic door to make sure you are all safe from any attempts to sneak down and eavesdrop." "How's that?" James rolled his eyes. "You really are a bit of a killjoy, Dad." "That's what dads are for, son." Harry stood and brushed off his knee. "Now if I am not mistaken, I believe I hear your Aunt and Teddy Lupin returning with the Christmas tree. Come. That tree won't decorate itself, actually," Ralph said thoughtfully as Harry led them down the stairs. "With Creature around, it very well might." Christmas morning turned out to be a singularly raucous and crowded occasion, what with so many people crammed into the narrow house and so many sweets being eaten, so many presents being unwrapped, and so many new sweaters, toys and games being tried on, tried out, and played with. Voices rang from the walls in a cacophony of genial argument as Rose, Albus and Louis played a new wizarding board game called Hex the Hag, wherein a tiny clockwork hag ran around the game board stealing cauldrons. This got rather out of hand when the tiny hag escaped the board, darted under a nearby sofa, and was promptly pounced upon by Aunt Hermione's old ginger cat, Crookshanks, who ran off with the screaming clockwork imp. Nearby, James saw his Aunt Fleur trying on a pair of elbow-length red gloves, happily modeling them on her slender hands while Victoire sulked jealously, already bored with her own new boots and magical dancing locket. James received a new sweater from his grandmother, as had virtually every other member of the household, each one different and unique to the wearer, and each one, of course, hand-knitted and marvelously warm, even if they were not what Victoire called fashion-forward. Most members of the family donned theirs and wore them throughout the day, even as they crowded into the dining room for Christmas dinner. "Help me out with this, would you, Ron?" Harry announced as James, Ralph, Albus and Rose elbowed toward the heavy table, which was already laden with steaming bowls, platters and tureens. "I can never keep the corners plumb with a room this size. Too much raw space." "No problem, mate," Ron nodded, raising his wand toward the far corner of the room, aiming over the enormous, roaring hearth. "On three, then," Harry nodded, and then glanced down at the children, nodding for them to step back. James retreated half a step, pushing Ralph and Rose behind him. Everyone watched as the two men firmed their grips on their wands and counted off. 1. Ron began. 2. Harry added. 3. Both said in unison. The upraised wands fired simultaneously, producing beams of soft, nearly invisible orange light. The floor shuddered beneath James' feet as the far wall began to move, taking the burning fireplace and gaily decorated mantel with it. The walls creaked on either side as they elongated, slowly turning the high dining room into a long hall. The single frosted window stretched, its glass rippling like water, and then, with a gentle pop, divided into two windows. There was a long creak as the room nearly doubled in length. Along with it, the table stretched, sprouting matching new chairs like mahogany popcorn. The house groaned deeply, wearily, and then there came the unmistakable sound of a muffled scream. Ron and Harry extinguished their wands immediately. "Who was that?" Ron asked quickly, wide-eyed. "It came from behind the wall," Rose volunteered, pointing toward the end of the room. "You incompetent clods." A woman's voice cried furiously, muffled behind the fireplace. James glanced at his father. It was Aunt Hermione. There was a thump, a clatter, and a series of rather unladylike curses. "You engorged the dining room right into the downstairs bath." A look of pure mortification fell over Uncle Ron's face. He lowered his wand instantly and bobbed up on his tiptoes. Trying to keep the panic out of his voice, he called, "Are you all right, love?" "I'm stuck," she shouted back furiously. "In the bathtub." Under the circumstances, Harry nodded firmly. "I think you'd better be the one to go and charm her a new door, Ron. The back hallway should do nicely." Ron's face was pale as he nodded. "Coming, love," he called tremulously. "And Ron," Harry added, stopping Ron as he reached the door. "You should probably take a robe." Ron's eyes widened again. He nodded vigorously and left, muttering nervously. 15 minutes later, the newly engorged dining room table was surrounded by a happy throng of eating and drinking people, many of whom James was rather surprised to see. Seated on either side of Neville Longbottom were Professors Flitwick and McGonagall, both dressed in far more casual clothing than any of the students were accustomed to seeing them in. Further down, speaking loudly and intently across the table with his huge forearms crossed over his plate, was Professor Kendrick de Bellows, his crew cut bristling in the firelight and his voice booming from the walls, and dominating the end of the table with his enormous, bearded bulk was Hagrid, his holiday tankard of butterbeer nearly as large as a barrel and decorated with a massive, scrolled pewter handle. "When did all these people get here?" Rose asked James as she peered around the table. Trickled in one by one over the course of the afternoon, Louis answered knowledgeably, reaching for another roll. Most came via the cellar flue, but a few, like Flitwick and that Orrer bloke, apparated just before dinner. Had their own family holidays to attend first, I heard Uncle George say. James shook his head, wondering. Why are they all here, then? It's obvious, isn't it? Louis replied, shooting up his eyebrows. It's the old order, all coming together again. Albus scoffed. That's ridiculous. Grimmauld Place isn't even all that secure anymore. Not like it used to be, back when Dad was a kid. Besides, the Order of the Phoenix was about defeating Voldemort. Unless I've been missing some major news, I'm pretty sure he's still dead. The Order was about the safety of the magical world, Rose countered softly, looking over the length of the table. And as much as I hate to say it, Louis is right. A lot of these people are original members. We joked about it before, but perhaps it's true. The Order of the Phoenix might be reconvened. Albus shook his head. Why? Because some nutter headmaster gave Filch a magical cane? James felt a rising sense of apprehension, despite the raucously festive atmosphere. There's way more going on in the world than we know at Hogwarts. Grudje may be part of it. But he's not all of it. Then why isn't Titus Hardcastle here? Albus asked, rising in his seat and craning around the table. There's a few other blokes from the Auror department, but no Titus. Seems like an odd one to leave out, doesn't it? James shrugged. Maybe he's coming later. Maybe, Ralph nodded. I heard my dad say to Ron Weasley that he spoke to somebody at Alma Alaron on the Shard and they'll be showing up later tonight. Alma Alaron? Rose whispered shrilly. You mean, they'll just be popping up as apparitions or something, using some of Chancellor Franklin's experimental communications techniques, right? Ralph shook his head doubtfully. I don't think so. I think they're going to be here in person. Whatever it's about, I don't think they want any chance of being overheard or spied on. Who's coming? Louis asked, leaning over the table. You can tell us, Ralph shrugged. I don't know. I didn't hear any names. Well, that settles it, Albus said firmly. We need to get into that meeting somehow. Louis threw up his hands. Not a chance. You know we've been banished to the attic once the sun goes down tonight. Creature will be standing guard. He's as stubborn as a wart on a hag's nose. Nobody can get past him. Well, you couldn't, that's for sure. Albus admitted. Shut up, all of you, Rose hissed. If they catch wind that we're even talking about this, they'll do worse than have Creature stand guard. James nodded agreement. At that moment, Grandma Weasley and Aunt Fleur appeared with double armloads of fresh puddings, some half as tall as the women and bedecked with red and green gumdrops. Suddenly, however, the last thing James wanted was a plate full of sweets. For the first time in his life, in fact, he was impatient for Christmas dinner to be over. Ralph and Louis half-heartedly played Hex the Hag on the attic floor, taking turns hexing the tiny clockwork figure so that it ran back and forth across the game board, knocking tiny cauldrons aside. From beneath a nearby bunk, Crookshank's huge green eyes glowed like lamps, watching the figure greedily. Beyond the stacks of bunks, Creature's voice could be heard muttering incessantly just outside the locked attic door. We could levitate one of us out the window, James suggested with a shrug. Don't be an idiot, Rose grumped, her chin resting on her hands and her feet kicking idly over the side of a top bunk. Behind her, in the darkness of the attic steps, Albus clambered noisily, moving crates and ferreting through trunks. What's he doing back there? Lily asked, peering through the shadows. And why's he in such a good mood? Us all being stuck in the attic while big exciting things are being discussed downstairs. I heard Professor Jackson is here from Alma Alaron. Louis spoke up suddenly. I would love to meet him. He wrote the book on technomancy. Literally, Ralph nodded. Maybe one of us could apparate. James proposed, brightening for a moment. That's possible here these days, isn't it? We could just pop down one floor. Creature would be none the wiser. Have you ever seen someone get splinched? Rose asked harshly. James glowered at her. No, I once saw a fifth year end up halfway through a desk, upside down. James firmed his jaw. Well, that doesn't sound so. His head was in the bottom drawer. She added, Look, I don't hear you coming up with any amazing ideas. James proclaimed, waving a hand at his cousin. Across the room, Victoire, lounging languidly on a middle bunk, lowered her book. All of you, give it up. It's none of our business anyway. Why you waste so much energy on such pointless things is truly beyond me. Rose rolled her eyes. Says the girl who subscribes to Fashion Enchantment Weekly. Look at me. A voice laughed suddenly. I'm old Mrs. Black. James wheeled around on his bunk to see Albus standing near the attic window resplendent in a monstrous purple dress, his head nearly buried under a hat the size of a lorry tire. A ghastly stuffed owl leaned precariously from the hat, its topaz eyes flashing. "There's a whole wardrobe of this stuff back here. Jewelry, too. Look." He thrust out his wrist, showing a collection of silver bracelets, charms and jeweled bands that would have made Professor Trelawney green with envy. "Albus, you Burke," Rose said sternly, but James heard a laugh stifled beneath her words. "My name is Walburga Black," Albus proclaimed in a high falsetto, framing his face with his hands. "How dare you desecrate the house of my fathers, you horrible muggle-rubbing cauldron tossers? Side off with the lot of you or I'll hex you as ugly as myself." "Albus Severus Potter," Lily giggled helplessly. "Put those things back. Seriously, you'll get us all into trouble." "Oh, you don't know what trouble is, dearie," Albus shrilled, grabbing a fringed, jewel-handled umbrella and brandishing it like a sword. "You water it down half-blood huggers will feel the sting of my curse. How dare you set foot in my father's house? I'll wear even more hideous clothes at you, see if I don't." He spun on the spot and jammed his feet into a pair of high-heeled green leather boots. "Now come over here so I don't have to walk in these." A rush of cold air swept through the room as the attic door suddenly wrenched open. Everyone turned to see Creature looming in the doorway, his knobby shoulders hunched, his face pulled down in a frown so pronounced that it seemed nearly to reach the floor. "Found my mistress things." "They did," he growled emphatically, his deep bullfrog voice vibrating through the floorboards, "making a mockery of my dearly departed mistress, and no mistake. Show no respect, they don't." And then, with no fanfare whatsoever, Creature vanished. "Aww!" Albus screamed. "What the? Get off me!" James wheeled around again. Creature had reappeared directly behind Albus, his face etched with such refined rage that it appeared to be carved in granite. Swiftly, he pointed his bony fingers at Albus, stinging him with hexes so that Albus began to involuntarily disrobe, jerkily and spasmodically. "Ugh," Albus gasped. "All right. Stop it. Argh. Ow. Sod off, you miserable little ouch." Creature paused as Albus kicked off the boots desperately, falling to his bum on the dusty wooden floor. The house elf caught the boots deftly, still glaring unblinking at Albus, his mouth pressed into a tight line of fury. "They should not touch mistress things," he growled in his gravelly voice. "Once a mistress, always a mistress." And mistress strictly instructed that no one was ever to meddle with her boudoir. "Not even any new masters." "I wasn't meddling," Albus protested, rubbing his arms where Creature had stung him. "I was rooting about. Just having some fun. What do you expect, us being all locked up here in the attic all night? Shows no respect," Creature muttered again, making a summoning gesture into the shadows. In response, the open trunks snapped shut and lurched forward, rocking back and forth noisily on their corners. "Must find a new home for my mistress things so long as the new master is about, him never having learned any manners. A shameful thing it is. Oh, how my mistress could have taught him. Bore no such insolence, did she? Knew how to train children. Knew when a wand was more effective than a word." As he muttered, Creature crossed between the bunks, leading a clunky procession of trunks, hat racks, and one very narrow, gilded wardrobe, its ancient mirrors clouded nearly black and smeared with dust. One by one, the items marched through the doorway and into the hall as Creature watched. Finally, with a malevolent, beady glance back at Albus, he followed. The door slammed shut behind him, shaking the walls and raining grit from the rafters. Dimly, the clunking procession faded toward the other end of the house, and that, Albus announced, jumping up and swatting dust from his behind, is how you get rid of Creature. "So, who's coming?" Lily blinked owlishly at her brother. "You mean to tell us that? You planned that? While you lot were wasting your breath trying to figure out how to outmagic the old imp?" Albus nodded. "I remembered what Professor DeBellis taught us. Here," he lowered his voice and threw out his chest. "Don't exploit your enemy's weakness, for he may have none. Exploit his passion and the battle is yours." "Wow," James said approvingly, jumping down from his bunk. "You really took one for the team. I was sure that Creature was going to straight up murder you there for a second." "I admit I may have overdone it a bit," Albus acknowledged, rubbing his arms again. "But when duty calls, I'm not going anywhere," Louis piped up. "And you lot are daft if you do. After that affair, if Creature does catch you out, he totally will kill you." "Nonsense," Lily said. "Creature's our house elf. He wouldn't hurt any of us." "Creature came with Grimwald Place," Victoire corrected, sitting up on her bunk. "He's the house's house elf. He just obeys you lot because obedience is a hard thing for house elves to shag." "Louis is right. You're nutters to sneak out. If you do, we'll both turn you in." "You do," Rose said firmly, approaching the door, And I'll tell Teddy Lupin how you really spent that month when you and he broke up for the good of the relationship." Victoire's face darkened dangerously. "You little munter. You wouldn't." Rose put on an elaborate French accent and clasped both hands next to her cheek. "Oh, Nolan Beetlebrick. How big and strong you are. And so good at Quidditch. I know it is wrong, but there is something about Slytherin men that he's just so naughty." "I don't talk like that." Victoire seethed loudly. "And it was just a weekend. Not all month." "Come on," Rose said, pointing her wand at the door. "Creature will be back any moment. Alohomora." There was a golden flash and the lock snicked. Albus grabbed the handle and wrenched the door open. The hall beyond was dark and empty, leading to a narrow stairwell. James stopped in the doorway and glanced back. "Lil, you stay here, and I don't want to hear a word. If we get caught sneaking out, we'll just get in trouble. If we get caught letting you out, Mom will destroy us." "You aren't letting me out," Lily protested. "I'm not a pet gerbil. I can go if I wish." "James is right, Lily," Rose admonished gently. "We'll tell you everything we hear when we get back, promise." "I never get to do anything fun," Lily groused, folding her arms dramatically. James turned to Ralph. "You coming, Ralphinator?" Ralph shook his head, his cheeks pale. "Not this time. That elf of yours scares the hair off me. I think I'll just sit this one out." "Suit yourself," Albus agreed cheerily, sweeping past James into the hall. "Let's get gone. We're missing all the good stuff downstairs." James followed his brother out into the dark hall, closing the door behind him. It locked automatically, and James stopped as a thought occurred to him. "Hold on a mo'. If creature comes back while we're gone, how are we going to get back inside?" He turned toward Rose and Albus, both of whom were standing on the top step of the staircase. They glanced at each other. Albus shrugged. "I only worked out how to sneak out," he admitted. "Getting back in never even crossed my mind." "You stupid git," James hissed. "It's no good at all if we get caught coming back. Rose, get back here with your wand and unlock this thing. I forgot mine." He stepped away from the door and pointed at it. Rose frowned early but seemed to recognize the sense in James' objection. She took one step back toward the locked door, wand in hand, when a small pop sounded in the darkness of the hall. Creature reappeared, his back to them, staring hard at the door as if he knew something was afoot. Slowly, he turned and looked back over his shoulder, his huge eyes sparkling in the gloom. Without thinking, James bolted. He ran toward the stairs and was joined there by Rose and Albus. Banging shoulders and bouncing off the walls, the three scrambled to the third floor, nearly toppling into a heap on the rug below. "There," Albus gasped, pointing. "Split up. Want a room? You're insane." Rose objected shrilly, even as Albus lunged forward, throwing himself through an open bedroom door and ramming it shut. "I'll take my mom and dad's room," she panted, darting forward. "You take the bathroom, but the lock's broken." James objected. Rose, however, did not glance back. She pelted into the second bedroom and closed the door as quickly and quietly as she could. A moment later the deadbolt clacked into place. James shook his head in frustration and dove toward the dark bathroom. His feet echoed on the old tile floor as he spun around and pushed the door closed. It refused to latch, much less lock. James grabbed the rickety chair next to the sink and rammed it under the door handle, wedging it in place. He leaned against the door, then slid down to the floor and pressed an eye to the crack at the bottom. From this vantage, he could see the length of the hall rug stretching away toward the stairs. Slowly, silently, a pair of naked gray feet padded down into view, and then stopped. James could hear Creature's voice muttering quietly but clearly in the confines of the hall. "Think they can outsmart old Creature? They do," he seethed to himself. "But Creature has ways they know nothing of. Creature has means beyond any young witch or wizard." James couldn't see above Creature's bony ankles, but he watched the house elf's shadow where it fell along a nearby wall. The shadow snapped its fingers and a small square object appeared in midair, dropping into the shadow's open hand. The other hand unfurled its long fingers and pinched the small object, opening it like a jewelry box. Creature's shadow tipped the box over. Two dark objects fell silently to the hall floor in front of Creature's feet. From James' perspective, the objects appeared to be black marbles, glossy as raven's eyes in the darkness. Then, the objects began to flatten and spread, like beads of oil soaking into the nappy carpet. The drops grew, expanding and sending out long, glistening tendrils. Then, shapes began to bulge up out of the black goo. The shapes became hard, angular, transforming into jointed appendages, struggling swiftly out of the sticky black. Finally, both shapes leapt fully out of themselves, transforming into two miniature versions of Creature, each no more than 6 inches high, and each as black and liquid as ink. 3 escaped charges, Creature croaked with satisfaction. And 3 of Creature. Only fair, isn't it? With that, the 3 shapes began to pad along the hallway, making no noise at all on the threadbare carpet. They split up, each approaching one door. Creature stepped toward the bedroom that Rose had hidden inside. One of the ink creatures stalked purposefully toward the bathroom door beyond which James crouched. Then, suddenly, it paused. It seemed to spy James' eye peering from beneath the door. It bent over slightly, almost playfully, as if to get a better look. Then, it straightened, raised one hand into a fist, and extended its index finger toward the ceiling. The finger wagged back and forth in a shaming gesture. The ink creature could, James realized, slither right beneath the bathroom door if it wanted. He clambered upright as the thought fully struck him. He cast around the dark room desperately. Suddenly, being caught by the horrible ink creature seemed the very last thing on earth he wanted. The bathroom provided no hiding place, however. The ancient clawfoot tub was huge and rust-stained, its curtain rod long barren of any curtain. The pedestal sink glowed ivory in the dimness. A shadow moved in the bar of light beneath the door. A subtle liquid squelching sound reached James' ears as the creature began to slither through. James backed away and bumped against the tile wall between the sink and the tub. His hand knocked against a wooden object, producing a hollow clunk. He glanced aside. A small door was set into the wall, latched with a tiny doorknob. Beyond that door, James knew, was the laundry chute, a dark shaft that led down between the walls, through 3 floors and into the cellar. Was it possible? Was it, in fact, any safer? The ink creature squelched into the darkness of the bathroom, one arm waving blackly as the rest of its body squeezed through. Horribly, James heard a high, muttering voice emanating from it. The words were indecipherable, but the tone was the same monotonous ramble Creature always seemed to employ under his breath. It squeaked and prattled to itself as it poured into the room like black syrup. James yanked the laundry chute door open, gave the darkness beyond a cursory examination, and then climbed up onto the edge of the tub. He had just rammed his right foot into the chute when the ink creature finally popped fully from beneath the door. It stood erect and regarded him with its ebony eyes. It was like being stared down by a particularly hideous, bipedal spider. James slid his other foot into the darkness of the chute, gripped its upper ledge with both hands, and began to shimmy swiftly through the narrow opening. The ink creature leapt after him, but the door swung shut behind James, causing the tiny imp to bounce off it with a wet splat. James fell into seamless, whooshing dark, only now fully realizing that he had just thrown himself off a very narrow, 40-foot ledge. He jammed out his knees and elbows, desperately trying to arrest his fall. With a juddering screech, he caught himself after a few dozen feet. A narrow ledge snagged his heels, which popped through into some unknown space. His entire body followed, jouncing painfully through the opening into the very cold, very hard embrace of some cocoon-like shape. He banged his head against it and heard the slam of another small wooden door behind him. Ow! He rasped to himself, rubbing his head with both hands. He glanced around and at first saw only blank whiteness. Finally, he realized that he had kicked his way inadvertently through the lower laundry chute door, ending up in the first-floor bathroom. The tub had caught him, which was fortunate, because the rest of the room was a cramped shambles, almost unrecognizable in its current state. Of course it was. This was the bathroom that had given up most of its space to the engorged dining room immediate next to it. As a result, the sink was crammed right up next to the tub, leaning over it like a vulture. The toilet was hunched in the narrow closet, whose door jutted open like a broken wing. There was no longer any exit, the main door being buried behind the accordion walls, thus explaining Aunt Hermione's earlier discomfiture. For now, James was glad there was no door. It meant there was no easy way for Creature, or even his horrible ink doppelgangers, to get in and catch him. And then, beyond the wall on James' left, he heard the dim echo of voices. "I'm sure it was nothing," a man's voice announced. Was it his father? "We had to enlarge the dining room rather a lot to accommodate us all. The house is likely settling a bit." "Do carry on, Draco." "As I was saying," another man's voice said with a note of impatience, "Miss Morgenstern may indeed be a formidable witch, but her sense of stealth is surprisingly lacking." James frowned where he lay in the bathtub, concentrating on the muffled voice. Was that Draco Malfoy, his dad's old-school nemesis, and the father of Scorpius? He recognized the man's lazy, indifferent drawl from 2 years ago, at Granddad's funeral, when Draco and his wife had come to pay their rather cool respects. Stealth stems from a sense of danger. A woman's voice, Professor McGonagall, spoke up. "It may be that Ms. Morgenstern feels no such apprehension. She may not conceal her movements simply because she does not fear capture. Her power, whatever its source, may give her an illusion of invulnerability. After what happened last summer, Uncle George's voice commented darkly, I'm not sure it's an illusion. Kendrick DeBellows, harumphed, she's powerful, no question. But everyone is vulnerable. She was captured once, after all, and by those layabouts in the American Wizarding Administration. She can be captured again. Those layabouts, as you call them, are among the finest professional law keepers in the world. The speaker was Alma Alaron's Professor Jackson, whom James recognized by his steely tone and his American accent. And it took 7 of them simultaneously to subdue her, not to mention that they had the advantage of surprise. Miss Morgenstern will not be surprised again, I would wager. Before last summer, she was merely a mysteriously gifted young witch. Now, she is the world's most wanted magical fugitive, single-handedly responsible not only for the revelation of the magical world, but for the theft of a priceless and powerful artifact, the Crimson Thread from the Vault of Destinies. Its continued absence has untold, and frankly unknowable, effects on our world, increasing every moment of every day. James sat up in the bathtub and stared unseeingly into the darkness, straining his ears. This was the last thing he'd expected his father and the rest of the adults to be discussing. Was Petra really undesirable number 1, the most wanted criminal in the entire magical world? And was the missing Crimson Thread, lost in the world between the worlds, truly altering the destiny of the world every day? He recalled the words of Headmaster Merlin from last year. As they had all stood gazing at the stopped magical loom, its enigmatic weaving of destiny halted by the missing thread. This changes everything. It was more than James could begin to comprehend. A sense of deepening dismay and worry fanned out in his veins as the conversation continued. Coming to the point, James heard his father say calmly, "Does this mean, Draco, that you have been able to trace some of Petra's movements?" "Marginally," Draco admitted. "The difficulty is not in following her via her transactions. It is in doing so without getting caught by my superiors. Gringotts goblins are notoriously neutral in the legal affairs of the wizarding world, but their sense of professional propriety is law of its own. If they discovered I was using bank records to track a fugitive, getting sacked would be the least of my worries." "We all appreciate the risk you are taking," Professor Flitwick assured in his tiny voice. "But your information is the best we have. It's a pity that the Ministry rejects it." "They don't just reject it," Harry lamented. "They deem it patently illegal. And perhaps they are right too. Gringotts coin-tracking enchantments are powerful goblin magic, capable of dangerous exploitation in the wrong hands. Fortunately, goblins are as above ill-gotten gain as they are civic conscience." "Well, I think that may be a bit harsh," McGonagall tutted. Harry sighed. "You're probably right. Apologies for your co-workers, Draco." "No apologies necessary," Draco said lightly. "They would agree with you. They believe such things as civic duty, morality and social conscience are plain hindrances to proper banking. They go out of their way to avoid such sentiments." Professor Longbottom asked tiredly, "What have you discovered, Draco?" "Not a lot, but what I do know is quite curious," Draco said, clearly enjoying being the center of attention. "She is traveling extensively, visiting all manner of establishments. She does not stay long, and she buys very little. What money does change hands does so almost exclusively under the guise of tips." "Tips for what?" Angelina asked. "If she isn't buying anything?" "Tips for information," Harry answered, almost to himself. "She is looking for something. Or someone." "Any ideas what?" and Hermione asked, her voice serious. What would she be seeking that was so important she had to travel the world to find it? There was a murmur of conjecture, but no one seemed to have any meaningful answer. Draco raised his voice and went on. "Even more important, perhaps, is this: Miss Morgenstern is not alone." Hermione gasped. "You mean she's traveling with her half-sister, Isabella?" "Well, yes, much of the time, as evidenced by the few things she does purchase, including occasional meals and, strangely, dolls. Her young sister, apparently, has rather a thing for china dolls, but it seems she has a male traveling companion as well. His own transactions have occurred regularly enough at the exact same time and places to firmly establish that they are together virtually constantly." "Who?" Angelina asked, a bit breathlessly. "His name is Marshall Paris," Draco replied, accompanied by the shuffling of turning pages as he apparently consulted his notes. "Formerly of New Amsterdam, a muggle, but one with a history of interactions with the magical world. He performs services as a hired investigator, and his list of former clients includes a surprising number of American wizards and witches, some of them quite prominent." "I've heard of him," Professor Jackson said disdainfully. "Calls himself an expert in the transmundane. Pure nonsense. Causes more trouble than good with the Magical Integration Bureau. In fact, if I am not mistaken, They have attempted to shut him down on more than one occasion. Why in the world? McGonagall queried skeptically. Would any witch or wizard hire a muggle for investigative purposes? Jackson scoffed. No one knows, and no one asks. And yet, somehow, he seems to get results. He has made enemies of some of the darkest and most notorious wizarding families in New Amsterdam. One would think he should be cursed dead 100 times over. And yet, he persists. Just one more of New Amsterdam's countless, apparently, immortal cockroaches. Whatever enchantment or talisman he uses to protect himself, it must be singularly powerful and unique. Either that, or he is simply the luckiest damned man to ever walk the earth. In the cramped dimness of the bathroom, James frowned to himself. Marshall Pears. He'd seen the name before. It took him a moment to remember, and then it struck him. It had been scribbled in Petra's handwriting on the parchment of her dream story. It was probably still there, hidden away in its sealed packet in his trunk on the top floor. He reminded himself to check it again later that night. If, that was, he ever got out of the doorless bathroom. So whatever Ms. Morgenstern is seeking, Professor Longbottom mused, she feels she cannot find it on her own. She has enlisted the help of a muggle who is especially gifted, somehow, with finding magical things, and making enemies in the wizarding world, Uncle Ron added gruffly. With this, he sure has outdone himself. If he's helping Petra Morgenstern, he's making enemies of every witch and wizard on the planet. Harry didn't respond to this. Instead, he asked Draco, any ideas where she and this Marshall Paris bloke may be going next? James could almost hear Draco shake his head as he sighed. There is literally no rhyme or reason to their movements. They travel hundreds of miles in a matter of minutes, then seem to fall off the map for days and weeks on end. One may as well throw a dart at a map and come up with as good a guess as mine. There was a long pause. Then, Harry asked, any sightings of them in New Amsterdam since the night of the unveiling? Well, that is the question, isn't it? Draco replied, as far as Gringotts is concerned, New Amsterdam has gone completely dark. All business is closed. If money is changing hands there, it is doing so completely anonymously. It won't show up again until it re-enters the market outside of the quarantine zone. And at that point, the trail would be too cold to matter. There was another murmur of agitated conversation. After half a minute, Draco spoke up once again, and this time his voice reminded James of Draco's dead father, the venomous Lucius Malfoy. I do have a question for you as well, Harry, he drawled. And I hope you won't mind my asking. I suspect you can understand the nature of my concern. Go on, Harry said. You've been very helpful. Ask away. Well then, Draco said, lowering his voice. I cannot help wondering, if the Ministry of Magic has deemed evidence gained from Gringotts transaction tracking illegal and inadmissible, what do you, as a representative of the Department of Horrors, a ministry entity, hope to accomplish with this information? Hagrid answered this, speaking for the first time. That's not exactly any of our business now, is it? He said brusquely, his voice rumbling through the bathroom wall. Harry here is more in an awe. We all know that. It's not our place to go questioning his methods. It's all right, Hagrid, Harry soothed. Draco is right to ask. After all, he's placed himself at great risk. He deserves to know his efforts haven't been for nothing. The fact of the matter is, as some of you know, I am not in charge of the search for Petra. Officially speaking, I've been placed on strictly administrative and diplomatic duties. Titus Hardcastle is in charge of the street operations and raids. What? Hagrid proclaimed in disbelief. Whatever for, then? You're the best Auror it's ever been. Everyone knows that. To James' surprise, it was Uncle Ron that spoke up. The Ministry, and by that I mean Loquacious Snap and his new best mate, Rechter Grudje, have decided that Harry's loyalties in this matter are compromised. Harry and his family housed Petra, after all, on 2 occasions, both times after she had been accused, and in one instance later convicted, of serious crimes. Well now, Hagrid objected, raising his voice. I don't believe I like the tone of that. If Harry puts someone up in his ooze, it'd be for a damn good reason. You can't blame him for having a heart. He's still a professional. We all understand that and agree with you, Hagrid, Hermione interjected. But the minister can't be budged on the matter. He feels that Harry, and many of the rest of us, cannot be relied on to do our jobs objectively, without letting our personal feelings get in the way. And what do you say to that, Harry? Draco asked, all aloof courtesy gone completely from his voice. Can you do your duty objectively? Can you do what it takes, officially or otherwise, for I assume that is why we are all here, meeting in secret, to apprehend Petra Morgenstern and stop her from causing any more irreparable damage to both the wizarding and muggle worlds? Can you, in fact, Perform this duty without letting your feelings get in the way? There was a long, heavy pause, one that not even Hagrid interrupted. And then, as if in answer, a heavy concussion shook the entire house. The noise and juddering vibration of it surprised James so much that he nearly leapt out of the dark bathtub. The mirror over the sink popped loose and shattered in the basin, raining James with silvery shards. What in heaven? Professor McGonagall's voice shrilled suddenly from beyond the wall. A chair clattered against the wall as several people in the next room seemed to leap to their feet. That, I dare say, Kendrick de Bellows growled, was not the house settling. James' first thought was that creature was using some especially powerful elfish magic to capture him, Rose and Albus. Almost immediately, however, he knew that was ridiculous. Elf magic was exceedingly powerful, but being born of servitude, it was always subtle. Whatever had shaken the house, it had most certainly not been subtle. The Repello Inimicum charm, Ron Weasley proclaimed in a hushed voice. Something hit it. And hard. Voices echoed gruffly, this time from behind James. There was the familiar whooshing crack of apparition, followed by thumping footsteps. James patted his pockets for his wand, and then remembered that he had foolishly left it in the attic dormitory. If he was going to get out of the truncated bathroom and see what was happening, it was going to happen only when someone else let him out. He wasn't sure if he was more disappointed or relieved by that fact. Two sets of running footsteps converged in the hall behind James. Through the wall, he heard a hoarse voice growl, "There's a large congregation in the room 5 paces beyond that wall, the dining room, if I recall. Guard the perimeter and don't let any pass, either by magic or hidden passage, for this house is lousy with secrets. We'll flank from the main entrance on the other side." The speaker thumped away quickly, apparently leaving his companion. James barely had a moment to register the words when the wall behind him produced a frightful shudder, showering the bathtub with plaster dust. When he looked up, a huge oak door had appeared in the wall, its brass knob glinting over the ledge of the tub. The knob turned and the door swept silently open, revealing a dark figure, its wand extended in one gloved hand. "What the?" the dark figure exclaimed huskily, taking a step backward from the bathtub which blocked the door and the 15-year-old boy lying inside it. James was surprised to realize the figure was a woman. She recovered from her surprise almost instantly and leveled her wand at him. James reacted purely by instinct. He grabbed the witch's wand hand by the wrist and used it to heave himself out of the tub toward her. She cursed angrily, still keeping her voice professionally hushed, and pivoted, hurling James through the door and against the wall behind her, dislodging a large portrait of a grim-faced black patriarch. The portrait fell atop James, which was fortunate, for it deflected the red bolt that leapt from the witch's wand. The bolt burst into sparks, awakening the portrait with a start. "What's all this then?" it demanded stridently. James clambered to his feet and shoved the portrait upwards with him, using it like a shield against the intruder. She cursed again, losing her composure, and stumbled backwards through the door she had conjured. The tub connected with the back of her knees and she collapsed noisily into the dark of the bathroom, rapping her head sharply on the edge of the tub as it caught her. This time her exclamation of anger was neither hushed nor professional. She clambered wildly, her legs flailing as she began to thrash her way out of the bathtub. James threw the portrait at her. It knocked against her knees and fell atop her, covering the tub like a gilded lid. "This is an outrage!" the portrait cried in a muffled voice. "Shut up!" the woman hissed. Suddenly, James realized that her voice was vaguely familiar. He took no time to consider this, however, instead darting along the narrow hall toward the main staircase. Another dark figure appeared there, apparating directly onto the stairs with a swoosh and a crack. Like the woman, the figure was dressed head to toe in black, its face hidden beneath a heavy cowl. Its wand was already out. In an instant, the wand pointed toward James. "Stop him!" the woman cried from behind, clattering out from beneath the portrait. James ducked under a narrow table just as a bolt of red lit the air. The stunning spell struck the small table, knocking it aside. James ran, his feet pounding wildly and slipping on the hallway rug. More bolts sizzled over his head. He scrambled around a corner and ran into something so large and firm that he bounced off it, rebounding to the hall floor on his bum. The something leaned over him and extended a monstrous slab of a hand. James slapped at the hand before he realized who it belonged to. "Behind me!" Hagrid boomed. Now, James felt himself lifted from the floor and swept behind the half-giant, whose hulking form seemed to fill the entire corridor. Amazingly, red bursts exploded against Hagrid's shoulder and chest, forcing him to stumble backwards, but not, as one would expect, knocking him to the floor like a felled tree. "Who are you?" a voice nearby demanded. James dimly realized that it was his father. "Cease fire and identify yourselves." Amazingly, the spells stopped. The smell of spent magic, faint but acrid, hung in the air. James glanced up and saw his father, Neville Longbottom, Uncle George, Professor Jackson, and Kendrick de Bellows, all with their wands extended, crowded around the enormous slab of Hagrid's shielding body. Hagrid swayed precipitously but kept his feet. James hunkered down and peered around the hem of Hagrid's coat. The figure on the stairs had been joined by 3 others, one of whom was the woman James had encountered outside the bathroom. All he could see of her face was a somewhat pointed chin and angrily pursed red lips. Wands projected from the intruder's fists, held as firm as stone. Finally, the figure on the stairs, easily the tallest of the group, clumped down the stairs, lowering his wand. The others followed suit, if reluctantly. As the tall figure reached the main floor, he raised an arm and swept back his cowl, revealing a tangled bush of a beard, matted ginger hair, and eyes as beady and black as onyx. Titus, Harry exhaled harshly. "What's this all about?" "We might ask you the same thing," the woman demanded angrily, her wand still clenched in her fist. "You were supposed to be at the Burrow." "That's what you told all of us." "Hush, Lucinda," Titus growled. James' eyes grew wide when he heard the name. Lucinda Leone was one of his dad's best Aurors. She had been to their house in Marble Arch on several occasions, both professionally and socially. She had always seemed very friendly and jocular, which was somewhat unusual for an Auror. James could hardly reconcile the affable, joking Lucinda he had known before to the cold, angry woman that stood before him now. "We had a change of plans," Harry answered sternly. "Last I checked that wasn't against the law." "I wouldn't be so sure of that anymore," Titus sighed, tucking his wand into the recesses of his robe. Despite the disarming gesture, James noticed, Titus' eyes never flinched from the congregation gathered before the dining room archway. "These are treacherous times, Harry. Caution is always wise. And large gatherings tend to arouse suspicion, especially in light of this evening's events. You might have informed us." "What events?" Kendrick de Bellows demanded, lowering his wand toward the floor. "Surely a gathering of friends on the night of the Christ Mass is no cause for ministry alarm." "Not usually," Titus answered, "but I was referring to other, more serious events. We attempted to inform you by flu, Harry, but of course found only an empty burrow and no response. Same at Marble Arch. With that, I assembled a team to seek you in the last place we knew of, not knowing what we would find." Wariness seemed prudent. "Wariness?" Hagrid boomed shackily, still swaying on his feet. "You blast into your mate's home with wands blazing and call that wariness?" "Hagrid," Neville said quietly, "why don't you have a seat?" Hagrid nodded and seemed to deflate slightly. "Matter of fact, that suddenly seems like a very good idea." With that, the half-giant's knees unhinged and he folded to the floor with a thump that shook the entire house. James barely had time to scramble out of the way before Hagrid slumped backwards to the rug, unconscious, his arms and legs akimbo. How many stuns did he absorb? James heard his mum's voice ask from the dining room archway. "Can't say," and Hermione replied under her breath. "But imagine he'll that peppermint dragon meaty down beforehand didn't hurt." Harry stepped over the prone figure of Hagrid and approached his fellow Auror. "I agree that prudence was called for, Titus. But this seems more like a raid than a delivery of news. When I tell you the news, you may forgive our concern. But you should know that none of us fired before we were attacked." "Who attacked you?" Professor McGonagall demanded shrilly, emerging from the dining room arch. "None of us, I can assure you." Titus sticked his head toward Lucinda, who flinched. "He threw a painting at me," she declared, throwing back her cowl and revealing her short blonde hair. She pointed at James, her cheeks reddening. "I didn't recognize him in the dark, and the next thing I know, some dodgy old duffer was being rammed into my face." "I see," Harry said stonily, glancing back at his son. "Well, no harm done, fortunately. But perhaps next time you won't fire until you know exactly who you were firing at. I am quite sure that was one of the first things I taught you." Lucinda's cheeks burned even brighter, but a look of defiance glinted in her green eyes. Titus lowered his voice, addressing Harry directly. "There was an attack today, at the summit in Luxembourg. A rogue wizard somehow broke through the cordon. He was able to get off several killing curses before security caught up to him." "Hold on a moment," Professor Flitwick queried, tripping slightly as he clambered over the sleeping form of Hagrid. "Today, you say? What summit would be occurring on Christmas Day?" Kendrick de Bellows answered darkly, "A summit that no one else was to know about, I wager. No one expects governments to do anything on this day, therefore whatever they do can be done with no scrutiny whatsoever. Isn't that correct, Harry?" Harry nodded. It was a classified meeting between Muggle and magical authorities about how to manage the secrecy of the magical world, a task that is increasingly difficult, and which many resent. Some Muggle leaders are opposed to keeping the secret, in fact, and are actively pushing for complete revelation. The summit included members of world wizarding administrations, attempting to shore up support and cooperation. Why wasn't I informed of this? Percy demanded stridently, pushing toward the front of the group. I should have been there. You should be glad you were not, Titus answered challengingly, raising his bearded chin. 2 members of the Department of Ambassadorial Relations were struck down, one fatally. The other, fortunately, was only grazed by a killing curse. And yet, it seems her left side is permanently paralyzed, and she has been rendered blind. Dear me, Professor McGonagall whispered, raising a hand to her throat. Harry sighed in resignation. Who else? Only one other fatality, Titus answered grimly. But one that will result in dreadful repercussions. Whatever agreements have been struck with Muggle governments the world over, they are in jeopardy tonight. This rogue wizard, who somehow managed to get past 25 magical guards, succeeded in killing the Vice President of the United States. A man named Joseph Madigan. Good God, Harry breathed, placing a hand over his eyes. Without lowering it, he asked, has the murderer been apprehended? Titus shook his head slowly. No need. Once he had succeeded in cursing the Vice President, he raised his own wand to his head and proclaimed allegiance to the Wizards United Liberation Front. With that, he cursed himself. He was dead before he hit the floor. Insane, Neville, Longbottom, proclaimed wonderingly. How could an insane person have broken through the security perimeter? Not insane, Harry replied in a low voice. The WULF are not given to suicide attacks. This was something else entirely. You mean he was lying about his allegiance? McGonagall asked in disbelief. Harry did not answer, merely shook his head helplessly. A squad has been sent to the scene, for what it's worth, Titus said. Along with a regiment of Harriers. The Harriers should have been there from the beginning, de Bellows announced angrily, and damn the Ministry for their lack of foresight. Provocative presence nothing. If the Harriers served as guards at these sorts of events we would see a lot less bloodshed. Harry ignored de Bellows' outburst. To Titus, he asked, what has been the American government's response? There is but one response, a voice answered from behind James. He glanced back to see Professor Jackson standing ramrod straight in the arch, his face pale with fury. The president will name a new vice president of his choosing, as the law allows. A story will be concocted by the Drummond administration to explain the sudden death of Vice President Madigan, leaving out any reference to his attendance at a summit of magical entities, and in secret, any agreements signed between President Drummond and the American Magical Administration will be considered unofficially void. This bodes very poorly for the security of the magical community in the United States, not to mention the world in general, Harry agreed. For better or worse, where America treads, many others will follow. He turned back to Titus. I'll accompany you back to the ministry. We have to assemble teams immediately to accompany the rest of the world leaders back to their countries. It may be too little too late, but it will be a show of good faith that the Ministry of Magic has not abandoned them in light of today's tragedy. Already done, Titus announced curtly. There is no need for you to return, thank you. The minister thought it best that we not wait until you could be informed before acting. I see, Harry said cautiously, and you, I assume, are spearheading the response? It's all by the book, Titus answered, looking away. Stay with your family and friends. Which does lead me to ask the following, and I hope you will understand that it's just my duty. I don't like it any more than you do. I understand, Harry nodded wearily. We were simply celebrating Christmas, Titus. I would have invited you for as well if you hadn't been on duty. Titus nodded slowly and said nothing. James was sure that everyone in the room knew this was a lunch. There seemed to be an invisible wall of coldness between Harry and his partner, something that had never been there before. It was unspeakably dismaying to see. I am going to assume that the minister has placed you in charge of the crisis response, then, Harry commented. Would that be correct? I'm sorry, Titus answered, his eyes unflinching. You understand, I'm sure. Happy Christmas, then, Titus. Same to you, Lucinda, and both of you, Cushing and Peter. The 2 other dark figures, who still wore their cowls, shifted uncomfortably on their feet. A moment later, Titus raised a calloused hand, palm out, toward Harry. James didn't know if it was a gesture of apology or warning. Then, with a swirl of motion and a crack of collapsing air, Titus vanished. The other 3 followed immediately. Harry released a long sigh. The American Vice President, Uncle George, shook his head. Dead by a wizard's hand. This most certainly does not bode well. An understatement, I assure you, Professor Jackson seethed quietly, turning back to the dining room. The others shuffled disconsolately, following him and muttering. Draco Malfoy, James noticed, was nowhere in sight. Likely, he had disapparated at the first sign of trouble. "I'm tempted to ask what you were doing out of the attic," Harry said, looking down at his son with a tired shake of his head. "But I'm sure I already know." "Are you alone?" "No," James answered helplessly. "Rose and Albus, too. They're still upstairs as far as I know, cornered by Creature." "Creatures, actually," Harry nodded, not requiring any explanation. "Come along. I'll explain to Creature. We'll discuss your punishment later." James was suddenly too exhausted to protest. The adrenaline that had flooded his body during the battle seemed to have transformed into a sleeping potion. He trudged alongside his father and followed him up the main staircase. "What's going on with you and Titus, Dad?" he asked, keeping his voice low as they climbed the steps. His father didn't answer right away. Then, without turning around, he said, "Titus is just following orders. He's good at that. That's why he's always been my right-hand man. He's determined. He's strong. The problem now, I suppose, is that someone besides me is giving the orders." "Is he really hunting down Petra?" James asked, coming alongside his father as they reached the landing. Harry stopped and glanced down at his son, his brow furrowed. "How do you know?" he asked, and then shook his head again. "Never mind. How can I blame you? I'd have found a way to eavesdrop as well, I imagine. You'll make a fine lawyer someday, son. Until then, you're like to drive your mother and I mad." James opened his mouth to respond, but his father silenced him with a raised hand. "Titus is following orders, son, just like I said. Petra is the most wanted person in all the magical world, perhaps the entire world in general. And is that any surprise? You saw what she did last summer." "She was saving your life, Dad," James insisted in a hushed voice. "Those WULF assassins were going to kill you. She had to stop them somehow." "She didn't have to, actually," Harry said, his face hardening slightly. "Don't misunderstand. I'm glad to still be alive, and I have her to thank for it, I suppose. And yet it's hard to imagine that we would have faced the danger in the first place if not for her." "It wasn't her, Dad. You have to believe me. It was the Lady of the Lake. And Morgan, the other version of Petra from some other reality." But his father's eyes had closed wearily. James knew it was pointless to discuss the Lady of the Lake, even with his own dad. When Harry opened his eyes again, they were grave. "Either way, Titus has been charged with finding Petra. And James, when he confronts her, he won't shy away from using whatever force is necessary. He won't let her escape." "You mean," James said coldly, "that he'll kill her?" "As I said, son, so far as the Ministry is concerned, Petra is the most dangerous person alive. And listen to me, they may be correct, but you're looking for her, too," James said quickly. "You and the New Order of the Phoenix. Right?" Harry rolled his eyes impatiently at the mention of the Order, but James overrode him. "You all are looking for Petra, too. Why? Why not just let Titus handle it?" Harry leaned closer to his son. "Because Titus may not succeed. Or perhaps even worse, he might. After what we saw last summer, a climactic confrontation with Petra Morgenstern may be the most dangerous thing imaginable, not just for those who confront her, but everyone else as well." "So you mean to capture her, too? But in a different way?" Harry pressed his lips together, firmly, thoughtfully. After a moment, he exhaled. "We don't mean to capture her," he answered quietly. "Capture may not even be possible. We mean..." He paused, seeming to look for the words. "We mean to talk to her." James considered this and a sense of almost inexplicable relief fell over him. He nodded his understanding and allowed his gaze to drift, roaming over the landing, over the portrait of old Mrs. Black and her incessantly flickering, flashing painted television. He froze. "What is it, son?" Harry asked, seeing James' suddenly widened eyes. James couldn't speak out. He stared at the telly screen, not hearing the words that squawked from it, not seeing the leering gaze of old Mrs. Black as she stared out of the portrait, grinning with sudden malevolence, as if she knew a dark, vicious secret. James raised his arm and pointed weakly, shakily. "It's him," he said, surprised at how calm his own voice sounded. Harry turned, frowning, and regarded the painted telly screen. On it, a news program was reporting the sudden death of the American vice president. Words crawled across the top of the screen: Joe Madigan, dead at 56 of natural causes while vacationing with family. President Drummond names new vice president in emergency meeting. Below the running words, President Drummond himself stood before a blue podium, the American presidential seal emblazoned neatly on its front. The president was speaking, his expression serious, his posture carefully composed to express both mourning and determination. And yet, beneath this, even through the painted telescreen, James sensed that the president was nervous, perhaps even terrified. Standing next to the president, his face coldly handsome, dressed in a natty navy suit and red tie, was the man James had last seen in the empty streets of New Amsterdam, the man who had conjured Native American monsters out of thin air, all while grinning viciously. Now, the handsome face nodded solemnly as the president introduced him. Quincy Quartermain, Harry Reedus. The president identified the man. The man elected to the seat of recently deceased Senator Charles Fillmore. You know him, James? James shuddered as the man on the screen stepped forward, replacing the president at the podium. He spoke, and the camera zoomed close. I want to thank President Drummond for the strength he has shown in this difficult time. I cannot hope to surpass Joe Madigan. But as your new vice president, I hope to serve you, the people of this country, with the same character, perseverance and uncompromising conviction that he has always stood for. With that, he turned to regard the president with a smile. President Drummond, James saw, flinched slightly away from that smile. I don't care what he's calling himself, James said, unable to tear his eyes away from the man on the screen. But he's no muggle. He's a wizard. He's evil. And the last time I saw him, he called himself the Collector. 11. Quinn's story. A series of rattling clanks ran the length of the Hogwarts Express as the great red train began to crawl out of King's Cross Station, emerging into a fine, greasy drizzle. James shared a compartment with Rose, Ralph, Albus, Louis, and Lily, who leaned against his shoulder, half-lidded, watching London scroll past the rain-smeared windows as if it was the world's most boring movie. As the narrow streets and buildings began to wicker past, James saw that most of the snow had melted, leaving only grimy slush and dripping gutters. No one spoke. The end of the holiday had been uncomfortably urgent and hushed. James understood it only vaguely. The strangely antagonistic appearance of Titus Hardcastle had apparently solidified a growing rift in the Auror department. On one side was James' father, Harry, head of the department and reluctantly famous symbol of the fight against dark magic. On the other side, rather shockingly, was Titus Hardcastle, longtime loyal partner, but sudden confidant and trusted favorite of the Minister of Magic and his closest advisor, Hogwarts' very own Headmaster Grudje. Of course, nothing official had changed. Harry Potter was still in charge of the Auror department. And yet there was a definite shift in responsibilities, with Hardcastle being assigned the bulk of the active duties, while Harry was increasingly waylaid for diplomatic and ambassadorial missions. Professor McGonagall, who had remained long into the night after Hardcastle's appearance on Christmas night, had admitted her own suspicions. Hardcastle is an obedient soldier, she had spat under her breath, her eyes flashing like flint. Not a thinking man. That's why they prefer him over you, Harry. He follows orders and does not question them. Men like him are invaluable to tyrants. James' father had not been as confident. Loquacious Nap is hardly a tyrant, he sighed, helping Ron Weasley to shrink the dining room back to its normal size. It's complicated. Ever since the debacle in the States last year, when I fell under the suspicion of the Magical Integration Bureau, the Ministry has thought it best that mine not be the face of national wizarding enforcement. It's politics, plain and simple. James had a feeling that, in a way, they were both right. This was made all the more disturbing by the appearance of the Collector in the guise of the new American Vice President. It wasn't so much that his father doubted James' word, he had, in fact, shown great seriousness and trust regarding the subject, but that there seemed to be very little he could do about it. The Minister of Magic won't hear a word of it, he admitted reluctantly. The fact is, there are conspiracies and threats everywhere, what with the magical world infringing more and more into Muggle affairs. But I will be watching, and not just me. There are plenty who remain loyal. Even some of those who work alongside Titus. Lucinda, for instance, James had sputtered. But she shot at me. She was with him tonight when they fell on this place like a load of thieves. Lucinda is different, Harry insisted, his brow darkening. She follows orders, but she thinks. She's caught between loyalties. Don't think this is easy for her. She'll be true in the end. Trust me. By the time he, Albus and Rose had been returned to the attic, under the malevolent gaze of a very disgruntled creature, it had been nearly midnight. And even then, Ralph, Lily and the others had insisted on a detailed explanation of everything that had happened. The bulk of this responsibility fell on James, who alone had overheard the discussion in the dining room and observed the arrival of Hardcastle and his Aurors. Finally, hours later, he had told them the most important bit of all, the Collector. He shook his head wearily. He isn't hiding out in New Amsterdam anymore, enslaving people to help make his Morrigan Web superweapon. He's somehow wormed his way into becoming the new American Vice President. Probably sent his own people to kill off the old one, just so he could take his place. Saying it out loud, James realized just how truly frightening it was. The others seemed to sense it as well, their glassy, tired eyes shining with shock and disbelief. All except for Victoire and Louis, who were incredulous of the entire affair. "You're all bloody deluded," Louis announced grumpily, reaching to blow out the lantern over his bunk. "Even if you did meet some evil wizard bloke in New Amsterdam, it can't be the same one who's taking over the vice presidency. There's, laws about that sort of thing. The president can't just name any old mate of his to the vice presidency." No one responded to Louis' objection, partly because they were too tired, but also partly because, as James could see on Rose's and Ralph's faces, they secretly wanted to believe him. Suddenly, the thrill of the mystery had become a very real stab of fear, the sense that things had begun to spin out of control on a truly monumental and terrifying scale. If a dark wizard had murdered and tricked his way into becoming the second most powerful man in the Muggle-free world, what would keep him from finishing the job? What would stop the Collector from killing the president and taking over completely? Isn't that, the conquering and subjugation of the Muggle world, what the darkest of dark wizards had always striven for? Voldemort had attempted it via insurrections in the wizarding world, armies of dark comrades, and widespread magical terrorism. Now, the Collector seemed poised to finish the task with simple treachery. It would have been impossible but for the all-important erosion of the vow of secrecy, set in motion by Petra Morgenstern, months ago. James slept very little that night. He sensed, by the restless noises coming from the bunks around him, that he wasn't alone. Thus, as the Hogwarts Express wound its way into the foggy patchwork of fields and rolling hills, lorded over by a pall of low, slate clouds, it was a worn and weary group that lolled in James' compartment. All except for Louis, who had snoozed until 10 in the morning and was as chipper as a wood sprite. "All right," he announced finally, "who wants to play Winkles and Doggers?" "James? You're always worth a laugh." "Quiet," Ralph muttered, receding further into the collar of his heavy cloak. "You all are a load of chuckles," Louis announced in exasperation. "I should have gone with Scorpius to spy out the Slytherins. Scorpius may be a smarmy little Burke, but the Slytherins always have good snacks." "Well, you'll just have to pardon us," Rose stiffened. "We were up all night discussing the end of the world is all." "Even if it is the end of the world," Louis said, rolling his eyes, "doesn't mean we have to mope around like a load of flubberworm." He climbed onto his seat, reached for James' bag on the overhead rack, and began to rummage through it. "Where's your wand, James? No one's quite as much fun to beat at Winkles and Oggers as you." James turned away, flapping a hand irritably. "Get out of my things, you obnoxious skit. My wand's not even in there. For once you actually have it on your person?" Albus said archly. "That's about as shocking as you showing up on time for a Quidditch tryout." "Ow!" Louis suddenly cried. "What the bloody?" James turned back. Louis was frowning down at something in his hand. "You really need to clear out your luggage a little more often, James. You've got a load of weeds or something growing in the bottom of it. Give me those," James announced, jumping to his feet. "Those are mine." Louis jumped down, cocking his head suspiciously. "Tell me what they are." "The Yuxabalatma," Ralph said wonderingly, spying the pair of spiny burrs in Louis' hand. "I totally forgot about those. But..." He glanced back at James. "But Professor Avior took them from you, didn't he?" James sighed. "He took the ones Zane found on my robe. There were a few more stuck in the hem. I discovered them before leaving for the holidays." "Yuxabalatma," Rose repeated. "Dream inducers? Let me see." Louis shrugged and dumped the spiny burrs into Rose's upturned hand. "Ugly little things if you ask me." "What do they do?" Rose peered at the burrs carefully. "Well, if they are what Ralph says, they are seriously magical objects, though really unpredictable, and pretty dangerous." "Where did you say you got them?" James and Ralph described their experience in Professor Avior's Durmstrang class, explaining how the Yuxabalatma had attached itself to James' robe, leaving a mass of burrs that had been subsequently confiscated by Avior. "But he didn't get them all," Rose nodded knowledgeably, "because the Yuxabalatma had chosen you." "Which plant was it?" "What's that matter?" Albus interjected. "Just work the magic, already. It's a divination tool, right? Maybe it'll tell us how James here will meet his ultimate demise." "It'll be dead boring, I wager." Rose rolled her eyes impatiently. "These aren't like Trelawney's teacups, you old. This is powerful magic. There are hardly any real Yuxabalatma left in the world. It sounds like Avior has the biggest collection of them anywhere. If these aren't used properly, they can be extremely dangerous. And it's important to know which plant these came from, since they all do slightly different things." Ralph nodded, remembering. "It was something about the answer to your most important question." James agreed. "The question which vexes you most." "That was the exact wording, I think." "Well, Louis chimed in, "That's an easy one. Which one of you is the most totally daft?" "My money is on James." Lily gave Louis a shove, and then stood up, brushing her hair out of her face. "What makes it dangerous, Rose?" Rose handed the burrs back to James. "It's simple, really. They're dream inducers. They do their work only when the subject is asleep. Drop one in some water, drink it down, and go to sleep. 10 or 15 minutes later, the magic happens as a very powerful, very real dream, but if you aren't asleep when they take effect, they can be, well, pretty harmful." Lily frowned. "What's pretty harmful?" "They drive you completely mad," Ralph admitted. "The dream fights against the king world, overloading the mind and pretty much making it go kablooey, so get to it, then, James," Albus urged, plopping onto his seat. "Swallow those things down and have a little nap. We'll wait. When you wake up, you can tell us the answer to our most vexing question." "It's not that simple," Rose insisted irritably. "We should know what the question is." "Well, that's obvious, isn't it?" Lily suggested. "How do we stop this collector person?" Albus shook his head. "That's not the biggest question at all. It's how to find Petra Morgenstern. She's the key to the whole thing, isn't she?" "Even if we knew where Petra was," Rose objected, "it doesn't mean anyone can catch her. I think the most vexing question is who Avior Dorchascathan is. That's probably why he tried to confiscate the dream inducers from you, James. He's trying to protect his secrets, what he knows about the Morrigan Web and what his connection to Albus Dumbledore is." "What if the question is supposed to be about Headmaster Grudje?" Louis interjected. "Why is he so scary and vicious, giving Filch powers and shutting down the post and all?" Ralph spoke up. "You're all forgetting the most important thing of all. The big question is what the Morrigan Web is. What does it do and how do we stop it?" James shook his head slowly. "This is the problem, isn't it? They're all really serious questions. All of them are important. How do I know which one really is the one the dream inducer wants to answer?" "I have a novel idea," Albus shrugged. "Why don't you just try it and find out?" Ralph nodded thoughtfully. "It's worth a try." "What's the worst that could happen?" Rose stared hard at the burrs in James' hand. "I guess most of the danger really is just in getting to sleep. I suppose the answer will explain the question, once you wake up." "Perhaps Albus is right. I don't know," James said, suddenly hesitant. The burrs prickled in his palm, tickling it slightly. "Maybe one of you should do it instead. Rose, you try it. You're the smartest one of all of us." "Ha," Albus scoffed. "I can't," Rose replied, putting her fists on her hips. "The Yuxabalatma chose you. It will only work for you. For me, or any of the rest of us, it would just be a really strange, wild dream, full of nonsense." "Like all of my dreams," Ralph nodded. James gulped. "Suddenly I'm not all that tired." "Oh, we can totally help with that," Louis said cheerfully, jumping to his feet. "We can make you a nice bed out of all our cloaks and then shoot them full of sleep charms. Rose knows those backward and forward, right Rose?" Rose nodded. "Sure, yeah. They're super simple, and work a treat. What do you say, James?" James looked from Rose, to Albus, to Louis, to Ralph. All of them looked back at him with hopeful expectancy. Finally, he looked aside at Lily. "You don't have to, James," she said worriedly. "It doesn't seem all that safe. Perhaps it isn't worth it." Strangely, his sister's warning helped make up James' mind. "I don't think we can afford not to try," he said, mustering his determination. "And I guess I'd rather try it with all your help than by myself in the dormitory." "Excellent," Albus declared, producing his wand. "This is better than Winkles and Augurs any day. Everyone toss your cloaks and stuff here on the bench. Rose, warm up those sleeping charms." A few minutes later, James clambered awkwardly onto the pile of cloaks, stretching out full length on his back. "You don't look like you're ready for a nap," Rose criticized. "You look more like a dead body that misplaced its casket." "I'm not used to napping with a load of people gathered around staring at me," James complained nervously. "All of you just cram in on the other bench and quit ogling." "How are those sleep charms working, then?" Ralph asked, wedging himself into a seat next to Rose. "Feeling tired yet?" "I feel less tired than I have my whole life," James groused. This was not entirely true, however. Even as he lay on the cushion of cloaks, his fists crossed over his chest, he could feel the subtle magic of the charm seeping into his body, loosening his tight shoulders and relaxing his tense jaw. Lily was the only one still standing. "Here, James," she said, handing him a small bottle. "It's what's left of Louis licorice soda. It'll have to do." James sat up and accepted the bottle. He opened his other fist, revealing the somewhat mashed pair of burrs. "You think I should do the whole thing?" he asked, Turning to Rose, "All or nothing," Albus nodded. "Down the hatch already?" Rose merely shrugged. "Too much might be dangerous. Perhaps you want to save one for another question? If they even work that way." James took a deep breath. Finally, he tipped his hand over the mouth of the bottle, allowing both burrs to roll into it. They caught there and he poked them with his finger until they plopped inside. He shook the bottle slightly, nervously, and then held it up to the light of the window. "They've dissolved already," he said. Louis rolled his eyes. "They're magic. Drink up." James didn't like taking orders from Louis, but there didn't seem to be any point in putting it off. He sniffed the bottle, which smelled strongly of black licorice. Then, squeezing his eyes shut and holding his breath, he tipped the bottle against his lips. He gulped until the bottle was empty. "How was it?" Lily asked, a bit breathlessly. James shrugged, stifling a belch and handing the bottle to her. "Like licorice soda. I don't like it any old time, but it didn't taste any different than ever. I wouldn't have even known the dream inducers were in it." "Make with the napping, then," Albus insisted, leaning forward in his seat. "You've only got 10 minutes before magical brain scramble time." "No pressure, though," Lily squeaked. James flopped backwards onto the bed of cloaks. He knew that, on some level, he was nervous. But the feeling was distant, almost academic. Mostly, what he felt was a pervasive sense of extreme comfort, as if every muscle in his body, including his brain, had happily turned into pudding. The others continued to talk as he closed his eyes, but their voices were suddenly unimportant and far away. The subtle shimmy rattle of the train became a lullaby, escorting him down, through descending layers of consciousness, until all that remained was a fog of expectancy. "The answer to my most vexing question," he thought dimly, concentrating on the words, trying to cling to them. The train lumbered on beneath him, and suddenly the journey seemed much longer than usual. It was no longer a journey of mere hours and miles, it was a journey of years and leagues, across oceans, over decades, spiraling below normal sleep and into something as bottomless as space and endless as time. And slowly, on the other side of that great divide, James began to wake up. "For Frederica," a girl's voice said faintly. James looked to the side. A young woman, barely older than James himself, stood nearby. In her outstretched hand, smoking lazily, was a small pistol. "For Frederica," she repeated faintly, "from her fiancé, William. And from me, her sister, Helen." James followed the aim of the pistol and saw a man lying face down, obviously dead. There was nothing else to see, only the girl and the dead man, surrounded by infinite black void. But then, slowly, shapes began to resolve out of the dark. James looked around as buildings unsheathed from the empty fog all around. Wet cobble spread away from Magnuson's body. Barrels and crates shimmered into view, cramming a narrow, dank alley. "I've been here before," James said, but his voice was silent, merely a thought in the void. He looked down and saw that he had no shape or form whatsoever. It was as if he was a ghost, invisible and unimportant, a mere observer in a world that was not his own. A shock of panic overwhelmed him and he turned on the spot, seeking some help or even a friendly face. The first face he saw, however, was his own. His cheeks were pallid in the darkness, lit only by a guttering gas lamp near the mouth of the alley. His eyes were wide with shock. His wand was lowering in his hand. "We're sorry for what happened to Frederica," a voice, Ralph said solemnly. "This man may have been a part of our world. But we aren't like him." James suddenly saw it all. This was the night that he, Ralph and Zane had gone in search of the dimensional key, a magical silver horseshoe held by the powerful and sadistic Alma Alaron Professor Ignatius Magnuson. Having followed the professor into mid-19th century Philadelphia, they had witnessed the rather shocking truth of his demise, that rather than escaping into the world between the worlds with the aid of his dimensional key, Magnuson had been cut down by a single Muggle bullet, fired by a young woman, the sister of one of Magnuson's victims. But why was James here now, watching it happen again? Was he meant to stop it somehow? Or was he meant to see something that he had missed the first time? James watched as Helen met a young Muggle man near Magnuson's corpse. The man limped slightly. He had nearly been killed by Magnuson and his vicious magical cane before Helen had appeared at the mouth of the alley, the pistol in her hand and vengeance in her heart. The man knelt, pried the cane out of the dead man's slab-like hand, and then, with a determined grimace, snapped the cane over his knee. James knew what happened next. He had already lived it once. William took the velvet bag containing the dimensional key from Magnuson's other hand. He gave it to James, Ralph, and Zane, who quickly made their exit, splashing through puddles as they dashed back to Alma Alaron and the fabled time lock. But dreaming James did not follow them. Surprisingly, he remained with Helen and William as they began to walk in the other direction, much more slowly, leaving Magnuson's body hidden under a pile of rubbish. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, the surroundings began to fade away again, receding into darkness like actors slipping behind a curtain, until all that remained was Helen and William, walking slowly away, huddled together and strangely silent, and somehow James knew there was something secretly important about them. They were the main story now, not he, Ralph and Zane. He watched the young man and woman as they dwindled into distance. In Helen's apron pocket, still warm and smelling of spent gunpowder, was the small 6-shot revolver. In William's hand, clutched loosely, was the broken head of Magnuson's cane, its eyes dark and diminished, but not dead. Never dead. A cold wind buffeted over James, taking away the vision of William and Helen, the revolver and the cane. James sensed their story happening beyond the reach of that wind, as if the wind was time itself, stripping away days and weeks, months and years. Helen and William, strangely but not quite surprisingly, fell in love. They were married, and eventually they moved out of the grimy warren of Philadelphia's Wharf District and started a new life in the Pennsylvania countryside. There was a ramshackle farmhouse, surrounded by carefully planted fields, ribbons of straight, narrow roads, and a fresh, bubbling spring, and there were children. They were happy in the farmhouse, or at least as happy as siblings can be, with their constant rivalries, dramas and petty quarrels. There were 3 daughters and 1 son, the youngest of the lot. The son's name was Philip, and James saw him grow through the years, becoming a fine young man, thin and tall, with a sharp, witty, inquisitive mind. When Philip was 25, his mother, Helen, died. The illness had fallen over her quickly, in the form of a fierce cold that had blossomed into pneumonia. Philip's sisters lamented how suddenly fate moved, taking their mother in mere days, but Philip was secretly grateful. He was old enough to have seen how lingering illnesses can sometimes diminish their victims, leeching them slowly of joy, dignity, and purpose. Even in his grief, he was glad for his vibrant, joyful mother, glad that she had left the world swiftly, like a young bride eloping with fate, rather than being dragged along by it, slowly and reluctantly. James hovered outside the old farmhouse as the funeral took place. He sensed the grief and sadness within, the celebration of a life well lived. The faint sound of him singing leaked into the evening air, led by the bereaved husband, William, his tenor voice not precisely musical, but strong and clear. And then, sometime later, as the sun descended into the trees that fringed the fields, turning the sky a cauldron of copper and pink, Philip emerged from the house. He moved quietly, quickly, almost furtively, dashing along a path between the fields, looking back once or twice to assure he was not followed. James approached him, followed him silently, as the young man turned east, toward a thin strand of trees, and a rocky gully that bordered it. Something was buried there. James sensed it pulsing in the earth, felt the pull of its dark magic and undiminished will. Philip was a muggle, and yet he seemed aware of the buried force as well. Of course he did, for he had been there on the day his mother had buried it, many years earlier. He had been just a boy then, and when his mother had finished her task and returned to the farmhouse, he had dashed into the gully himself, curious to see what she had hidden away there under the rocks, because Philip understood something that no one else did. His mother, the woman who darned the holes in his socks and sprinkled brown sugar on his oatmeal, who hummed happily to herself from beyond the closed upstairs door of her bedroom every morning and who tucked him in each night with a kiss on his forehead and both cheeks, his plain, pretty, everyday mother, was magic. James understood. Helen had been no witch, but neither had she been purely muggle. Like Petra's sister, Izzy, Helen had occupied a strange middle ground between the polarities of power, instinctively following some deep, magical instinct, but not aware of it enough to embrace it. That's how she had known to come to the alley on that fateful night in 1859, the pistol stashed in her apron, arriving at the very moment to save her future husband's life. Her secret magic had compelled her. She herself didn't understand it, but neither did she question it. It was her subtle charms that had made the fields flourish, that conjured the spring to irrigate the farm in the midst of drought, that allowed her poultices and broths to keep her family almost preternaturally healthy and strong over the decades. And it was her unspoken magic that warned her to bury the tin box with its secret dark treasures out in the gully, beneath the stones and spiders and rough yellow weeds. Inside the house, even hidden away in the attic, the gravity of those treasures was just too strong. Helen had sensed it in her bed each night, heard the insistent, silent call. She worried that eventually her children would hear it, and respond to it. So she buried her dark treasures. Unfortunately, the very magic that compelled her is what drew her young son to follow her, to watch, and to become curious. And now, almost 20 years later, on the night of Helen's funeral, Philip returned to the gully. He didn't know why he moved so secretly, so nervously. He only knew that the pull of his curiosity, and some other, less definable force, was too strong to deny. James instinctively tried to call out to the young man, to warn him back. But of course he had no voice here. He was merely an observer, no more able to alter these events than he could hold back the course of the earth around the sun. Philip pried up the stone and produced a penknife from his coat pocket. With it, he began to dig, tossing aside crumbles of wormy earth, until the knife scratched metal. A minute later, he wrenched a rusty tin box from the ground and set it, almost reverently, on the rocks. He shivered as he stared at, fearing the box, but apparently unable to deny its attraction. He had seen its contents once before, although that time he had left them buried. His mother knew what was best, after all, and if she had buried them, it had been for good reason. Now, however, Philip was a grown man, and his mother was soon to be buried herself. Perhaps the magic was broken now. This was not true, of course, but the rationalization worked out with mud-caked fingernails. Philip pried the lid from the tin box. It came away with a screech, revealing its contents. Both James and Philip peered inside. Cradled in the rusty box were two objects. James recognized them immediately. One was the pistol that had killed the wizard, Ignatius Magnuson. The other was the head of his wickedly magical cane, its gargoyle's face leering and unblinking, tarnished black but glinting in the dying sunset. Philip took both of them, and with that single, swift motion, darkness fell over James again, engulfing him utterly. Time blew past again. Decades unraveled as Philip aged. He took a wife, had a son of his own, and became an old man. James saw him again in a brief, fleeting moment, laying on his deathbed, his grown son standing by his side. The tin was open between them, revealing the pistol and the iron gargoyle's head. Philip had kept them, treasured them despite their aura of dark mystery, or perhaps even because of it. "These belonged to my mother," he said, his voice weak and rasping. "And now they are yours." But James could see that the son was repelled by the strange, enigmatic objects in the ancient tin. He took them, but he did not reverence them. Soon enough, the tin was packed away in the attic of a tidy brick house in Philadelphia, all but forgotten, gathering dust through the cycle of decades. Until a woman's hand bumped against the tin, knocking it aside with a clatter. James watched as the darkness receded again, revealing the depths of the attic, much more cluttered and altered by time, lit by the flat brilliance of falling snow outside a single gabled window. The woman was thin, pretty, with a hint of the long-departed Helen in her features. And yet she was sad, somehow. Partly it was the task she was engaged in, emptying the house after the death of her oldest grandfather. But that wasn't all of it. This woman was living a life of misfortune and heartbreak. Her 5-year-old son, who even now played on the living room carpet 2 floors below, was weak with some complicated illness, requiring doctors and medicines she could not afford. Winnie's husband was no help, having left almost a year earlier, ostensibly in search of employment back east, where he had grown up. Winnie had not heard anything from him since, and doubted she ever would again. He wasn't injured, or missing. He was just gone. Winnie pried the tin box open impatiently, and then paused. Puzzled, she held first the pistol, and then the gargoyle's head up to the wintry light. A thoughtful look passed over her face, but it was much different than that which had appeared on the face of her great-grandfather, Philip, almost a century earlier. The year was 1978, and Winnie's life had not prepared her for a sensitivity to magic. It had, however, made her acutely sensitive to the possibility of quick money. She desperately needed it. After all, it was just possible, she mused somewhat hopelessly, that the iron gargoyle sculpture and antique pistol might be worth something. Winnie pocketed the objects, vowing not to tell her brother about them. He wasn't desperate like her. And perhaps if he had been more willing to help her she wouldn't have had to resort to such petty means. It was weak justification, and Winnie knew it. Deep down, she hated herself for it. But self-recrimination wasn't enough to change her mind. She clumped down the attic steps, calling for her son to put on his coat and shoes. Another rush of wind carried James with it, but this one was different. It covered mere space, not time, and James knew that what he now observed was only a short while later. Across the city, outside a cramped storefront on a windy street corner, icy snowflakes scoured the store's windows, blurring the odd collection on display. Musical instruments and small Muggle appliances, stacks of cheap books with their page edges dyed yellow or red, antique lamps and cheap glass sculptures. Over the recessed front door were hung 3 tarnished metal balls, swinging beneath a sign painted with faded red letters. Pawn shop, buy, sell trade. Winnie's car, a large, strangely evil-looking machine with rust-edged fenders and the word Tornado emblazoned on the corner of its boot, sat idling a block away. Winnie's son, James knew, was not inside, Nor was he with his mother, inside the pawn shop. The boy had been left in the care of his uncle, Winnie's brother. None of them had been particularly happy with the arrangement, but it would only be for a short while, as James looked at the plume of exhaust puffing into the frigid air from the idling car, then at the storefront a block away. He had a terrible suspicion that Winnie was quite wrong about that. A bell jingled faintly as the pawnshop door opened. Winnie emerged, and the staccato clack of her heels told James all he needed to know. She had only sold one of the mysterious objects, and she had not gotten anything near as much money as she had hoped. Fuming and worried, she stalked toward her waiting car and James, almost against his will, moved to follow her. A couple was walking ahead of them on the footpath. James saw that they were man and woman, both wearing black, but they were not man and wife. Sister and brother? He thought yes. Winnie stalked forward, the cold wind turning her cheeks bright red, and as she approached the couple, angling to pass them, the couple stopped in their tracks. A thrill of fear ran down James' spine, for he saw immediately that the couple were magical. American witches and wizards dressed far more like their Muggle counterparts, but the clarity of his dreaming mind was undeniable. The man and woman glanced up at Winnie, simultaneously and intently. Of course they did, for they sensed the hidden power of what she was carrying, even if they didn't know what it was. "Excuse me," the woman said suddenly, unsmiling. "Might we have a word?" Winnie paused only for a moment. "It's cold and I'm in no mood," she muttered, brushing past. "I'm afraid we must insist," the man said, and his arm snaked out, grasping Winnie's elbow in a vice-like grip. Winnie snapped backwards like a dog on a leash, her feet slipping on the icy footpath so that she nearly fell, would have fallen, in fact, if not for the man's stony fist. Immediately, James glanced about the street in search of help, but the footpath, indeed the entire avenue, was empty, filled only with parked cars, moaning wind and skirls of snow. "What are you?" Winnie exclaimed angrily, righting herself and attempting to pry her arm loose of the man's grasp. "Let go of me, you lunatic." Instead, the man pushed her forward, into the recessed entryway of a closed bookstore. His sister followed, her eyes flashing with bright interest. "You're a Muggle," she said, smiling tightly. "Aren't you? You're not even a witch." "A why?" Winnie stammered, fear beginning to replace her anger. "What are you, crazy? Get out of my face. I'll call the police." "The police?" The man scoffed. "Feel free. None are within 5 blocks of here. And even if they were right next to us, they would hear nothing unless we wish them to. Now give over your talisman." Winnie blinked at him in consternation. His words made no sense. Instead, she renewed her struggle against the man's grip. Across the street, a bedraggled man peered out of an alley. James saw him, saw his bleary, red-rimmed eyes and scraggly beard. He was a bum, huddled pathetically against the cold, but curious at the raised voices. "For your own sake," the sister declared impatiently, "quit fighting and answer our question. You have no right to whatever it is you're holding. Did you think we would not sense it? It's useless to you anyway. What could you, a Muggle, hope to do with it? Hand it over and we'll be on our way." "I have no clue what you're blabbing about," Winnie cried furiously, finally wrenching her arm loose and stumbling backwards between the bookstore's dark display windows and toward its closed security gate. It rattled as she fell against it. "You are both completely crazy. Get out of my way so I can get home to my son. Your son will grow up without a mother unless you give us what you have, Muggle," the man replied with vicious confidence. His hand dipped into his coat and withdrew a long, black wand. His sister raised her own, fingering it with relish. Winnie stared at them, at their extended wands, and shook her head in confusion. "Look, you've obviously mistaken me for someone else. I don't know what you want. I've got almost nothing on me. Here." She fumbled in her purse, producing a small, thin wallet. "Here's the $20 I got for that stupid little sculpture. That's all I have, but you can take it. Take it and let me go." She tossed the wallet toward them, but the brother and sister simply let it fall to the cracked tile floor of the alcove. "You think it will protect you, don't you?" the sister said suspiciously. "Is that it? Surely you cannot be so stupid. You don't even know how to use it." "We do. We can smell its power, whatever it is. We don't care how you found it, or where it came from. Just give it to us. Give it to us and you can go. Refuse us." She shrugged with one shoulder and gestured with her wand. "Refuse us and you will die, and we will have it anyway." "I don't know what you mean," Winnie screamed, pressing back into the security gate, making it rattle again. She did not know what the wands were, but somehow she sensed they were dangerous. "It is very powerful," the brother breathed, stepping forward, his nostrils flaring. His sister nodded. "But what is it?" "We must have it." Their shadows crept over Winnie as they advanced on her, their wands pointing at her heart. Winnie shrank back, cringing, and then, suddenly and desperately, she rammed her hand into her purse again. She grasped something, yanked it out, and flung the purse away. "Back off!" she screamed, raising her trembling fist. In it, shaking wildly, was the antique pistol, its round barrel glistening blackly in the pale light. Across the street, the observing bum gasped and hunkered behind a trash can. James' sharpened, dreaming senses saw it all. The sister and brother stared at the weapon in Winnie's hand. Then, happily, the sister began to laugh. "Muggles and their weapons," she shook her head. "My dear, that antique pop gun cannot hurt us. You're wasting time, and our patience is running thin. Give us your talisman. Do it now, or we will take it from your corpse." Winnie locked her elbow, holding the pistol full length. She had never held a gun before, was not exactly sure that she could pull the trigger, even if she knew it would fire, which she did not. She pointed it alternately at the woman, then the man. The sister lunged. James saw it, saw the sudden, almost bestial litheness of it, and he once again tried to call out a warning. This time, however, his voice would not have been heard even if he'd had one, for a loud, flat bang struck the air, momentarily drowning out every other sound. A split second later, silence fell, layered only with the senseless moan of the wind and sand-like scurry of blowing snow. The sister stepped backwards, out from beneath the bookstore's awning. She lowered her wand and looked down at herself in the wintry daylight. Drops of blood pattered the icy pavement between her feet. A moment later, she crumped to her knees, looked up in shock, and keeled forward onto her face. "You." The brother breathed, his eyes wide and shocked as he looked over his shoulder, his wand still raised in his own fist. "You killed her." His voice was filled with wonder. He repeated himself, as if he could scarcely believe his own words. "You killed her." "I didn't mean to," Winnie pleaded, lowering the smoking pistol. She stared at it in her hand in horror, as if it was a small, vicious monster. "She made me." "She was going to." "You killed her." The brother screamed, so strenuously that his voice cracked and his eyes bulged. He extended his wand, leveled it at Winnie's face, and spoke the phrase James dreaded hearing, "Avada Kedavra." A figure bolted into the brother at the exact moment that a bolt of green light leapt from his wand. The bum, after a fierce inner struggle, had bolted across the street, stumbled over the dead witch, and tackled the brother at the precise moment that he cast the killing curse. As a result, the curse exploded in all directions, bouncing off the enclosed display windows, and hurling both the brother and the bum out into the street. They skidded, leaving a long black scrape on the snow. A horn honked suddenly, accompanied by the juddering grind of braking tires. A garbage truck slewed to a halt, barely avoiding the pair in the street. The driver cursed loudly behind the windscreen and wrenched open his door. The brother scrambled to his feet, waving his wand wildly, but the moment was lost. More people were descending onto the scene now, emerging from nearby shops and vehicles. The brother threw one last look at his dead sister, and then, his face etched with rage, disapparated, leaving only a crack of collapsing air and a swirl of snowy smoke. "What the ever-loving hell?" the garbage truck driver bellowed, leaning out his door. "Weren't there just two of you?" The bum shook his head slowly. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he said emphatically. "I'm not crazy. You tell them, understand? I'm not crazy. And neither are you." The garbage truck driver stared at the bum, then at the dead woman lying on a pool of dark red blood. After a moment, he nodded agreement. "I'll radio for the PD." In the shadow of the bookstore's deep alcove, Winnie lay dead, strangely unmarked, victim of the killing curse. The pistol was still clenched in her hand. Darkness descended, again, and this time James welcomed it. He had a sense that the dream was over, that whatever answer the dream was meant to provide, it was now up to him to divine it. But the dream pulled him onward again, carrying him in another gust of advancing time. In it, he saw disconnected snippets of the story, like headlines in a shredded issue of the Daily Prophet. The dead witch was a mystery to the police, firstly because she bore not a shred of identification, and no one ever came forward to collect her body. Instead, her corpse lay in the Philadelphia morgue for 2 days before it was mysteriously stolen in the dead of night, never to be seen again. The second mystery was even more perplexing. The anonymous woman had been killed by a bullet wound to the chest, apparently fired by the other dead woman, one Winnie Holm. The problem was that the gun in Miss Holmes' hand was over 100 years old, a rather quaint antique, and empty of bullets. The men in the police forensics laboratory were quite sure that the weapon had not been fired in many, many decades. Winnie's son went to live with his last remaining relative, his uncle, who provided well for him financially, but did very little to nurture him. The enigmatic pistol was once again packed away, forgotten in the trunks of his dead mother's things. For simplicity's sake, The boy eventually adopted his uncle's last name and even called him father, although he never once really meant it, and strangely enough, from the moment the antique pistol was packed away in the basement below his feet, the boy never again suffered any ill effects of his old sickness. These images dissolved into silence as James floated with the wind, carried again into an uncertain future which was still, strangely, someone else's past. Out of the darkness, Winnie's old car tooled into view, its engine rumbling roughly, a cloud of blue smoke coughing from its tailpipe. Sunlight flashed daggers from the rusty chrome and dusty windscreen as the car slowed, angled toward a curb, and laboriously, reluctantly, died. The driver's door opened with a screech and a young man stepped out, blinking affably at the brightness of a crowded city street. James sensed that he was still in Philadelphia, although some years had passed. The man was tall, thin, with long sandy hair hanging in lank curtains around an amiable face. He wore a grungy flannel shirt untucked over jeans with holes torn in the knees, and yet, watching him, James had the distinct impression that the man was not poor. This, inexplicably, was the fashion of his time. This suspicion was verified as a similarly dressed young woman approached, a clutch of books in her arms and her hair matted in stiff, frizzy ropes, held down by an old kerchief. "That thing's not exactly earth-friendly, Quinn," the young woman commented, glancing at the cloud of dissipating blue smoke. "Where's the bike today?" "Packed in the back seat, along with the rest of my earthly possessions," the man, Quinn, replied easily, leaning against the Tornado's fender. "I'm on my way east, college-bound." "Seems to me like you're headed nowhere fast," the girl sniffed. "That thing smells like roasted cat pee and looks ready to fall apart." The man patted the car's bonnet affectionately. "She'll be fine. Just needs a little oil and TLC. Besides, I can't just leave her in Philly. She'd just get tossed into the nearest junkyard, and I can't let that happen. She belonged to my mom, after all." James understood. This was Winnie's son, all grown up. Everyone called him Quinn, the last name of his stepfather, but the young man secretly disliked it. He meant to move away, to New York, where his real father had gone so many years earlier. It wasn't that he meant to find his birth father. Quinn had never known him or heard anything from him, and had surprisingly little interest in changing that fact. It was simply that, as long as he stayed in Philadelphia, he would always remain Quinn, the son of the well-known personal injury attorney, whose face appeared on billboards all over town along with the equally well-known slogan, "When IT comes to your claim, Quinn wins." But there was more to it even than that. Philadelphia was where his mother had been killed, over a decade ago. Quinn only barely remembered her as a sadly beautiful face and gentle, loving hands. He had hoarded everything that had once belonged to her, including the old black Tornado, but could no longer bear to stay in the city that had witnessed her death, especially since the man who had killed her might still be living there, uncaught, walking free even to this day. Because Quinn knew more about his mother's death than did anyone else. He was good at figuring things out, and had had a much greater interest in the mystery than the police detectives. Only a few summers earlier, Quinn had sought out the only witness to his mother's death, a derelict who haunted the Wharf District and occasionally showed up at the several homeless shelters scattered among the warehouses and liquor stores. It was at one of the soup kitchens that Quinn had finally found and interviewed him. At first, the old man had been stubbornly reluctant to talk, adamantly insisting that he had told everything there was to tell. When he realized that Quinn was the dead woman's son, however, he slowly relaxed. He admitted to Quinn that there had been another person present, a man. The man had been the actual murderer, in fact, using a weapon unlike anything the bum had ever seen, and which he could not even describe. And then, the bum whispered conspiratorially, warming to the subject, his watery eyes bright and intense. "And then, when it was all over, the guy just up and what?" 16-year-old Quinn asked, trying not to grab the bum by the collar and throttle him in his impatience. "What did he do? Tell me." The bum looked evasively around the nearly deserted shelter, his mouth clamped shut. When he looked back at Quinn again, his face was etched with a sort of stubborn defiance. "I'll tell you what he did," he said in a cracked whisper. "But you won't believe me. The guy up and disappeared." "That's what?" Quinn simply stared at the bum's stubbly face and red, prune-like nose, and his stomach slowly sank. The bum was insane. Obviously nothing he said could be taken seriously. All of Quinn's efforts to find and interview him had been a waste of time, a total joke. Disappointment gave way to rage and Quinn almost struck the bum. His fist clenched on the cracked tabletop. To stop himself, he climbed brusquely from his seat and began to stalk toward the shelter's front door. He disappeared. The bum called after him, abandoning secrecy, suddenly frantic to make Quinn believe him. "I didn't tell nobody 'cause they'd think I was crazy, just like you do. But it's the truth. He disappeared right out of thin air. Like some kind of magic trick, Quinn slammed through the shelter's door, leaving the bum raving behind him, calling after him. The old man was crazy, totally deranged. Quinn berated himself for wasting his time, for believing there were answers to be found, and yet, even as he raged aimlessly along the hot, crowded street, he wondered, was it possible the bum was telling the truth? Maybe he was not deluded, or at least not totally deluded. Maybe there had been another person there that night, a man, with some sort of inexplicable weapon, something that could kill without leaving any mark. If so, then Quinn's mother's murderer was still out there somewhere, possibly still in Philadelphia, uncaught and free, living out his days while his mother lay in a cheap grave at the edge of town, dead these many years, dead by his detestable hand. The idea was a poison seed in Quinn's brain, sending out roots of suspicion, blossoming into flowers of hate. For this reason, more than any other, he had decided that he would leave Philadelphia once and for all, and never look back. "We'll miss you, Quinn," the young woman with the dreadlocks said with a sigh. "Make sure you come back and visit the old gang sometimes." "I will," Quinn smiled, but the smile was thin. Both James and the young woman saw it. She nodded, gave Quinn a little half-hug, and then walked on without looking back. Quinn watched her go, gave a brisk little sigh, and then began to walk himself, heading in the opposite direction. Silently, James followed. Quinn cut through a cramped alley, emerging into a much narrower street. There was no traffic here, but the noise of lorries and buses could be heard nearby, droning over the rooftops. Quinn glanced left and right, frowned to himself, and then struck off to the right, following a line of brick and glass storefronts and threadbare awnings. He finally stopped in front of a sort of market and peered into the dusty window, cupping his hands to his face to cut the glare. A row of crates beneath the window displayed an odd inventory of whisk brooms, athletic shoes, umbrellas, and cans of something called Vegemite, stacked in a haphazard pyramid. Quinn shrugged to himself and pushed through the door, jangling a bell hung overhead. "Hello?" he called, scanning the crowded shop for a counter. Sunbeams cut through the gloom, swimming with brilliant specks of dust and obscuring the shadowy corners. "Anyone home?" "Morning," a voice replied faintly. "Not open yet, actually. Not that it matters. Paying customers is always welcome." Quinn turned toward the voice and saw an old man behind a counter, easing himself out of an antique recliner with a groan. The area behind the counter was crammed with an enormous desk, several wooden filing cabinets, a precariously overloaded coat rack, a hot plate and coffee maker, and what appeared to be several decades' worth of newspapers, dirty dishes, and miscellaneous inventory. An electric fan stood atop one of the file cabinets, ruffling the newspapers and playing in the old man's tufty white hair. "Hi," Quinn said, putting a smile on his face. "Sorry. I was actually, He glanced around the store again, taking in the amazing assortment of completely unrelated merchandise. "I was actually looking for some motor oil. For my car." His smile turned sheepish. "I doubt it's the sort of thing you stock here." "Oh, I don't know," the old man replied, scratching his hunched back and adjusting his glasses. "I carry a little bit of anything and everything. Whatever I can get my hands on." "It's for your car, you say?" He leaned over, producing a series of creaking pops from his spine, and began to rummage behind the counter. "Yeah," Quinn sighed. "It's sort of old. Burns oil like crazy, but gets me there in one piece most of the time, as long as I treat her right." "They'll do that," the man's voice wheezed from the depths of the counter. "Let's see. Oil. Oil." He reappeared, tilted his head back, and held a small can at arm's length, reading its label through his bifocals. 3-in-1 oil. "That's not gonna do it, now, is it?" He smiled and laughed in a cracked voice. "No," Quinn agreed, becoming impatient. "Maybe you could just tell me where the nearest convenience store is. I can walk. Car needs to cool down anyway." The old man nodded knowledgeably. "Nonsense. I'm sure I've got something here. What viscosity you need?" Quinn regretted entering the store at all. He rolled his eyes as the old man turned away, shuffling noisily around his desk. 10W30. "It doesn't really matter. She's an old tornado and isn't exactly choosy. I just need to feed her something black and slippery every few dozen miles to keep her happy." The old man stopped and peered back over his shoulder, frowning slightly. "A tornado, you say?" Quinn nodded and endured the man's long, thoughtful gaze. "Does it matter?" "Might." The man nodded, turning toward the counter and heaving up a hinged partition. He stepped out into the dusty sunbeams, sighing theatrically. "Touchy things, old cars like that. Burning oil is really just a symptom. Why don't you show her to me? Maybe we can fix her up so she don't burn so much." Quinn frowned at the hunched old man, who merely stared back at him expectantly. "What?" He shrugged and gave another wheezy laugh. You gonna turn down an offer of genuine goodwill? What's this town coming to? Look, I drove a Tornado myself 30 years ago. I learned a few tricks about 'em. At the very least, it'll get me out of the shop for a quarter hour. So lead on, my young friend. Quinn almost said no, but he had been raised to respect his elders. And besides, maybe the old guy did know a few things about cars. It would be nice not to have to pull over every 40 miles amid a cloud of oily blue smoke. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Quinn turned toward the front door. 5 minutes later, Quinn hunkered in front of the Tornado and popped the bonnet. It wrenched open with a screech and he held it up for the old man. The man muttered to himself, fiddling with a few wires and plugs. He leaned over the grill and peered into the depths of the engine compartment. To Quinn, he did not appear to be a man on the verge of fixing something. On the contrary, he seemed almost to be idly hunting around, prodding this and poking at that. He sniffed the hot air over the engine, and then stood up again with a shake of his head. Not in there, he said, almost to himself. What? Quinn asked, becoming seriously annoyed. I thought you said you knew how to work on these? Problems not with the engine, the old man said with a brisk nod. Has to be in the back. Open up the trunk. Let me take a look. The trunk. Quinn repeated skeptically, lowering the bonnet. That's what I said. Pop it open. Quinn slammed the bonnet and shook his head. Look, if it's all the same to you, you want to get this thing running again or not? The old man said, straightening for the first time. He was, Quinn saw, rather taller than he had at first appeared. His hunched back seemed suddenly remarkably straight. His voice even sounded firmer, less wheezy, more commanding. Open the trunk and I'll make all your problems go away. Quinn glanced at the man with a mixture of bemusement and trepidation. Sighing, he shook out his keys. My stuff's all back there, he said, leading the man toward the rear of the car. You won't be able to see anything. I'll be able to see just fine, the man said in a low, grating voice. Quinn socked the key into the lock and twisted. With a pop the boot opened. Let me just, he began, but the old man shouldered past him, bending low over the haphazard jumble of Quinn's luggage and duffel bags. He began to shove them aside, patting and probing them one by one. Quinn watched this with increasing incredulity. Whatever the problem with the oil is, he ventured loudly. It isn't in any of my bags, so sure, are you? The man growled, beginning to heave Quinn's things out onto the street. Quinn's temper finally broke. All right, that's enough, he said, grabbing a duffel bag with one hand and the man's shoulder with the other. I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're obviously not fixing my car. Why don't you just... The back of Quinn's head connected with the light pole before he knew what happened. He dropped the duffel bag, grabbed the back of his head and slid clumsily to the sidewalk, 15 feet away from the car. The old man, who suddenly didn't appear particularly old at all, still stood near the open boot, but peered back at Quinn with a calmly warning look. You'll not want to touch me again, he said, all the wheeze gone out of his voice. If you know what's best for you. He resumed his ransacking of the trunk, becoming agitated, muttering angrily under his breath. Quinn climbed to his feet woozily. There was a hot, damp spot on the back of his head. He touched it gingerly with his fingers and they came away grimed with blood. The old man had pushed him. That had to have been it. But 15 feet? Was anyone capable of such strength? And yet the answer was right in front of him. The wheezy, hunched old man was suddenly straight-spined and square-shouldered, his wispy gray hair now thick and threaded with black. He heaved Quinn's guitar case out onto the street with a clatter, barely pausing. Still feeling woozy, Quinn looked around the sunny street. People were passing, glancing idly at the man ransacking the car, but no one stopped. To the outside observer, the scene probably looked like a disgruntled father searching his son's car for some mildly illegal contraband. Quinn stumbled off the sidewalk and into the street, making a wide angle toward the Tornado's passenger door. He reached it, thumbed the latch, and pulled the door open. A moment later, he fell inside. Where is it? The man's voice seethed from the depths of the trunk behind him. It's here. Same as before. I can feel it. Despite the morning heat, a sort of preternatural chill fell over Quinn where he sat. The man was looking for something he knew had to be there, something he recognized. But how could he? It was the mention of the Tornado that had done it. Not many people drove them, not anymore. That was when the old man had changed, become suddenly interested. Where are you? He growled, shaking the car with his fervor as he tore things out of the boot, heaving them onto the street. Where are you, God's damn it? And then, suddenly, he stopped. Silence fell, punctuated only by the dim thrum of distant traffic and a nearby dog's barking, and Quinn realized that knew what the man was looking for. He lurched in the passenger seat, leaned over, and rammed his hand under the driver's seat, groping frantically. It wasn't there. He twisted his body, shimmying further under the seat, scrabbling in the darkness. His fingers brushed something, a small, heavy object wrapped in oily rags. He fumbled it, and then gripped it. "What are you at, then?" a voice exclaimed harshly in his ear, and a pair of strong, knuckly hands grabbed him, clamping onto his calf and shoulder, heaving him bodily out of the car. "Eh? Where is it? Give it over." Quinn flailed, scrabbled at the car door to no avail, and fell stumbling into the street. The man loomed over him, a grim shadow against the morning sun. He reached again, but Quinn scrambled backwards, still clutching the object he'd claimed from beneath the seat. The man followed, stalking resolutely, chasing Quinn into the shadows of the opposite sidewalk. A newspaper lorry sat idling against the curb, its exhaust making a plume of rich fumes in the still air. Quinn bumped against the lorry's tire and tried to clamber to his feet. The man kicked at him, knocking him back down. "Give it over," he commanded, raising his chin and reaching for his back pocket. "Give it over and perhaps this day may end with you still alive." Quinn shook his head. He groped for something to say, some pithy rebuttal that would end this incomprehensible confrontation. "Oh," he stammered, clutching the wrapped object against his chest. "Oh, over my dead body," the old man nodded firmly and sighed. "In that case." He raised his fist from behind his back and a long, tapered stick was protruding from it. He pointed it at Quinn, sighted down it, and stepped back into the sunlight of the street, drawing his aim, and in Quinn's hand, the wrapped object pulsed, suddenly as cold as a January tombstone. Avada! There was a screech, a blaring horn, a judder of grinding tires, and the man was bashed from view, replaced by a blur of gray-green metal. It was a garbage truck, slewing sideways as it braked. Quinn could hear the frantic cursing of the driver even over the noise of the squealing tires. A moment later, and 20 feet away, the garbage truck jerked to a stop, producing a rattling crash from its rubbish-choked guts. Weak with disbelief and shock, Quinn finally clambered to his feet. He stumbled around the front of the newspaper lorry to where the garbage truck sat idling, angled crookedly toward the curb. The erstwhile old man lay in its shadow, broken and bleeding, road grime ground into his cheek and forehead. His wand was broken in his clenched fist. "What the?" a man's voice cried, and then, shrill with disbelief, him again. Quinn looked up, saw the garbage truck driver standing on the running board of his truck, clutching the open door. James was not exactly surprised to see that it was the same driver, only a decade older, his chin pouched and his cheeks gray with stubble. "Go for help," Quinn said mildly. "The cops, ambulance. Whatever." The driver looked from Quinn, to the body in the gutter, and then back again. "Whatever you say, kid," he said, shaking his head in wonderment. "But I don't think it's gonna do anybody any good." He looked back again at the dying man below and muttered, "Geesh. Talk about what goes around comes around." Quinn approached the bleeding figure in the shadow of the garbage truck. As he did so, he felt the cloth fall off the object in his hand. The dying man saw it and his eyes sparkled strangely. He let out a harsh, barking laugh. James looked. It was the ancient pistol. The one that had killed Magnuson in an alley in 1859. The one that had somehow traveled through time, passing from one hand to another, to end up here, at this moment. Quinn looked down at it in his hand. "This is what you wanted," he said blankly. "But why?" The man's face contorted with pain and rage. "It's more power than a creature like you." He coughed violently and spat blood. "Then a creature like you knows what to do with." Quinn took another step forward and stood over the man. He lowered the old, unloaded pistol to his side. "You murdered my mother," he said, merely confirming what he already knew. The man showed his bloody teeth and struggled for his last, ragged breath. "Killing muggles," he rasped, "isn't murder." He fell back against the curb, his strength spent. A moment later, his chest fell and didn't rise again. He still stared up at Quinn, but the eyes were as empty as marbles. Quinn stared down at him. It was over, but it wasn't satisfying. James could see it on the young man's face. Quinn didn't have any more answers. Just more questions. It was as if he was willing the dead man to come back to life again, to ask him the questions that now, suddenly, seemed so important. Why was the gun, this ancient, useless old revolver, worth killing for? What had he meant by it having more power than he, Quinn, would know what to do with? What had the stick in the man's hand been? Was that how he had killed Quinn's mother somehow, all those years earlier? So many questions, and almost no answers. Finally, after what seemed like a lifetime, Quinn bent, retrieved the hank of oily cloth from the pavement, and wrapped the pistol in it. He returned to his Tornado, pushed the wrapped weapon back onto the driver's seat, and then went back to the body of his mother's murderer. Calmly, he sat down on the curb and just stared at the dead man's blank, marble-like eyes. There he waited for the police, whose sirens were even now echoing along the street, and James sank away, leaving Quinn, watching the young man's strange, inquiring calm, wishing he could answer the questions for him. The pistol was powerful because it had ended the life of a great, dark wizard, and that had made it a sort of wand, absorbing the wizard's power, converting it into strange, magical energy. It was inexplicable, but it was also undeniable. Somehow, someway this was the answer. This strange, long story was the answer to his most pressing question, and as James tumbled into the darkness of the dream's closing oblivion, he realized, Quinn wasn't the only one with more questions than answers. 12. Mystery at the White Tomb. James ascended to wakefulness like a diver ascending from the depths of the ocean. It seemed to take an exceedingly long time, with consciousness blooming slowly above like a pale dawn. Eventually, blearily, he opened his eyes. He was not on the Hogwarts Express. A blank, gray ceiling hung high over his head, dim with shadows. He turned, moaning, and pushed himself to a sitting position. "Oh, thank goodness." A woman's voice announced, her tone somewhere between relief and rebuke. "I was beginning to think you'd spend the rest of the term on that bed. Here, drink this. You must be hopelessly dehydrated." A glass vial was pressed against James' lips, followed by a gush of cold liquid. He gulped the liquid, which tasted a bit like old copper nuts and dirty socks, and coughed. "Now let's not be dramatic," Madame Curio chided, setting the glass aside. "Anyone willing to swallow 5 of those horrible Weasley fainting fancies on a dare should have no problem with a little draught of rejuvenation." Fainting, James coughed, glancing around. He saw that he was back at Hogwarts, in the hospital wing. The light outside the tall windows was gray and watery, giving no indication of the time of day. "Fainting fancies? You of all people should know better, Mr. Potter," Madame Curio huffed. "Taking dares about such silly things, especially on the train, with no medical staff to assist if things go awry, and things do always seem to go awry with you, don't they? Fortunately for you, Rose Weasley, Ralph Deedle and that Malfoy boy had the sense to bring you straight to me from the train, telling me exactly what happened." James' heart sank in his chest. "They carried me here from the train? Like, in front of everybody?" "Well, there was little they could do to hide it, was there?" Madame Curio replied, producing a thermometer and thrusting it into James' mouth. He flopped back against the rumpled pillows. "How long have we been back, then?" He mumbled around the thermometer. 3.5 days, Madame Curio sniffed. "I was seriously beginning to wonder if I was going to have to transfer you to Street Mungo's." 3 days? James nearly choked again, scrambling upright. Madame Curio pushed him back down. "Yes, 3 days, so you can manage 5 more minutes. Now lie still and stop talking." When Madame Curio finally released him, James made his way toward the Great Hall, where he could hear the dull thrum and clatter of dinner conversation. He tried to enter surreptitiously, angling around the side wall toward the Gryffindor table, but nonetheless drew an increasing number of glances and half-whispered comments. As James passed, Lance Vassar smirked and shook his head, joined by his constant entourage of admirers. From the Slytherin table, Albus craned, and began to applaud. This was joined by a smattering of others throughout the hall, all grinning, some miming fainting, hands to their foreheads. "Hilarious," James huffed, dropping to a seat between Rose and Scorpius. "Fainting fancies. What were we supposed to do?" Rose hissed. "It was like you were dead. By the time we got to Hogsmeade I'd tried every reviving charm I know. We couldn't tell anyone about the dream inducers, could we?" "The fainting fancies were Scorpius' idea," Ralph said, pushing a platter of steak and kidney pie at James. "When we told him what happened, he came up with that straight away, even had a few of them in his pocket to make it all seem legit. Did the job nicely when we got to Madame Curio." James accepted the platter, suddenly realizing just how ravenous he was. "Except that now everyone thinks I'm some prat who'll swallow anything on a dare. Better that than having Professor Avior knowing he nicked some of his wares," Rose said in a low voice. "By the way, glad you finally woke up, so tell," Scorpius said seriously, pushing aside his own plate and leaning close. "Apparently the Yuxa ball outma worked, yes? We've been waiting half a week to hear the mysterious answer to our problems. What did you see?" James met Scorpius' eyes, then drew a deep breath, unsure where to start. He nodded, and then shook his head. "It worked. But I don't have any clue what any of it meant." "Tell," Rose insisted. "Maybe we can help work it out." James shook his head firmly, as if to dislodge something in his brain. "Let me eat. And think a bit. I still feel like there's a cloud jammed into my head. Then we'll discuss it. In the library, the others agreed to this reluctantly. Eventually, after James' third helping of steak and kidney pie, they made their way to the library, where James told them everything he could remember. When he finished, there was a moment of thoughtful silence. "How's that an answer to our most important question?" Ralph finally asked. Rose frowned. "It does seem pretty vague. Perhaps it will make sense eventually." "Who's Quinn?" Scorpius mused, leaning back in his chair. "That's really the key to everything. Quincy is one of the names the collector is using as the new American vice president," Scorpius suggested doubtfully. James sighed and rubbed his forehead. "I wish it was that easy. The Quinn in my dream had it as a last name, and he stopped using it as soon as he moved away from Philadelphia. Who knows what name he's going by now? All I know is that all of this started because of what happened when Zane, Ralph and I went through the time lock and followed Magnuson. I told you it was dangerous meddling about in time." Rose rallied, poking James in the chest. "I warned you. That's why time turners have been outlawed. The past is no place to go mucking about in. Cool your cauldron, Weasley," Scorpius drawled in a bored voice. Clumsy as they probably were, James, Deedle and Walker didn't change anything. They just watched it all happen from behind a bunch of crates. "Like mice." "Well," Ralph objected mildly. "Not like mice, exactly. More like lemurs. Foxes," James amended. "Stealthy-like." "You can't know you didn't change things," Rose insisted seriously. "It's a scientific law, observing things changes the outcome. Even the Muggles know that." Ralph blinked at Rose. "Where do you get this stuff?" Rose flopped backwards in her chair and crossed her arms huffily. "Just because you haven't read it doesn't mean it isn't true. So what did I miss here in the land of the living?" James asked tiredly. For someone who had slept for almost 4 days, he felt surprisingly exhausted. "Nothing good," Ralph admitted in a low voice. "Professor Avior isn't the only good teacher who's been replaced by some dodgy ministry hack. Tabitha Corsica has taken over for Professor Longbottom in herbology, just like we heard last time we were at York. Grudje apparently arranged it himself. She's actually not a bad teacher, really." Rose sniffed. "I mean, she's a despicable person at all, sure, but still." James rolled his eyes, dreading the prospect of sitting beneath that cool, pretty, hateful gaze next herbology. "I don't care how good a teacher she's pretending to be. She's vicious and mad. And besides, nobody knows more about herbology than Professor Longbottom." Nobody argued with that. "That's just the start, though," Rose went on. "Filch is running more rampant than ever, haunting the halls at all hours with that cane of his, just looking for people to sock with detention. He's filling up the charms classroom most nights with his victims, making them scrub old trophies, do lines, or worse. What's worse than doing lines with those bloody black quills?" James frowned, remembering the cuts on the back of his sister's hand, his temper rising. "Oh, he doesn't use those in public," Ralph answered. "Those are for special offenders who have to do detention down in his office. Nobody is allowed to talk about it, but we all know that's what happens there." "Argus Filch is a sadist," Scorpius said simply. "He likes hurting people, but he gets bored with the same things over and over. To keep it enjoyable he has to get inventive. He makes students levitate their textbooks," Rose whispered. James blinked. "Well, doubt that doesn't sound so. For hours at a time," Ralph added. "Have you ever tried that? It's easy for the first few minutes, sure. But eventually your arm gets tired, so tired it hurts. And your concentration weakens. And if you drop the book," Scorpius said, "it falls into a cauldron of acid, destroying it. You're out a textbook." And Filch just laughs, clucking his tongue and talking about how wasteful it is, and how your mommy and daddy will soon run out of money to replace your books. And then he just makes you start over with another one from your school bag. "Who's he doing this to?" James asked, his cheeks reddening. "Has he done it to Lily?" "Lily is keeping herself out of trouble," Rose soothed. "But Scorpius has first-hand experience. He spent 3 hours levitating his books." "Only dropped one," Ralph nodded, impressed. "Fortunately my family can afford all the books I need," Scorpius said with a wave of his hand. "And my father approves of harsh punishments. He thinks it will put the Slytherin back in me." A shadow passed over the table and James felt someone standing behind him. He glanced up and was chilled by the sight of Filch himself, suddenly looming over him, a grim, self-satisfied smile creasing his wrinkled face. "Doing homework, are we?" he asked in a low, grating voice. "Yes," Ralph answered loudly, at exactly the same time that Rose said, "No." She glared at Ralph, and then glanced back at the caretaker. "We're finished, sir. We're doing homework. Now we're just talking." Filch raised his stubbly chin, his eyes sparkling meanly. Strange that I see no books. Difficult to do homework without books. Or quills. Or parchment. James tried not to wilt in Filch's long shadow. He could smell cold and mustiness on the man's worn leather coat. We're discussing a class project, sir, something for, Muggle studies. This seemed safe enough, as Muggle studies did not, this term, require any books. Filch glared down at James for a long moment, his eyes narrowed, his mouth cinched up on one side, consideringly. Talking's for common rooms, he finally said in a low, grating voice. The library is for quiet. Scorpius cleared his throat loudly, drawing attention away from James. Right you are, sir. If you will excuse us, then, we'll just be on our way. Won't we? He climbed to his feet and straightened his robes. James, Rose and Ralph followed suit. Filch did not move. Enjoy your nice long nap, Mr. Potter? He hissed pointedly. James felt the heat rise to his cheeks again and knew they were burning red. Angry retorts crowded into his mind, clamoring to be spoken. Instead, he glanced away, toward the distant librarian's desk, and merely said, Is sleeping against the rules, sir? Filch's smile widened, showing his yellow teeth. It may well be. You've missed several days' classes, Mr. Potter. Your professors mind such things. I, however, do not. I mind that you are a foolish, stupid boy who seems to attract trouble the way rotten food attracts flies. James felt the anger welling up in him, nearly bursting forth. And then he realized something. Filch was trying to anger him. The caretaker was hoping to provoke a reason to give James detention. And it had almost worked. Realizing this, the rage slowly subsided. He glanced up at Filch thoughtfully. Enjoying my father's cloak, Mr. Filch? He asked, looking the old man square in the eye. He knows that you have it, you know. Filch's smile dried up in an instant. That cloak was confiscated, he growled peevishly. All very nice and legal. If your father dislikes it, he can take it up with the headmaster, and I would very much like to see him tried out. In the meantime, I suggest you keep your cheeky comments to yourself. With that, he took a step backward, allowing James room to move around him. Tentatively, the four students trickled away, heading toward the door, expecting Filch to call them back at any moment. He did not, but he watched them beadily, angrily. That was really stupid, James, Rose said quietly as they climbed the stairs. Brave, but stupid. Don't listen to her, Scorpius countered. It was bloody brilliant. Besides, what's the worst he can do? James considered this for a moment, unsure if the answer was particularly comforting. So what did you do to get detention anyway? He asked as they neared the portrait hole. A trifle, Scorpius replied in a bored voice, then, to the portrait of the fat lady. Flitterbloom. The fat lady nodded and swung aside in her frame, revealing the entrance to the common room. Scorpius climbed through. Rose turned to James before following Scorpius. He took the blame for the fainting fancy's dare, she explained. Said he told you were a flubberworm if you refused. That's why he got detention. James blinked at her, and then glanced through the portrait hole, watching Scorpius hurl himself into a saggy chair by the hearth. He didn't know what to say. Let's just hope, Rose sighed, turning to clamber through the hole herself. That dream of yours ends up being worth it. The following weeks went by in a sort of hectic blur. James quickly learned that both the new Wislet professor, Bettina Blovius, and herbologist Tabitha Corsica had taken to assigning crippling amounts of homework. James, having missed most of his first week back, found himself immediately buried under a seemingly insurmountable pile of essays, worksheets and literature assignments. Fortunately, Rose was able to assist with the latter, having already read most of the books on Blovius' reading list and providing James with a quick verbal synopsis of each, all except for Persephone Remor's vampire trilogy. She sniffed with obvious distaste. I mean honestly. How many adjectives can someone pile up before the whole sentence just collapses under its own weight? The general theory among Scorpius, Rose and Ralph was that the teachers were under strict orders to keep their students as busy as possible as a sort of distraction. This was indirectly confirmed by Professor Votary at the end of one of his accidentally exciting ancient runes lectures. As you are aware, students, I traditionally eschew the assignment of homework, he sighed impatiently, gazing fixedly at an upper corner of the classroom, since I believe it is an archaic and ineffective measure of academic progress. Remnant of a time when scholarship was judged by mere repetition of facts rather than application of experience. However, in light of new imperatives instituted by current leadership, he adjusted his tiny spectacles and seemed to give the matter a moment's disgruntled consideration. 6 inches of parchment on the similarities between Babylonian cuneiform and ancient hexaphonics should suffice. This was, of course, met with a chorus of weary moans, since hexaphonics were among the most notoriously complicated magical runes ever devised. "You guys are right," Zane whispered, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as the class shuffled muttering toward the door. "This has got to be Grudje's worked out. He's keeping everybody too busy to ask any awkward questions." "Filch, too," Ralph glowered. "Since not handing in homework is now a punishable offense," Zane gave a low whistle. "Lucky for me he's got no jurisdiction over us ailerons. I feel worse for those poor York students," Rose said, glancing over her shoulder toward Morton Comstock and his Muggle companions. "They don't even have the resources to study such things. Not to mention the fact that most hexaphonics are invisible to Muggles. I wish they were invisible to me, too," James countered grumpily. "Just looking at them gives me a headache. The way they crawl all over the page. It's like trying to read an anthill." Water dripped steadily from the roofs and gutters of the castle as winter receded, revealing dark patches of muddy grass like islands in the slushy snow. Soon enough, the trees of the forbidden forest budded with green and stiff spring winds tore across the grounds, raising leaden waves on the lake and snapping students' cloaks and robes as they made their way in huddled clusters to the greenhouses. Tabitha Corsica, however, never seemed even slightly ruffled, regardless of the weather. She presided over a biology class with her typical infuriating smugness, showing special favor to her former house. Like Professor Blovius, Corsica prescribed endless essays and reading assignments. It was common knowledge, however, that she provided her Slytherin housemates with extracurricular assistance, up to and including dummy essays, posted in the Slytherin common room under the guise of study aids, that they were allowed to simply copy, and they don't even have to go to the effort of copying them down by hand. Graham Warden insisted as he, Ralph, Rose and James squelched back from the greenhouses one particularly blustery day. May Isis heard from Ashley Doone that she saw Beetlebrick laughing about it in the library. "Corsica's taught them all the duplicitous spell." Ralph frowned into the wind. "What's the duplicitous spell?" "That's ridiculous." Rose shook her head peevishly. "That's advanced NEWT level transfiguration. Believe me, I've tried it." Ralph glanced from Rose to James, his brow furrowed. "It's a copying spell." James shrugged. "Transfigures one thing into an exact copy of another. But you have to be touching the thing you want to copy, and it's supposed to be dead difficult." "Difficult or not," Graham scoffed, heaving open the castle door and ducking out of the damp wind. "Corsica's teaching her Slytherin pets a lot more than herbology, I'll tell you that." As spring finally warmed the air and coaxed the grounds into a lush green patchwork, Quidditch matches progressed from icy tests of endurance to mere frustrating disappointments. Lance Vassar's performance as Gryffindor Seeker was not improved by the warmer weather, and this was even beginning to take its toll on Professor McGonagall, whose love of the game and pride of house were legendary. As fireworks spells erupted from the new scoreboard in celebration of a Hufflepuff victory, James could hear her angry muttering even over the noise of the cheering Hufflepuffs. "It's one thing to be a good sport," she groused under her breath. "It's another thing entirely to serve victory on a ruddy silver platter." "What's that, Professor?" Deirdre Finnegan asked loudly, craning to look back at McGonagall from the front row of the Gryffindor grandstand. "I said good match," McGonagall called tersely, arising from her seat in a swirl of tartan robes. "And I'll thank you to keep your ears to yourself." "Look at him," Graham shook his head. "No new scoreboard is worth that." James sighed as Lance Vassar circled high over the pitch, his right arm raised in a lazy wave, hovering in front of the goal rings on the far side of the pitch. Devenderdas pressed a hand to his forehead in weary defeat. Heth Thomas and Willow Wisteria, Gryffindor's beaters, both watched Vassar with tight frowns, their beater bats dangling at their sides. Rose shook her head. "He doesn't love Quidditch. He just loves being seen. I don't think he's even broken a sweat." "This is all your fault, James," Deirdre seethed. "That should be you out there. Not that arrogant little git." "True," Scorpius lamented breezily. "James would at least lose with the proper dejected shame. He's had more practice at it, after all." Rose cuffed Scorpius on the back of the head as they stood. Fortunate life for everyone. The international exchange classes provided a welcome relief from the burden of homework. Since most of the exchange classes counted simply as credit for Muggle studies, students were technically exempted from in-class assignments, although participation was strongly encouraged by Professor Curry, who occasionally sat in the international class to judge student performance and involvement. The day she visited James and Ralph's theoretical arithmetics class at Beauxbatons, however, she seemed as baffled as James himself by the enormous abacai and the busy clickety-clack of their colored beads. "Mr. Potter," she said quietly, sidling up to James. "Who is the teacher of this class?" James shook his head. "Couldn't say, Professor." We've been at this for months now and I've never seen anyone that I could say for sure was actually teaching anything." Professor Curry nodded uncertainly. "A practical class, then," she said. "Practicing. Quadrant-8 resolved," Morton Comstock announced proudly, stepping back from his abacus and flexing his fingers. "That's a new record." An older Beauxbatons girl with long black hair glanced up sharply, "Accounting for the temporal distortions from Ursa Major?" she asked with the faintest of French accents. "Of course," Comstock smiled. "Give me a challenge, you shall have it." The dark-haired girl nodded briskly. "Join Mr. Rand and Mr. Fournier on the Constellations grid, s'il vous plaît. Moving up to the big time, eh, Potter?" Comstock grinned, nudging James with his elbow as he edged past. Professor Curry watched him join two blue-robed students at the front of the gilded and mirrored room. "That boy is from York, is he not?" she asked, trying to keep the incredulity out of her voice. Ralph nodded. "He's got unique skills." In the front of the room, Comstock's voice echoed loudly. "It's the perimeter mapping level from Cosmic Commando all over again. I defeated that in 3 hours flat. This should be a piece of cake, is he?" Curry frowned. "Is he some sort of space explorer? Do Muggles allow their children to do such things?" Ralph stifled an uncharacteristic chuckle. "He plays games, Professor." Curry nodded, still watching Comstock with her brow furrowed. "Fascinating. Is this a prized talent in the Muggle community?" "Ha!" A girl's voice scoffed nearby. James glanced aside and saw Comstock's York classmate, Lucia Gruberova, her brown hair done up in her usual sprightly ponytail. She glanced at James and quickly smoothed the derision out of her face before dropping her eyes. "Video games are all right, I guess," she said to the floor. "But not as good as books, if you ask me." James nodded. He wasn't sure he agreed, but he appreciated that she, like him, seemed to have no love for Morton Comstock. Wednesday's practical prophecy classes at Durmstrang had taken on a distinctly different tone in the absence of Zane, mostly because Nastasia had assumed his place. This provided James a gamut of mixed feelings, ranging from confused annoyance to grudging admiration, since, despite her brash Americanness and her day-glow hair, she seemed to have gotten herself into surprisingly good graces with Professor Avior. James remembered that she had predicted these, as Professor Wace obviously preoccupied with magical bloodlines, and she herself came from a long line of pure-blood American wizardry. Still, both Ralph and James were consistently surprised to see the hauntingly familiar professor inviting the slight, precocious girl to the front of the classroom to assist with mundane class duties or illustrate acts of divination, all of which Nastasia was quite good at. "I never would have guessed it," Ralph whispered behind his hand one day as Nastasia used her wand to coax a smoke vision into life over a bright purple candle. "But she's, like, totally talented, isn't she?" James nodded, and then shook his head in wonderment. Nastasia was definitely complicated. In light of their midnight conversation in the Gryffindor common room, at the end of which she had inexplicably kissed him, no one knew better than he just how complicated she was. As he thought this, she met his eyes through the ribbons of enchanted smoke that she had conjured. There was a hard glint in her gaze. She winked at him briefly. "Excellent. Excellent. Professor," Avior complimented, snuffing the candle with a flick of his wand. "We have mere minutes before the smoke vision loses its potency. All of you will see something different, but every interpretation should be reliable so long as you apply the 8 prophetic principles that we have discussed. Please record your divinations now, and do be quick. Ms. Hendricks is, of course, exempt." He patted her lightly on the shoulder as he passed, beginning a slow circuit of the classroom. Quills immediately began to scratch on parchment, bobbing furiously over the shoulder of each student. James peered at the ribbons of smoke, attempting to divine something from them, but all he could see was Nastasia staring unabashedly back at him through the smoke, her bright eyes watching him, her lips curled in a secret smile. Would she kiss him again with those lips? Did he want her to? He was dismayed that the answers to those questions were far from obvious. His insides seemed to lift at the thought, and then drop precipitously a moment later. It was all so complicated and confusing. He certainly didn't love her. He hardly even liked her. And yet, he tore his eyes away from her strangely penetrating stare and her secret little smile. Glancing down, he saw that his quill was pressed to the parchment hard enough to form a tiny bubble of black ink. No visions came to his mind, despite Avior's lecture on the 8 prophetic principles. "Is your mind a blank, Mr. Potter?" Professor Avior asked in a low voice. James glanced up guiltily. The professor stood next to him, his bushy white eyebrows raised inquisitively over his half-moon spectacles, and for a moment James forgot that this was not, in fact, the long-dead Albus Dumbledore. He began, and then dropped his gaze again. I can't. Prophetic principle number 5, Mr. Potter, the professor said quietly, reassuringly. Empty your mind of expectations. You're halfway there. Don't see what you expect to see. See only what is there. James nodded, still staring hard at his blank parchment. He waited. A moment later he sensed the professor drifting away, continuing his circuit about the classroom. James glanced surreptitiously back at him. He didn't just look like Dumbledore. Somehow, someway, he was Dumbledore. Don't see what you expect to see. See only what is there. That, James thought darkly, is much easier said than done. As the traditional spring Hogsmeade weekend approached, a rumor spread among the student populace that Headmaster Grudje intended to cancel it, citing security concerns. James found the possibility of such a ban extremely likely, considering the fact that both incoming and outgoing school post was still being screened by the headmaster and his trusted inner circle. On the Friday before Hogsmeade weekend, tensions were running very high in the Great Hall as students awaited some announcement from the head table. It would be just like Headmaster Grudje, James thought, to wait until the final moment to dash everyone's hopes. When the headmaster did finally stand and approach the podium, there was no need for him to call the dinner assembly to attention. Every eye had already turned toward him, and the tense thrum of conversation died away to expectant silence. Grudje surveyed the room with his expressionless gray eyes. As you know, he began, speaking slowly and with patient emphasis, in light of current international tensions between the wizarding and muggle communities, we have been forced to institute some unfortunate changes to the normal freedoms we have enjoyed within these walls. Here it comes, Scorpius muttered, rolling his eyes. Let me assure you, Grudje went on, raising his voice over a wave of mutinous muttering. No one regrets these changes more than we, your teachers and administrators. Mr. Filch, especially, has repeatedly expressed his most heartfelt wish for a return to simpler, bygone days. James glanced toward the rear of the Great Hall, where Filch stood with Mrs. Norris cradled in the crook of his arm, his cursed cane clutched in his right fist. A tight smile creased his sallow face. The only simpler time he wants to return to, Rose muttered boldly, is the time when he didn't have to hide his tortures under a thin pretense of punishment. This statement was met with a chorus of harsh, disgruntled whispers, echoing the noises coming from each of the other tables. However, Grudje continued, and then paused, cocking his narrow head slightly and narrowing his eyes. I do believe it is customary to show the respect of silence when the headmaster is speaking. Or am I mistaken, Mr. Filch? This last was addressed to the rear of the hall, where Filch stood watching, taking mental notes as needed. Headmaster, Filch replied in his cracked, wheezing voice. He swept his gaze meaningfully over the house tables, quelling the chorus of whispers and mutterings. In their wake, the entire room rang with a sort of mute, electric anger. However, Grudje said again, lowering his voice to a gravelly monotone. We are not utterly without compassion. Hogsmeade weekends provide a healthy outlet for youthful vigor, one that we, your guardians, would be loath to forbid. As a result, we have determined to allow the tradition to continue as usual. A palpable sense of relief flooded the hall. James glanced at Rose, his eyebrows raised in surprise. Grudje, however, was not finished. We will, nonetheless, he said, raising one pale, knuckly hand, institute certain reasonable requirements. For instance, only students with no current or scheduled detentions may enjoy the privilege of Hogsmeade weekends. Around the room, a scattering of shoulders slumped and brows furrowed. There were, of course, a large number of students currently scheduled for detentions. Furthermore, Grudje went on, we would hate to see any of you fall behind in your studies. Therefore, only students who are current on all homework assignments, including those due the following Monday, will be eligible for the trip to Hogsmeade. Another wave of angry mutterings washed over the room at this, even louder than before. This time, Grudje seemed to allow it. He smiled slowly, indulgently. Professors will be stationed in the courtyard tomorrow morning, ready to accept any outstanding homework assignments and bid you a good trip. Until then, do enjoy your evening, students, he said, spreading his arms in a display of gracious magnanimity. Graham Warden leaned over the table furiously. He knows Corsica slapped us with a 14-inch essay on the uses of Hazel and Helidor. There's no way we can have that done by tomorrow morning. He's setting us up. Deirdre Finnegan agreed hopelessly. Between detentions and homework, there's no way any of us can go to Hogsmeade. That's not entirely true, Scorpius mused, glancing back at the Slytherin table. None of them look particularly unhappy, do they? James followed Scorpius' gaze and saw that it was true. Ralph, Trenton Block and Albus sat near the head of the table, their heads together in hushed conversation. Along the rest of the Slytherin table, however, students were grinning, talking, animatedly, even offering each other congratulatory nods and backslaps. Looks like it's true that Professor Corsica is giving her house a little helping hand with their herbology assignments. Scorpius sighed. I told you, Graham exclaimed. We should tell McGonagall. Rose shook her head derisively. Don't be an idiot. We don't have any proof. Even if she believed us, Tabitha would just deny it, turning that infuriating charm of hers up to full power. Here, Rose sat up straight, widened her eyes in a parody of wounded innocence and adopted a tone of oily sweetness. Why, Professor McGonagall, I would never endanger the academic development of my students by providing them with answers. That would be unethical. Deirdre snorted despite herself. That's totally what Corsica would say. And the thing is, everyone would know she was lying. Just like everyone would know there was no way to prove it, Scorpius added. Maybe we're looking at this all wrong, James said, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully as he gazed across the Great Hall. I don't see how, Graham groused. No 14-inch herbology essay, no Hogsmeade. You have another way of looking at it? Have you ever heard the phrase, James asked, a rueful smile breaking on his face, if you can't beat them, join them? The next morning, James, Scorpius and Rose shuffled into the rather short queue of students lining up in the courtyard. She's totally going to know what we did, James muttered. Several places ahead of them, Albus glanced back pointedly, his brow lowered. Who cares if she knows? Scorpius shrugged. What can she do about it? If she accepts the essays from Albus and Ralph, she'll have to accept them from us, even if she knows we somehow winkled them. She'll know it was Albus, Rose murmured tensely. Ralph says she refused to teach him the duplicitous spell. My guess is that she's still peeved at him from their first year, when he turned on her and her stupid progressive element cronies. Didel probably couldn't work the duplicitous spell even if she did teach him, Scorpius commented. With that hulking wand of his, he'd probably duplicate the entire castle right on top of us all. Rose stamped her foot angrily. Oh, I can't believe I let you talk me into this, she hissed. I've never cheated before in my entire life. I feel so filthy. James nudged her. Let it go, already. It's not cheating if Corsica is allowing her own house to do it. We're just, leveling the playing field. Just because cheating is second nature to you. Rose seethed. I should have given my copy to Graham. He was right furious we couldn't get him one. Scorpius shushed both of them as Albus stepped forward to meet Tabitha Corsica. She smiled at him from behind a pair of stylish tortoise-shell sunglasses and held out her hand. He placed a roll of parchment into it and glanced back at James again, his face pinched in anger. Corsica nodded at Albus without opening the parchment. He hunched his shoulders and stumped ahead, joining Ralph by the courtyard gate. This is it, Rose whined in a shrill whisper. I can't do this. It's embarrassing. It's not worth it. Ms. Weasley? Corsica called lightly. You have something for me? Rose hesitated, glancing back at James with a look of agonized indecision. Finally, she stalked forward and stabbed out her fist, handing Corsica a roll of parchment. Very nice, Ms. Weasley. You always were a quick study, Corsica admitted, her sunglasses glinting in the sunlight. In a lower voice, she added, how nice you've found a way to compensate for the challenges of your heritage. And what exactly is that supposed to mean? Rose demanded. Nothing, James blurted out, anxious to get the affair over and avoid confrontation. I think I'm next, Professor. Corsica turned to him and her pleasant smile fell away. James Potter? She said suspiciously. What are you? She glanced suddenly back at Rose. This is very unbecoming of you, Ms. Weasley, assisting others in this fashion. Oh, does that sort of thing offend you, Professor? Rose asked harshly. I wouldn't have guessed. Corsica's expression hardened. I'll have you before Mr. Filch in a heartbeat, my dear, she growled. Rose grinned viciously. Maybe you should take a look at James' essay before you do that, Professor. Corsica paused, her neat eyebrows lowering behind her sunglasses. She turned back to James and held out her hand. James stepped forward nervously and placed his parchment onto her palm. Without looking away from him, she ripped off the wax seal and unrolled it. Only then did she glance down at it, and freeze. What do you think, Professor? Rose asked sweetly. Should we go talk to Mr. Filch? Perhaps we should suggest he take a look at all of the essays that have been handed in so far. Corsica slowly re-rolled the parchment, her face carefully expressionless. She glared at Rose for a long, thoughtful moment. To Rose's credit, she did not flinch from that gaze. In fact, she returned it. Enjoy your day, students, Corsica said suddenly, brightly. And congratulations on your resourcefulness. Thanks, Professor, Scorpius replied easily, handing her his copy of the essay with a slight bow. Rose didn't seem prepared to let the matter go, however. James grabbed her by the elbow and began to tug her toward the gates. Rose followed reluctantly. Just inside the gate, she stopped and whirled back. "By the way, Professor," she called out. "In the second paragraph, Hellebore is not used for making the elixir of harmony. That would be the draft of peace. I assume you'll grade my essay accordingly." Corsica's face paled despite the streaming sunlight. She seemed to gather herself for a retort, drawing up to her full height. Before she could, however, James dragged Rose around the edge of the gate. They joined Albus, Ralph and Scorpius as they darted onto the path toward Hogsmeade. "Corsica's totally going to kill me," Albus raged as Theron. "Now hand it over." James nodded and dug in his jeans pocket, producing a folded envelope, addressed to their parents. Albus took it, examined it critically for a moment, and then brandished his wand. With a flourish, he tapped the envelope and made it vanish in a puff of fiery ash. "If you ever threaten to tell Mom and Dad how that Grindylow got into their laundry hamper again, I swear I'll make 10 copies of myself and pound you into next year." "Forget that," James panted, glancing aside at Rose as she fumed. "After what she said to Corsica back there, she's the only one whose bad side I'm worried about getting on." After the stresses, misadventures, and painfully unanswered questions of the previous few months, that day in Hogsmeade was a blissfully welcome respite. James, Ralph, Albus, Scorpius and Rose spent the entire morning leisurely browsing the shops lining the high street, including stopovers in Gladrags, Dervish and Bongus, where they spent many odd minutes examining the Thunderstreak Limited, which came equipped with its own anti-inertia charms and slipstream enchantment, and Scrivenshafts, where James, Scorpius and Albus finally got bored waiting for Rose and Ralph, abandoning them in front of a display of self-inking quills while they stole across the street to Honeyduke's. Half an hour later, pockets bulging with fizzing Whizbees, jelly slugs, and pepper imps, the fivesome made their way to the Three Broomsticks for a late lunch. There, they ran into a gaggle of Slytherins clustered raucously around a large table. Several Slytherin girls glared suspiciously at Ralph and Albus. "Gwyn and Clarissa," Ralph moaned, trying rather pathetically to hide behind James. "They totally hate me." "They don't they you, Ralph," Albus said reassuringly. "They just think you're a big dumb oaf and a traitor to your magical heritage. That's all." "That's loads better," Ralph sighed, trying to hide his face behind the collar of his new cloak. Albus waved heartily at the table of Slytherins. "Hey everybody. Just slumming it with the brother and cousin Weasley? You can pick your friends, but you're stuck with the family you're dealt, right?" Most of the Slytherins seemed to relax at this, their suspicious glares melting into crooked smiles. Albus ducked toward their table and threw an arm each over the shoulders of Beetlebrick and the tall girl called Clarissa. He whispered something to them. As he did, the Slytherins glanced furtively back at James, Rose and Scorpius where they gathered near the bar. "What did you tell them?" Ralph asked as Albus returned. "I told them you were building up confidences so James and Scorpius here would let slip with the Gryffindor Quidditch playbook for next match. Not that it matters," he added, elbowing James in the ribs. "You lot are about as threatening as a sack of dead horklumps, what with that Gidvassar chasing the snitch." As the sun began to lower and gusty winds pushed a low blanket of clouds overhead, dimming the streets and cooling the air, James, Rose and Scorpius parted from Albus and Ralph, reluctant to return to the castle just yet. They made their way to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes for their favorite stop of the trip. Uncle George met them at the counter and called Ed Lupin from the back room to join them. There, in hushed tones, the students described the latest happenings at Hogwarts, up to and including the new restrictions on Hogsmeade weekends, which they had narrowly bypassed. "It was bad enough with Umbridge," George scowled, his usually jovial face dark. "She was vicious and deluded, but she seemed to truly believe she was operating for the good of the wizarding world. Fred once told me he thought it was better to live with an outright tyrant like Voldy than with a psychotic do-gooder like Umbridge, but giving Filch that kind of authority." He shook his head slowly. "He's neither an all-powerful tyrant or a deluded crusader. He's a petty bully who's suddenly been given a license to hurt people. Why would Grudje do such a thing? Maybe for the same reason he's told all the teachers to pile on the schoolwork," James said, narrowing his eyes. "It's a distraction. Maybe he's trying to keep us all so busy that we don't have time to ask questions, to look around, to see what's going on right under our noses." Ted shook his head in frustration. "But what is going on? Do you lot have any idea? Because the rest of us sure bloody don't. Between the assassination of the American vice president, the collapse of the laws of secrecy all over the world, and your dad getting frozen out of everything going on in his own office at the Auror department, the whole world is just a big, confusing mess." Rose shrugged helplessly. "It doesn't get any clearer on your side. There's some demented wizard in New Amsterdam, calls himself the Collector, who apparently is the new American vice president, although Uncle Harry says there's nothing he can do about it except try to warn the Magical Integration Bureau, and those blokes don't tend to trust him much, not to mention the fact, Scorpius added in a low voice, that this collector person seemed to be working on a magical superweapon called the Morrigan Web, which everyone agrees is pretty awful, even if they have no idea what it does or if it's even possible. James opened his mouth to remind them that the mysterious Durmstrang Professor Avior was, according to Rose's investigations, supposedly one of the world's only experts on the Morrigan Web. For some reason, however, he hesitated, and then closed his mouth again. Rose saw this, and frowned slightly. The difference between Umbridge's time and now, George exclaimed tensely, is that back then we had the Order of the Phoenix. Rose blinked at him, but just this past Christmas, she said, dropping her voice to a secretive near whisper, at Grimmauld Place, wasn't that the Order reconvened? George barked a harsh, mirthless laugh. Oh, I suppose you could call it that. But look at us. Me, a jokester who never even finished my schooling. A hay giant who was forbidden for half of his adult life from even using magic. Bloody Draco Malfoy. Sorry Scorpius. I mean, your dad's helpful in his own way, but, well, there's a lot of history there. Scorpius shrugged and looked away. The most powerful person there is your dad, James, George went on, staring down at his own clenched fist. And he's been stripped of any influence he might have, set off on pointless busy work, trotted out like some kind of tamed animal. They're embarrassed of him at the ministry, George, Ted said. I don't think it's true, though, George insisted stubbornly, meeting Ted's eyes. And the sooner we all realize it, the better. The Order of the Phoenix is a pathetic shadow of what it once was. It's an insult to keep the name. Where's Sirius Black? Forgive me, Ted, but where are Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks? Where is my brother Fred? He looked around suddenly, switching his gaze from face to face, as if literally looking for those long-departed heroes. Gone, every one of them. Gone, like Dumbledore, the one we all rallied behind, the one who made it seem like, against all odds, there was always a slim chance, always a shred of hope. Where is Dumbledore? Is he coming back? Uncle George's eyes looked very naked as they probed James' face. Finally, slowly, the ginger-haired man shook his head. No. Regardless of the drunken conspiracies that get tossed around at the Hog's Head, regardless what some of us whisper to each other to keep hope alive, Albus Dumbledore isn't coming back. There's a power-mongering crackpot sitting in his chair in the headmaster's office. He sighed deeply and dropped his gaze. Dumbledore died. And the Order of the Phoenix died with him. Rose stared at her uncle, her face set in a mask of stubborn defiance. Hope isn't dead, she said quietly. Hope is never dead. Uncle George didn't look up. Ted met Rose's eyes and nodded at her, silently. He stepped around the counter and led the three students toward the door. Don't be too hard on your uncle, he said, leading them out onto the footpath as he stood in the doorway. It's a dark time, and it's reminded him of everything he lost. I don't think any of us can understand what it means to him. James looked puzzled. But you lost both your mom and dad at the Battle of Hogwarts, Ted sighed. Believe me, James, I know. But I was just a baby. I didn't know them. I miss them, sure, but it's like missing a place you can't remember ever being. It's just a curiously shaped hole in my heart, with nothing in it. But George. He shrugged helplessly. He was at Wynn. He lost half of himself. He knows what used to be in that hole. He lives with that awareness every day. James considered this as he peered back through the open door of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Uncle George still stood behind the counter, not looking up. He seemed not even to have moved. Goodbye, Uncle George, Rose called gently, raising a hand. George did look up then, and nodded farewell. James expected to see tears in his uncle's eyes, but there weren't. He almost wished there had been. Somehow tears would have been better than the blank, calm deadness he saw there instead. Something moved in a back corner of the store, flitting behind a display of exploding wands. James only just saw it as the door swung shut. A figure in a dark robe, the hood pulled up to shadow the face. The figure seemed to turn toward him. A moment later, the glass door closed and Ted stood just inside, waving goodbye and blocking the view. Did you see? James asked, cocking his head and pointing vaguely. What? Rose asked hollowly. James considered it, and then shook his head. Nothing, I guess. There were plenty of people in Hogsmeade who preferred to keep their identities hidden beneath cowls and hoods. Granted, most of them lurked in the Hog's Head or dim corners of the Three Broomsticks, but it was possible that one of them had need of a bag of dung bombs or a nose-biting teacup. He turned away and began to follow Rose and Scorpius, heading away from the lowering sunset. Silently, the three made their way along the high street, past the two-story newsstand and its rooftop newscaster, and onto an angled side street leading out of the village. "We're being followed," Scorpius said conversationally. "What?" James asked, glancing back. "Don't look back, you clumsy Burke," Scorpius chided calmly. "Just keep walking and don't let on." Rose hugged herself against the increasingly chilly wind. "How do you know we're being followed?" "One does not grow up a Malfoy without learning something about subterfuge," Scorpius admitted with a note of pride. "Long shadows along the high street followed ours for the last few minutes. 2 of them. When we turned, I saw their reflections in the window of that ironworks back there. They're wearing long robes and hoods." A wave of coldness fell over James as he walked. "I saw one of them back at Uncle George's shop." "They were hiding in a corner," Rose gasped. "Listening in on us, do you think?" "Why didn't you say anything?" "I started to," James rasped nervously, "but it didn't seem like anything much at the time." "Hogsmeade is loaded with dodgy-looking characters, isn't it?" Scorpius shushed them tersely. "In a moment, we're going to cross Guddymutter Avenue," he said, nodding faintly toward the next intersection. "The sun is setting along it. Follow me closely when we get there." James held his breath as the 3 students walked along, maintaining an infuriatingly casual pace. As they neared the corner, Scorpius gazed idly about, angling into the shadow of a low awning. The moment he stepped out into the blazing copper sunset, however, he dodged to the right, disappearing around the corner onto Guddymutter Avenue. James grabbed Rose's arm and pulled her around the corner as well, dashing to follow Scorpius. Immediately, Scorpius pressed himself back against the brick wall and clutched his wand against his chest. James scrambled to brandish his as well. Rose stretched out her arm, her own wand already protruding from her fist. 2 robed figures ran out into the narrow intersection, casting about and raising their arms to block the rays of the low, blinding sunset. "Expelliarmus!" Rose and James cried at once. Scorpius, however, called a different spell. No wands flew from the hands of the robed figures, despite the fact that both James and Rose had hit them squarely with the disarming spell. Instead, both figures spiraled up into the air, flipping upside down so that their robes fell down around their heads. James boggled at the dangling figures where they hung in mid-air. "Levi Corpus?" he exclaimed, glancing aside at Scorpius. "Not Expelliarmus? They don't have wands," Scorpius sighed, shaking his head. He stepped forward and tugged at the robe around the head of the nearest figure, who was struggling uselessly in the air. James noticed that the clothing beneath their robes was decidedly non-threatening. The stockier one wore jeans and a striped rugby shirt. The other seemed to be a thin girl in green capris and a grey t-shirt. "Lucia Gruberva?" Rose exclaimed in a shocked voice as Scorpius yanked the robe away from the girl's head. "But how? Why, I demand you put me down," a muffled voice commanded. James recognized the nasally haughtiness of Morton Comstock struggling under his inverted robe. "Let them down, Scorpius," he said, pocketing his wand. "They're obviously harmless." "How did you know?" Scorpius flicked his wand at Lucia and Comstock, flipping them over and dropping them messily to their feet. "I said they were following us," he drawled lazily. "I didn't say they were any good at it." Rose moved toward Lucia, helping to straighten her disheveled robes. "But how did you even get here? Hogsmeade is unplottable. No muggle can get inside." "I don't know what unplottable means," Comstock said, poking his head angrily back out of his mussed hood, "but all we did was pop through the cabinet this morning and follow the lot of you." "It wasn't exactly difficult." "It couldn't have been that easy," James insisted. "How'd you get past Tabitha Corsica and the rest of the teachers in the courtyard?" "We didn't go by way of the courtyard, genius," Comstock sneered. "We ducked through the halls and went out the back way, the old rotunda entrance." Rose shook her head. "Nobody was guarding that, of course," James frowned. "So why didn't we just go that way?" "Because Filch kept a census of everyone who didn't have a pass for Hogsmeade," Rose sighed briskly. "If we went missing without reason, he'd pile us with so much detention we'd never be heard from again." "Or maybe you were just too thick to think of it," Comstock countered. "Leave it to us muggles to be better sneaks than the lot of you." "Shut up, Morton," Lucia exclaimed breathlessly. "We're only following them back now because you forgot how we came." Rose smiled ruefully. "That's unplottability for you. The magic may be weakening along with the laws of secrecy, but you couldn't just walk out of here without having somebody lead you. You'd have ended up going in circles all night." "But why come here at all?" James asked Lucia, ignoring Comstock. "What made it worth the risk?" Lucia stared at James in disbelief for a moment, and then shook her head wonderingly. "Are you serious?" "It's Hogsmeade. I've been reading about it since I was a kid but never dared to dream it was real. And then this school year starts and we find out that everything we read about really happened, that those places exist. And we're the first muggles ever to be allowed to know about it. How could I resist sneaking in and seeing it all for myself? Can you even imagine how jealous my friends back home would be? Gretchen Plots would have a litter of kittens. That would teach her to not invite me to her stupid birthday party, like I'd want to go anyway, the shallow little minx. Not that I can tell her about any of this, of course. She wasn't chosen for the exchange program. But soon enough, maybe the whole world will know about this, and then… well… sorry. She suddenly clamped her mouth shut, apparently deciding she had said too much. Comstock shook his head. I'm just here because I was hoping I might find something in this mad, backwards world of yours worth getting excited about. Seriously. You have a world of magic at your disposal and you send messages around in little notes tied to the legs of owls? That's the best you can do? They have the flu network, you dolt, Lucia exclaimed, unable to stop herself. And portkeys. And disapparition. She glanced back at James. That's a real thing, right? Disapparition? James stammered. Yeah. But… like… none of us knows how to do it yet. Speak for yourself, Scorpius muttered. Rose shook her head impatiently. Regardless, we really should be getting back. You can follow us out if you like, but don't you dare get caught with us. It'd mean more trouble for us than either of you are worth. Comstock grunted his agreement and sullenly followed as Rose and Scorpius struck off once again, heading out of the village. I didn't mean to overhear your conversation, Lucia said apologetically, sidling next to James as they neared the forest. Morton wanted to wait for you in the alley across the street, but I couldn't resist getting a peek inside Weasley's wizard wheezes. James shrugged. Was it everything you'd hoped? Actually, Lucia frowned thoughtfully. I'm not sure it was. She glanced aside at him guiltily, and added, I mean, it was great and all. If I had any wizarding money I definitely would have bought something. But after imagining it for so long, it was… well, sort of. She fluttered her hands vaguely. Normal? I guess. You expected something different? Oh, I don't know. Lucia covered her face with both hands for a moment. When she lowered them, she struggled to compose herself. I'm not like Morton. He's got about as much imagination as a brick. My problem is that I have, maybe, just a bit too much imagination. It's nobody's fault that things sometimes don't live up to what I imagine. James nodded. I guess I can understand that. Lucia glanced aside at him gratefully as they angled into the dense shadows of the forest path. Sometimes it's a good thing that things turn out to be more normal than I expect. I mean, look at us. Here I am walking along with, I can barely bring myself to say it, the son of Harry Potter. She said the name with such reverence that James couldn't help grinning aside at her. But you're not at all too much or anything. She went on quickly. I can't talk to you. You're totally normal, just a real, everyday person who happens to be the son of. James nodded, his grin turning wry. I know. Believe me, it hasn't always been fun. But yeah, we're still just a normal family, with normal problems and stuff. Oh, I doubt that. Lucia enthused. But still, it's so cool that you would say that. James blinked at her, still smiling vaguely. I guess so. They walked for a while in silence, following the darkening silhouettes of Morton, Comstock, Rose, and Scorpius. The forest spread away in all directions, falling into gloom as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. Overhead, wind threaded through the tree branches, rattling them and pushing a ceiling of low, dense clouds. So, Lucia asked, dropping her voice slightly. Is it really true that some people think that he's coming back? James glanced aside at Lucia in the dimness. You mean Dumbledore? She nodded, her eyes bright with interest. A lot of my friends never believed that he really died. They just couldn't accept it, thought that he faked it somehow, or that the phoenix symbol that flew overhead at his funeral somehow meant he was going to come back to life. That's what phoenixes do after all, isn't it? But, of course, we all just thought they were stories. Now that I know Dumbledore was a real person. Well, I guess even in the wizarding world, dead is dead. Right? James hesitated before answering. Lucia drew a quick breath and went on, warming to the subject. But even when I thought all of this was just a story, I never believed Dumbledore would come back, not the way my friends thought he would. J.K. Rower. She caught herself and smiled guiltily at James. I mean Professor Avior. She would never pull any cheap trick like that, bringing back a character we all thought had really died. Even if the readers really wanted it. It would seem cheap, somehow. But do you want to know what I always thought? This last she asked in a hushed voice, caught between embarrassment and excitement. Her dark eyes glimmered in the twilight. I always thought Dumbledore would come back as a ghost. A sudden wind whipped past the 5 students, whickering in the trees and carrying dead leaves into the air like startled birds. James wished they hadn't allowed Rose, Scorpius and Comstock to get so far ahead. It would make sense, don't you think? Lucia asked, ignoring the quickening wind and dark. He died so suddenly, with so much left to do. That's what makes ghosts, right? Unfinished business? And I'll tell you something else. She leaned close to James and lowered her voice to a secretive whisper. I think he'd come back angry. James nearly stumbled on the path. He turned toward Lucia, strangely dismayed at what she had said. She blinked at the expression on his face and straightened. A moment later, both of them bumped straight into Scorpius and Rose, who had stopped on the path. Why are you stopping? Comstock asked impatiently from several paces ahead. Shh, Rose hissed, raising a hand. Voices. James recovered himself from his collision with Rose and took a step back, listening hard. All he could hear was the rustle of the wind high in the trees and the whicker of dead leaves skirling along the path. And then, in a lull between gusts, there it was, a low mutter, a voice in the directionless distance. Other students coming back from Hogsmeade? James asked querulously. Maybe it's even Albus and his Slytherin mates. They could be playing a trick on us. That's an adult, Scorpius said, shaking his head slowly. A man. I can't understand what he's saying, Rose whispered, frowning with concentration. James shivered as the wind threaded through his hair again. Why can't we ever come back from Hogsmeade without having some stupid adventure? Shh. Rose shushed him again, but the voice seemed to have drifted away. Silence filled the lulls between windy gusts. James glanced around for some sign of the speaker. The forest seemed suddenly alive with subtle motion, rattling branches, dancing tall grass, waving bushes and vines. Over there, Lucia suddenly proclaimed in a small, strained voice. She pointed into a dense thicket of trees. What? Rose asked, dropping her own voice to a harsh whisper. Lucia shook her head. Something moved. Someone walking along, I think. There was a flutter of robes. It's gone now, Scorpius sighed briskly. Come on, let's get back. There's nothing in these woods to be afraid of. Except the giant spiders, Lucia squeaked. There are hardly any of them left, Rose said reassuringly. And the centaurs? Lucia suggested. Rose nodded consideringly. Plenty of those still. Not to mention the trees, James thought, but didn't say. Since Merlin's return, many of the spirits of the trees, the dryads, had awoken, and not all of them, James knew from experience, were especially friendly. He glanced up at the creaking, moaning limbs high overhead. Too bad Merlin was no longer here to ward them away, to keep their age-old wildness in check. And then, out of the corner of his eye, James saw it as well, a flutter of robes, the suggestion of a swift, silent pace cutting through the densest part of the forest. He whipped his head toward it, but it was already gone. Lucia's right, he announced quietly. There's someone over there. On our right. Scorpius paused mid-step. James saw that he had his wand in his hand. He fingered it speculatively. A moment later, the blond boy stalked off the path, pushing through the weeds and brush. Where's he going? Comstock demanded. Scorpius. Rose called nervously. A moment later, she squared her shoulders, whipped out her own wand, and trotted after him. This is ridiculous, James grumbled, in exasperation. To Lucia he said, stay on the path. We'll be back in a minute. No chance, Lucia cried, jumping to follow James as he dodged into the trees. I'm not standing there in the open with something wandering around out there. I'll stick by the people with the wands, thanks very much. Hurry it up, you lot, Comstock called in an annoyed voice. James ducked through the brush, catching up to Rose and Scorpius with Lucia following close behind. Fortunately, the increasing wind filled the entire forest with a cacophony of creaking limbs, shushing leaves, and clattering branches, covering the noise of their tromp through the underbrush. And sure enough, after only a few hundred feet they saw the figure. It crested a low hill ahead of them, flitting calmly through the trees, its cloak fluttering behind, its peaked hat bent rakishly in the wind. Lucia froze in place at the sight of it. Is it a ghost? She begged, her voice reduced to a terrified rasp. James shook his head, but he couldn't truly be sure. Whoever or whatever it is, Scorpius said, forging ahead brazenly. They're heading towards Hogwarts, Rose nodded. But off the main path. They don't want to be seen, Scorpius. James called as the boy trotted forward. What are you going to do if you catch him? Stop him and demand to know what he's up to, sneaking around in the forbidden forest on a stormy night. Scorpius glanced back for a moment, meeting James' eyes consideringly. I suppose that's exactly what I'll do, he nodded, standing between them. Rose looked from Scorpius to James, her expression tense. After a moment, James nodded. Lucia grabbed James' arm and giggled nervously. I guess this is pretty exciting, isn't it? Together, the four broke into a run, threading noisily through the valley and up the crest of the hill. James saw the glittering lights of the castle emerge through the trees as they thrashed forward, dodging low branches and jumping over mossy logs. Scorpius reached the crest of the hill first. James saw him as only a dark shape against the dusky sky, stumbling between the trees where they had last spied the skulking figure. A moment later, Scorpius' silhouette dipped away. Rose followed, dropping over what seemed to be a rocky ledge. James clambered after her, Lucia still gripping his arm tightly, panting next to him. The hill ended in a steep slope, leading James and Lucia down a narrow, crooked path into darkness. At the bottom, they ran into Scorpius and Rose, who had lit their wands against the nearly impenetrable shadows. Where is he? James asked, between panting breaths. Scorpius shook his head, raising his wand higher. Asquat, Palastructure glowed faint lie ahead, surrounded by dense trees but illuminated by the magical light. Silently, the four students crept toward it. James held his breath. The structure was like a tiny cottage made of perfect slabs of white marble, flat on top, set like a jewel in a neatly trimmed lawn. Beyond the structure the woods parted, revealing the dark face of the lake and a panorama of drifting clouds. Huddled together, the four circled the structure, moving silently onto its broad, flat lawn. Scorpius' wand light illuminated a copper door, aged to a dull green, set with a single, thick window. Over the door, engraved on a stone slab that stretched across the breadth of the structure, was an inscription. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. It's his tomb, Lucia breathed. The White Tomb. Scorpius turned away and shone his wand all around the immaculate lawn, the framing trees, the dark waves of the lake. Gone, he proclaimed in an annoyed voice. Whoever it was, they aren't here. Rose moved alongside James and shook her head. This is totally creepy, she said in a low, annoyed voice. Lucia nodded her agreement. Hey! A voice suddenly called, echoing over the hill behind the tomb. Even through the windy dark and the evident panic, James recognized Comstock's voice. It rose again, thin with distance. Hey! You lot need to come here and right quick. Don't leave me alone with this. What's wrong with him now? Scorpius muttered, even as he turned and began to run back toward the tomb. Rose followed, dashing into the shadow of the woods. We'd better go with them, James sighed. It's best if we all stay together. Lucia gripped James' arm with such sudden, painful ferocity that he startled, glancing aside at her. Her face was wide-eyed with terror, gazing mutely back toward the White Tomb. James turned back. The tomb's copper door was wide open, revealing a standing figure. Even in the dimness, James recognized the cloak and peaked hat of the man they had been following. Only now he could see the figure's face, the narrow, crooked nose, the snowy beard. Stormlight glinted from the man's half-moon spectacles as he glared back at them. It's him. Lucia quavered, raising a trembling, pointing hand. It's Dumbledore. But James knew better, even amidst the startled fear that fell over him like a shroud. It wasn't Albus Dumbledore. Or if it was, it wasn't only Albus Dumbledore. It was Avior Dorchascathan. Avior's stern gray eyes met James over the windy distance. Lightning flashed, flooding the neat lawn and illuminating the tomb as if it was made of white fire. When darkness fell again, James blinked. The copper door was closed, its single window black and empty. No figure stood there. Tell me I didn't really see that, Lucia asked in a high, faint voice. James shook his head slowly. I wish I could, he replied, the steady wind batting his words away into the darkness. Believe me, I really wish I could. 13. Dead Warlock's clue. Comstock continued to yell, allowing the others to follow the sound of his voice through the dense trees. James and Lucia caught up to Rose and Scorpius as they neared the main path. You can shut it now, Scorpius called wearily. We're right here, about bleeding time. Comstock shrilled as the others met him in a small weed-choked clearing. I got sick of waiting for you and decided to try to follow you. Made it all this way, did you? Scorpius said, spying the path only a dozen yards away. Rose plucked a twig out of her thick hair. Really, Comstock? There's nothing to be afraid of this close to the castle. Is that so? Comstock countered wildly. Maybe you ought to try telling that to him. He pointed to a dark hollow where two fallen logs poked from the brush. James gasped in surprise, realizing that the shapes weren't logs at all, but a pair of legs clad in dark pants, ending in a pair of natty black shoes, tilted akimbo toward the sky. Lucia let out a little scream and clamped her hands over her mouth. Rose grabbed Scorpius' sleeve in both fists, her eyes bulging in the darkness. Who is it? She asked weakly. Bloody hell if I know. Comstock quavered. I tripped over his legs on the way into the clearing. Do you hear me? I tripped over a dead man's legs. We don't know for sure that he's dead, James suggested faintly, approaching the body with great reluctance. Lumos. His wand flared a light, revealing the man's face. It stared blankly up from the weeds, the mouth open slightly. A black beetle trundled slowly across the man's forehead. He's dead, Scorpius confirmed with a nod. Comstock spluttered and ran both hands through his bristly hair. Is this, common for you magical types? Finding dead people willy-nilly under bushes and stuff? Because it sure bloomin' isn't where I come from. Shut up, Morton, Lucia said gently, putting an arm over his shoulders and turning him away from the sight. Rose renewed her grip on Scorpius' sleeve. We need to go for help, she said firmly. Back to the castle. Professor McGonagall will know what to do. Hold on, James suddenly frowned, lowering his wand over the dead man's face. I know this bloke. Scorpius leaned closer as well, dragging a reluctant Rose along with him. Never seen him before myself. Are you sure? James nodded slowly. I am. How could I forget? He nearly killed me with my own wand last summer, out in the North Sea. Rose stared hard at the dead man's face, and then looked back at James. You mean the man who escaped from Azkaban? The specialist in dark magic weapons and curses? Warlock, James said with grave certainty. He shuddered. I never thought I'd see him again. Scorpius extricated himself from Rose's grip and knelt next to the body. Bring your wand lower, Potter, he said, pushing aside the weeds and opening the dead warlock's robes. Scorpius, James said, repulsed. What are you doing? This is the bloke that might have been helping the collector with his big magical superweapon, right? Scorpius explained impatiently. The one who's now the new American vice president? What do you think I'm doing? Rooting around for spare galleons? I'm searching for clues. Shouldn't, James gulped. Shouldn't we, leave that to the professionals? Scorpius' eyes were bright in the wand light. You mean like Grudje? I mean my dad. Your dad's out of the loop, Potter. Scorpius rolled his eyes. I thought you knew that. My father told me all about it. No one in the ministry trusts Harry Potter anymore, he says. They've unofficially handed all our operations over to the great brute Titus Hardcastle. Honestly, do I really need to be the one to tell you these things? James pressed his lips together in mingled fear and anger. He did know these things, of course. It was just very difficult to accept. He shook his head and gestured with his wand. Fine. Do it. But be quick about it. What's he doing? Comstock demanded from behind them. This is a crime scene. Don't you know you never interfere with a crime scene, Rose? Scorpius muttered tensely, rummaging through the dead man's robes. Tell me you know some memory charms. I don't, Rose rasped. We're not even allowed to practice them, just because there's the chance you might accidentally wipe someone's mind totally blank. She fumed, and then shrugged. I'll go talk to Lucia and Comstock, tell them to keep this quiet. Aha, Scorpius muttered, plucking a wand from Warlock's inner pocket. Never even got it out. You think someone killed him? James escaped breathlessly. Scorpius shot him a scornful look. He sure didn't die of ugly. Somebody cursed him, and he wasn't expecting it, otherwise I'd have found this in his hand. He waggled the dead man's wand. The voices we heard, James said, realization dawning on him. The figure we saw earlier. Maybe they were having a secret meeting, and things turned sour. Scorpius returned to his search of the body. Or the other guy got what he needed and decided to get rid of a possible witness. Makes the most sense, really. James realized he was shivering. Your mind is a pretty scary place, Scorpius. That reminds me. This your wand? You told us he stole yours when he got away from Azkaban. James peered at it and shook his head. No. He was secretly glad. The idea of getting his old wand back from a corpse was extremely unsettling. Hold on, the blond boy cocked his head as he stuffed the dead man's wand back into his robes. What's this? What now? James demanded, vaguely dreading the answer. Scorpius withdrew a neatly folded newspaper from Warlock's robe pocket. James recognized it as a copy of the Daily Prophet. Scorpius studied it for a long moment as he knelt next to the body. Finally, he lowered it and climbed to his feet, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. What? James repeated, holding out his free hand for the paper. Scorpius handed it to him and turned back toward the others. Lowering his wand, James read the headline that the newspaper had been folded to reveal. Ministry confirms, Hogwarts to host Magical Muggle Quidditch Summit. The headline had been circled several times in red ink. James unfolded the newspaper to reveal the photograph that went with the headline. A grainy image of Headmaster Grudje shook hands with Minister of Magic Loquacious Nap. Between them stood the Muggle Prime Minister, his eyes flicking from Grudje to Nap, then up out of the photograph at James. His practiced smile looked a bit frayed about the edges. The caption beneath the photo ran, "Muggle government officials worldwide to witness firsthand the benign nature of the wizarding world. Nap, what's better than a Hogwarts Quidditch final?" "Fine," James heard Comstock saying behind him. "Your business is your business. I don't care. Just get us out of here." "Was he," Lucia asked a bit hopefully, "you know, like, a bad guy?" "Bad enough," Scorpius concurred. "Come on. We'll lead you back to the castle. From there you can make your own way to the rotunda entrance. After that you're on your own." "And happily so," Comstock said truculently. "Let's just get this over with, James?" Rose called as they turned back to the path. "I'm not coming back with you," James announced suddenly, refolding the newspaper. Rose stopped and peered back at him in the darkness. "What do you mean, not coming back?" "Look," he said briskly, stepping forward to rejoin the others. Scorpius found this on Warlock. It's a Daily Prophet story about some big meeting between magical and Muggle governments from all over the world, set to happen right here at Hogwarts. He handed the newspaper to Rose, who opened it and scanned the headline by the light of his wand. "The Quidditch final," she frowned thoughtfully. "But, why show that to a bunch of Muggle world leaders?" "To prove we're harmless," Scorpius answered simply. "Look what we do with our magic, world. We chase flying balls around a pitch on brooms. Nothing to be afraid of here. Feel free to sign some treaties and agreements." Lucia stepped away from Comstock, her brow furrowed. "But why would some bad wizard be running around the forest with that newspaper clipping in his pocket?" "Because," James sighed reluctantly. "We're not all harmless, Hess a Warlock," Rose said thoughtfully, realization darkening her face. "He may well have helped create the Morrigan Web, the mythical doomsday weapon of the magical world. All that his partners needed was the perfect place to set it off." James nodded and held up the newspaper. "He found the perfect place. If they succeed, they can wipe out Muggle and magical leaders from all over the world in one swipe, leaving those positions open to be conveniently filled by an assortment of plotting witches and wizards." Scorpius added, a note of something like admiration in his voice. "That explains why the Collector wormed his way into the American vice presidency. If he succeeds in knocking off the president, he'll be next in line. It's the ultimate dark wizard endgame, complete rule over the Muggle world. Quite brilliant, actually, but," Lucia said skeptically, nodding toward the newspaper photo, "that's your Minister of Magic, right? Are you saying that he's part of this plot to take over the governments of the world?" James shook his head. "I don't think he has any clue. He's just a politician stuck in a tight place, what with the vow of secrecy falling apart and people demanding action. He's doing what makes sense to him. He's doing what Grudje tells him," Scorpius countered seriously. He tapped the photograph, emphasizing the handshake between Grudje and the Minister of Magic. "10 Galleon says that this was the headmaster's idea." "Now look," Rose said. "Grudje may be a horrible headmaster, but this is some super serious stuff here. And besides, it's the Collector who threatened us all. Why, that was probably him we were following just now, but it wasn't," Lucia suddenly exclaimed. Scorpius and Rose both looked at her, frowning in surprise. Lucia glanced past them to James. James gulped and drew a deep breath. "We saw someone. Down by the White Tomb." Rose boggled a thumb in confusion. "When?" "Right as Comstock started hollering," he answered. "A man appeared in front of the door of the tomb." "He wasn't in front of it," Lucia clarified. "He was inside it. The door was opened. And it was Professor Avior," James said, at exactly the same moment. "That," Lucia exclaimed. "Headmaster Dumbledore." Scorpius' eyes narrowed even further as he looked back and forth between Lucia and James. "I don't know," James finally said, tossing up his hands. "It was Avior. But it was also Dumbledore. That's how it's been all along. Avior is Dumbledore somehow." "But," Rose said, turning to peer closely at Lucia. "You saw him too?" "What's that supposed Tomian?" James demanded. "I knew you'd think I was mad. Why do you think I didn't want to bring it up?" "Look, James," Rose explained patiently. "We can argue about how you feel about this later. I'm not arguing about how I feel about it, but this is important, so if you don't mind, just belt up for a minute." She met James' eyes, waiting for him to agree. He fumed silently at her for a moment, and then slumped. Rose turned back to Lucia. "Now, tell me exactly what you saw." Lucia suddenly pressed her lips together, as if afraid to answer. Finally, nervously, she said, "I don't know who this Professor Avior is. But what I saw. Well. It was Albus Dumbledore. He had the beard, the little half-moon glasses, everything, not to mention that he was standing in the doorway under his own name." Rose nodded. "But this is the important bit," she said earnestly, her gaze unflinching from Lucia's face. Was it a ghost? Lucia looked from Rose to James again, as if begging him to answer for her. She seemed to struggle with her thoughts for a moment. Finally, slowly, she shook her head. I've never seen a ghost. Not even Professor Binns. They won't let us take his class, think we're not ready for it. But... Her eyes cleared as she looked at James again, and exhaled deeply. No. I don't think he was a ghost. Rose nodded. Then it had to be Professor Avior. Thank you, James said, both relieved and annoyed. But why? Avior's no ghost, but he is apparently identical to Dumbledore. Rose explained with a shrug. It's just logic, and now it begins to make sense, Scorpius said. At least in one small way. Avior was one of the experts on the Morrigan Web. If he was here tonight, he might have been consulting with Warlock, or trying to stop him. Lucia suggested, brightening. I mean, if he looks that much like Dumbledore, then he might be good like him, right? James avoided answering Lucia's question. Either way, this is beyond anything we can handle, he said, straightening his shoulders and stuffing the newspaper into his pocket. And that's why I can't go back to the castle right now. Why not? Rose demanded worriedly. Because we need help, James answered. And there's no way to ask for it from inside the castle. Every method of communication is monitored by Grudje. If I'm going to get word out to my dad, I need to do it from somewhere else. Scorpius nodded reasonably. So what is your plan? James shrugged in frustration. I don't know. Back to Hogsmeade, I guess. James, Rose said warningly. If you don't come back with us, Corsica will be sure to report you to Filch. I know. James proclaimed helplessly. But I don't have any choice. Maybe if I hurry I can be back before dinner's over. I'll sneak in through the old rotunda, like Comstock and Lucia. Corsica won't just stop looking for you, Rose insisted. She's itching to nail you with something. I know, Rose. James pounded his thigh in frustration. But there's no other way. He's right, of course, Scorpius agreed. Let it go, Weasley. That's easy for you to say. Rose rasped, turning on him. It certainly is, he agreed blandly. Come on. Hopefully Corsica and the rest will be too distracted by the news of Warlock's body to notice James' late return. Finally, Comstock declared dramatically. Lucia nudged him hard in the ribs with her elbow. Rose seemed mired in indecision, shifting her gaze from James to Scorpius and back again. Finally, inevitably, she growled her assent. Fine. But run. Go now. We'll do what we can, James sighed hesitantly. Thanks. And don't talk about what we discovered tonight when you get back. Tell them about Warlock's body, of course, but not the newspaper clipping about the Quidditch Summit, or the appearance of Professor Avior. Like Professor Longbottom said, there are ears everywhere. You're still here, Rose exclaimed, flapping a hand at him. Go. Go. James nodded resolutely. He drew a deep breath, turned toward the path that led back toward Hogsmeade, and began to run. As James ran along the path back toward Hogsmeade, night settled firmly overhead, reducing the wood to a cathedral of pillar-like tree trunks stretching up into darkness. He did not light his wand for fear of being seen, but strained his eyes to follow the dim path. Wind still hustled busily all around, shifting directions capriciously and drying the sweat even it sprang to his forehead. He tried not to think about everything that had just happened, about how Professor Avior had appeared standing inside the tomb of Albus Dumbledore, staring out like a vengeful specter, purposely allowing James to see him. Why? What was to be gained by deliberately revealing himself? Was he taunting James somehow? Or inviting him into his secret? Soon enough, the trees thinned and Hogsmeade lay ahead, a collection of steep roofs and crooked chimneys rising against a moonless sky. Windows glowed yellow, flickering with firelight, and James instinctively hung back from them, skulking from shadow to shadow along the narrow streets. How would he send a message to his father? Surely the Three Broomsticks was still open. Madame Rosemarta happily provided parchment and post services in exchange for a few nuts, but even she would be suspicious of a Hogwarts student showing up past dark, no matter how many nuts he spent. The post office was a possibility, of course, assuming it was still open. Turning the corner onto the high street, however, James' heart sank. The post office was dark, its doors shut tight for the night. As he stood staring helplessly at the street, a gaggle of noisily cackling old witches bustled out of Madame Puttyfoot's tea shop, drawing their shawls around their sloped shoulders and drifting in James' direction. He ducked into a narrow alley and pressed against the wall, waiting for them to pass. The witches were in no hurry, however, and seemed to stop every few feet to jostle each other amiably and cackle at some indecipherable private joke. Finally, the gathering passed onward, casting a many-headed, shambling shadow along the brick-lined alley floor. A few minutes later the cackling voices fell away to distant echoes. James peered around the corner of the alley. Voices and music emanated from the entrance of the Three Broomsticks, but for the moment the high street was empty. James hung back, filled with indecision. Where was he to go? He considered banging on the door of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, but knew it would be no use. The shop was closed and dark. Uncle George had surely apparated home to Aunt Angelina by now, and 10 would be out and about, doing whatever young men did on a random spring night. And then James' eyes lit on the two-story newsstand leaning crookedly on the corner just past the Three Broomsticks. Perched atop it, a complicated silhouette against the night sky, was the giant news announcer's funnel and the miniature owlery. Even at a distance, James could see the subtle flutter of news owls in their wire mesh cubicles. It was a long shot. The owls were probably trained only for official news business, but it was the only option available at the moment. As nimbly and quietly as he could, James darted out onto the street and angled toward the newsstand. A small brass chain and padlock had been closed over the newsstand's wrought iron stairway. James scurried beneath this and clanked up the narrow stairs to the wraparound balcony. Doors had been closed over the second-story shelves and pay counter. Slipping his wand from his pocket, James tapped the lock over the main counter, attempting an unlocking spell. The lock did not spring open when the spell struck it, but emitted a short, piercingly loud alarm whistle. James threw himself to the floor of the balcony, hiding as well as he could in plain sight. Fortunately, the brief whistle had coincided with a sudden, raucous scuffle inside the Three Broomsticks. There was a flash of wand fire in the pub's low windows, a cacophony of laughter and angry catcalls, and a pair of figures stumbled out of the front door, wands out, grappling into the street. James watched, his heart hammering in his throat. The pair of wizards grunted and cursed each other, both firing spells wildly as they wrestled. One red bolt struck the newsstand signboard, sending it spinning squeakily around its spindle. A moment later, both figures tripped over the curb, toppled onto each other in the gutter, and cried out in surprise and pain. And then, strangely, both of them began to wheeze with laughter. Clumsily, they assisted each other to their feet, their quarrel suddenly forgotten in a slur of apologies and drunken laughter. Hugging each other precariously, they shambled back into the pub, leaving James alone again with his pounding heart. He scrambled back to his feet, pocketing his wand again. The newsstand's locks were obviously protected with some sort of counter-jinx. If Rose was here she could probably get them open regardless. Without her, he had to find another route up to the newsstand's third level. For lack of any other idea, James hoisted himself up onto the protruding lip of the counter and began to climb. Fortunately, he was just thin enough and nimble enough to scrabble for a handhold and clamber up to the third-floor walkway, resisting the instinct to look down at the hard cobbles below. The owls in the newsstand's tiny owlery fluttered their wings and raised the feathered hackles on their foreheads as James shimmied under the railing, panting with exertion and hunkering low beneath the giant broadcasting funnel. Glancing around, he saw the curved desk of the news announcer hulking in the shadow of a canvas awning. His head still spinning with the vertigo of his climb, James skulked toward the desk and began to search through its many drawers and cubbyholes. Soon enough he found a collection of tiny parchment scrolls made to fit the brass tubes on the legs of the news owls. Grabbing a quill, James thought hard for a moment, and then scribbled a note in shaking, cramped handwriting. "Dad, important news about the one that got away. Contact me as soon as possible, same as last time, I'll be watching." He thought for a moment, reading what he'd written. Surely his dad would know who he meant by the one that got away, as that could only refer to the escaped prisoner. Warlock. And same as last time would mean another appointment via the Gryffindor hearth. As an afterthought, he quickly added, "P.S. Make it you this time. Uncles are great, but you need to hear this." Unsure if he had made himself clear enough, but worried about trusting too much to a strange owl, James rolled up the tiny scroll and approached the nearest owl. It was a sleek brown owl, much smaller than Nobby, with a sternly pointed head and huge amber eyes. It regarded him with obvious disdain, not proffering its leg. "This goes to Harry Potter," James said in a low voice, holding up the scroll. "And it's extremely urgent." The owl merely glared at him. "Look, I know this isn't your normal job, but you're an owl, right? This is what you do. Now stick out your leg and let me." Ow! James had been reaching for the scroll tube on the owl's leg but yanked his hand back as the owl nipped with its sharp little beak. A faint scratch welled beads of blood across James' knuckles. "Look, you stupid, grotty sack of feathers," James hissed angrily, but deflated before the owl's implacable stare. It shuffled languidly on its perch, then, with obvious aloofness, swiveled its head entirely backwards, ignoring him. James sucked the blood from the back of his hand, thinking hard. Finally, an idea occurred to him. "You know, there's a major story behind this message," he said, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial hush. "Murder and intrigue. That's headline material, that is." The owl did not look back at James, but a distinct alertness crept into its posture. It shuffled on its perch and the hackles on its head ruffled. "People should know what happened tonight. So far, it's a secret. But perhaps, just perhaps, if you were to deliver this message for me, I could include a special news bulletin just for you. You could take it directly to the Daily Prophet if you wish. A major story like that. Well, it could mean great things to a certain news owl." The owl swiveled its head back toward James and cocked a skeptical amber eye at him. "Here." James Shung carried over the news announcer's desk again and grabbed another scroll. "I'll write down the details. Major story of murder and mystery." He scribbled quickly on the tiny parchment. "Who is the victim? Where was he killed? It's all right here, and you can be the first to report it, but..." James produced his wand and showed it to the owl, whose interest was obviously piqued. Other owls craned in their mesh cubicles, leaning to listen and peer at the parchment. "But," James said again, gesturing with his wand, "only if you take the other note to Harry Potter first." James rolled the new scroll inside the note to his father, and then tapped them both with his wand. "Hedwig Obscura," he said firmly, "that's a code charm. Makes both notes completely unreadable unless my dad, Harry Potter, performs the decoding charm. Take my note to him, and he'll decode both. Then, you can take your headline to the Daily Prophet. Do we have a deal?" The owl continued to glare at James skeptically. Finally, it sidled close to him on its perch and stuck out its leg, proffering the tiny brass tube. James heaved a sigh of relief and slipped the scroll into the tube, doing it as quickly as he could in case the owl changed its mind and attempted to scratch him again. "Go," James hissed. "If you hurry, you can make it to the Prophet before they go to press in the morning. But remember, go to Harry Potter first. Otherwise no one will be able to make any sense of what I wrote." The owl rolled its huge eyes, as if to say, "I know how to do my job, thank you very much." It flexed its wings, tested the breeze for a moment, and then launched into the dark air, buffeting James' hair with the backwash of its tail. A moment later it was gone, vanished against the night sky. The other owls peered at James with a mixture of grudging anticipation. "Sorry, mates," he whispered, sighing deeply. "Only one headline per night." He hoped that the news owls did not know how to read. There was no such thing as a Hedwig Obscura code hex, of course. He had made it up entirely on the spot, not that it mattered. The markings on the second parchment were scribbled gibberish. He felt slightly bad about tricking the owl, but this was offset by the satisfaction that he had succeeded in getting a note sent to his father, despite Headmaster Grudge's most careful monitoring. With shaky legs and a shiver of nervousness, James turned around and began to clamber back down to the newsstand's second level. 5 minutes later, he dashed into the impenetrable shadows of the forest path, leaving the lights of Hogsmeade thankfully behind him. He wondered if he would meet anyone on the path. After all, if things had gone as planned, Scorpius and Rose had already told Professor McGonagall about the body of Warlock. Surely, someone would be coming to collect the body and launch an investigation. What would they do if they discovered James lurking through the forest alone, long after he was supposed to be back at Hogwarts? Worse still, what if no one was coming yet? What if he had to pass by the body of Warlock alone in the dark? James shivered violently at the thought. Warlock had been a specialist in dark magic, he remembered. What if the Warlock had invented a means to come back after his death? What if even now he was shuffling through the forest as an infurious, a living corpse? James stopped on the dark path, his eyes bulging against the darkness as he looked around. Nothing moved. In fact, the forest suddenly seemed eerily quiet. There was no breath of breeze, nor the slightest rustle of leaves. Cold fear closed over his heart like a fist. "I'm winding myself up," he whispered. "Have to get a grip. There's nothing out here to be afraid of." Of course, as James well knew, this was not true under even the best of conditions. He began to walk forward again, following the path as it snaked into the dark. He cast around, searching the trees for any sign of movement. Did the forest look different somehow? Had the trees always been this close, this clustered and crooked? Nothing looked familiar. The sense of fear, and of being secretly watched, intensified. A narrow valley creased the path before him. He descended into it swiftly, his breath coming in short bursts, and glanced around. A small clearing opened at the base of the valley, marked with 2 monuments, each as tall as James and constructed of loose stones. Vines enclosed the monuments, clutching at them. The sight of the twin cairns chilled James deeply. He had never seen them before. This was not the path back to Hogwarts. It was narrower, far more overgrown, and crowded with leaning, spindly trees. He forged ahead, fighting panic, pushing through weeds and crowding brush. A flicker of moonlight on water shone through the trees ahead, and yet, James felt an undeniable suspicion that this was not the comforting familiarity of the black lake he was approaching. The gentle lap of waves reached his ears now, small breakers sucking at a rocky shore. James finally emerged from the wood, pushing between the tress as the path dissolved to obscurity. A small farm lake stretched before him, marked with a single band of silvery, reflected moonlight. Silhouetted against this, positioned at the end of a short, warped dock, was a gazebo. It stood atop its own reflection on the lake, black and foreboding and full of shadows. James could not approach the lake. He stopped on the dewy grass overlooking it, his heart sinking at the sight. He recognized this place, even though he had never seen it with his own eyes. He had only ever read about it. "Hi James," a young woman's voice said out of the darkness. James squinted and saw her standing in the gazebo's entrance, the pale circle of her face, her drab dress blending into the shadows. "Come and join me. I've missed you. And we need to talk." "Petra," James called faintly, beginning to walk toward her without even realizing it. "Is this where I mean, your dream story, how is this even?" His words fell away as he stepped onto the dock, moving to join her in the entrance of the gazebo. It was cold air. The air around Petra was as icy as a January tomb. James' breath formed a wreath of mist as he shivered. "We've always been here," Petra shrugged. "Ever since the night on the back of the Gwendamere, when you saved my life. This is where the connection between us lives. Right here, on this dock, in this gazebo. I wish it didn't. I hate this place. But I can't change it." James shook his head, glancing around at the quietly rippling lake, the dark shore. "But how are we here now, like this?" "Because like I said," Petra answered tiredly. "We need to talk. Come inside. Sit by me." Numbly, James followed Petra as she stepped through the gazebo's entrance, moving onto its neat plank floor. Lattice railings formed an octagon around them, lined with shallow benches. Across from the dock entrance, another opening framed the lake. On a summer's day, this opening would invite a dive into the happy coolness of the water. Now, it looked like a hungry, waiting throat. James turned away from it, joining Petra on one of the narrow wooden benches. She didn't speak, merely stared past him, studying the waves as if gathering her thoughts. James spoke first, unable to wait. "What's happening to you, Petra?" he asked in a hushed voice. "What happened on that night, the night of the unveiling?" Petra shook her head vaguely. "I did what had to be done. I satisfied my destiny. You saved my dad." James shivered again. He wanted to draw closer to Petra, but sensed that the coldness was coming from her, as if she was made of ice. "Of course I did. She knew that I would. That we would. Izzy and me. It was never not going to happen." James nodded. He knew exactly who Petra was talking about. "Nobody believes me about her. The Lady of the Lake. They think I imagined her." "Of course they do," Petra replied, smiling at him. "The greatest lie of the greatest evil is that it doesn't exist." James met Petra's eyes in the darkness. "She's behind all of this somehow. Isn't she?" "I assume you mean the Morrigan Web," Petra said, breaking eye contact with James and looking out over Thwarting again. "The Collector, Avior Dorchaskathan. Headmaster Grudje. All of it." "Yes. Of course she is. She torments you personally, as well. Just to keep you busy and distracted and because she thinks it's fun. I watch, and intervene when I can. Like on first night." James' eyes widened, remembering. "It was her that whispered my name," he nodded. "But it was who that appeared on the Marauder's map. I can trace her when she appears in places like Hogwarts. I watch whenever I can, and I chase her there, like I did on first night. But she never stays long, and neither do I. Neither of us can afford to get noticed." "Not yet." "She'll do it, won't she?" James asked, trying not to shiver. "Her and the people she's partnered with? They'll set off the Morrigan Web, killing who knows how many people." Petra nodded. "Judith pulls the strings. But I pull the strings as well, even if I don't mean to. And so does Izzy. We're sister fates, after all. How could it be otherwise?" "But you're not like her," James said suddenly, sitting up on the bench. "You and Izzy. You're good. She's the evil one." "Sometimes I wonder, James," Petra said, almost dreamily, "if there even is such a thing as good and evil. I tried to do good last time I was here, on this farm. But in the end both my grandfather and his wife ended up dead. I tried to do good last year, in New Amsterdam, and ended up breaking the vow of secrecy for the whole magical world. Does doing good matter if it always ends up playing into the hands of evil? Judith pulls her strings, and Izzy and I, we pull ours. But in the end, we are all sister fates, and destiny gets its way. The chill that came from Petra was like a silent wind. James' teeth were chattering as he said, "It doesn't have to be that way, does it? You don't have to play into her plan. You can stop her. I can help you." "No, James," Petra said, her voice going firm. "That's why I brought you here tonight. You're getting involved in things that you cannot control or understand. There is danger here like nothing you've ever known." "The Morrigan Web," James exclaimed. "I know. But none of us even knows what it's supposed to do or how it works. Can you tell us?" "I'm a sorceress, James," Petra said, her voice softening again. "But I don't know everything. I don't know what the Morrigan Web is any more than you do. I just know that she intends to use it, she and her temporary helpers." "The Collector," James nodded. "But why are they temporary?" Petra sighed. "You know why. You saw it tonight. In the end, true evil breaks all its tools." There was silence between them for a long moment, punctuated only by the monotonous drone of the waves. Finally, James straightened. "I'm not afraid. I can help you, Petra. Me and Ralph, Zane, Rose, even Scorpius and Albus. We can help you stop her." Petra looked at James again, and the look in her eyes froze him in place. "James," she said, shaking her head slowly. "I don't intend to stop her." The cold seeped beneath James' skin as he looked into her eyes, saw her unshakable resolve. An icicle seemed to push into his heart, chilling him so deeply that his shivers ceased. "But Petra," he whispered. "You have to stop her. All those people. You can't just." "Every time I try to stop her," Petra said, her eyes hardening, "she wins. The strings that Izzy and I pull only further her aims. We can't help it. As long as we are three, we are one. Fate prevails. There is only one way to end it forever. You can't understand it, James, and I don't intend to explain it to you. Your part is to back away. As of tonight, you're getting too close. Stop asking questions. Stop trying to work it all out. I'm not asking you. I'm warning you. People will die." She stood up and drew a deep, regretful breath. "I don't want you to be one of them." James sat speechless, staring up at Petra as if he had never seen her before. "What about Izzy?" he said faintly. "Will you allow her to kill?" Petra's lips thinned. She refused to look at him. "She and I have killed before. Right here, in this gazebo. We sent her mother to her doom." "That was different," James insisted, standing as well. "There has to be something we can do." "What about that other bloke? The one who's been traveling with you? My dad and Mr. Malfoy were talking about him at Christmas. Paris something or other." Petra narrowed her eyes and glared at him. "Stop reading my dream diary, James," she said quietly, emphatically. "Leave Marshall Paris out of it. Leave yourself out of it. What is meant to happen has to happen. I can't stop it. I don't want to stop it. It's the only way to end this whole nightmare." James shook his head. "Petra," he croaked, his breath puffing into mist. "I can't just. None of us can let this happen." The hard glare in Petra's eyes slowly melted. A breath of warmth pushed in from over the waves, threading through Petra's long hair and blowing away the icy chill, leaving only the girl that James had known ever since his first year, the one that liked to suck on the ends of her hair when she was thinking, who had a secret soft spot for romantic stories and treacle tarts. She shook her head again, even more slowly, and took a step toward him. She leaned close, meeting him in the center of the gazebo. Fleetingly, James realized that he was taller than her now. Her lips parted slightly in the darkness. He could smell her, the mingled scent of soap and hyacinth and faint spice. "She's going to kiss me," his mind raced, but she did not kiss him. She leaned close, placing her lips next to his ear. He could feel her breath on the nape of his neck. "Remember your own dream," she whispered. "The dream of the graveyard. Of me. And Albus. And the dark mark. Remember what you wrote when you woke up." James' eyes widened. He remembered, although he hadn't thought of it in a long, long time. "If you don't want that to happen," she whispered, so quietly that he felt it as much as heard it. "Then don't, James. Don't. Try to stop me." On her last word, darkness fell over the lake and the forest beyond. It consumed the gazebo, absorbed the waves, and covered Petra in impenetrable shadow. Blackness pressed against James' eyes, blinding him. He reached out for her, sensing that she was falling away from him, sucked away into that waiting dark. "Petra," he cried out. His voice echoed in the confines of the Gryffindor dormitory. He was standing next to his trunk, in a pool of light cast by his own lit candle. No one else was there. Somehow, Petra had transported him straight back to Hogwarts, bypassing the prowling Tabitha, Corsica and Filch. James' knees shook. He sat heavily on his trunk. Something crinkled beneath him. Wearily he reached for it, leaning aside and pulling out a sheet of wrinkled parchment. It was Petra's dream story. The pages were entirely blank now, but for a single line written neatly across the center in Petra's distinctive, careful handwriting: "As long as we are three, we are one." Fate prevails. James stared at it, reading it over and over by the light of the single candle. Drifting up through the curving stone stairs, raucous voices echoed from the common room, implying warmth, frivolity and evening cheer. Despite this, even now, the chill of Petra's gazebo hung around James like a cocoon. It was under his skin, racking him with shivers, chilling him all the way to the bone.
14. Avior's inner sanctum. Scorpius' prediction proved to be correct, in that it was Titus Hardcastle who had been called in to investigate the murder of Warlock. James saw him the next day, along with Lucinda Leone, the young Auror with whom he had scuffled over Christmas break. They stood in the courtyard with Headmaster Grudje and Professor McGonagall, talking seriously, their voices hushed, as James, Ralph and Scorpius made their way to advanced flight. "McGonagall looks about fit to spit nails," Ralph muttered as they passed, their brooms slung over their shoulders. "She hasn't forgotten what happened over Christmas holiday, if you ask me," James nodded. "I still can't believe they're freezing my dad out of all of this." As they neared the courtyard gates, James noticed Tabitha Corsica lurking near Grudje and Hardcastle, listening in, her face taut. She saw James and narrowed her eyes dangerously. "She's not just going to forget that you somehow got past her last night," Scorpius mused airily. "If she can't punish you for that, she'll come up with something else. She's persistent, that one." James sighed as they passed through the gate. Scorpius was right, of course. Later that afternoon was physical education at York. In the wake of the previous night's revelations, James had nearly forgotten all about the dreaded Muggle class. Tabitha Corsica, in her older teacher's guise, however, was waiting for them outside the York gymnasium, a smarmy grin on her face, her eyes twinkling behind her oversized spectacles. "It's such a beautiful spring day," she announced, tilting her chin toward the low, gray clouds and misting rain, "that I've decided to hold today's class out of doors." A groan rippled over the Hogwarts students, while the York students merely nodded and stretched, flexing their beefy legs and necks. Even the girls, James noticed, seemed a head taller than him and ropey with muscle. He wondered for the first time if Tabitha Corsica had purposely teamed the Hogwarts students with older, stockier York students. "Not rugby again," Ralph muttered next to James, crossing the fingers on both hands. "Please, not rugby again. Anything but that." Corsica tilted her head thoughtfully. "Today, I think we shall play a spirited game," she exclaimed, as James hunched his shoulders, expecting the worst. "Of football." Both Ralph and James glanced up in surprise. Now, it was the York students' turn to moan. "Football's for hooligans," a tall ginger girl complained. "Do we have to?" Now, Corsica chided sweetly. "We must make an effort to accommodate our guests. They come from, less fortunate circumstances and have not had the blessing of more advanced team sport. Surely we can extend the hand of friendship and grant them this small favor." Joseph Torrance scoffed incredulously under his breath. "She thinks rugby is an advanced team sport? Football." Ralph elbowed James in the ribs, nearly doubling him over. "She's talking about Muggle studies during our first year, when Professor Curry had us playing Muggle sports all term, remember? And if I recall correctly," Fiona Fourcompass admitted, somewhat grudgingly, "you were quite the star player, James." James glanced at her and felt his face heat with mingled embarrassment and anticipation. He had been quite good at the Muggle sport, had even scored the goal that won the final match for Gryffindor. "In fact," Corsica went on, beginning to lead the class toward the sodden field, bouncing a shiny new football lightly on her palm, "let us make the game interesting and have a friendly competition. York versus our guests. The winners earn bragging rights while the losers must run laps for the entirety of next class." With a decisive nod, Corsica tossed the ball toward James. He caught it clumsily. Corsica glared at him over a tight smile. "You have 2 minutes to determine player positions. Starting now." The class swiftly scrambled into separate groups and broke into harsh whisperings. "I don't even remember how to play this ruddy game." Graham Warden complained. "Is this the one where we hit the ball with that odd little paddle?" "That's cricket, you git." Kevin Murdoch rolled his eyes. "This is the one where you can't touch the ball with your hands." Fiona Fourcompass rolled her eyes. "All these Muggle games are completely daft." Ralph implored James, "We can win this, right? I can't run all next class. I'll drop dead on the spot." "I'm not even kidding." "Calm down, all of you," James said. "Football obviously isn't a big thing here at York, and that gives us a decent chance. We just have to stay organized and keep our wits. Here's what we'll do." As swiftly as he could, James assigned positions for his team, putting himself, Joseph Torrance and Graham Warden on the front line, Ralph in the goal, and the rest mounting defense. As they trotted into position on the squelching field, he bounced the ball off his knee and gave it a sharp kick as it dropped before him. It bounced into the center of the field, where Tabitha Corsica stood with a shiny whistle between her teeth. James joined her there, avoiding eye contact. Across the center line, an imposing brick wall of a boy named Lund hunkered low, screwing his cleats into the mud with grim determination. With no preamble, Corsica gave a short, piercing tweet on her whistle. James was not prepared for it, allowing Lund a free swipe at the ball. With a ringing thump, it rocketed away from the bigger boy's foot. Lund leapt to follow it, elbowing James roughly out of the way. The rest of Team York followed. Defense. James called, spinning around and scrambling to catch up. Everyone fall back. Despite the inglorious start, James found that what Team Hogwarts lacked in brawn, they made up for in mingled nimbleness and raw desperation. Fiona Fourcompass, surprisingly, erected a nearly maniacal defense of the goal, rushing out to meet opposing players with her teeth bared and her eyes bulging. From his vantage point in front of the Hogwarts goal, Ralph watched the match with grim intensity, his stance wide and his arms spread, trying to distribute his already bulky frame over as much space as possible. Kevin Murdoch, being woefully clumsy with the ball, contented himself with simply kicking it as hard as he could whenever it rolled into his general vicinity, sending it far out of bounds as often as not, but managing to at least get it to the opposing end of the field. James found, despite everything, that not only was his team holding their own against York, he was actually enjoying himself. By the middle of the match, with neither team having scored a single goal, he found himself in a fortunate position as Murdoch gave the ball another of his mighty kicks. Being already at the center line, James dashed backwards, watching the ball hurtle toward him. The York defense was caught off guard, leaving James plenty of room. He steeled himself, getting beneath the dropping ball, and let it carry him off his chest, deadening its momentum. It struck the ground and he immediately trapped it beneath his foot, pivoting on it to face the opposing goal. The York goalie, a tall, gangly ginger girl with a mass of freckles, glared at him and spread her arms. James dashed toward her, knocking the ball lightly ahead of him as he went. Footsteps pounded behind him, but they were too late. James reared back for the kick, aiming for the high, right corner of the York goal. Suddenly, and for no apparent reasons, his planted foot skated forward, drawing a muddy skid on the field. He flailed wildly, tried to salvage his kick, but succeeded only in tripping over the ball. He fell full length onto the wet grass with enough force to drive his teeth together with an audible clack. His right foot was still resting on the ball. Frantically, James clambered to get his feet beneath him again, scooping the ball forward, but Lund had finally caught up to him. The bigger boy swept James' feet out from under him, stealing the ball and bowling James into the mud again. Cursing vividly, cleats pounded past him as the action moved back to the opposite end of the field. As James finally regained his feet and pelted to rejoin the match, he saw Tabitha Corsica standing on the sideline, watching him smugly, her eyes narrowed behind her ridiculous glasses. James knew immediately what had happened. While she had confiscated their wands, as usual, upon their arrival at York, she had of course kept her own. She was using magic to surreptitiously sabotage him from the sideline. The look on her face as he passed was a small, challenging smile. York scored their first goal quickly thereafter. "What happened up there?" Murdoch demanded, panting heavily as James headed back toward the center line. "You had a clean shot." "It's not my fault," James spat. "Corsica's cursing me." Fiona Fourcompass gave him a skeptical look, her face speckled with mud. James glared back at her defiantly. "It's true," he declared, pointing to the sideline. Fiona merely shook her head and rolled her eyes. "Hey, Potter," Lund called, grinning. "Have a nice trip?" Behind him, the rest of Team York snickered. As the game resumed, James began to sense that Corsica was subtly cursing him at almost every turn, making the grass supernaturally slick beneath his feet, causing the ball to take unexpected and unnatural bounces, or giving it unusual momentum so that it bowled him over as he tried to trap it. As a result, he missed 2 more opportunities for goals, while York scored 3 goals under extremely suspicious circumstances. The last goal was a long kick from center field which seemed to hang in the air far longer than possible, arcing toward the goal and swirling past Ralph as if it was alive. Team York erupted into ecstatic cheers, as James skulked back toward his team. "What's happening out there?" Ralph muttered angrily, flinging his sweaty hair out of his face. "I've never seen you so clumsy, James. For the first time, I think I could do a better job out there than you. And believe me, that's not a happy thought." "It isn't me," James insisted furiously. "It's Corsica. It's got to be. She's cursing me from the sideline." "Have you seen her doing it?" Joseph asked. Because I have to say, it looks like you've just sort of lost your touch, James. Fiona seethed, grabbing him by the shoulder and turning him around. I am not running all next class. And I am not going to listen to these muscle-headed morons gassing on and on about how they beat us into the ground. You've got to score. The match is nearly over, I know, James exclaimed, throwing her hand off his shoulder. It isn't my fault. It's Corsica, stop blaming your clumsiness on others. Fiona hissed, shoving James in the chest. I'm not getting mud in my hair for nothing out here. Win this match or I'll curse you myself. James opened his mouth to argue, but was interrupted by a sharp, long whistle from the sideline. Score 3-0 in favor of York Academy, Corsica called, letting the whistle drop from her teeth and dangle around her neck. With only 5 minutes left to play, perhaps our guests would like to forfeit the match? She eyed James across the field with one eyebrow arched, still smiling that smug, half-smile. James shook his head. No chance. He called. The match isn't over yet. As you wish, Corsica shrugged lightly. Proceed. She retrieved the whistle and gave it a sharp tweet, pointing toward the ball on the center line. James dashed forward to claim it as the match resumed. He had no hope of actually winning at this point, but there was no chance that he was going to let her see that she had defeated him. He chased Lund as the big boy zigged down the side of the field. When Lund attempted to pass the ball to a teammate nearer the goal, James lunged to intercept. He trapped it against his foot, pivoted and kicked it back toward his own goal. Joseph Torrance bolted to catch it, followed by Graham Warden and, to James' surprise, Kevin Murdoch and Fiona Fourcompass. Almost all of Team Hogwarts collapsed toward the York goal, desperate to muscle the ball toward at least one score. James joined them. For a moment, it appeared that it was going to work. Surrounded by the herd of Hogwarts players, the ball zigged and bounced gradually forward. Lunt and his teammates muscled into the herd, but could not manage to turn the ball around. Finally, the entirety of both teams crowded in front of the York goal, rioting and shouting and kicking viciously. James saw his opening. Through a mist of rain and flying gobbets of mud, he sensed that the York goalie had inched too far forward, leaving a gap. The ball, now streaked with grime and pummeled by feet from every direction, suddenly squirted loose of the melee. James lunged for it, drew back his foot to kick, and missed. His foot swiped forward, skidded over the wet grass, and completely bypassed the ball, which continued to roll idly toward the corner of the field. At that moment, the scrum recaptured James, knocking him down and brawling over him. A cleat landed on his chest, mashing the air from his lungs. Another kicked him in the ear, still another landed on his wrist with an audible crunch. Someone was screaming in pain. After a second, James realized it was himself. He rolled over and cradled his wounded wrist. It felt horribly loose, and a soft grinding sensation accompanied its movements. The fingers on that hand tingled numbly. Tabitha Corsica's whistle sounded in 3 short bursts. Everyone back away, now, she called as she approached. Give the young man some air. Thank you. Lund, if you would be so kind as to line everyone up, we shall return to the locker rooms now. James felt Corsica hunkering over him. Her shadow blocked the dull gray sky. He resisted as she reached for his broken wrist, but she was persistent. Nasty break, that, she said, gripping and turning his forearm like a dead fish. Unfortunately, medical methods here at York are not quite what you may be accustomed to. Here, there is no magic remedy for a broken bone. Of course, she mused, cocking her head and lowering her voice, I do have my wand with me, as you know. I could help you. But that would rather defeat the purpose of this program, don't you think? I fear you will simply have to bear the pain until your return through the cabinet. You can bear the pain, can't you? James didn't reply, but simply attempted to wrench his wrist from her grasp. It hurt immensely as the broken bones ground together. She saw this on his face and her eyebrows rose slightly, along with the corners of her mouth. I didn't curse you that last time, she whispered conspiratorially. That was good old-fashioned Potter clumsiness. Perhaps that adds a bit of insult to your injury, but I thought you should know it, nonetheless. James pushed her away and struggled to sit up. His ribs felt bruised where they had been stepped on, but he pushed through the red mist of pain, using his good hand to leverage himself to his feet. Next to him, Tabitha Corsica sighed as she also stood. I hope you'll take note of what happened here today, James, she said, glancing aside to where the rest of the class was lining up along the edge of the field. You can't get away with your little shenanigans any longer. You can't beat me. You never really could. Your luck's run out. And I'm not done with you. I'll be watching every little thing you do. If you so much as stick one toe out of line, she smiled, as if this was her greatest wish. Believe me, I'll be there. To chop it off. She met his eyes, still smiling wistfully, assuring he saw that she meant it. Then, with a brisk sigh, she turned away, addressing the rest of the class. "He's all right, everyone. Just a little sprain. Nothing to be concerned about. Much ado about nothing, quite frankly. Back to the locker rooms now. And in honor of how our guests will be spending their next class period." She glanced back at James again with a vicious smile. "Why don't we run?" "She's gone completely mental," Ralph seethed as he stood next to James in the hospital wing half an hour later. "Sorry I didn't believe you straight away, mate. I should have known there was nothing she wouldn't stoop to. But cursing you to the point of injury," Rose said wonderingly, settling into a seat opposite the little medical table upon which James sat, his arm outstretched in a bath of sparkling magical light. He winced with each enchanted flash as the bones in his wrist slowly realigned. "Not that anyone would know that she was responsible," he sighed. "She's sneaky. No one saw a thing, and technically," Rose admitted dourly, "she didn't actually cause your injury. She just created the conditions that allowed it to happen. And refused to help when it did." Ralph's face was stony. "There was a time when I actually thought of her as almost a friend, or at least someone to look up to," he admitted. "And later, after the whole mess with the gatekeeper and her thinking she was the bloodline of Voldemort, I sort of thought she might have learned her lesson. I wanted to think she wasn't all bad after all, just a little twisted and misguided." "That's because she's pretty," Rose rolled her eyes. "Boys always think the best of pretty girls. It's like a mental illness. Nobody asked you, Weasley," Ralph muttered with surprising venom. The swift clacking of boots announced Madame Curio's return along the ward floor. She threw a disapproving glance at Rose and Ralph, who retreated away from the examination table. Unsheathing her wand from an apron pocket, she teased the glowing, sparkling field over James' wrist, intensifying it. "This will sting a bit," she said unapologetically. James nodded but didn't reply. He well knew of Madame Curio's disdain for sport-related injuries and didn't want to provide her any more opportunities to lecture him about it. She pressed her lips into a thin line and sighed briskly, finally dispersing the magical field with a sweep of her wand. "It will ache throughout the night as the bones knit, no doubt, but the breaks are sufficiently set. Lift anything heavier than a fork for the next 24 hours, however, and I'll need to re-break the bones and begin all over again. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, ma'am," James nodded, seeing in the head nurse's eyes that she believed re-breaking his wrist would be a valuable lesson indeed. "I won't touch so much as a quill. Promise." She shook her head irritably. "Give a student medical advice," she muttered, "and he takes it as excuse to skive off his homework." She waved a hand at him. "Be off, the three of you, and Mr. Potter, sincerely, if you appear in my ward one more time, I promise I will start charging you." Later that night, James slumped in a patched armchair before the Gryffindor common room hearth, his legs akimbo and his arm throbbing monstrously. "Curio could have given me something for the pain," he complained bitterly. "I mean, that's what she's there for, isn't she? She wants you to learn your lesson." Rose shrugged from the hearth rug, her nose buried in a gigantic book propped open against a table leg. "After all, stupid injuries and maladies seem to be a specialty of yours." James was too tired to argue. "What are you reading now, anyway? I thought you were done with your homework." "I'm researching," she sighed irritably, glancing back at him over her shoulder. She tapped the book with a forefinger. "The Art and History of Magical Warfare. There's a whole chapter on Dirk superweapons and doomsday hexes. Anything on the Morrigan Web?" Rose shook her head and slummed. "Who can tell? Every magical war machine had its own code name and secrecy charms and even its own special language. There's no way to figure out what's legend and what's true. For instance, here," she turned back a few enormous pages, "this is a whole section on something called the Wrath of Charanvor. According to the legend, a centuries-long wizarding war had so poisoned an entire region with dark magic, buried curses, and demon armies that it became a complete wasteland, the Tempest Barrens, they called it. Merlin himself ended the war by harnessing the power of a volcano, making it erupt with so much force." She leaned over the book and read, "that the earth broke like a plate, creating a rift 100 leagues wide and 1,000 feet tall. The Kragrak cliffs ever since form an impenetrable barrier, and a permanent stalemate, between the two warring nations." She heaved the heavy book shut, sending a whump of dust into the air. "See what I mean? Legends and myths. Even if I found a section on the Morrigan Web, how could we know it wasn't just some story for scaring little kids?" James frowned. "Like, maybe the earth is going to erupt in a volcano when all those government people show up for the Quidditch tournament?" Rose glared back at him with one eyebrow raised. "Are you even listening? Look." James suddenly sat up and pointed toward the hearth. "Is that Dad?" The dying coals in the hearth shuffled and sparked as a head reared out of them, revealing Harry Potter's glasses, perpetually unruly hair, and distinctive, famous scar. He glanced swiftly around the room, spotted James, and smiled. "Hi James," he said in a hushed voice. "Hi Rose. I don't have much time. I've been watching the Marauders map ever since I received your note, James. I thought Devenderdas was never going to go up to bed." "Oh, he's been up late every night brushing up on classic Quidditch strategy," Rose nodded. "Thinks he can still squeak Gryffindor into a victory with proper play formations, despite Lance Vassar dragging the whole team down." For once, James' dad didn't rise to the topic of Quidditch. "Considering what's happening," he said quietly, "staying out of the tournament might not be a bad thing." James slid off his armchair onto the hearth rug, wincing as he accidentally bumped his wrist. "So you know about the big Quidditch summit with all the magical and muggle government people?" Harry's face tensed, and James could see that it was a sensitive topic. "I only know because it was in the Prophet. Titus is in charge of security for the whole event, while I'm being sent to Pakistan to audit a flying carpet warehouse, but..." James sputtered, "But that's not even Auror work. Dad, what's going on?" "That's what I asked Loquacious Nap," Harry nodded darkly. "I went straight to his office, didn't even say hi to Percy when he tried to stop me. The Minister of Magic says that I'm too valuable to risk on such sketchy missions. He also says that since Revelvier's books were famous even in the Muggle world, my presence would be a distraction." Rose frowned. "But that's ridiculous. The whole point of showing the Muggle leaders a Quidditch match is to show them we're friendly. If you're already known to them, at least as a fictional character, you'd form the perfect bridge into the magical world." "You're thinking about it too logically, Rose," Harry shook his head. "Or not with the right kind of logic. None of what the minister said makes any sense unless there's something else going on, some other, more secret plan. They want you gone," James said slowly, his eyes widening, "because you might not go along with this secret plan of theirs. You might stop them." Harry seemed to shrug wearily. "It may not be that obvious. I honestly don't think Loquacious Nap himself knows what he's doing or why he's doing it. He's a politician, not a strategist. Talking's what he's best at. Managing the crisis of the crumbling vow of secrecy is completely out of his depth. He's relying more and more on his team of advisors. He goes along with pretty much everything they say." Rose narrowed her eyes suspiciously, making her look to James very much like her mother. "Who are these advisors? Do you know them?" "There are several of them," Harry said. "People from the Office of Ambassadorial Relations, mostly. But there's one that Nap seems to rely on more than anyone." "An unspeakable," James cocked his head quizzically. "An unspeakable?" Rose grunted with impatience. "Someone who works for the Department of Mysteries. They're called unspeakables because no one really knows what they do, and they never, ever talk about it." James glanced from Rose's annoyed expression to the face of his father, gazing up at him from the glowing coals. "Who is it, Dad?" "You know, but you're not telling us." "I'm not telling you for good reason," Harry admitted. "I don't want you to worry about it. And I know you well enough to know that you will." He shifted his gaze to Rose. "Both of you, Headmaster Grudje," Rose exclaimed suddenly, her eyes brightening. "That's it, isn't it? He was in the photo with the Minister of Magic when the summit was announced, along with the Muggle Prime Minister. That's why no one had ever heard of him before he was named headmaster. He's an unspeakable from the Department of Mysteries." "Next time," Harry said, trying to conceal a disgruntled smile, "I'm waiting until you go to bed, too, Rose." "Oh, tush," Rose objected. "None of you would get anywhere without my mum and me." "So if Grudje is the minister's main advisor," James thought aloud, "then he's the one keeping you away from the big Quidditch summit. For some reason he doesn't want you to be there." Rose looked uncomfortable. "But Grudje is the headmaster. He can't be the one planning to set off some magical doomsday weapon. It would kill him as well, along with any number of students." She shivered, apparently reluctant to believe anyone would be capable of such things. James, however, saw the truth on his father's face. Some people would indeed be willing to murder hundreds of students, and even to die themselves, if they were crazy enough, or committed enough to their cause, or both. "For what it's worth, Rose," he said carefully, "I think you're half right. If there is indeed a plot to attack the Quidditch summit, and if Warlock was murdered to cover it up, then I don't believe that Grudje is behind it. He may be like the minister himself, a willing dupe, influenced by someone deeper in the shadows." "Dad," James said, lowering his voice and leaning close to the fire, "we may know who that person is." From the hearth, Harry steadied his son's face. "I have a pretty good idea myself, James. I've been calling in some favors with a few low-level contacts at the American Muggle Integration Bureau. This new vice president of theirs, the wizard who you say calls himself the Collector, virtually no one has ever heard of him. Apparently he was the protege of the senator that was killed last year, Charles Fillmore. At least, that's the story the Muggle news people are reporting. But there's no evidence that it's actually true. As far as I can tell, he simply appeared out of nowhere. If he is indeed a wizard taking advantage of the broken vow of secrecy, then his plan may be to murder the American president and assume his position. Rose nodded. Sorry, Uncle Harry. We already figured that bit out. But that's not who I'm talking about, James said, exasperated. When we discovered Warlock's body, we saw someone else. Well, at least Lucia and I did. Harry tilted his head. Who's Lucia? That's not important, James insisted. The point is. He paused, suddenly unsure how, precisely, he should proceed. How should he tell his dad that one of the most important people in his life, the long-dead Albus Dumbledore, seemed to have a sort of evil twin, a mysterious dark Emirintha from off Avior Dorchascathan? Suddenly, James heard Avior's own words echoing in his head. Accompanied by the deep chill of the Durmstrang classroom, it would be best, Mr. Potter, the hauntingly familiar wizard had said calmly, almost kindly, if you did not tell your father about this. Harry might be a bit conflicted. James felt stymied before the patient gaze of his father. The words dried up and he found he simply could not speak. Finally, Harry himself broke the silence. I know this is all very worrisome and confusing, he said, addressing both James and Rose. And I am sorry that you lot have gotten involved in this at all. I wish I could tell you what I've told you in the past, that this isn't your problem, that we adults will handle it. But the fact is, you are no longer exactly children yourselves. You've seen too much. Here, Harry looked directly at his son, and James knew what he was thinking of. Poor, lost cousin Lucy, held in Ralph's arms, carried through nightmare after nightmare. No matter how much I might wish otherwise, Harry went on, this isn't only my battle. I told you at the beginning of this year, James, that I might need to rely on you, that you might be in a position to do what I cannot. It seems that time has come. A sudden chill of fear descended upon James at these words. He hadn't realized how comforting his father's old reassurances had been, assurances that the world was an essentially safe place and didn't need to be saved by him and Ralph, Zane and Rose, that the adults were in charge and were fully equipped to handle anything that came their way, that his only duties were to his schoolwork and his friends and to enjoy being young and free of weighty responsibilities. He had always rejected those assurances, always chosen to involve himself anyway, and to bring along those of his friends who were willing to help. Now, he realized that there was a secret luxury in assuming responsibilities that weren't his, the luxury of knowing that no one expected him to succeed, the luxury, at the heart of it all, to fail. James met his father's eyes and nodded slowly. He swallowed and heard an audible click in his throat. Whatever you need, Dad. Harry closed his eyes, seeming to war within himself. He drew a deep breath. Your mother would kill me if she knew I was asking this, he admitted seriously. But here it is. What I need from both of you is to be my ears. Loquacious Nap may not know what is really happening, but Richter Grudje just might. Surely he knows more than the minister, at any rate. But, he added quickly, his expression turning stern, I'm not telling you to go spying on him. I'm not giving you permission to do anything daft that might get you caught. Filch would love nothing more than to pour his torture out on you lot. Corsica, too, James added fervently. I'm only telling you, Harry went on, ignoring this, to keep your ears open. If there are more attempts to stifle the flow of information in and out of the school, if there are any new decrees or rules about what teachers are allowed to teach, or what clubs are permitted to meet, or if there are any other changes to the way things are done, I need you to let me know. Grudje won't come out and say what's coming, but we might learn something just by the preparations he makes. James ran a hand through his hair in frustration. But how can we tell you anything even if we want to? All our post is searched, remember? I've already thought about that, Harry said, firming his voice. Just send a note to your mum saying you miss her cooking. She'll be happy to hear from you and I'll know that you need me to contact you. Be here in the common room when everyone else goes to bed and I'll find you. James nodded his understanding. But what should we be watching for most of all? What are we most hoping to figure out? Harry shook his head slowly. Anything at all. I'm totally in the dark here. You have no idea how frustrating that is. If I get caught so much as asking the wrong questions, I suspect I'll be shut down completely, possibly put on extended leave. But what we really need to know more than anything, he admitted with a sigh, is if the Morrigan Web is a real thing. And if so, what does it do? We can't hope to stop it if we can't answer those questions first. Rose glanced at James, her face tense and her eyes bright. James resisted the urge to look back at her. Got it, he said soberly. We'll keep our ears open, Dad. And let you know if anything changes around here. Harry seemed to accept this. "I need to go. Your mother says hello and that she loves you. She also says to be sure to keep up with all your studies and to eat a vegetable every now and then. And pass the same on to Albus and Lil." "I will, Dad," James replied, hardly listening. "And Rose," Harry added, turning to her. "Much love from your mom and dad as well. Keep your eye on James, Albus, and Lil, won't you?" Rose brightened and sat up straight. "I will, Uncle Harry. You can trust me." Harry gave her a bemused half-smile. "Good night, you two. I'll expect you both to be in bed in 5 minutes. The map will tell me if you aren't." James and Rose offered mumbled assurances and bid Harry good night. A moment later, his head vanished from the coals. "You know what we have to do?" Rose prodded James the moment they were alone. "We have to go with Zane into the cellars at Alma Alaron and find that old witch, Crone Lousa. She's the only person who might know what the Morrigan Web really is." "You're right," James nodded thoughtfully. "I guess. But there's something else I need to do first." "What?" Rose demanded. "You heard your dad. The Morrigan Web is our biggest concern. Until we figure that out, it's all hopeless." James stared into the fire, frowning deeply. "I saw Petra the other night," he admitted quietly. "The night we found Warlock dead in the woods. I talked to her." Rose was silent as she stared at him, her mouth pressed into a worried line. She seemed to consider several questions but finally settled on, "What did she say?" "She said that we were getting too close," he said, finally raising his eyes to hers. "She warned me to let it go. To not try to stop her." Rose's face paled and her eyes widened. When she spoke, her voice was a harsh whisper. "So, she really is involved in all of this, then? But why? Why would she do anything so awful?" "I don't know," James said emphatically. "But I've been thinking about it ever since. It's almost like she doesn't think there's any other way. Like, as terrible as it is going to be, it's better than the alternative." Rose narrowed her eyes at him seriously. "James," she said, "I know you've always had sort of a thing for her." James blinked at his cousin in surprise and annoyance. "Rose, don't be." "Petra is pretty," she interrupted. "But that doesn't mean she's good or right. We've discussed this." "I know, Rose." James rolled his eyes and slumped back against the armchair. "Don't you think I know that by now? So what are you going to do?" "That's what I was about to tell you," he sighed deeply. "She thinks we are getting too close. She said it after we found Warlock's body, but I don't think that's what made her appear to me, to warn us away." Rose shook her head impatiently. "Well? What was it, then?" James turned his head to look at her. "I think it's Avior," he said firmly. "Petra knew that we saw him, maybe even that he wanted us to see him. Somehow, she knows that Avior is the key to the whole thing." Rose considered this. "So what do we do?" "That's the easy part, I guess," James replied reluctantly. "I take him up on his offer of a visit in his office. He won't just tell you all of his deepest, darkest secrets." Rose frowned. "You know," James said, raising his eyebrows consideringly. "I think he just might." The plan, as it turned out, was deceptive in its simplicity, but fraught with hazards. "I feel like I'm going to vomit," James mumbled through a fake smile, weaving his way through intimidatingly unfamiliar Durmstrang corridors lined with imposing statues, pillars and frowning gray-clad young men. Next to him, smiling much more eagerly and comfortably, Nastasia shrugged. "Maybe you should just puke and get it over with, you know? It sure couldn't make us any more totally conspicuous than we already are." As she spoke, James sidled past a knot of Durmstrang boys in the crowded hall. One of the boys scowled at him suspiciously while the others muttered, their eyes narrowed at the scurrying interlopers. "We don't have anything to worry about," Nastasia proclaimed, pushing out her chin as they turned a corner. "We've been invited to Professor Avior's office, or, at least, you have. But I'm totally his favorite student." "What's your problem, Jughead?" This last was to a very stocky boy with a brick-red face and a flat crew cut who bumped her shoulder as she passed. She glared back at him challengingly. "You want to tango with me? I'm walking here." "Nastasia, shut up," James hissed, grabbing the sleeve of her Alma Alaron blazer and yanking her onward. "Are you trying to start a row?" "Not afraid of one, if that's what you mean," she answered loudly, still glowering back over her shoulder. "These stuffed robes are all bark and no bite. Am I right?" James shook his head nervously, resisting the urge to run the rest of the way to Avior's office. "Are you sure this is the right way?" "How should I know?" Nastasia shrugged. "You're the one with the written invitation. You were there when we planned this. Didn't you pay any attention?" "Oh, for hexing hinky-punks," a voice rasped behind James, "it's right there at the end of the hall. Signs on the door." "Can't either of you read?" James wheeled on the spot, but there was no one behind him. "Who said that?" he demanded. "You're already nervous," a second voice whispered out of nowhere. "You probably don't want to know." "Oh, give it up," Nastasia sighed, glancing around the suddenly empty corridor. "Classes have started. The coast is clear." She reached out, groped in thin air for a moment, and then closed her fist and yanked. A pair of heads appeared from beneath a flutter of invisible cloth. "Hi, big brother," Albus grinned, his hair matted to his forehead. "Rose and I thought it would be best to tag along all invisible-like. Hope you don't mind." James sputtered, "But the invisibility cloak." He gestured wildly toward their still unseen bodies. "It was just in Filch's office," Rose said. "He may have Grudge's magical cane, but that doesn't make him any good at locking spells. We just popped in this morning and nicked it from his drawer of contraband. If we're careful, we'll get it back tonight before he even knows it's gone, and we'd bloody well succeed." Albus nodded, "because if Filch catches on that it's gone, there's only one person he'll blame." "Yeah," James exclaimed desperately, tapping his own chest. "That'd be me, you great git. Are you trying to get me murdered by that sadistic squib?" Nastasia tilted her head and said in a sing-song voice, "I told you not to tell him." "I didn't say anything," Rose frowned. "It was Loudmouth here that couldn't keep quiet." Albus elbowed Rose under the cloak. "You know, if I hadn't spoken up we'd be stuck wandering these halls all day." James couldn't find his own bum with a beacon charm. "Look," James interrupted. "This is completely bloody mental. Why are you two even here?" Rose firmed her jaw defensively. "I'm here to snoop around Avior's quarters while you and Nastasia distract him. And I'm here because I helped Rose nick the cloak." Albus nodded. James pulled his own hair in exasperation. "We don't need your help. If you get caught here we're all totally doomed. We can't know that Avior will tell us anything meaningful," Nastasia sighed. "And besides, they won't get caught. Will you?" "Not if Loudmouth here can keep his lips sealed for more than 30 seconds, Rose said, tilting her head at Albus, who shrugged and rolled his eyes. "All right," James declared helplessly. "Just get back under the cloak and don't bump anything. Even if Avior can't see you he's no idiot. If you so much as breathe wrong he'll know you're there. Not to mention Thathamite Havia sneakoscope or faux glass," Rose added, her voice muffled as Albus yanked the cloak over them again. "Good to know you've at least thought of all the ways this can go totally pear-shaped," James muttered, turning back toward Avior's closed door. Nastasia was already approaching it. She glanced back, assuring that Albus and Rose were sufficiently hidden, and then raised her hand and gave the brass door knocker a sharp rap. Several seconds ticked by with no response. Experimentally, Nastasia tried the door latched out. It was locked firm. "Maybe he's not here," Albus said from beneath the cloak. "Is he teaching, maybe?" "It's his scheduled office hours," James replied. "At least, it will be in a few minutes. We got here a little early. Still, he should be here." He reached up and rapped the door knocker himself, harder this time. The door knocker was fashioned in the shape of a brass tentacle attached to a squid-headed figure with a man's body. It was exceptionally ugly, but thankfully, unlike many such ornaments, didn't seem to be enchanted with magical personality. "Nobody here but us chickens," Nastasia sighed. "Give it a go with an unlocking charm, James," Rose muffled, unseen behind his left shoulder. "Those never work." James rolled his eyes. "Every time I try one it triggers some sort of counter-jinx. I tried it on the newsstand in Hogsmeade and nearly got myself caught for it." Rose huffed impatiently. A moment later, her fist appeared from beneath the cloak, her wand outstretched. She tapped the latch of Avior's door with it. Alohomora. The latch flashed bright yellow and produced an audible click. The door creaked open slightly on its hinges. "Honestly, James," Rose said as her one hand vanished again. "You're as bad with unlocking doors as Filch is with locking them." Nastasia giggled. Too nervous to be embarrassed, James leaned forward and gave the door a tentative push. It creaked ominously open, revealing a dim, circular room, lined with high, straight-backed chairs, stocked bookshelves, and an assortment of freestanding, evil-looking divining instruments. There were no Yuxabalatma plants here, James saw as he inched into the shadowy room, but there was a complicated telescope-like device, its lenses pointed strangely at the floor, a dark crystal ball like a gigantic black pearl on an ancient stone pedestal, and, strangest of all, a sort of ornately polished wooden box, as tall as a man, with a window set into its front. Behind the glass, encased in the box like a corpse in a coffin, was a thin man-shape wearing a turban and a pointed, black beard. Arcing above the figure's window were the words, "Ta will it you mister, knows all. Tells all." "I've seen one of these before," Nastasia commented, approaching the boxed figure, "at a Muggle carnival in New Jersey. It's a clockwork wizard. Put a coin in the slot and he's supposed to tell your future. Daft, if you ask me, Albus muttered, unseen. No fireplace, Rose whispered with a shiver in her voice. The room was, James noticed, wintry cold. This is just the waiting area, he commented, looking around. There's got to be a way further in. I bet this guy knows it, Nastasia said, cocking her head up at the clockwork wizard in the wooden box. Old towel, you mister, any of you have any money? She tapped the coin slot with her wand. At the touch of her wand, lights glared to life inside the box, illuminating the bearded figure. With a series of ratchets and clags, it jerked to life, leaning back and tilting its head toward the ceiling. Its sculpted hands raised and made a clumsy, ratcheting dance before its pointed beard. James jumped backwards, bumping into the hidden shapes of Albus and Rose. No coin is required for such as thee, a deep, recorded voice crackled loudly, emanating from a brass speaker on the front of the crate. Only the unwashed need pay for their glimpse of the beyond. Ask what ye will, my masters, while the curse of life lies upon me. The light of the clockwork wizard illuminated Nastasia's face as she stared up at it, beaming. She glanced back at James and rolled her eyes. Oh, you big baby. It's just a talking machine. What are you afraid of? James shook his head. Are you sure it's just a machine? It's a bunch of gears and flywheels in a turbine, you dolt, Nastasia said, looking back up at the bearded figure. But boy is it good. Professor Cloverhoof would flip his horns if he could see it. Behind James' shoulder, Rose's voice was slightly higher than usual. So ask it how to get into Avior's main quarters, already. Alas, the recorded voice blared, accompanied by the halting movements of the clockwork wizard. None but the great master himself may proceed thence. Seat thyselves and await his return. There's got to be another way in, Albus complained. This is getting us nowhere. Look around for a door or something. James shook his head, glancing around the dark, cold room. Maybe this isn't Avior's quarters at all. Maybe it's just where he meets students and stuff. You mean we tagged along with you under this smelly old cloak for nothing? Rose groused. Nobody asked you to come along. James countered. I still say you're both completely mad. Nastasia was studying the clockwork figure in its box, a thoughtful look on her face. Hey Tawil, she said, you know where Professor Avior's rooms are, don't you? The figure's painted eyes didn't move. After a moment, the head cocked back and forth jerkily and the hands made their complicated dance again. Alas! None but the great master himself may proceed thence, the recorded voice repeated. Seat thyselves and await his return. It shut off with an audible click and the lights fell dead. The mechanical figure slumped forward. Nastasia narrowed her eyes. What? Albus said from the center of the round room. With a shuffle, he tossed off the invisibility cloak and ran a hand through his matted hair. Am I missing something here? Nastasia didn't take her eyes from the dormant figure in its darkened box. Acid pops, she said. James blinked. Excuse me, what's she talking about? Rose said in a brittle voice. Shouldn't we just be heading back? Albus turned to glance at his cousin. What's the matter with you all of a sudden? This was your idea. I've just got a bad feeling about this thing, she declared defensively. And, well, cockroach cluster, Nastasia said, taking a step closer to the wooden box. Inside, the dormant figure hunched motionless. What's she on about? Albus muttered out of the corner of his mouth, nodding toward Nastasia. Is she, quite all right? Nastasia, James said worriedly, moving to join her next to the dark box. Maybe we should just. Fizzing Wisby. Nastasia interrupted, raising her voice. Inside the box, the dark figure remained motionless, silhouetted behind the dusty glass. Why's she doing that? Rose demanded. Make her stop. Wait just a moment here, Albus said slowly, realization dawning on him. Rose is afraid of clockworks. That's it, isn't it? I'm not afraid of them, she hissed shrilly. I just don't trust them. They're really, really dodgy. Everyone knows that. Always turning evil at the drop of a hat. Getting cursed and coming to life and developing a taste for human blood. Rose is afraid of clockworks. Albus sang gleefully. I can't believe it. Brave cousin Rose. What time is it, Rose? Oh, you wouldn't know. Because you'd have to consult a clock. Shut up, Al, James demanded. Nastasia, seriously, let's just get out of here. There's no point, sherbet lemon. Nastasia announced, nodding to herself with satisfaction. The lights popped back on inside the clockwork wizard's box. Rose clutched James' shoulders in alarm as the mechanical wizard jerked back to life, ratcheting and squeaking noisily. Password, accepted. Thea recorded. Voice squawked from its speaker. Enter if you dare. and let the consequences be upon thine own head." With a complicated clank, the front of the box pivoted aside, forming a door. Behind it, the clockwork figure of Tawilat Mister stood full length, its robe hanging limp around hinged, mechanical legs. Its wooden feet were carved with sandals and covered in flaking flesh-colored paint. It stepped haltingly out of the cabinet, its joints squeaking and its head bowing obediently. Lights flickered to life deep inside the wooden box, and James saw that it was actually a doorway into a much larger room. He glanced from the suddenly revealed doorway to Nastasia. "How'd you know?" She shrugged evasively. "Lucky guess." "Well," Albus spoke up, "we going in or what?" James glanced back. Rose's face was as pale as a tombstone. She tore her gaze away from the clockwork man and met his eyes. Jerkily, she nodded. "Let's be quick about it," he said. "If Avior isn't here, he's bound to be back at any moment." He turned back to the doorway formed by the wooden box. Beyond it, a large, dark room flickered with blue light. Complicated shadows leapt on the high walls and ceilings. He braced himself, felt Rose clutch his shoulders again from behind, and stepped forward. 15. Origins Unveiled. The inner chamber of Professor Avior's office was circular, and much warmer than the waiting area had been. Flames roared in the maw of a monstrous fireplace. Pillars lined their room, stretching up into shadowy vaults. "Looks a lot like the headmaster's office back at Hogwarts," Albus commented. "And what is that in the cage?" "That's not an actual phoenix, is it?" James and Rose followed Albus to a very large cage standing on an ornate brass stand. The creature inside seemed to take up nearly every inch of space where it hunched on a low perch. The cage floor was littered with what appeared to be rodent bones, all charred black. "That's no regular phoenix," Rose said, curling her lip. "It's a jiskra, sometimes called a black phoenix. See the two heads? Cool." Albus leaned close, peering through the bars. "It looks more like a feathered lizard than a bird." The head nearest him reared back between its furled wings. The beak split open, revealing rows of tiny pointed teeth, and the creature hissed, exhaling a foul-smelling mist. "Holy!" Albus spat, leaping back and waving his hands to disperse the jiskra's wet, acrid breath. "What the bloody hell was that?" "Defense mechanism," Nastasia giggled. "Another name they go by is death breath. It's a good thing the other head's asleep." James kept a safe distance from the monstrous bird thing. "Dumbledore had his phoenix," he mused darkly. "Avior has this thing." Near the enormous cage on its stand, a large wooden desk was overflowing with parchments, inks, books, instruments, and, strangely, an oversized wizard chess set. James approached this, examining the pieces where they stood in mid-play on the board. The black figures seemed to be made of ebony, while the white figures sparkled in the firelight like diamond. "Someone really likes their board games," Albus said as he joined James near the desk. "Who's winning, do you think?" James shook his head. "Ralph would know. He's the chess player, not me." "Too bad Ralph wasn't invited to this little party," Albus shrugged, turning away. "Neither were you," James mumbled grumpily. In truth, he would have preferred Ralph under the cloak than Albus. He leaned closer to the chess set, intrigued. The figures seemed strangely familiar. He studied the ebony king where it stood on its square. It was tall, robed, with a hood covering most of its face and thin, knuckly hands protruding from its sleeves. He gasped with recognition. "What?" Rose whispered immediately. "What did you find? Come here." James gestured, not tearing his eyes from the board. "Look." Rose joined him, huddling shoulder to shoulder. She leaned over the board with a puzzled expression. James glanced at her. "Do you see it? The Ebony King?" Rose studied the figure for a moment, and then clapped her hands over her mouth. "It's that horrible wizard we ran into in New Amsterdam," she said through her fingers. "The collector, the new American vice president." James nodded. "But look next to him. Look at the Queen." Rose leaned closer, her eyes bright, worried. "Is that?" She frowned, confused. "Who is it?" James looked down at the tall feminine figurine, resplendent in long robes, her carved hair falling down her back in waves and her proud chin raised. The eyes were tiny green emeralds. "It's the Lady of the Lake," he said firmly. "I'd recognize her anywhere." Rose's frown deepened as she studied the figure. Are you sure?" "Of course I'm sure," James answered. He glanced aside at his cousin. "Why?" Rose seemed reluctant to answer. "Because. Well, to me. She sort of seems like." She looked aside at him, her eyes bright in the darkness. "Like Petera." James opened his mouth to protest, but as he did so he dropped his eyes to the chessboard again. Carved in black ebony, the figure's cascading hair did suddenly look like Petra's dark locks. The raised chin could be seen as determined rather than proud. The eyes now seemed to be pale blue amethysts. "Who are the figures on the other side?" Rose asked, changing the subject. "It's hard to tell. What are they made of? Crystal? Diamond?" James leaned closer. Firelight played on the facets of the opposing figures, obscuring their details. The king was tall, with unruly hair and a pair of tiny, unmistakable spectacles. As if there was any doubt about the identity of this figure, a tiny lightning bolt glowed faintly, etched onto its forehead. Rose saw this at the same time as he. She grabbed his elbow. "It's your dad," she whispered. "And the queen. Is that my mum?" But James shook his head slowly, densely. "No, Rose. That's not your mum. That's jackpot." Nastasia's voice suddenly sang out. "I think you're all going to want to see this." James looked up, following the sound of Nastasia's voice. He was about to tell her that what she'd found certainly couldn't compare to the eerily familiar chess pieces, but closed his mouth as the pink-haired girl parted a heavy, intricately embroidered curtain. Beyond it, a blue torch flickered to life, illuminating a tiny, circular alcove. The space was entirely empty but for a high wooden table and, upon it, a small book. Nastasia glanced back at them with a crooked smile. "I may be mistaken," she said, "but I think that is a diary." James glanced at Rose, whose face was still unusually pale. Together, they rounded the desk and approached the curtained alcove. Albus joined them there. As one, the four students crept inside, surrounding the tiny table. The book was surprisingly small, its page edges rough and thick, its cover made of deeply tanned leather. To James' eye, it did indeed look like a sort of personal journal or notebook. "You found it, Nasty," Albus said, nudging Nastasia. "You do the honors and open it up." "Not me," she replied, taking a step backward. "I'm all for snooping around and all, but I smell curse on that thing." She glanced at James, and for the first time there was something like fear in her expression. He shuddered and turned back to the book. "Well," he gulped. "What else did we come here for?" Quickly, before he could reconsider, he reached forward and touched the leather cover, bracing himself. Nothing happened. He glanced back at the others. "Make with the reading, already," Albus declared. "What, are you hoping it'll suck you into its pages or something?" The moment broke. James rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the book. He flipped back the cover carefully, revealing a creamy blank page. Was the writing invisible, perhaps? He stared at it, waiting for something to happen. When it didn't, he turned the first page, then the next. There, on the third page, was a neat column of handwriting. He leaned over it. In a low, tense voice, he began to read. "This is an account of the unspoken and hidden life and times of..." He paused as a wave of coldness fell over him, chilling him to his heels. "Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." Behind him, Rose gasped. "Holy hinky-punks," Albus said in an awestruck voice. "My namesake. The Big Owl himself." "Hush," Nastasia said quietly. "Go on, James." James nodded, taking a deep breath. He continued, "I fear that this shall not be a happy account, and it is quite possibly as private a record as has ever existed, chronicled by my own hand for whatever peace of mind it may offer. The memories caged in these written words would much more cheerfully be relegated to the comfort of the pensive, hidden away and forgotten. But alas, as will soon be revealed, that is an impossible luxury forbidden to this woeful tale. But first, a forewarning for anyone who, either by mistake or subterfuge, finds themselves viewing these words. As you peer into the void, be assured that the void peers into you. Let it be known that by reading this account, I shall be reading your thoughts, and marking you. The curse that will result shall not be on my head. Indeed, I may not even wish you harm, but it will befall you nonetheless. Some costs cannot be paid with other than blood. For your sake, and my peace of mind, turn back now." James took an involuntary step back from the table and the leather diary. "Called it," Nastasia said faintly. "Should we go on?" Rose asked, her voice nearly a whisper. "Oh good grief," Albus rolled his eyes. "It's just a standard warning curse. We Slytherins put them on everything, up to and including our to-do lists. Only first years are afraid of them, but this is the diary of Albus Dumbledore." Rose countered. "He wasn't just some Slytherin with a power complex. He was one of the most powerful wizards ever." "Fine, whatever," Albus shrugged tersely. "Back out now. Let's head back home and do our arithmancy homework. What do you say?" Nastasia giggled again, and then nudged James gently forward. "Dumbledore's dead and buried," she said. "He can't curse anyone anymore. Go on, James. Keep reading." "Easy for you to say," he mumbled. And yet, he knew that Nastasia and Albus were right. This is what they had come for, after all. He used his finger to find his place on the page again and resumed reading. I suppose one could say that I grew up in a happy home, in that there were times of simple, uncomplicated joy. I abided with my mother, Kendra, after the imprisonment of my father, Percival, a man I only dimly remember but have always known by the rather confused legacy he left behind. He was sentenced to Azkaban after attacking a cabal of Muggle boys, an act of fatherly vengeance. The boys had traumatized my young sister, Ariana, over a display of simple, childlike magic. This is what is known. What is not known is that I blamed my father for his absence in the years to follow. His act of revenge on those who had devastated his only daughter was understandable, but thoughtless. It took him from us. And I cannot but think that, if he had remained, if his blind rage had not overwhelmed his prudence and sent him to prison, this unfortunate tale would have ended much differently. For instance, my father would not have liked Gellert Grindelwald. Had he been there, he'd have said Gellert was a boy with airs, a pompous, talented, young aristocrat who enjoyed, more than anything, hearing himself speak. I know this because my mother told me so on many occasions, and I remembered my father well enough to know that she was quite correct. It was this very thing, most likely, that drove me to befriend young Gellert Grindelwald, despite his careless arrogance and heady delusions of grandeur. He was living with his aunt for the summer, having been expelled from Durmstrang Academy for recklessness and rabble-rousing. That fact alone would have prompted my father to forbid any fraternization with Gellert, but my father, quite simply, was not there. He had betrayed all of us by being sent to Azkaban. Indeed, mine was a small boy's hurt buried under a young man's rebellion, and this had but one inevitable result. Since my father would not have approved of Gellert Grindelwald, I intended to wholeheartedly embrace him. And it was not difficult. Gellert and I were very much of one mind, idealistic, ambitious, ready to change the world, and damn the aggy old institutions that held us back. Of course, many of our ideas were foolhardy. Some of them were, in point of fact, dangerously naive, even fascistic. But we were young and essentially powerless. Rhetoric was free, without consequence, and we reveled in it. I spent more and more of my time with Gellert as I finished my own schooling and embarked on careless adventures. We pursued the on to Deathly Hallows. We campaigned for change in the laws of secrecy, extolling the mutual benefits of full disclosure to the Muggle world. Besides being a formidable wizard, Gellert was a gifted speaker, using his natural charm and magnetism to gather a following everywhere we went. Within 2 years, we had earned enough of an audience to no longer be merely young men toying with revolution. When I looked around us, I saw that the revolution was no longer hypothetical. It was swiftly becoming a reality, and I began to doubt. It was an exquisitely uncomfortable time for me. Gellert did not understand my reservations, of course. I tried to persuade him, discovering perhaps a step too late that I was, despite my best efforts, my father's son after all. On the most instinctive level, I sensed the flaws and dangers in our plan. I realized Gellert's idealism was driven less by altruism and more by ego. He did not merely wish to benefit the Muggle world, but to oversee them. To him, they were rather like a race of talking pets, friendly animals for which one feels some affection and concern, but which one must eventually rule for the greater good of all. I could not debate Gellert in public, for I had no wish to undermine him. I hoped to persuade him in private, to subtly alter the direction of the revolution that was bubbling around us, but he was immune to doubt. His unshakable conviction, bolstered by both his natural confidence and his singular magical prowess, was beyond the reach of my persuasion. Eventually, regrettably, we parted ways. Disillusioned and defeated, I returned to Godric's Hollow only to find that my absence, like that of my father, had taken a marked toll on my family. My mother appeared to have aged a decade. Aberforth had become sullen and angry. Ariana was, if anything, even more withdrawn, buried so deep in the web of her own haunted memories that even I could not always coax her to speak. In the years after being attacked by the boys in our old neighborhood, Ariana continued to stifle her magic, to compress it deep inside her so that it occasionally burst forth involuntarily. This was sometimes harmless, mere flashes of light or freakish rains of frogs outside the cottage windows, and sometimes dangerous, with crockery hurtling suddenly against walls, fire erupting from the hearth, or the entire cottage shaking on its foundation as if in the teeth of an earthquake. It had always been bad, but it was getting far worse. I understood this more than anyone in my family. Magical power is like any other energy, essentially indestructible. If it is not spent, it does not go away, but builds, creating pressures that, in even the most benign cases, inevitably burst forth. The most disturbing detail of my return home, however, was in learning that my father had died in Azkaban. This simultaneously seemed the least obvious but most pervasive influence over our household. Aberforth stubbornly refused my help in caring for the cottage and our meager land. In my heart, I did not blame him, although my youth would not allow me to admit it. I had been gone for nearly 3 years, after all, leaving my brother to manage everything on his own. Nonetheless, I did what I could, attempting to relegate myself to a life of simple hard work, at least for a time. And yet, as the days passed, I sensed an abiding secret in our home. My return to Godric's Hollow had complicated the lives of my family in some deep, unspoken way. It needled at me with a sense of something under the surface, driving Aberforth's rage, deepening the lines on my mother's face, pushing Ariana further into the fugue of her thoughts and the increasing pressure of her stifled powers. 3 weeks after my return, as night settled beyond the windows of the cottage and the fire crackled in the hearth, I confronted them all, asking to know what they were keeping from me. Even now, quite honestly and sincerely, I wish I had not. I have devoted my life to the accumulation of knowledge, and yet if there is one thing I have learned that I wish I had known on that night, it is this: some things are best left unknown. Sometimes curiosity is a poison, not only for he who drinks it, but for everyone around him. I had not yet learned this. Thus, I demanded that my family tell me their poison truth. They did not wish to. They resisted me passionately, but I would not be denied. My frustration at not being able to change Gellert Grindelwald's mind made me stubbornly insistent to have my way with my much more pliable family, and in the end, after much shouting, after Aberforth had stormed out into the night, not even closing the door behind him, with my mother sobbing by the fire and Ariana kneeling before her, silhouetted so that I could not even see her face as she spoke, it was she herself that told the tale. Ariana, my young sister, was with child. With that knowledge, I understood everything: Aberforth's worried rage, my mother's mounting fear, and Ariana's increasing instability. After all, what could cause more raw havoc in a woman's mind and body than the fundamentally visceral process of pregnancy? The father was a Muggle, a young man in the village. Ariana insisted that she loved him, that he understood her, and that she ardently desired to marry him. Aberforth patently refused this, of course, going so far as to threaten the young man if he so much as showed his face at the cottage door. My mother, for her part, was torn between desiring her daughter's happiness and the abject terror that, without the constant supervision of her family, Ariana would lose control of her stifled powers, with catastrophic results. In this, of course, she was quite unfortunately prophetic. On that night, the powder keg that was my family became fully known to me. Ariana was entering her 3rd month with child, only just beginning to show the bulge of her belly. And as the baby grew, so did the tension in the cottage. Ariana's uncontrollable fits became more pronounced. One morning, as the common sickness of pregnancy took her, she split the kitchen butcher block with a mere look. A week later, as she took to the weeds behind the cottage to retch, a quantity of black ooze vomited from the chimney like a volcano of tar. It became more and more difficult to predict what might spawn one of Ariana's events, which subsequently made them much more difficult to manage. Aberforth spent his time out of the house, working the land, which left me and my mother to tend to Ariana. These were some of the most interminable and difficult months of my life. My only distraction, unpleasant as it was the news of my old friend Grindelwald. On his own, he had become a political power so pervasive that he threatened the Ministry of Magic itself. Those who followed him did so with a nearly fanatical devotion. Those who opposed him portrayed him as a totalitarian powermonger threatening not only the stability of society, but the very foundation of Muggle and magical coexistence. And in my heart, I knew that those fears were not unreasonable. Grindelwald would not deviate from his plan to eventually subjugate the Muggle world beneath his purportedly benevolent boot heel. He would not doubt himself, because he was utterly convinced that his goals were right and good. His mantra, our mantra, if I am to be completely honest, was the prevailing doctrine that anything was acceptable for the greater good. Of course, I now knew that the vilest evils in the world could be justified by that cause. I gradually came to accept the fact that, somehow, someway, my longtime friend and compatriot had to be stopped. And yet, this problem would have to wait. I had learned my lesson. The duty to my family was my first priority. And amazingly, in the midst of it all, there were still moments of beauty. The time I spent with my sister necessarily drew me closer to her than I had ever been. I began to understand her unconscious impetus to deny her powers. What had begun as a defense mechanism had become a habit so ingrained that it was insurmountable. She had erected a barricade in herself so strong that she herself could no longer breach it, but the young witch inside that barricade was still there, beautiful and charming and eerily intelligent. Whenever I could coax her to show herself, we talked for hours at a stretch, and I began to realize something amazing. She truly did love the father of her child. She had met him on one of the frequent trips into the village, accompanied, as always, by the watchful eye of our mother. In a way, it was my mother's vigilance that facilitated their meeting. Ariana was always left outside the shop, waiting patiently on a bench, for fear of having an incident inside. There, waiting primly and obediently, she had caught the eye of the son of the shop owner, himself just back from university and preparing to begin a new life. He wanted nothing more than to make Ariana a part of that life. He had no knowledge of her heritage. To him, she was just a girl in a village with a rather overbearing mother. He began to watch for her appearances on the bench outside his father's shop, and to meet her there. Their courtship, short but bright, took root during those brief meetings. Soon enough, Ariana began to meet him in secret, arranging rendezvous in the wood between our cottage and the village. Now, of course, those meetings were prohibited. Aberforth watched over Ariana fiercely, never allowing her to leave the cottage on her own. I could not argue with my brother. Like my father, Aberforth's passions ran deep and implacable. But I could not allow Ariana's heart to be so broken. I took her with me, just once, into the village to see her man. As I bided my time in the shop, using Muggle money to purchase a deliberately time-consuming list of sundry goods, Ariana met the young man once again on the bench outside. I observed this through the window, and it was, to be sure, a wistfully sweet sight. The young man, Timothy was his name, was obviously quite smitten by Ariana. They barely touched as they spoke, forming the very picture of demure propriety, but he did once place a hand upon her protruding belly, carefully concealed beneath an oversized frock and apron. It was rather heartbreaking, and I wondered, fleetingly, if I was perhaps doing more harm than good by allowing it, and yet I did not regret it, neither then, nor now. 1 month later, the first defining tragedy of our family occurred. There are those who know that my sister Ariana inadvertently killed our mother, Kendra Dumbledore. It happened when Ariana lost control of her powers catastrophically, causing a magical explosion that destroyed the rear bedroom of our cottage. No one knows the impetus of that explosion, other than that Ariana was disturbed, psychologically damaged, a danger to herself and everyone around her. I, of course, know the whole truth. Ariana did not lose control because she was mad, or angry, or mentally broken. She lost control because she was giving birth. The stress of bringing her baby into the world unleashed every shred of the magic that she had pent inside herself for the past decade. The birth of one life marked the ending of another. Some might call that rather poetic, I suppose. James paused his reading as the shock of these revelations took root in his mind. He had heard about Dumbledore's unfortunate past, of course, thanks to Rita Skeeter's tell-all book, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore. The whole of the magical world knew of Dumbledore's one-time friendship with the notorious Gellert Grindelwald, as well as his defining family tragedies, and yet, not even the salacious gossip of Skeeter's book had hinted at the darkest secret of all, young Ariana's illegitimate child, born of a Muggle father, whose birth served as a harbinger of death. "I feel like we shouldn't be reading this," Rose said softly. James nodded. "It isn't the curse. It's just too private." "Bollocks to privacy," Albus countered. "All due respect and everything, but the bloke's dead. What I want to know is how in the world this diary got here. Why's some dodgy Durmstrang professor have it? How'd he get his hands on such a thing?" "Read some more, James," Nastasia nodded with uncharacteristic gravity. "What happened next?" James was reluctant to go on but knew it was the only thing to do. They'd come too far to turn back now. He leaned over the table once again and turned the page. "Aberforth and I buried our mother in the cemetery in Godric's Hollow. Few attended the funeral, which occurred on a dismayingly bright and cheerful day. Birds sang overhead and the infant boy, a Sayatun named, cooed and squealed along with them, comfortable in his mother's arms, ignorant of the gravity of the occasion. Ariana did not speak at the funeral. Indeed, she was nearly mute from that day onward. She felt responsible, of course. In her mind, she had killed our mother. I tried to console her, but my words were empty, even to my own ears. The death of one's last parent is a singularly unsettling experience under the best of circumstances. These were hardly the best of circumstances. Unfortunately, as anyone who has lived through a tragedy knows, life does, rather infuriatingly, go on. Aberforth returned to his care of the cottage and the fields. Ariana devoted herself exclusively to her infant son. And I reconciled myself to the task I had known would inevitably fall to me, to confront my old friend, Gellert Grindelwald. Thanks to him and his growing numbers of supporters, rumors of revolution were shaking the Ministry of Magic to its roots. Nothing was certain, and fear was everywhere. Lines were being drawn between friends, neighbors, even family members as both sides solidified, threatening an all-out fracture of the wizarding world. Thus, I wrote to Grindelwald, inviting a meeting. "Do not bring an entourage," I requested. "Come to where we first met," I suggested, "to Godric's Hollow and our little cottage. There, I proposed we meet as we had in years past, as longtime comrades, brothers, friends," and he agreed. I see now that he thought I had changed my mind, and repented of my disagreement with him. He came not as one prepared for confrontation, but rather as one embracing a contrite, wayward partner, a former dissenter who had seen the error of his ways. Perhaps that is why things went so poorly so very quickly. The warm embrace that marked our reunion swiftly turned to strained conversation as we sat in the cottage kitchen, a pair of teacups growing cold between us. Gellert was, if anything, even more stubborn than in the past. He overruled my objections without pause, turning the debate against me, insisting that I was siding with the very forces I had formerly railed against, the old institutions of ignorance and tradition. He was passionate and zealous, repeating our old mantras as if they were natural laws. Progress demands change, restricting a wizard's full potential is slavery, the Muggle world needs magical rule for its own good, dominion is the natural course of human development. I grew angry as he overruled me point by point, but I managed to keep my composure, to attempt to win him over with reason and friendship, despite the growing heat in our voices and the fists that pounded the table, rattling our teacups. Finally, however, he stood abruptly, knocking over his chair. He pointed toward the still damaged bedroom at the rear of the cottage. "Your own mother is dead because of the ignorance of the Muggles," he shouted. "They attacked your poor sister, broke her mind, sent her spiraling into years of denial of her very magical nature. Your father was the only one with sense enough to strike back. And did the Ministry of Magic reward his bravery? No. They punished him for it. As a result, he is dead. Your mother is dead. Your brother is a hopeless herder of goats. And your poor witch sister is deranged beyond words. You are the worst kind of fool, Albus, a fool whose folly is a weapon unto itself. The blood of your family is on your hands. And I, for one, despise you for it." With this, of course, my temper broke. It was inevitable. I leapt to my feet. Once flashed. I attempted a mere disarming spell, meaning only to subdue and shame him. He was too fast, however, countering instantly. And with that, the duel was engaged. Technically, we were quite evenly matched. Gellert, however, had expanded his grasp of dark magic since I had last seen him, and this threw me off balance, forced me to retreat, to defend rather than to attack. And yet, as the duel progressed, this was not my greatest weakness. The simple fact was that I did not truly wish to defeat my old friend. I had summoned him to reason with him, to convince him of the error of his plans. I had no desire to destroy him. I was partly responsible for him, after all. I had helped define his revolutionary ideologies. And even in that moment, some small part of me still clung to them. My divided mind hobbled me. Grindelwald, however, had the zeal of absolute conviction on his side. He was an unstoppable force, firmly in the teeth of his perceived destiny. He would kill me, I realized, and feel quite justified in doing so. It would be regrettable, but necessary, for the greater good. Spells flashed and exploded all around, illuminating and damaging the cottage as we fought. Fortunately, we were alone in our duel, both Ariana and Aberforth being out in the fields. The noise was indescribable, and I wondered that the cottage should be able to withstand such a magical onslaught. This was a distant concern, however, as my lack of conviction foretold my own impending loss. Gellert would defeat me, and all because I could not separate myself from the memory of our years together. I simply could not think of him as a true enemy, worthy of my fiercest attacks. Desperately, I broke away from the duel, turning my wand toward the hearth, destroying it and summoning an avalanche of broken stone. In the chaos, I escaped into the hall and ducked into a bedroom, sealing the door with an immobility charm. And only then did I learn that Gellert and I were not, in fact, alone in the cottage. Ariana's baby lay in the crib at the foot of the bed, his eyes wide, his tiny fists curled against his chest. He blinked at me silently, still wrapped in bedclothes. Coldness enveloped me. I could not allow harm to come to the child, especially not after what Gellert had said to me. Because deep down, I feared he was correct. Perhaps I was partly responsible for everything that had happened so far. Perhaps I should have joined my father in attacking those who had harmed Ariana. Perhaps my mother's blood was indeed on my hands. I shook these thoughts from my head and clamped my eyes shut. It was this very duplicity that weakened me. At the moment, I had no luxury for self-doubt. If I was to save myself and my infant nephew, if I was to defeat my former friend and newfound nemesis, I needed something more than magical prowess. I needed conviction. I needed to rid myself of the memories that hobbled me. I had no pensieve in those days, but I knew of their existence, and had experimented with them. I knew that they allowed a wizard to extract and view his own memories. What I needed in that moment, however, was a method of completely removing memories from my own mind, if only temporarily, if only for the time it would take to defeat Grindelwald. I knew such magic was possible, albeit fraught with dangers. But with no pensieve at my disposal, how could I accomplish such a thing? Where could I store the memories of my old friend? Where could I temporarily hide the clouding influence of our long history and shared ideas? Gellert pounded upon the door, not with his fists, but with a convulsive spell. I recognized the strength of it. He called to me, demanding that I open the door, that I face him and finish what was begun. I knew that he would not relent, and that the sealed door would not keep him long at bay. The walls shuddered and cracked as he renewed his attacks, and it is at this point in the tale that I hope the reader, not that there shall ever be one, will extend to me some small grace. I was young, and desperate, and afraid. I had, perhaps, a bit more intelligence than wisdom, for when I turned back to the darkness of the bedroom, I saw the very thing I most needed. I saw a pensieve. It awaited me patiently, silently, sucking its tiny fist as it regarded me with solemn, wide eyes. The infant could hold my conflicting thoughts for me. There was no harm in it. The child's tiny brain would no sooner comprehend them than it could comprehend the words in my spell books. My own thoughts and memories could lie undiluted in that tiny brain for the time it would take to defeat Grindelwald, leaving me unconflicted and steady of conviction. And that, I fear, is exactly what I did. I approached my infant nephew's crib even as the floor shook and the door pounded, even as magical light exploded through widening cracks in the ceiling and walls. I touched my wand to my head, and amidst the increasing chaos, I concentrated, calling on every shred of my creative magical energies. I siphoned off all memory of my friendship with Gellert Grindelwald, leaving no echo of it in my own mind. For good measure, I included all of our shared ideas, the inherent weakness of the Muggle world, the justification of all in the name of the greater good, the memories of my mother's death, and before that, Ariana's demented fugues, and even before that, the attack of those who did not understand her and her powers. I poured it all into a long, silvery thread, pulled it carefully from my own temple, and felt it emptying blissfully from my mind. The thread pulsed on the end of my wand, long and thick, loaded with my own haunting past. Even in the midst of the ensuing chaos, I felt some small thrill of gratification. The experiment had worked. Echoless memory extraction was indeed possible. With no compunction, carefully, gently, I placed the memory against the temple of my infant nephew. He absorbed it without blinking. I saw it vanish into his head, slowly but surely. When I took my wand from him, it was dark, empty, and cold. It was ready for battle. As was I. And here, dear impossible reader, is where my direct memory of these events falters. The rest I only know by the retelling of others, by guesswork, and by my own considerable skill at divination. The duel recommenced. But there was no clear winner. Ariana and Aberforth returned to the cottage in a panic at the very height of the battle, finding two figures locked in warfare so bright, so intense, so devastating that it destroyed what remained of the cottage. Ariana, unfortunately, was killed, crushed in the wreckage. Aberforth was thrown some distance away, unconscious as the cottage burned merrily, sparking with magical aftermath. Gellert Grindelwald barely escaped with his life, chased by his nemesis, a man whose conviction had returned in force, shocking in its severity and grim in its determination. And forgotten amidst it all, if only for a moment, was a young baby boy, crying amidst the flames as the cottage crashed all around him. His cries floated into the night air, reaching the ears of a man who had run to the cottage in alarm, summoned by the noise of the duel. Finding the cottage collapsing in flames, the man, a poor itinerant Muggle of nearly 50, braved the inferno, burning his hands quite severely as he sought out the tiny wailing cries. He took the baby home to his wife. He assumed that the baby's family had died in the fire. He and his wife raised the baby as their own, taking him with them on their interminable travels, naturally untraceable, even when, some years later, they finally settled on the coast of Norway's Svalbard region. And as the baby grew, as his tiny brain expanded and took on language and began to form its own memories, the thoughts that had been planted inside him began to blossom. Like an invasive vine consuming an entire garden, the power of those memories took control of the boy. He somehow knew they were not his, but he absorbed them helplessly. They defined him. His innate personality bent before the personality injected into him, even influencing his appearance. He became the person from whom those memories originated. He resented this, and simultaneously embraced it. He hated the person that had invaded him, made him his dark mirror. But there was a good side, because that person had been powerful. And even at a young age, even in the midst of a perfectly prosaic Muggle upbringing, The boy knew that power was good. Someday it would allow him to become everything that his benign double had been afraid to be. I, of course, was that boy. I have adopted the name given to me by my Muggle family, Avior Dorchaskathan, but I am now, and will forever be, Albus Dumbledore's unwitting doppelganger. He abandoned me to my fate. Admittedly, he searched for me. I know this now. I have made quite a study of my now dead benefactor. But he failed to find me. He failed because I did not wish to be found. I used his own prodigious magic to construct a shield, to hide myself from him, and others like him. He made me. He gave me both his convictions and his powers. The guilt of this consumed him, but I would not allow him relief. I was a mere ghost to him, untraceable, haunting his past. I desired nothing more than that he live with the torment of what he had done, not to mention the fact that, had he found me, he could have undone his work. He could have removed the memories that define me, and with them the exceptional power that drives me. I refused to allow that to happen, despite the fact that his memories imprison me. I am their slave, and for me there is no respite, no bliss of a pensieve. I am a pensieve, you see. This is the burden that I have borne throughout my years. I lived in the terror that Albus Dumbledore would find me and take from me his dark gift. And yet, I lived in the hope that he would find me nonetheless, and grant me release. The friction of those two desires was like a fault line in my soul, tearing me in two, but, now, thankfully, blessedly, Albus Dumbledore is dead. His body lies buried in a white tomb. I go there to be sure of it sometimes, to assure myself that he is indeed gone, a mere husk of dead flesh and bone. His death has freed me. Now, finally, I will accomplish the destiny that he was too conflicted to fulfill. I will finish the work of the man he bested. For I have the best of both of them. I have Gellert Grindelwald's singular conviction, and Albus Dumbledore's unmatched power. Let this record stand for the manifesto I could never write, but which will surely arise once my work is complete. My plan is set into motion. The pieces move according to my design. Allies have come to my side. Soon, the destiny of all magical kind will be fulfilled with finality, for Wizardkind, for progress, for the natural order, for the greater good. James stared at the diary's last phrase, too stunned to move. Albus stirred next to him. Tentatively, he reached forward and turned the page. It was blank. You were right, James, Rose said, awed. Avior is Dumbledore's magical twin. James shook his head. He's not a twin at all, he said, stepping back from the diary. He's something else. Something worse. He's a golem, Nastasia said soberly. Albus glanced at her. A what? A golem. We just learned about them in Professor Bunyan's History of Magic. It's a clay statue brought to life by a magical scroll in its head. The words on the scroll give it its personality and drive its every action, except the words on Avior's scroll are all the worst things about Albus Dumbledore. Rose nodded, her eyes wide and grave. It's all of his faults, but without any of his virtues. He's evil Dumbledore. The words hung in the air, sounding simultaneously preposterous and chilling. And in the main chamber of Avior's office, the hearth flared bright green, illuminating the room and throwing shadows up onto the flimsy curtains of the diary alcove. He's coming, Albus declared, slamming the diary shut. Quick, hide. Instinctively, James jerked the alcove curtains shut and threw himself against the wall next to them, dragging Nastasia alongside. Albus and Rose disappeared in a flurry of vanishing fabric. At precisely the same moment, a pair of footsteps clunked onto the stone floor of the main chamber. A shadowy silhouette appeared against the alcove curtains as the green light died away, replaced with flickering yellow. For nearly a minute, the shadowy figure did not move. James struggled to hold his breath. He realized he was still clutching Nastasia to him. Silently, he let go of her and pushed her backwards into the alcove. She sidled up next to him, and then, startling James severely, the shadowy figure spoke his name. James Potter. I knew we would meet again. Do come out. There is no need to hide. James couldn't move. His eyes bulged in the darkness. It wasn't just that he was caught. It was that the voice was all wrong. He had expected Professor Avior. But this voice was different. It was deeper, more vicious, with a hint of a teasing growl in it. He recognized it. The last time he had heard it, he'd been in New Amsterdam. He turned to Nastasia, his eyes wide and shocked. The collector? He mouthed. She frowned at him in the darkness. Finally, the silhouette on the curtains moved. You've been reading my diary, Mr. Potter, the voice chided. You should not be surprised that I know this. The warnings at the beginning were quite clear. As you read my words, I read you. Be grateful that I waited for you to finish before interrupting you. Nastasia was still frowning at James in the dark. She shook her head. "Avior," she mouthed. She was right. Despite how the voice had initially sounded, it was now unmistakably that of Avior Dorchaskathan. Behind James, the curtains jerked back, opening fully and admitting the yellow flicker of the hearth, as well as a long, tall shadow on the back wall. "There is no need to fear, Mr. Potter," the shadow said. "And good evening to you as well, Ms. Hendricks." "Tea?" Nastasia smiled and shrugged. "Why not? When in Rome. Lots of sugar, lots of cream if you don't mind." "Of course," the figure sighed. James turned and looked up, studying the tall figure. It was Professor Avior, right down to the half-moon spectacles, crooked, blade-like nose, and rakish peaked hat. He smiled coolly at James, then, with a welcoming sweep of his arm, beckoned them into the office proper. "You now know all of my secrets, Mr. Potter," he said, noticing James' hesitance. "Please, let us not stand on formality. We are like the closest of friends and the deepest of confidants. You need not hesitate in my presence." Nastasia tugged at James' arm, drawing him out of the alcove. He followed her to a large, low sofa near the hearth. She plopped onto it easily, but James remained standing. "Ask what you will, Mr. Potter," Avior called as he flicked his wand, summoning a silver tea set from across the room. It lofted effortlessly, glinting in the darkness, and followed him to the sofa. "It does not take an expert at divination to know that you are simply bursting with questions." James' lips remained clamped shut. The truth was that he was so full of questions, and no small amount of fear, that he felt completely stymied. Finally, as Avior used his wand to levitate the teapot and fill a steaming cup, one question pushed to the forefront of his curiosity. "Why did you let us read your diary?" Avior smiled as he poured a second cup straight to the root of the matter. He nodded. "Your forthrightness is one of your strongest traits, Mr. Potter. It's a gift, really." He finished pouring the tea, and then settled himself into a large armchair opposite the sofa. He stared at James over his raised teacup, smiling faintly. "I allowed you to read my diary, Mr. Potter," he answered slowly, "because I wished you to. I knew you were curious about me. That is why I invited you to my quarters, if you'll recall. I knew that if we were to be friends, and perhaps even compatriots, then we needed to start with a foundation of trust and honesty. I already knew your story, James. I have been quite a student of your exploits, albeit secretly. It was only fair, then, that you should know mine." James shook his head, confused. "But why? What's the point? I mean, I feel sort of bad for what happened to you and all." "That," Avior said, closing his eyes and raising a thin hand. "You misunderstand me, James. You really might try being a bit more like Miss Hendricks here. She understands these things very well, I suspect. Am I correct, young lady?" Nastasia bobbed her head and swirled her tea. "You wanted James to know your story because it makes you both even. It's fair that way. No secrets." "Precisely," Avior nodded. "I do not require your sympathy, James. Nor anyone else's. I do not begrudge my fate any longer. No, in fact, I embrace it. The simple fact is that I do not suffer from my benefactor's greatest flaw. Albus Dumbledore, you see, was a legendary keeper of secrets. He hid them away from those who most deserved his trust. Your father, James, suffered for this. For months at a stretch, Albus Dumbledore kept him deliberately in the dark, starved of information and trust. Even today, this torments your father, although I doubt he is fully aware of it himself. Had Dumbledore been fully honest with Harry, things might have been different. Why, Dumbledore might even still be alive." Avior paused, his face clouding slightly at this idea. After a moment, he shook himself. "My point is this, Albus Dumbledore spent a lifetime hiding much and revealing little. I do not suffer from that error. I have laid bare my complete past to you, James. As a sign of trust. Of balance." James finally sank onto the couch next to Nastasia. "But I still don't understand. Why?" Avior turned from James to Nastasia, his eyebrows rising inquisitively. "Have you read the books based on the famed Harry Potter, Ms. Hendricks? The ones by the talented Ms. Avior?" Nastasia nodded and grinned. "Who didn't? When I was a kid, we devoured them like candy. Tell me," Avior went on, gazing thoughtfully into the darkness overhead. "Why do you believe it is important to me that I undo the mistakes of my unwitting twin?" Nastasia drew a deep breath and seemed to give the question a moment's thought. James watched her, both impressed and annoyed at her apparent ease. "I suppose because just as old Dumbledore needed Harry, you need James," she finally suggested, shrugging. "Wheels within wheels, history repeating itself and all that." "Well," Avior hedged, "need is a rather strong word. But I do believe you have hit upon the crux of the matter nonetheless, Ms. Hendricks, and I am not surprised. Time, James, is a circle. You are too young to know this, but the past does repeat itself all the time, endlessly. Even the Muggles understand this. They have a saying, those who do not study history are doomed to repeat it. But this is a flawed idea. The wisest of us do not shy away from repeating history. The wisest of us seek to recognize the patterns and not just repeat them, but improve upon them. Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore were the first cycle. You and I, James, are the second. We must not make the mistakes they did. I have done my part by not withholding my past from you, as Dumbledore did with your father. Similarly, I have hopes that you will make an effort not to repeat your father's miscalculations. James' mind was reeling. The frown on his face felt permanently plastered there. He shook his head worriedly. I don't know what you mean. What am I supposed to do? It's simple, James, Avior answered easily. You have begun to oppose me. You do not know it, but it is true. You followed me in the Forbidden Forest, uncovered some small corner of my plan, and attempted to reveal it to the powers that be, for all the good that it will do. This is not the way it is supposed to happen, my young friend. Destiny has a different plan for you. He glanced toward his desk, toward the oversized chessboard with its arranged pieces. We all have our parts to play. We must improve upon history, not thwart it. We must not make the same errors as Dumbledore and your legendary father. James shook his head again, more firmly this time. But they didn't make any mistakes. They won, didn't they? I mean, sure, Dumbledore died. Maybe that could have been prevented somehow. But together with a load of friends and helpers they beat Voldemort. And under the circumstances, Avior nodded, setting his teacup aside on a small table. That was, somewhat regrettably, necessary. The Dark Lord suffered from delusions of crippling grandeur. He had become a caricature, a megalomaniac. He had forgotten his true purpose, and therefore become a liability. I watched all of this, knew how it must end, even without the aid of my divinations. The cycle was not ready to be complete. But now, the cycle is begun anew. Now, it will be accomplished as it should have been then. The strategy of visionary, if misunderstood, wizards since Salazar Slytherin himself will finally be brought to fruition. A cold chill ran down James' back, settling in his feet and turning them to blocks of ice. Not for the first time, he longed for the studying council of Headmaster Merlin, whose worldview had always seemed so comfortingly simple, if frustratingly black and white. But, you're talking about destroying the vow of secrecy and taking over the Muggle world. Avior shook his head and chuckled. My dear James, the vow of secrecy is already destroyed. It was shattered by the hand of your own friend and soulmate, Petra Morgenstern. Like it or not, you were instrumental in that act. You see, you have already begun to fulfill the role destiny has determined for you. Just as Harry Potter was instrumental to Albus Dumbledore, so are you destined to walk beside me, to help bring the wizarding world into its long-awaited golden age. James wanted to leave, to run, to find himself anywhere other than this room, surrounded by these mad, impossible words and that knowing, all too familiar face. Helplessly, he glanced aside at Nastasia. She sipped her tea and looked back at him mildly. Seeing no help there, James returned his attention to the professor. This isn't really you talking, he said, trying to make sense of what was happening. It's the bits of Dumbledore he put into your head when you were a baby. The parts he knew were bad. You're just a golem. Avior's face darkened as James spoke. I'll thank you not to use my generosity against me, Mr. Potter, he said coolly. I shared my history with you to prove my honesty. Not to provide you the illusion of leverage. Has it ever occurred to you that Albus Dumbledore was, in fact, right? Not the old man that befriended and used your father, but the young man that was my uncle? The friend and co-revolutionary of Gellert Grindelwald? It was Albus Dumbledore himself who coined the phrase, for the greater good. The man you revere once knew that Wizardkin's true destiny was to rule. To rise to a rightful position of superiority over the Muggle world, not as a tyrant, such was Lord Voldemort's mistake, but as a shepherd. A guardian. And yes, a warden. This is both the burden and the glory of Wizardkind. For the Muggles' benefit as well as ours. They need us, after all. We have thus far failed them. Young Dumbledore was right. Surely you must see this. James was shaking his head slowly as Avior spoke, his brow furrowing. Dumbledore changed his mind. He got older, wiser. He knew that if the wizarding world ever rose to power over Muggles, that power would become corrupted. Tyrants would take over. Nobody can handle that much control without abusing it. This is what you were taught, Avior nodded. And as a rule, it is true. But there are a select few of us for whom such axioms do not apply. For this unique handful, it is our duty to prove the rule. by being its exception. Nastasia nodded blithely. Makes sense to me. James turned toward her in disbelief, his eyes wide. She grinned at him and James saw the mean glint in her eye of her other, nasty. She winked at him. So it really is you, then, James said, speaking to Avior and standing once again, shoving a hand into his pocket for his wont. You really are planning to set off some sort of magical superweapon at Hogwarts at the end of the year, attacking and killing a bunch of Muggle world leaders. Revolutions are simple math, Mr. Potter. Avior bowed his head sadly. The winner is always the one willing to provide the right number of casualties. The Morrigan Web is a mysterious, dastardly weapon, of that there is no doubt, but its black grandiosity is what makes it so effective. Better a single strike, cutting down all opposition at once, than an interminable war, rife with unintended victims, innocent bystanders, and unfortunate human shields. This, after all, is how human leaders maintain the illusion of superiority, not by being the most powerful, but by hiding behind the most soldiers. If you think about it, my plan, targeting the leaders themselves, surgically, like the cancers that they are, is more than humane. It is our moral responsibility. You're completely bloody mad. James shook his head slowly. You're not just planning to kill Muggle world leaders. You'll kill wizard leaders as well. The Minister of Magic himself will be there, as well as loads of other wizard presidents and kings and chancellors. Avior nodded, grimacing. Alas, the cancer has spread to the ranks of wizardkind as well, James. But even amongst wizards, government leaders are simply the tools in the hands of the populace. If a tool ceases performing its function, it must be destroyed, and replaced. James backed away slightly, slowly, his right hand still buried in his robes, fisted on his wand. The Morrigan Web, he said slowly. Sure. All right, then. So tell me, if I am going to join you, work with you, what does it do? How does it work? Avior chuckled breezily. There is a reason I had to destroy Mr. Warlock, he said, his eyes twinkling. Even my greatest allies can become liabilities simply by knowing too much. Warlock knew very, very much. It was a shame to kill him, for he was an effective tool, but it was prudent and necessary. Had he been captured, say, by your father James, as he already was once, he might have revealed the very secrets you ask. Believe me, I am doing you a favor by not revealing to you the mysteries and secrets of the Morrigan Web. Besides, you do me a disservice. You do not mean to assist me, even now, but to find a weakness, to take advantage of me, to thwart me. I do not blame you for this. Alliances such as ours take time. A thought occurred to James, creasing his brow as he looked directly at Avior. How do you know all this? The Morrigan Web was created by some bloke in the United States, some daft American wizard, using a bunch of Muggle slaves to gather his supplies. He's got to know all of your secrets, too, doesn't he? Are you planning on killing him as well? We've met him, and I've got a pretty good idea that killing him would be a lot harder than killing Warlock. He'd expected Avior to be angry at this, or shocked and surprised. Instead, the old professor simply shook his head and laughed softly, closing his eyes again. James, my boy, I admit I expected more from you. You're smart. I provided you with all of the necessary pieces. All you had to do was put them together. But perhaps I should not blame your wit. It takes more than mere intelligence to comprehend such cunning. In time, you may develop the proper skills, as Ms. Hendricks has done. Avior leaned forward now, meeting James' gaze, his own eyes piercingly blue above his half-moon glasses. Look closely at me, James. What do you see? James did look closely, squinting. As usual, he hadn't brought his glasses. He shook his head vaguely. It is not unusual for witches and wizards to learn the art of the animagus, Avior said, lowering his voice to a low rumble. Your own Professor McGonagall has mastered this skill. She transforms herself into a common feline at will. I have simply taken this technique to the next level. He stood, removing his spectacles and tucking them into his robe. Still smiling, he withdrew his pointed hat from his head and drop-headed unceremoniously to the chair behind him. I have mastered the art of transfiguring myself into the most dangerous animal of them all. His smile widened, showing all of his teeth. He spread his arms slowly. The human animal. As he spoke, he changed. His narrow shoulders expanded. His thin arms grew round with muscle beneath his robes. His beard shortened, darkened, and shrank away to no more than a gray shadow on his cheeks and chin. But worst of all was his face. The kindly, wizened visage of Albus Dumbledore grew cold, chiseled, with cruel, sneering lips and eyes black as tar. I need not fear what my compatriot in the United States knows, the professor's new face said with its deeper, gloating voice. Because I am he. The collector is my alter ego. My mask. It is the face I shall wear as I ascend to power in the United States, and soon after, the world." James nearly fell backwards onto the sofa. He steadied himself clumsily, unable to take his eyes away from the professor's new, dark visage. "But," he stammered, his voice suddenly very dry. "But, you sent monsters after us. You tried to kill us." "I did indeed," the transformed figure said, bowing his head as if offering an apology for an accidental slight. "I was, perhaps, a bit rash. I invented the Collector as a sort of puppet, a decoy, but he has developed rather a personality of his own. When I am in his guise, I admit, he occasionally gets the better of me. And yet, in my defense, I did not then know how important you might be to me, James. I did not respect the role you would play. Things are different now. I do beg your forgiveness as we forge our potential new alliance." "I won't form any alliance with you," James said, finally drawing his wand, shakily, from his robe. "I just won't." The Collector looked pained. "That would be regrettable, James. Please, for your own sake, I beg you not to answer so quickly. History will repeat itself, but with subtle changes. Think back to the past. Albus Dumbledore was killed in the course of the last cycle, cut down by the wand of a friend disguised as an enemy. If you resist me, if you attempt to stand in the path of destiny, I fear this time you may be cut down by the wand of an enemy. Disguised as a friend." James sensed movement out of the corner of his eye. He glanced aside and saw that Nastasia had stood as well. Her wand was out, pointed at him. The look on her face was regretful, but steady and unflinching. "Sorry, James," she shrugged one shoulder. "I tried to tell you not to trust me." "Really? I gave you plenty of warning." James shook his head, his confusion steadily overwhelmed by a sort of disgusted anger. "You're in on this?" She rolled her eyes impatiently. "Don't get all high and mighty on me. I just figured it all out a few days before you did. The only difference between you and me is that I know the professor is right." "That's a pretty major difference," James spat, raising his own wand. "He nearly killed us in New Amsterdam." "Expelliarmus," Nastasia called in a bored voice, flicking her wand at him. James' wand wrenched out of his hand and spun through the air. Nastasia caught it deftly. "Wow," she said, impressed with herself. "That was pretty good, wasn't it? You totally should have seen that coming. Power belongs to those unafraid to use it," the Collector said approvingly, still standing before his armchair. "You could learn a lot from Miss Hendricks, James. The Americans have always appreciated the inevitability of progress. Of course, she is helped very much by her family heritage. I recognize this immediately about her. Blood carries its own memories, and hers is a very rich blood indeed." James studied Nastasia's face. "Nasty? That would be easier, wouldn't it?" She smiled wanly, her wand still pointed unflinchingly at him. James was dismayed to see that this wasn't some fractured half-version of Nastasia's personality. This was all of her, both nasty and Asya, working together, if reluctantly. He backed further away from her, although he sensed it was no use. Behind him was bare stone wall, flanked by pillars. Across from him, the chamber entrance was guarded by the imposing clockwork figure of Tawil Adamister. "All right," James stammered quickly, glancing from Nastasia to the Collector. "What do you want?" The Collector spread his hands, palms up. "All I want, James," he smiled, "is your consideration. Your patience. Your willingness to entertain the idea that I may, in fact, be right. You will find this difficult to believe, but I am not a bad man. I myself am simply a tool in the hand of destiny, fortunate enough to be available at this all-important, pivotal moment in history. What I desire from you is a decision. Will you help take us forward into a new golden age of Wizardkind? Or will you, like so many others, be crushed in the teeth of progress?" Asya spoke. The Collector turned aside, approaching the desk. "You see, James, there is no mechanism by which the cycle can be stopped this time. Forces beyond comprehension have aligned to assure this. Destiny is no longer a mute force, cold and distant. Destiny is now one of our tools, a cord to be stretched and tied at will." He glanced back at James, smiling conspiratorially. "A crimson thread, as it were, is very nearly within our grasp, ready to be sewn as we wish, forming a tapestry of our own design." James knew what the horrible figure was referring to. In his mind, he saw the mysterious loom of destinies in the cellar of Alma Alaron's archive, frozen in place, no longer weaving its magical, interminable tale of human history, all because of a single, stolen red thread. He heard the voice of Merlin, both grave and foreboding. "This changes everything." "The crimson thread," he whispered. "The Lady of the Lake." The Collector ignored him. He turned back to the desk and, almost daintily, plucked a piece from the oversized chessboard. It was one of the Crystal Knights. The tiny figure glimmered and sparkled in his hand. "Your choice, James," he mused, staring at the chess piece, "is not whether to join me, or to attempt to stop me. There is no stopping me now. The pieces are very nearly in place. The secrets of the Morrigan Web are safely hidden. The plan of months and years and centuries is now in motion. No, James. Your choice is to join me, or to die." The collector's words hung in the air like smoke, lingering, echoing in James' head. Was he really being threatened with death? Right here, right now? He glanced toward Nastasia's outstretched wand, then to her eyes. She offered him an impatient grimace and a minute shake of her head, as if to say, "What are you waiting for, stupid?" Across the room, a ruffle of fabric and a sudden movement caught James' attention. A hand appeared in mid-air, hovering a few feet behind the collector. The hand, James recognized it as Albus, was fisted around a wand. "Petrificus," he called, his voice muffled beneath the invisibility cloak, and then, interrupting himself, "Ah bugger." There was a scuffle, a grunt, and Albus' hand swung toward the floor, dropping his wand. James' relief was replaced with annoyed frustration as both Albus and Rose tumbled out from beneath the cloak, falling atop each other onto the stone floor. The collector did not turn around. "Amazing things, invisibility cloaks," he commented idly. "But with the fatal flaw of being a constant tripping hazard. Ms. Hendricks, please assure that our new guests won't cause any trouble." Nastasia rolled her eyes irritably and, cursing under her breath, summoned both Rose's and Albus' wands. They clacked against James as they flew into her hand. "Welcome, my young friends," the collector announced. "I'd have offered you tea as well, but you seem to be so enjoying your sense of secret adventure. Please, if you would just stand over there, we'll be finished here quite soon." Rose made to throw herself upon Nastasia, but a mere wave of the collector's wand tossed her backwards, knocking Albus aside. Both tumbled messily to the floor next to the Jiskra's giant birdcage. "Stop it," James cried, stepping forward again. "Leave them alone." Still holding the crystal knight in his left hand, the collector looked back at James, his expression serious. "Let this be a lesson, Mr. Potter. Your decisions are never yours alone. The repercussions influence everyone around us. Your brother and cousin, for instance. But I know what you are thinking. You are thinking of your poor, unfortunate cousin Lucy." He nodded slowly, his eyes unwavering. "She paid the ultimate price for your decisions, did she not? A pity you haven't learned how to avoid such errors. Or have you? Be careful. Your next words will decide the course of many, many lives." But it was not James who spoke next. It was Albus. "Hey, Professor," he said, adopting his most churlish tone of voice. "You forgot, we Slytherins don't need wands to cause trouble." James turned toward his brother, as did Nastasia and the collector. Albus had both of his hands hooked into the framework of the Jiskra's cage. With a hard grin, he heaved it over. The cage toppled, crashed, and broke open. With an ear-splitting screech, the Jiskra burst out of it, seeming to immediately double in size as it reared, unfurling great leathery wings matted with red feathers. The two heads pivoted on goose-like necks, swiveling furiously, and locking fixedly onto Albus. "Oh bugger," Albus cried again, grabbing Rose and yanking her aside. The Jiskra screeched, this time exhaling a directed spray of mist from one head. The other head spat a streak of white sparks, like a stone striking a flint. The sparks ignited the mist, which exploded into blue-orange flame. James boggled as the flames filled the space where, only a moment before, Albus and Rose had been standing. Fire bloomed against the wall, lighting an enormous tapestry. A hand suddenly seized James' wrist. He glanced up to see Nastasia, her wand lowered, her face wide-eyed and impatient, dragging him toward the fireplace. "Come on, Cornelius," she declared. "You want to become a permanent resident?" The collector strode forward, his wand raised. For the moment, however, he was distracted by the burning tapestry. A jet of water erupted from his wand, hissing against the flames. "Al!" James cried. "Rose." Nastasia grabbed a small pot from the mantel over the fireplace. "Flu powder, of course." She heaved it into the fire, where it shattered. "Jump," she commanded, pulling James along with her. Green flames swirled around him as he half leapt, half fell into the hearth. Behind him, Rose screamed, Albus cursed, the collector roared. An instant later, the noise fell away, engulfed in spinning green flames. Wherever James and Nastasia were headed, he could only hope that his cousin and brother had both the good sense and great fortune to follow. 16. The Woes of Filch. Something cold and hard reared up out of the fire and struck James, knocking the wind out of him. He tumbled, realizing he had fallen, back out of green flames and onto a stone floor. "Where are we?" he panted, struggling to get to his feet. dizzy from the unexpected journey through the fireplace. "Are we back home?" Nastasia scrambled upright next to him, glancing around. "We aren't home," she answered bluntly. A circular wrought iron stairway stood in front of them, leading up to a low balcony. Huge pots lined the narrow walkway above, trailing vines and oversized leaves. "We didn't even leave Durmstrang," James exclaimed. "We went to the last place Avior traveled from. His own classroom." "Oof." He tumbled forward as another figure bowled into him, erupting from the green flames of the classroom's fireplace. A fourth figure tackled all three of them, knocking the entire assembly to the floor in a messy heap. "Must go faster." Albus panted in James' ear. "Run. Go, go, go." He clambered upright, planting a knee in James' back as he went. Rose screamed again, much closer this time, as the green fire flared once more. A large, complicated shape exploded from the hearth, trailing flames and screeching monstrously. The Jiskra landed directly behind James, its wings flapping for balance, its twin heads swiveling. It spied him with its four beady eyes and reared. James rolled frantically aside, barely avoiding the blast of liquid fire. Hands grabbed at him, dragging him to his feet as the Jiskra scrambled forward, wings flailing, struggling for flight. Footsteps clanked on the iron stairs as Albus pounded up, followed by Rose, Nastasia and, stumbling in the rear, James. Claws scrabbled at the railings as the Jiskra lurched up after them, half flying, screeching with both of its heads. "Wands," Albus cried, scrambling onto the balcony. "Nastasia! Give us our bloody wands." "No time," Nastasia exclaimed. "I don't even know whose are whose." A burst of fire boiled up through the wrought iron balcony floor, singing the leaves of the Yuxabalatma plants. The Jiskra followed, mounting the balcony railing and launching into the air. It flapped overhead, flailing and snatching at the ducking students with its claws. "Ow!" Rose exclaimed, tripping amongst the plants. "I'm caught." James clambered to a halt behind her, seeing that Rose had, indeed, become enmeshed in the trailing, flowering vines of the plants. He grabbed her arm and pulled fiercely, dragging her forward. The vines tugged back, popping and ripping free of their pot, trailing tendrils of dirt-choked roots. "What are you waiting for?" Albus called impatiently, tramping down the second stairway. "We're nearly there." He pointed toward the open double doors below, and the corridor beyond. James gave one more grunting tug on Rose's arm, pulling her free of the Yuxa plant just as the Jiskra swooped overhead again, spraying a trail of flame. Rose's hair and robes caught fire and she screamed once again, flailing helplessly. James grabbed his cousin and flung his own robe over her, damping the flames. Next to him, he realized with some shock, Nastasia was doing the same. Her own pink hair was singed and smoking. The Jiskra screeched furiously, circling back. Nastasia herded Rose ahead of her as they pelted between the plants. They reached the second stairway and began to scramble down. A shadow fell over them, and James turned back to see the Jiskra filling his vision, its wings spread, its red claws and glinting black talons extended. He did the first thing that came to his mind. He lunged forward and grabbed the Jiskra's legs with both hands, narrowly avoiding its hooked talons. The great bird screeched, lurched forward off balance, thrashed its wings, and crashed heavily onto the potted Yuxabalatma plants, knocking several of them over. They crashed to the floor below, shattering their ancient pots like bombs. James refused to let go of the Jiskra's struggling, scaly legs, even as it drug him backwards, screeching and flailing back into the air. It pulled him with it, tumbling him right over the ledge of the balcony. James' feet swung down wildly over the classroom tables, weighing the great bird down. It flapped frantically, fighting to stay in the air, but finally failed, bashing against the opposite balcony and flinging James off. He fell between the desks, knocking chairs in every direction. Miraculously unhurt, he lunged aside, hiding under a table as the bird landed atop it with a heavy thump, breathing a gout of furious, boiling fire. Shoving chairs aside, James crawled frantically beneath the tables, angling toward the classroom's open doors. Ahead of him, he saw Albus, Rose and Nastasia running, entering the torchlight of the corridor. Rose skidded to a halt and looked back, her eyes wild, her hair trailing smoke. After only a moment's terrified hesitation, she lunged back, reaching for James as he scrambled from beneath the last table. "Rose, no," he cried, trying to bat her away. "Run." "Shut up, you great idiot," she shouted. "I'm trying to save you. I don't need saving. You sure could have fooled me." Stumbling to his feet, James hurtled toward the open doors, pulled along by Rose. A shape blew over them, covering them with flying grit and hot breath. They slid to a halt as the Jiskra slammed down in front of them, blocking both doors with its spread wings. Its beak gnashed and screeched, snapping forward. James grabbed Rose, tried to shove her behind him, but it was too late. The Jiskra reared, filling its chest to spray one final blast of flame. Something struck it from behind, hard enough to knock it forward. Both heads bashed against the stone floor, exhaling violently but harmlessly in both directions. Great leathery wings clapped down, spreading on the floor like enormous, dirty fans. Behind the stunned Jiskra, framed in the open doorway, were both Albus and Nastasia, wands raised. "This isn't even my wand!" Albus suddenly exclaimed, raising the wand and examining it critically. "This is Rose's." "Bloody hell, I just used a girl's wand." "It won't stay down long," James said, pulling Rose forward. "Come on." Together, they leapt over the Jiskra, barely missing the feathery plume of its tail. It was already stirring, beginning to push itself upright, pelting as fast as they could. The four students navigated the corridors, threading their way back to the tower roof and the waiting vanishing cabinet. Durmstrang students clambered out of the way, cursing back at them angrily, but only for a moment, since the Jiskra was still chasing them, hurtling along through the corridors like a great red kite, bouncing off the walls, screeching and shredding tapestries with its talons. As one, James, Rose, Albus and Nastasia hurled themselves into the cabinet, nearly knocking it over entirely. The door clapped shut behind them, sealing them gratefully, if uncomfortably, in its cramped confines. A flash and a thump later, the four tumbled out onto the floor before the Slytherin table in the Hogwarts Great Hall. "Ow!" Albus complained. "James, get off my head, you big bampot." Clumsily, Rose, Nastasia and James extricated themselves from the heap, pulling Albus upright with them. James looked up to see the Great Hall filled with students, all staring blankly at them, interrupted in the midst of the evening meal. In the rear of the hall, Filch raised his chin and fingered his cane, obviously trying to stifle a mean grimace. Next to James, Rose's hair was still smoking. Vines were twisted around her sleeves. Albus' face was smeared with Jiskra soot. All of them bore scratches and torn clothing from the Jiskra's slashing talons. "May I ask?" a strident female voice spoke up behind James. "Just what you four are up to?" James turned guiltily on the spot, spying Professor McGonagall. She had arisen to her feet at the head table. Next to her, the headmaster's chair was empty. James began, but was interrupted as the Durmstrang vanishing cabinet exploded next to him. The green polished door shattered, spraying planks in every direction as a monstrous red shape rocketed through it, screeching on, crashing extravagantly onto the Slytherin table. Screams filled the air as panicked Slytherins lurched backwards, climbing over each other to escape the smashing crockery, flying silverware, and in the midst of it all, the rearing, thrashing shape of the Jiskra. "Oh, bugger it all to hell and back," Albus cried helplessly, brandishing the wand in his hand once again. Stupefy! The red spell missed the great bird, exploding instead against a window and shattering it. The great hall erupted into chaos. Half of the assembly fled toward the main doors while the other half milled confusedly in their way, unsure of what was happening. Obviously overwhelmed and frantic, the Jiskra scrabbled along the Slytherin table, smashing more crockery and flailing its wings, finally hurling itself into the air over the heads of terrified, scrambling students. James grabbed his wand back from Nastasia and joined Albus in attempting to stun the great bird as it soared toward the enchanted ceiling, spraying fire and screaming terribly. Hundreds of the great hall's floating candles bashed and broke before the Jiskra as it circled, swooping low and setting the tablecloths aflame. More spells joined James and Albus, streaking overhead in jets of red, green and yellow, striking the rafters and spraying magical sparks like fireworks. The Jiskra's flight path, however, was too crazed and random to allow accurate aiming. It streaked low again, swooping over the head table. Professor Flitwick leapt atop the table and ran after the great red beast, peppering it with freezing charms. Behind him, Professors McGonagall and Debellos fired their own wands, sending protective spells over the fleeing, rioting students and putting out the many fires. Amidst it all, the ghost of the Bloody Baron chased the Jiskra, swooping wildly and thrashing his phantasmic sword. "I've got it!" Albus cried, leaping atop the detritus of the Slytherin table and waving his wand. "I've got it!" One more shot, a shadow hurtled over him and a great red claw snatched the wand from his hand. With a sharp crack the Jiskra broke the wand in two, tossing the pieces across the great hall. With a vicious screech, it circled back, aiming for Albus with its twin snaking heads. "It's got me!" Albus exclaimed, his eyes widening. "It's got me!" "Get out of the way!" He made to leap off the table, but the crowd was too thick, milling and screaming and firing random spells into the air. James made to grasp at his brother's robes, to pull him down and out of the Jiskra's reach, but a huge, dark figure suddenly moved in front of him, completely blocking his path. The figure smelled vaguely of barn and wet leather. "Gotcha!" The figure bellowed jovially, grunting with sudden effort. A wash of gritty air and flying debris blasted over James as the Jiskra thrashed its wings, suddenly held in place by a pair of enormous, ham-like hands. It was Hagrid, of course, smiling despite everything, his beetle-black eyes filled with twinkling joy. "Well now, who might ye be, my little pet?" he said, as if he had just caught a kitten by the paws rather than a monstrous fire beast by its thrashing wings. The Jiskra reared and spat a blast of flame at Hagrid's face, but Hagrid ducked, raising the bird overhead so that its torch billowed over the tables, melting more of the floating candles into a rain of wax. "You're a lively one, ain't you?" Hagrid chided, laughing. "Hagrid!" Professor McGonagall called, her voice cracked and shaking with rage. "Please take that creature out of the Great Hall immediately." "Yes ma'am, Professor," Hagrid agreed, still obviously beside himself with happiness. "I've got you the place for ya, don't I then? I bet ya'd like a nice hot bowl of turpentine, wouldn't ya? Why, you're probably plumb tapped out by now, ain't you?" The Jiskra screeched again, coughing a weak blast of flame and thrashing its wings in Hagrid's meaty fists. Hagrid seemed to take this as friendly enthusiasm. He was still chuckling and coddling the beast as he ducked through the Great Hall's entrance. In the ringing silence that followed, James took in the state of the hall. Night breeze blew merrily through several shattered windows, playing in the crackling fires that dotted the tables. Smashed crockery and scattered silverware littered the tables and floor. Broken candles spun and drifted in all directions. All around, muttering and swearing and cursing, students were getting to their feet and climbing from beneath tables. In the center of it all, his eyes flaming with rage and his sallow cheeks pale as chalk, Argus Filch stood speechless, his cane gripped in a hard, white-knuckled fist. Albus was still atop the Slytherin table, crouched with both hands over his head. Slowly he relaxed. "Shame about your wand," Nastasia commented as he clambered down. "Oh, well that's the least of our problems," he muttered shakily and offered a weak smile. "Besides," he added, "I was still using roses." "Students," Professor McGonagall announced sternly. "All of you, the excitement is over. If any of you are hurt, please assist one another to the hospital wing. If you cannot, please speak up for yourselves and those around you." James glanced around. Amazingly, despite the wreckage, no one seemed particularly hurt. "In that case," McGonagall went on, "please return to your common rooms and go about your business. We have quite a mess to attend to, it seems." This last she said with a pronounced frown, glaring down at James, Albus, Rose, and Nastasia. "The four of you, in my office. Now." "Professor," Filch wheezed, approaching the head table at a shambling run. "Leave them to me, if you please. I'll handle the appropriate punishments." "Yes you shall, I am quite sure," McGonagall concurred. "But not until after I have interviewed them and ascertained precisely how this fiasco managed to occur. Please, step aside, Mr. Filch. Discipline is my responsibility, Professor," Filch insisted, nearly vibrating with rage. "And never in all my years have I witnessed students more in need of discipline." "Oh, I dare say your enthusiasm has gotten the better of you, Argus," McGonagall said, lowering her voice wearily. "I recall a certain swamp that occupied an entire corridor for many months, conjured by a pair of rather inspired young Weasleys. As remarkable as this is, it does bear the hallmark of an accident rather than a deliberate act." "Carelessness is its own crime, Professor," Filch exclaimed, spitting with vehemence. "Allow me to perform my duty." "Mr. Filch, your duty is to see that this hall is restored to a functioning condition by morning," McGonagall declared, rising to her full height. "Or have you forgotten what it is this school actually pays you for?" Filch was undeterred, steady in his furious conviction. "But the headmaster has—" "The headmaster is not currently here, as you can see, which leaves me quite capably in charge. You've had a long and storied career with this school, Mr. Filch. I would hate to be the one responsible for sacking you." Filch gasped and took a step backward, his eyes narrowing. "You wouldn't dare. The headmaster would surely hire you back," she nodded tersely. "But you and I both know that headmasters do not always last long in this day and age. You would do well to remember who your long-term allies are, Argus. Some of us have very long memories indeed." Filch glared at the professor, his eyes still narrowed menacingly. Finally, he lowered his black cane, letting it clack to the floor. "As you wish, Professor," he growled. "But I will be awaiting these three, at least, when you are through with them." He eyed James, Rose and Albus beatingly. "You daresn't deny me my duty. In the meantime, I shall attend to my other duties." He nodded and backed away, letting his gaze sweep over the ruined hall. McGonagall drew a great, deep breath, as if forcibly calming herself. "Whatever you four have to say for yourselves, she muttered darkly, "it had better be exceptionally impressive." Students were still milling about in front of the staircase by the time Professor McGonagall led James, Albus and Rose out of the Great Hall, having sent Nastasia back to Alma Alarong with a curt warning that she would be speaking by flu to Chancellor Franklin within the hour. James was significantly disgruntled by this. After what had happened at Durmstrang, he did not feel that Nastasia could be trusted at all, and was eager to demand some immediate answers from her, but the look on Professor McGonagall's face brooked no argument. Thus, for now, James resigned himself to simply following her and, once they reached her office, telling her everything that had happened. McGonagall stalked past a snoring suit of armor and into the narrow corridor which led to the staff offices, maintaining her usual long, swift gait and leaving the students trotting to keep pace. As she reached a bend in the corridor, however, she stopped abruptly and looked back over her shoulder. Albus, who had been following close behind the professor, skidded to a halt. Rose bumped into him, interrupting the half-whispered row they'd been having about Rose's broken wand. James looked up at Professor McGonagall, but she was not looking back at him. Rather, she peered over his head, at the receding corridor behind him. Apparently satisfied with what she saw, she turned toward a broad, closed door emblazoned with brass letters that spelled out the words Teacher's Lounge. The professor tapped the L with her wand, causing it to spin upside down, as if loose on its screw. Leaving it that way, she pocketed her wand and stalked onward again. Rose ventured, pushing Albus aside and trotting to catch up to Professor McGonagall. "Isn't your office just back there, Professor? Across from the Teacher's Lounge?" "Hush and keep up," McGonagall muttered sternly, offering no further explanation. Nervously, Rose glanced back at James and Albus. After yet another bend in the corridor, Professor McGonagall stopped once more. Without looking back this time, she stepped into a shallow alcove, shimmied behind a statue of a very fat wizard wearing a ruff the size of a lorry tire, and disappeared into a low, hidden doorway. Albus paused for a moment, examining the secret doorway. He glanced back at the others, eyes wide, and then ducked behind the statue and into the doorway. Curious and intrigued, Rose and James followed. The doorway led to a very narrow, very dark stairway angling up between blank stone walls. The glowing halo of Professor McGonagall's lit wand bobbed high above, following the sounds of her clacking footsteps. "I never knew there was a secret passage here," Albus whispered, impressed. McGonagall's voice echoed back, hushed in the darkness. "That is because there wasn't. Not until 2 months ago. I trust that I need not explain to any of you why its secrecy must remain intact." The stairs went on much further and higher than James thought possible. Finally, the stairs stopped at a shallow landing and a blank wall. With her wand still lit, McGonagall tapped the wall in 3 places, leaving each brick glowing faintly. After a moment, a dull rumble of scraping stone echoed from the landing and the bricks folded apart, revealing a door. Hurriedly, McGonagall stepped through, leaving the door open behind her. The 3 students hastened in her wake. As James emerged from the door, a wave of vertigo seized his stomach, weakening his knees for one brief, but tense moment. The doorway had opened into the throat of a very deep, circular chasm, lined with rickety wooden steps. Carefully, James leaned against the railing in front of him and peered up, observing the spiral of stairs that led higher into lofty darkness. "Where is this?" Albus whispered, following the professor as she marched heedlessly up the creaking stairs. "I've never seen this part of the castle before." James knew where they were, but couldn't make any sense of it. "We're climbing up to the Sylvan Tower, I think." "Ooh!" Rose enthused. "I've always wanted to see that. It's one of the oldest parts of the whole castle, you know. One of the few remaining bits from before it was even a school. But..." She paused and frowned. "Why are we going up there now?" James shook his head worriedly. "Last time I was here," he said, almost to himself, "I was dueling Salazar Slytherin. Hiding while he dueled you, more like it." Albus rolled his eyes. "Hurry, you 3, McGonagall called down, still keeping her voice hushed. "We have very little time before everyone else arrives." Rose's eyes widened. "Everyone else?" she repeated. "Do as she says," James urged, pushing his cousin up the leaning, creaking staircase. The inside of the tower grew darker and hotter as they climbed, until, after what seemed like several minutes, they reached a low room, surrounded by narrow windows. Set into the room's ceiling was a closed trapdoor. McGonagall approached this, unlocked it with her wand, and heaved it open. Finally, she climbed the last, steep stairway up into pale blue moonlight. One by one, James, Rose and Albus followed. The Sylvan Tower looked the same as always, and yet, as always, exuded an air of solemnity and ancient purpose. Its circular, terrace steps led away and up to a low wall, beyond which stretched the seamless depths of the night sky, dusted with stars and studded with gray, drifting clouds. The moon was a high sickle, casting inky shadows beneath the twin stone thrones that faced each other across the tower's floor. McGonagall approached one of the thrones, turned, and sat upon it, heaving a great, heavy sigh. "This, as you can plainly see," she said briskly, "is not my office. I believe it shall come as no surprise to you that my office, indeed every office in this castle, is subject to eavesdropping. We have not yet learned how this is being accomplished, as no amount of counter-spying charms has alleviated the problem. We only know that when we convene here, atop the Sylvan Tower, our counsels do not seem to find their way into the wrong ears. We have tested and confirmed this to our satisfaction. So." She paused, frowned, and raised her chin. "Mr. Potter," she caught herself, remembering that there were two Potters present. "James Potter, if you please, explain yourself as briefly as possible, and might I add, if this was simply one of your gremlin's pranks gone awry, I swear I will turn you over to Mr. Filch and instruct him to his very worst." James glanced briefly from Albus to Rose, and then turned his attention back to the professor. "It all started at the beginning of the school term," he began, "when I started having some suspicions about one of the professors at Durmstrang." As briefly as he could, he attempted to explain Professor Avior's connection to the long-dead Albus Dumbledore, leading to his plan to attack the upcoming World Summit of Wizard and Muggle leaders. Albus and Rose interjected occasionally, adding details or backtracking to explain things he'd forgotten. "It was him that killed Warlock," Rose supplied. "We saw somebody leaving the body, and James confirmed it was Avior when he saw him down by the White Tomb. And we found a newspaper clipping on Warlock's body," James added. "It was a Daily Prophet story about the big Quidditch summit here at Hogwarts, with all the Muggle and Wizarding leaders. That's where the attack is going to take place." Avior pretty much admitted it. "Not to mention the fact," Albus piped up, "that Avior and that collector bloke are one and the same person. He can turn into him by transfiguration, just like you turn into a cat, Professor. He actually mentioned you as an example, and the collector is just another name for the man who's become the new American vice president." Rose interrupted, "He's no Muggle at all. He's planning to have the American president killed off at the Quidditch summit so he can assume his place." As the three spoke, sometimes overriding each other in their urgency, Professor McGonagall merely watched, her expression tense and unreadable. Her eyes flicked from speaker to speaker until, finally, all three fell silent. After a nervous pause, Rose asked, "You believe us, don't you, Professor?" McGonagall closed her eyes wearily. "Belief does not come into it, Ms. Weasley. These are monstrous allegations, not to mention a frankly preposterous tale about a legendary headmaster, and yet I've known too many Potters and Weasleys in my tenure to simply dismiss them. We shall investigate these matters in great detail, of that you can be sure." A surge of relief welled in James, loosening the cords of worry and tension that had been cinched tightly around his chest ever since his interview with Avior. He suddenly felt very tired. "Durmstrang Academy is a school which greatly values its secrets," McGonagall went on, frowning thoughtfully. "Very little is known about its practices and methods and especially its staff. It is, quite frankly, the perfect home for someone with much to hide." Still, she focused on James again. "It is a far stretch to believe that Albus Dumbledore could not have found this individual had he a mind to. And more importantly, it was criminally irresponsible of you to approach this Professor Avior on your own." "Professor," James began, but McGonagall overrode him, getting to her feet. "After everything you've witnessed," she said sternly, "all three of you, to take such a risk was perilously foolhardy. Have you no idea what is at stake?" "We didn't think he was dangerous exactly," Rose explained. "We just thought he was dodgy. We didn't think he would try to hurt anyone." "You didn't think at all," McGonagall scolded, her voice low and grave. "There may be a time for youthful expeditions of adventure. Believe it or not, I was young once myself, and I'm not yet old enough to forget my own flirtations with mischief. But this is no longer the time. It is more than your personal safety at stake. Some of the best teachers of this school, and the strongest allies of its charges, are already gone. The few who remain are rendered nearly powerless. You were with us all this past holiday, so you have no excuse. Your actions are no longer merely a risk to yourselves, but to all of us." "The Order of the Phoenix," Albus sighed. "Don't even say it aloud," McGonagall warned, lowering her head and covering her eyes with one thin, wrinkled hand. Suddenly, to James' eyes, the professor did not look like an imposing force of authority. She looked disconcertingly like an old, rather tired woman. "I have no choice but to turn you over to Mr. Filch for punishment." "But Professor," James exclaimed again, and was once again overruled. "You will accept your punishments without a word of complaint," she insisted, dropping her hand and glaring back at him. "It is the least of your concerns at the moment, regardless of how it may seem to you. Do I make myself quite clear?" James deflated. Yes ma'am," Rose concurred. Next to her, Albus merely fumed silently. McGonagall softened. "I should have retired at the end of my time as headmistress," she mused with a shake of her head. "Tend to my garden. Finish my memoirs. Smoke my pipe. Anything but this." Rose spoke in a small voice. "We're sorry, Professor." McGonagall sighed briskly. "Don't apologize, Ms. Weasley. In truth, and you will likely never hear me admit this again, it is the mischief makers who manage to save the world every time. I didn't always believe that, but experience is a persistent teacher. Ah, and here come the others." Footsteps creaked on the stairs below the trapdoor as more figures approached. James turned toward the sound, as did Rose and Albus. Obviously, McGonagall's turning of the letter on the teacher's lounge door was a signal, calling the other members of the Order to meet. He wondered who would be first to arrive, Professor Flitwick? De Bellows? Perhaps even Trelawney? But it was another face entirely that emerged, grinning thinly, from the trapdoor. McGonagall saw the ascending figure and all the color fell from her face. "Mr. Filch. What are you doing here?" Filch did not answer, but the figure behind him did. "Do not blame the caretaker, Madam Professor," a cracked, gravelly voice said. "I requested that he keep abreast of your whereabouts, if only so that I might know where to find you if it became necessary." "I presume it became necessary," McGonagall said, holding her ground as Headmaster Grudje stepped past Filch into the moonlight. Grudje peered around the tower's terraces and low walls. "An odd place, I admit, to interview misbehaving students." "Madam Professor," he commented. McGonagall's face remained perfectly stoic. "Perhaps you think so, Headmaster. I find it quite pleasant." "I find it quite suspicious, Professor," Grudje admitted plainly, raising his thin, gray eyebrows, "and I add it to a long list of things I find suspicious about you, madam. With all due respect, I wonder if you are ill-equipped to function under my leadership. Has it occurred to you that you have outlived your effectiveness at this school?" McGonagall's face hardened, turning her gaze into a flinty stare. "I don't believe for a moment that it is my effectiveness you are concerned with, sir," she said, all pretense abandoned. "But my usefulness. And I admit I have never been particularly interested in being useful to such as you." "Quite the contrary, madam," Grudje said, reaching into his robes and producing a thin scroll. "You do not content yourself with being disagreeable, but with being actively subversive. I see that I have procured this not a moment too soon." He held the scroll out to her, but she did not accept it. He sighed, and unrolled the scroll himself. "Be it known," he read pedantically, "that by the general agreement of its body of governors, Madam Minerva McGonagall is heretofore relieved of her post as professor and instructor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, effective immediately. In light of her many years of service, she shall continue to be a valued and respected regent of academic excellence and shall receive a severance compensation equivalent to no less than 70% of her current contract, etc., etc. He re-rolled the scroll and sighed regretfully. "You should know, madam, that it was I who negotiated your severance. I believe you will find it quite fair. And this is what you call leadership," McGonagall said, her nostrils flaring. "Not winning over those who disagree with you, but removing them outright." "I have done my best, madam," Grudje explained patiently. "But these are difficult times. I am sorry you disapprove of my methods. Unfortunately, with so much at stake in the magical world, we simply can no longer afford the luxury of dissent. But truly, your years of service are appreciated." He gestured toward the open trapdoor. "Please, Madam McGonagall. Mr. Filch will accompany you to your quarters. Your replacement will be here within the hour. My apologies for such a necessarily swift departure, but we do have a school to run." McGonagall did not move to the trapdoor. Instead, she turned back to James, Rose, and Albus. "I am sorry," she said firmly. "Do carry on. I will see you soon enough." "Oh, I wouldn't fear for the welfare of these three," Grudje smiled. "They are in the very capable hands of myself and Mr. Filch. Believe it or not, even without your presence, Madam McGonagall, Hogwarts prevails." "After you, madam," Filch simpered, still grinning meanly and brandishing his black cane. Finally, grudgingly, McGonagall stalked toward the trapdoor, leaving Filch limping in her wake. James watched her go with mounting dread. Within seconds, he, Albus and Rose were alone in the moonlight with only Headmaster Grudje, who seemed strangely disinterested in them. "Return to your common rooms, students," he ordered calmly. "Mr. Filch will seek you out soon enough. Until then, perhaps it will serve you to think upon what has happened here tonight." Surely there is some lesson to be learned here? None of them answered. Even Albus kept his tongue. Silently, hastily, they trooped down the stairs, fleeing the headmaster's blank, bored gaze. "I don't believe he sacked Professor McGonagall," Rose finally rasped, panting as they made their way down the spiraling staircase. "We can only hope she's able to pass on what we told her," James said. "If she tells Dad and the rest of the Order." Despite this meager hope, by the time they made their way back to the entrance hall, James felt somehow darker and more disheartened than he ever had in his life. "Good night, Albus," Rose sighed as Albus turned toward the descending staircase. He shook his head irritably and clumped down without a backward glance. Rose paused, watching him go and leaning heavily on the ascending banister. "I can't believe she's gone," she said again, faintly. James frowned. "She'll be back. She has to be. What's Hogwarts without Professor McGonagall?" He called her Madam McGonagall apostrophe. "I don't know. It just sounds so final." James grimaced wearily. "He's a bad guy." "Bad guys never win in the end." Rose looked aside at him, her hair hanging limp around her face. "How can you be so sure? I mean, look around. Seems as if the bad guys are doing pretty well for themselves at the moment." James didn't have an immediate answer to that. Slowly, shoulders slumped, the pair began to climb the stairs. As they reached the landing and angled toward the portrait of the fat lady, James spoke again. "It's like the chessboard in Avior's office," he suggested. "No one can really predict how it's going to end by looking at it in the middle of the game." "Perhaps," Rose agreed doubtfully, and then stopped, realizing that James had halted a step behind her. "What is it?" "Avior's chessboard," he said, frowning. "All those pieces. They seem to represent real people." Rose nodded. "Yes. When he talked about you, he held up one of the knights, and there was a piece that looked like Petera, the one you said was the Lady of the Lake. And the king was the Collector, who we now know as Avior, and the other king was Uncle Harry, your dad." Rose gasped suddenly. "And the White Queen. She looked a little bit like my mum." But James was shaking his head. He raised his eyes to meet his cousin's. "No, Rose," he said, quietly but firmly. "It wasn't your mum." Rose furrowed her brow in confusion. "But I saw it. It had her hair, her face, but younger somehow, maybe." "Rose, that wasn't your mum," James persisted. "It was you." Rose frowned incredulously, but seemed to give the idea a moment's thought. "But why would it be me? What can I do? I mean, the Queen?" James shrugged helplessly, and then glanced down at his cousin's robes. They were still matted with broken vines and fragments of flowers from her tussle with the Yuxabalatma plants. "Maybe those will help, somehow." Rose glanced down. "No way," she said firmly. "We don't even know which one of these came from what plant. They all do something different, you know. I don't fancy accidentally finding out how I'm going to die, or worse, who I'm going to marry. Besides, after what happened to you when you took one, I'm not about to risk permanent madness. What if I can't fall asleep in 11 minutes? What if the effects kick in while I'm still awake and turn my mind into hallucinogenic pudding?" "Calm down." James rolled his eyes, passing her and approaching the portrait of the fat lady. "Blimey, it was just an idea." "After tonight," Rose groused, "I've just about had it with your ideas. These things are trouble." She tugged at one of the vines, tearing it free of her robe. "I'm locking these away where they'll be safe. If Professor Longbottom ever jets back to the greenhouses, I'll give them to him, maybe." James nodded and sighed deeply. If Professor Longbottom ever gets back, he had to admit, after tonight, that seemed like a very big if indeed. The next few weeks were a time of surreal contrasts. Despite his awareness of the impending attack, James found himself buried in the far more prosaic hustle and bustle of lessons, study, and interminable heaps of homework. It was impossible not to think that this was by design. Headmaster Grudje made no effort to hide his belief that a busy student had no time for mischief. James, Ralph, Rose, and Scorpius, however, secretly agreed that it was more than an effort to curb stinging spells and dung bombs. Grudge's homework policies, they felt quite sure, were meant to stifle complaints about the school's increasing lack of privacy, draconian discipline policies, and nearly absurd security measures. As summer crept over the school grounds, coaxing the grass to a lush green and combing it with warm, butterfly-laden breezes, new rules were handed down prohibiting the delivery of newspapers and magazines, and restricting all outgoing post to urgent matters. "Any news that is fit to tell," Grudje explained from the head table at breakfast one Tuesday morning, putting on one of his sickly, completely unnatural smiles, "you may trust myself and your professors to pass on to you. In the meantime, consider yourselves free to devote your full and appropriate attention to the far more important matter of your studies." On top of this, Hogsmeade weekends were cancelled for the remainder of the year. This, even more than the restricted post, inspired a wave of mutinous, rabble-rousing among the students. Unfortunately, Grudje had also instituted a school-wide ban on all unofficial meetings of 3 or more students, citing an ancient rule about revolutionary cabals. This, he vowed with an utterly transparent display of feigned regret, was a temporary but necessary measure in a time of international stress. "It's like he's trying to force us to revolt," Graham Warden seethed as he, Deirdre Finnegan and James stumped their way to Charms. "The more we obey his stupid rules, the more he piles them on." "Well, count me out of any revolts," Deirdre muttered. "I'm not facing Filch and his stupid cane one more time. He's twisted as a corkscrew, and twice as mean. I'll face expulsion before any more of his sadistic punishments." James moaned. "Don't remind me. We still haven't gotten our punishment for that whole disaster with the Jiskra and the Durmstrang cabinet. I think Filch is just letting us stew while he thinks up something especially vicious." "Break it up, you three," Professor Shirt called from the doorway of the arithmancy classroom as they passed. James dropped behind Graham and Deirdre, fuming impotently under his breath. The one good thing to come from the fiasco with the Jiskra was that all classes at Durmstrang had been cancelled until the Durmstrang cabinet could be repaired. While the cabinet itself had been easily reassembled, the magic that allowed it to serve as a portal had been much more severely damaged, rendering it unstable and dangerous for use. James had observed Professor Flitwick and his 6th-year assistant, Slytherin Gwyn Hemlock, testing it between mealtimes in the Great Hall, attempting to send teapots through the cabinet, with little success. "Oh dear me," Flitwick was heard to proclaim as the door opened once more. He sighed. "No point attempting to reparo this one again. 7 times is the limit. Accio broom and dustpan, and please ask the house elves if they have any more teapots." Meanwhile, Hagrid was thoroughly enjoying his temporary custody of the Jiskra, making it the subject of his Care of Magical Creatures class, much to the mingled curiosity and trepidation of the students. "Ancient creature, the Jiskra," he said fondly, stroking the heads in turn. The Jiskra preened beneath Hagrid's huge hand, raising the feathered hackles on its heads and flexing its wings. "Why, Ed here is almost as old as the dinosaurs." James choked for a moment, nearly dropping his handful of damp, acrid-smelling wood shavings. "Ed? Well, I had Ter give him a name, didn't I?" Hagrid chuckled. "Oh, course it's just temporary, while he stays here. I expect he's got a different name back with his friends at Durmstrang." This admission clouded Hagrid's face for a moment as he pet the Jiskra. For its own part, the lizardy bird hissed and ruffled its greasy red feathers. James was glad to see that, despite Hagrid's fondness for the creature, it was chained to its perch with a tiny silver cuff around one leg. "As I was saying," Hagrid went on, shaking himself. "Ancient creature, the Jiskra, and when I say ancient I don't mean as a species. I mean this particular specimen. The Jiskra's called a black phoenix for a reason. See, why, Ed here barely ages at all until he hits 300 years old or so. Then he starts to shrink, Ter loses feathers, Ter get all wrinkled and ancient looking. The centuries all fall on him at once, see, making him look like the most pathetic thing you've ever seen. Then, Ed builds a nest for himself somewhere secret, usually in the deepest swamps or on top of cliffs and such, and he lies down there and makes an egg for himself. After 11 days in that egg, Ed pops back out again as a chick, with his aging clock reset right back to 0. You mean, Trenton Block clarified, stepping forward as Hagrid beckoned him. This thing is, like, super old? Thousands of years? Could be millions. Hagrid nodded encouragingly. That's it, Mr. Block. Ju stepped right in front of him. Ed won't see Yaya as a threat if Yaya don't act like one. Offer him the wood shovel *s. They're steeped in a special blend of turpentine, ginger and nurgle water. It's Ed's a special favorite. Remembering the fiery blasts that had peppered the Great Hall, Trenton stood well back from the Jiskra, extending his open hand as far as he could toward the creature's bobbing heads. After a tense, calculating moment, the Jiskra's right head snapped forward, snatching the shavings from Trenton's hand and gulping them down. "There!" Hagrid proclaimed happily, clapping Trenton on the back and nearly knocking him over. "Easy as poisonberry pie. Ms. Fourcompass, I believe you're next." When it was James' turn, the Jiskra eyed him beadily, hissing with both of its tooth-lined beaks. Hagrid muttered under his breath, taking the shavings from James' hand. "Sorry, James. Same thing happened with your brother. Ed has a long memory, I know, and keeps a bit of a grudge." "Nothing personal." James nodded gratefully. "No problem, Hagrid. I'm not so comfortable around him either." The new Transfiguration teacher, it turned out, was a seemingly stern young wizard who worked for the Wizarding Examination Authority. Hofminster Tofty had hair so lank and black and eyes so narrow and cold that he looked, to those familiar with their Hogwarts history, like a younger reincarnation of notorious potions master Severus Snape. This effect was ruined, however, the moment Tofty opened his mouth, revealing a high, reedy voice and a pronounced stutter. As much as James wanted to hate Tofty, he couldn't help finding the contrast of his appearance and his voice oddly endearing. Furthermore, even Rose had to grudgingly admit how Tofty was quite accomplished at a transfiguration, with a passion for the subject that was infectious, despite his constant attempts at a stern and imposing demeanor. In fact, the only students who seemed intimidated by Professor Tofty's nearly cartoonish severity were the fifth years who were scheduled to sit under him for their OWL examinations. 2 weeks passed after the disastrous encounter with the Jiskra. Rose received a new wand by post from her parents, even as she maintained a poisonous grudge against Albus for breaking her previous one. "You know how Mr. Ollivander always says the wand chooses the witch?" she asked archly, holding up the new wand. "Well, this one's never met me before today. I'll be lucky if it doesn't blast us all to bits. I'll be calibrating for weeks," James sympathized. Despite having returned to Ollivander's in person for his own replacement wand, it had required several awkward weeks to get fully used to. As the days passed, James, Rose and Albus began to harbor some slim hope that Filch had forgotten about their punishment. Finally, on a stiflingly hot Saturday morning, just as the three, along with Ralph, Scorpius, and Deirdre Finnegan, were leaving breakfast and considering a gratefully lazy day out by the lake, Filch rounded them up and herded them downstairs to his office. He seemed unusually terse, distracted and grumpy, despite the fact that he was engaged in one of his favorite activities, punishing students. James, Rose and Albus followed him silently into his cramped office, frowning worriedly at each other as the old caretaker muttered tensely to himself. "Sit," he ordered, waving his cane and summoning 3 rickety chairs from the corners of the office. To himself, he whined, "Where are they, the dratted things?" "Ah. No, those are dead, all the magic leaked right out of 'em. Curses. I knows I was keeping one aside here just in case." "Ah." He brandished a very bedraggled black quill, stripped nearly bare of its feathers. He examined it triumphantly in his hand, and then seemed to realize how pathetic the thing looked. The smile fell from his stubbly gray cheeks and he rolled his eyes. "Here," he ordered gruffly, rummaging on his desk again. "I've only got one of these left, and it doesn't work so well as it once did. Just swap it around while you do lines so you all get a taste of it, see?" Gathering 2 normal quills and adding them to the pitiable black quill, he shoved them into the hands of the waiting students. James took the black quill, noting how limp it felt in his hands, how mashed and lifeless its tip appeared. Filch waved his cane once again. "Exorior," he commanded. With a soft whomp, several sheets fell out of the air onto a small, rickety table between the students. "Now, let me see." The old squib grumbled, stroking the sandpapery stubble of his chin. What was it these 3 did? Was it illegal loitering? Skipping lessons? No. Unsanctioned club meeting? "We set the Jiskra loose in the Great Hall," Albus offered helpfully. "I was just getting to that," Filch exclaimed angrily, running a hand through his thin, greasy hair and leaving it in a wild strew. "If only you'd give me a moment to think. Gore. Blimey." He blinked, and then turned around, nervously examining a huge chart that covered the wall behind his desk. The chart, which was a new addition since James' last visit to the caretaker's office, was crammed with names, offenses, and a series of color-coded checkmarks, cross-outs, and circles. Filch muttered to himself feverishly, running a calloused index finger back and forth over the gridwork of names and dates. "Wait a moment. I did you 3 already, didn't I?" James glanced aside at Rose, then Albus. No, sir," Rose admitted honestly. "But, well, we certainly can't blame you for thinking so. What with so much to keep track of." Gore. Filch shook his head and heaved a great sigh, still studying the chart. "You've no idea, young miss, and that's a fact. So many punishments. So many misbehaving students." Albus nodded tentatively. "And there's really only so much one man can do," he suggested. "I mean, it's a thankless job, isn't it?" Filch's shoulders drew up in a sudden, pitching sigh. When he turned around, James was shocked to see tears welling in the ancient caretaker's eyes. "A simple thanks wouldn't go amiss," he agreed, his voice high and choked. He dropped weakly into his chair, producing a startled, wrenching squeak from the old springs. "Not that I'm complainin', mind, but there's just so many punishments a man can hand out. There's only so much a man can manage. Keep order, Mr. Filch, Filch suddenly mimicked, lowering his voice to a gravelly approximation of Headmaster Grudge's. You are the iron fist of discipline, Mr. Filch. Let nothing slip through your grasp. The school is counting on you. Why, it's almost too much for a man to live up to. James nodded, and adopted a sympathetic tone of voice. Takes all the fun right out of it, I'd wager. Oh, that it does, lad, Filch agreed heartily, producing a ratty grey hanky from a breast pocket and blowing mightily into it. That it does. Why, it's almost a man's worst nightmare, learning to hate the thing he's always loved most. You know who really needs to do lines, Albus suggested meaningfully. Headmaster Grudje. For taking advantage of your sense of responsibility. Filch nodded wistfully, mistily, and then seemed to catch himself. He sat up and glared at Albus, his eyes narrowed, albeit red-rimmed and watery. Oh, you little imp, he growled. You lot are just winding me up. It won't work, I tell you. His cheeks flushed with mingled embarrassment and rage. 100 lines, each of you. I will not make Mr. Filch's life any more difficult. He ordered, then hastily added, and I will not tell anyone that Mr. Filch blubbed in front of me. Now go. And not another word. With a sigh, James drew one of the pieces of parchment toward him. He examined the tip of the worn quill, saw that it was congealed black with blood. When he began to write, however, it produced only a faint, squeaky scrawl, barely visible. The back of his hand tickled, scratching the letters out but not drawing any blood. Without raising his head, he glanced up at Rose. She was on her third line already, just finishing the phrase "will not tell that Mr. Filch blubbed" in her neat, curly handwriting. A sudden squawking noise made James jump in his seat. It seemed to have the same effect upon Filch, who scrambled at his desk, dislodging a pile of confiscated dung bombs and skiving snack box sweets. He located a small statue and, strangely, held it close to his lips. "Yes, Headmaster," he said loudly, speaking apparently to the statue. "Mr. Filch," the statue said in a grating, hollow voice. "There seems to be a gathering of students approaching the Quidditch pitch. I do not believe there are any practices scheduled for today." Filch slapped a hand over his eyes and drew it wearily down, making his already long face positively horse-like. He gathered himself and forced a ghastly smile. "Students often conduct scratch Quidditch matches on weekends, Headmaster. I doubt they are using the opportunity to engage in revolutionary behavior. I did not equip you with a magical cane to doubt, Mr. Filch," said the statue, "but to act as my representative. I cannot be everywhere. I expect you to be my eyes, ears, and guiding hand," Filch finished weakly, nodding. "Yes, sir, right away, sir." The statue in Filch's hand emitted a faint, declamatory squawk and fell silent. Filch set it back on his desk carefully, almost as if he thought it was a small bomb. "Some magic," he grumbled under his breath. "Constant interruptions. A man can't have a single solitary moment." "What was that, Mr. Filch?" the statue demanded. Filch nearly fell off his chair. "Sorry, sir," he answered manically, trying to catch the heap of parchments that he had inadvertently knocked over. The pages, each covered with lines scribbled in dark, blotchy blood, slithered through his hands and scattered to the filthy floor. "Nothing, sir. Just on my way is all." The statue squawked again. Filch gave up on the slithering parchments, letting them slip off his desk and scatter to the floor like leaves. He stared at the tiny statue, then, tentatively, waved a hand in front of it. When there was no response, he located a large, stained mug and placed it, with extreme care, over the statue, hiding it. Only then did he collapse backwards in his chair, groaning and muttering incomprehensibly to himself. After a minute, wearily, he heaved himself to his feet, collected his cane, and stalked from the room without a word or even a backwards glance. "I don't know what's going on here," Albus said once Filch's limping footsteps had echoed into silence. "I'm feeling something really, really weird. It's almost a kind of sickness. I think it's pity for Mr. Filch." Rose nodded wonderingly. "I was going to say nausea at the stench in his office," Albus frowned. "But yeah, I suppose there's a little pity, too." James sighed, leaned back, and stretched out. He tossed the black quill onto Filch's desk and swept his parchment to the floor along with the others. "Come on," he urged, standing. "He'll never know if we did these or not. And I'm not feeling too bad for that sadistic monster. He's the reason both Professors McGonagall and Longbottom are gone. He's getting what he deserves, but he can't help it," Rose said, pitching her voice low and leaning to peer at the inverted mug that hid the tiny headmaster statue. "Grudge is using him, turning his natural crankiness into a tool. He's weaponized Filch." "All right," Albus agreed, tossing his mostly blank parchment onto the floor. Only Filch is getting sick of it. Who'd have thought that old squib would get tired of torturing us? It's like being fed your favorite food until it makes you ill, Rose said sadly. The poor man. I seriously can't believe you're feeling sorry for him, James declared angrily. After what he did to Lily. He made my sister bleed just to get back at me. And he enjoyed it. Rose frowned, remembering. She nodded. You're right, to the devil with him. I hope Headmaster Grudje works him into the grave. That's more like it, Albus said fervently as they made their way out of the caretaker's office. Now you're talking like a Weasley. 17. Lair of the Gowrow. Throughout the diminishing weeks of school, as the final Quidditch tournament, and the secret summit of Magical and Muggle leaders approached, James kept an increasingly alert eye on the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room. He began to stay up late nearly every night, watching for any appearance of his father. Surely, Professor McGonagall had told the Order of the Phoenix what was happening. Surely, they were planning some sort of countermeasure. And surely, someone would let him, James, know that everything was under control. They really don't need to tell us anything, you know, Rose said one night as she crammed her books and homework into her book bag. They're probably extremely busy, getting everything arranged, doing all sorts of spying and studying and stuff, learning what the Morrigan Web is and how to stop it. But they wouldn't even know about it if it wasn't for us, James insisted angrily. They owe us at least a word. I mean, for all they know we're still having lessons at Durmstrang with that madman, Professor Avior. He could be trying to kill us once a week. I doubt he would be that bold. Rose shook her head. He may be vicious, but he's not rash. James wasn't convinced. He wouldn't have to be obvious about it. He's an evil genius, remember? He could poison us somehow. Or make us stay after class and sick another of his crazy monsters on us. Call it an unfortunate accident. Anything. Speaking of unfortunate accidents, Rose said, shouldering her bag. Any word from Nastasia? James shook his head in frustration. I think she's actually avoiding me. She hasn't been at any of her lessons here at Hogwarts. Zane says she's even skiving off some of her classes at Alma Alaron. He's a little worried about her, even after I told him what she did in Avior's office. He says she was just playing the double agent, tricking Avior into telling us his plan. Well, Rose tilted her head consideringly, what if she was? It worked, didn't it? Gemma sighed and slumped, returning his attention to the low flames of the fireplace. He wanted to tell Rose what he knew about Nastasia, that she was crazy, somehow split into two personalities, one evil and one slightly less evil. But he'd promised Nastasia that he wouldn't. For now, just barely, that promise held him back. He decided to change the topic. Zane did have a chat with his head of house about the collector. Professor Cloverhoof? Rose brightened. Well, that's good, isn't it? At least he has access to some people in authority. Are they going to look into it? James shook his head dully. You don't know what things are like in the States. The progressive element is very popular there, although nobody calls it that. Even Professor Cloverhoof is affected by it. When Zane told him there was some mad wizard in New Amsterdam, threatening to attack a gathering of world leaders, Cloverhoof blew it off. He said it was a load of anti-egalitarian propaganda and that Zane was above believing such things. Rose's expression of excited hope melted into one of pained disappointment. He didn't. James nodded wearily. He wouldn't believe a word of it, even when Zane told him their new vice president was that same wizard in disguise. Cloverhoof laughed and told him he wished it was true, since it might give the Muggle government the kick it needed to finally get something done. Rose had no reply. The look on her face was so crestfallen that James almost wished he hadn't told her. A minute later she bid him a doleful goodnight and left without a word. It wasn't until their last class at Beauxbatons that James finally learned why he hadn't heard anything from his father, or any other member of the Order of the Phoenix. He was sitting in the mirrored classroom as blue-robed Beauxbatons clacked and shuttled the oversized Abbassai, continuing, whatever, incomprehensible, magical mathematics they had been working on all year. Next to him, Ralph was leafing idly through a French copy of the Quibbler, shaking his head occasionally and turning the magazine upside down, trying to understand some often obscure magical star charts and illustrations. You know, he whispered, I think this magazine almost makes more sense in another language. James sighed disconsolately. On the other side of the grand classroom, Lucia Gruberova smiled at him secretively. James offered her a weak smile of his own. To Ralph he muttered, have we ever figured out what exactly we're supposed to be doing in this class? Harnessing the cosmic harmonics, and manipulating the resonant frequencies of time and space, Ralph answered. Whatever that means. Well, whatever it is, James said in a bored voice, we better wrap it up. We're almost done for the year. It's really a shame that you can't even understand the coolest thing your people have worked out about magic, Morton Comstock commented, standing back from his abacus and cracking his knuckles. I mean, you waste all your time turning teacups into turtles and you completely miss out on the magical equivalent of one small step for man, one giant leap for wizardkind. James rolled his eyes. What are you talking about, Comstock? I'm talking about space travel, the ginger boy answered smugly, his eyes bulging behind his glasses. Duh. Flitting around the stars without any spaceships, just by using the power of magical constants. I mean, I knew math was powerful, but this stuff is amazing. And Wizard Boy here doesn't even get it. He snickered to himself. Here's an idea, Comstock, James suggested, his cheeks reddening in spite of himself. Why don't you do us all a favor and zap yourself to some other planet? Comstock sniggered again. Shows what you know. Nobody zaps themselves anywhere. Magical constants are about moving the universe around you. Next thing you'll be telling me you want to fly to the moon on one of your turtle teacups. He snorted at his wit. James, Ralph said suddenly, his voice low and tense. Take a look at this. Still fuming, James glanced down at the magazine in Ralph's hands. Immediately, all thought of Comstock emptied from his mind. Is that? He asked, disbelieving his own eyes. Is that Professor McGonagall? Ralph nodded fervently. Sure enough, occupying one full page in the middle of the French Quibbler, was a picture of the former Transfiguration professor and headmistress. The photo appeared to be quite old, showing a rather younger version of McGonagall standing in the Great Hall, unsmiling, surrounded by students during what appeared to be an examination. Why is she in the Quibbler? James asked in a low voice, struggling to make sense of the headline on the opposite page. Ralph shook his head. Dunno. We need someone who reads French. Fortunately we're in a French school, James suggested eagerly, and then frowned. Unfortunately, they aren't the friendliest people I've ever met. And they're all pretty busy, what with all this magical space travel and whatnot. Cosmic, temporal, manipulation. Comstock corrected loftily. I can read some French, a female voice suggested. James glanced up to see Lucia standing next to him. She shrugged. I wouldn't want any of them to hear me, she said, nodding toward the busy, blue-robed Beauxbaton students, but I've been taking French since I was 10. I could probably figure it out. She hunkered between Ralph and James, taking the magazine in her hands and studying it closely. There was, she said slowly, squinting. An attack. She attacked some people, it looks like. But, she's one of your teachers, right? I remember her. Gemma screwed up his face in confusion. McGonagall attacked someone? She seemed to want to attack me, sometimes, Ralph admitted consideringly. Like the time I grew a peach tree in her classroom. The look on her face was right scary. No, wait, Lucia said, still reading. She didn't attack anyone. She was attacked, but she fought back. This was a couple weeks ago, it seems. It says there was some sort of ambush? They cornered her outside her home, I think. A bunch of wolves? That doesn't make sense. The WULF, James exclaimed, stabbing a finger at the magazine. McGonagall was attacked by the Wizards United Liberation Front. The same lunatics that killed the American vice president. Ralph's face paled. That means Professor Avior was in on it, he whispered. He's the one making it all happen, isn't he? But why would he attack Professor McGonagall? A sinking feeling filled James as the answer struck him. Because of what we told her. She knew about Avior's plans because we told her all about them. Avior must have figured out what we did and attacked her to keep her from telling anyone. But they didn't succeed, Lucia said, still reading. She fought back. Took out a few of them. It says 3 of the ones who ambushed her ended up in someplace called the Anti-Curse Care Unit? That's the counter-jinx ward at St. Mungo's, James said impatiently. What happened to her? Is she alright? Lucia skipped to the end of the article and read haltingly. After Madame McGonagall's sudden and unexpected termination of her post at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, this attack is a suspiciously timed event, indicating a very powerful infestation of bad luck laylaps. Probably contracted during the professor's previous holiday in Thromanian countryside. She stopped reading, her brow furrowed. What's a bad luck laylap? That's the Quibbler being the Quibbler, James sighed. Did she survive? Is she alright? Lucia shook her head and leaned over the magazine again. In any event, Madame McGonagall, having sustained numerous curses and jinxes during the attack, is currently in guarded condition at St. Mungo's Anti-Curse Unit, apparently unconscious and under constant healer supervision, for all the good it will do in such an advanced case of laylap-induced luck lacking. Ralph leaned back against the mirrored wall, stunned. She never told anyone what you found out about Avior, he said hopelessly. She couldn't have. That's why I haven't heard from my dad, James agreed, and then sat up, alarmed. That means no one is doing anything to stop Avior. No one even knows what's about to happen. The attack you all talked about? Lucia clarified, keeping her voice hushed. When we found that man. In the woods? James nodded helplessly, stunned. Well then, Lucia shrugged seriously, closing the magazine and handing it back to Ralph. I guess it's up to you, then, isn't it? Ralph took the magazine and looked hard at the picture of Professor McGonagall. To James' surprise, the bigger boy nodded. I guess it is. He sighed deeply and turned to James. Looks like we're going to need Zane's crazy plan after all. Zane's crazy plan, of course, was a convoluted method of sneaking into the endless warren of basements and dungeons beneath Alma Alaron's administration hall in search of the elusive, and apparently terrifying, Crone Lousa, who, according to Rose's research, was possibly one of the only people on Earth harboring the secrets of the Morrigan Web. Zane was, as usual, wildly enthusiastic about the idea. It's all totally still set up and ready to go, he declared in a stage whisper at their next Ancient Runes class. He dug in his pocket and produced a fat gold coin, an American Dremel. The protean charm is as strong as ever. Wherever I vanish this baby to, the spell yanks the American side of the Hogwarts cabinet along with it. We step in on this side and pop out on the other side in the new location. Ralph shook his head impatiently. But what about this Crone Lousa person? He whispered, leaning close to James and Zane. How are we going to find her? Zane shrugged. That's the easy part. She's supposed to be the guardian of all the lower levels of Admin Hall. We tromp around and make enough noise, she'll just come to us. And what then? James frowned. She's supposed to be, like, 10 kinds of horrible, isn't she? How do we keep her from cursing us into cockroaches, much less convince her to tell us all of her darkest secrets? Leave that to me, Zane said with a firm nod. I've got an ace up my sleeve. James' frown deepened. What's that mean? It means I've got a few secrets of my own, the blond boy whispered loftily. And besides, you probably wouldn't believe me if I told you. Whatever, James muttered, still frowning. Ralph, just keep that monster wand of yours handy. I have a feeling we may need it. Mr. Potter, Professor Votary's voice echoed stridently, snapping James to attention. Perhaps you'd like to come up to the blackboard and use your busy whispers to translate this ancient Onkaran rune. Do be careful, though, mispronunciations often trigger unpleasant curses. I once saw a cryptologist's tongue transfigured into a dung beetle by a careless consonant. Glowering and dragging his feet, James stood and made his way to the blackboard, and never a more foul-mouthed dung beetle have I encountered, Votary went on, shaking his head. The Sumerian swear words that creature uttered. Why, it was enough to make a rock troll blush. James' tongue, fortunately, did not get transformed into a foul-mouthed dung beetle, but he did spend the dinner hour haunted by a particularly pesky Onkaran demon, which circled his head like a semi-transparent bat, pecking at him and screaming incomprehensible insults. Makes me wonder whatever happened to Peeves, Rose commented, watching the demon with a wistful expression. Haven't seen him in months. Good riddance, Graham Wharton proclaimed around a mouthful of stew. Stupid poltergeist ruined my diorama of the Battle of the Red Mages. Turned them all into fire imps and sent them invading everyone else's dioramas. I remember that. Heth Thomas smiled mistily. It was hilarious. It was a miniature massacre, Ashley Doone called spitefully from the Ravenclaw table. I spent weeks on that model of King Creagle's court. Took those imps about 10 seconds to pillage it and burn it down. Heth nodded. Like I said, bloody hilarious. Quit it, James shouted, waving his hands at the Onkaran demon. So I mixed up Ja and Jot. It's a dead language already. Get over it. Ignoring the demon, Albus squeezed in next to James. So when are we going to visit old Crone Lousa? James blinked at him. Who's we? How do you even know about that? Albus nodded toward Ralph, who was cramming in between Rose and Scorpius. James glared at him. What? Ralph proclaimed, taken aback. He was with you in Avior's office, wasn't he? He's as much a part of this as we are. And at this point we need all the help we can get. How many people do you think we can shove into the vanishing cabinet? Easy, Scorpius replied, we just take 2 trips. Or more, Rose nodded. Besides, Albus said blithely. Not all of us are the size of a bloated yeti. Hey, Ralph said, sitting up straight in his seat. I'm just big-boned. I can't help it. Where are you lot-headed, then? Graham Wharton asked, nudging Albus with an elbow. Down into the dungeons of Alma Alley. Nowhere. James exclaimed, overriding his brother and shoving him backwards off the bench. Doesn't sound like nowhere to me, Lily said, replacing Albus on the bench and narrowing her eyes. Ow! Albus complained, clutching his head where he lay turtle on the floor. Shut up, Al, both James and Lily said in unison. Ralph rolled his eyes. We really have got to stop discussing these things around the dinner table. I said quit it, James bellowed, flailing uselessly at the Ankaron demon as it blew raspberries into his ears. It wasn't until the following Wednesday night, during their walk back from the astronomy tower, that plans for the trip into Alma Alaron's cellars were finally solidified. After the coming Monday's herbology class, James, Ralph, Scorpius and Rose would meet Zane in the Great Hall, purportedly for an unscheduled experimental communications meeting, and take the reconfigured Alma Alaron vanishing cabinet to its new portal location beneath Administration Hall. Albus had complained loudly about being left out, but a prior arrangement with Professor Heretofores dueling club made it impossible. You can't skip it, James had insisted, or else people will be wondering where you've gone off to. Everyone knows you love that daft club. With the details worked out, all that remained was the waiting. This, James had long since learned, was the hardest part of all, as every idle moment seemed suddenly to be full of worries about the myriad ways the plan could go wrong. What if Filch caught them attempting to flit away through the Alma Alaron cabinet? What if Zane's precarious repositioning of the Alma Alaron side of the cabinet went awry, dumping them into a subterranean lake or the lair of some clandestine poisonous beast? There was, after all, no way of knowing what terrible secrets were hidden away in the apparently endless depths beneath the American Magical School. Furthermore, what if Kronlausa wasn't a real witch at all, but merely a legend made up to frighten students away from the dangerous cellars? And even if she was real, was there any reason at all to expect that she would do anything with them other than curse them as trespassers? This, after all, was apparently her singular task. By the time Monday afternoon's herbology class arrived, James was so preoccupied with fretting that he barely noticed Tabitha Corsica's suspicious, steady glare. "Something on your mind, Mr. Potter?" she asked coolly as she handed him a pair of gloves and oversized earmuffs. "It is not wise to transplant mandrakes while preoccupied." James muttered, and then shook himself. "Oh. No. Not a thing." She narrowed her eyes at him, pausing in her distribution of the earmuffs and gloves. Then, thankfully, she moved on. Fortunately, the rest of the lesson went by quickly, filled with the piercing screeches of mandrakes as the students hastily replanted them in larger pots. Ears still ringing despite the use of the protective earmuffs, James accompanied Ralph back to the doors of the Great Hall, where Rose and Scorpius were loitering, trying very hard to appear casual with their noses buried in various school books. "About time," Scorpius muttered, snapping his arithmancy book shut. "Rose here is the only one who looks believable reading this stuff. Let's go." "Wait," James interrupted as Scorpius heaved open one of the doors. "Where's Zane?" "There's no point going through the cabinet until we know he's repositioned the other side. He said he'd meet us here at 5:15, Ralph said, ducking through the door into the empty Great Hall. "That's almost 11 in the morning his time. I'm surprised he's out of bed." Scorpius rolled his eyes. "Either way, I'm not waiting out here where Filch can clap eyes on us." Quickly, furtively, the four students made their way between the empty house tables. It wouldn't be long before students and teachers alike would begin trickling into the Great Hall for dinner. Even now, James could hear the faint clatter and clink of the house elves in the kitchen below. Ahead of him, the four vanishing cabinets stood sentinel, outlined dramatically by angled sunbeams from the windows along the left wall. For the first time in months James thought of the beginning of term, when Nastasia had appeared surreptitiously skulking around the entrance hall. He now knew how she had come through the cabinet having assumed her snake form. She was able to bypass the pre-class ban on witches and wizards. In light of the interview in Avior's office, however, he had new doubts about why she had come to Hogwarts that night in the first place. She had claimed merely to be exploring. And yet, James glanced toward the empty staff table, remembering. There had been some sort of small sack there, lying in the moonlight. Nastasia had claimed it, but offered no explanation for it. What had she been carrying in that sack? And where had it gone? His thoughts were interrupted by Rose as she joined him near the head table. "Blimey, but that thing's ugly," she said, nodding curtly toward the rose window overhead. James glanced at her, then up at the monstrous clock. Its 5 faces glowered down at him, showing the times in each of the time zones represented by the cabinets. For the moment, James noticed, the Durmstrang clock hands pointed straight up, unmoving. The Durmstrang cabinet was still broken, obviously. The other faces ticked busily, marking the tiny, insectal movements of their iron hands. Beneath them, the great pendulum scythed back and forth, swishing faintly as it sliced the air into seconds. "Hess officially late," Scorpius complained tensely, glaring up at the Alma Alaron clock. "He's going to get us all caught, the stupid yank." "Give him another minute," Rose sighed. James waited, shifting nervously from foot to foot. Suddenly, behind him, came the unmistakable click of the Great Hall's door latch. James spun on the spot. "What was that?" Ralph rasped in a high, nervous voice. Rose shook her head. It sounded like someone coming in. She frowned and shrugged. Perhaps it was just the wind. James squinted back at the closed doors. There was no one there. "Maybe," he began, but was interrupted by the much louder sound of the Alma Alaron cabinet bursting open. Relieved, James turned around again, only to find himself face to face with the last person he expected. "Nastasia," he declared to his own ears. It sounded like both an accusation and a question. "Hi, James," she said, smiling faintly but not meeting his eyes. "Miss me? Why is she here?" Scorpius asked bluntly, addressing Zane as he followed her out of the cabinet. Zane was unperturbed. "Why shouldn't she be? She was there in New Amsterdam, wasn't she? And she helped you lot get the truth out of Avior. Besides, she's the ace up her sleeve." "Nastasia?" James exclaimed, gesturing at her but looking at Zane. "She's your secret?" "I'm everybody's secret, it seems," Nastasia interjected, threading an arm through James' elbow. He pulled away irritably. "Are we expecting anyone else?" he demanded, throwing up his hands. "The Alma Alaron marching band, perhaps? Professor Jackson's crazy werewolf militia? Good to see you, too, mate," Zane soothed amiably, throwing an arm around James' shoulders. "It's all part of the plan, trust me." Besides, he produced the gold drummel from his pocket and bounced it on his palm. The marching band was already busy tracking down the Ark of the Covenant. James shrugged off his friend's arm but couldn't resist a wry, helpless grin. "You really are completely mad," Zane nodded. He turned and held the coin out in front of him. "Ralph and Nader, you want to do the honors? Use that Godzilla wand of yours and send this to its last location. If I'm right, it'll end up just below the admin hall cafeteria. Safe enough, despite the reek of old goulash. Is that deep enough to get Kronlaus's attention?" James asked as Ralph rummaged in his pockets for his wand. Zane shrugged. "It's a start. Like my dad always says, better safe than buried 1,000 feet underground in some monster maggot's large intestine." "Words to live by," Scorpius prodded. "Get to the magic, Ralph, and be quick about it. People are due for dinner any moment." Ralph brandished his wand tentatively, his mouth pressed into a resolute line. He was, James realized, becoming accustomed to stepping up when particularly strong and precise magic was called for. "Saltus retroversum," he declared, tapping the coin with his wand. It vanished neatly with a small pop. "Nice one, Ralph," Zane declared, turning back to the Alma Alaron cabinet. "I half thought I'd have to go looking around for my hand when we got there." "Cram in, everybody," Rose said, hurrying into the cabinet. "Let's get this over with." Zane squeezed in next to her. "I hope you left all your cardigans at home this time, Weasley." "Shut it, Walker," Ralph followed, ducking to fit his bulk into the remaining space. "Budge up, Zane," Rose complained as the door swung shut. "You're on my foot." A moment later, a green flash outlined the door brilliantly. With an eerie thump, the voices inside cut off. James glanced back at Nastasia. "I've got a load of questions for you," he said. "Sorry," she replied brightly, "I'm fresh out of answers today." "Try back tomorrow, why don't you?" James shook his head wearily, abandoning her and approaching the cabinet. "Wait," Nastasia said, grasping James' elbow. Irritably, he turned back. She met his gaze fixedly, almost seeming to struggle with herself to maintain eye contact. "I told you not to trust me," she said. "But I didn't mean to turn on you." "Really? Avior trusted me. He told me to look up Dumbledore's old passwords. I used his trust to get what we needed. It was him I betrayed. Not you." James studied her face skeptically. He shook his head. "I don't know if I can believe you," he admitted in a low voice. "And I don't know if I want to, either," she sighed briskly, finally lowering her eyes. She let go of his arm. "Work out your trust issues later, you two," Scorpius declared from the Alma Alaron cabinet. "Or I'm leaving without you." Without another word, James climbed into the cabinet, pressing against the back wall to allow room for Nastasia. Almost reluctantly, she stepped inside after him. She turned away from him, facing the open door. After a second, the door swung shut. James braced himself. There was a pause, followed by the now familiar greenish flash and dropping, sickening thump. The door swung open again on pitch darkness. Heat flooded the cabinet, along with a cloying, overpowering stench. It didn't smell like old goulash, however. It smelled like sulfur and age and moldy dampness. The only sound was the steady, echoing drip of water. "Ladies, first," Scorpius chimed, nudging Nastasia. "You've been here before, right?" Nastasia didn't answer. Instead, she raised her wand. "Lumos," she commanded in a flat voice. The wand flared, illuminating the interior of the cabinet and nothing else. Slowly, tentatively, she stepped out into echoing darkness, feeling an unshakable sense of deep foreboding. James followed her. "Lumos," Scorpius muttered, adding his own wand light to Nastasia's. Rough, wet stone reflected the light blackly beneath James' feet. He looked up, searching for the ceiling, and was shocked to see only the faint shadow of stalactites hundreds of feet above. "It's a cavern," Zane's voice called out of the darkness, waking a chorus of echoes. "Wasn't expecting this, exactly. I thought you said you'd tested this already?" Scorpius called back. Nastasia answered next to him. "We did. But we vanished the coin into the cellars from the lawn in front of Admin Hall, a few hundred feet at most. Ralph may be a whiz with a wand, but it's a different thing to hit the same mark from an ocean away, like hitting the bullseye of a dartboard on the moon." Zane nodded, approaching out of the darkness with Rose and Ralph. "At least Ralph here got us on the board. Not your fault, pal." He clapped Ralph heartily on the shoulder. James peered around, frowning. The vanishing cabinet was barely a crooked silhouette in the darkness, its door partway open. "So where exactly are we, then, my guess?" Zane shrugged. "We're still under Admit Hall. Just, a little lower than expected." "Ah." He hunkered down suddenly. When he straightened again he was buffing the gold drummel on his shirt. "Need this, don't I? It's more than a protean target. It's my current life savings." "So how are we supposed to find our way back up to the main cellars?" James asked impatiently. "I don't see any stairs or anything." Rose fanned herself with her hand, beginning to sweat in the subterranean heat. The dwarves who built Administration Hall surely would have known this cavern was here. They'd have tunneled into it and used it for resources and storage. "If we explore around a bit we're sure to find a way up and out." She turned and peered into the darkness, raising her lit wand. "Bollocks to that," Scorpius shook his head. "If we're back under Alma Alaron now, why don't we just reposition the cabinet for another go?" "You've got the coin, don't you?" "Yeah," James agreed. "Do your protean repositioning thing from here. We can hit the mark right on the nose and avoid tramping around the center of the Earth all night." Zane nodded and shrugged. "Makes sense to me. Ralph? Round 2, if you please." He held the coin out to Ralph once more, who produced his wand and leveled it carefully. "What are you doing?" Rose cried, yanking the coin out of Zane's hand and interrupting Ralph in mid-spell. "Hey," James exclaimed. "What gives? I turn away for 10 seconds and you lot just about do muss." Rose brandished the coin. "You vanish this away, what do you think happens to the cabinet?" "It zaps back to where it's supposed to be," James explained, smacking his forehead in irritation. "That's the whole point." Rose planted both fists on her hips. "And what about us? Then we just hop into the vanishing cabinet and—" James stopped, blinking as he realized the fatal flaw in the plan. After a moment he clamped his mouth shut. "All right, then," Zane said, raising both hands. "So we almost just cut off our only means of getting home again. Lesson learned. No more rash decisions, right? We need to be extra careful." "She's the one what said there had to be a tunnel to the surface," James declared, flapping a hand at Rose. "I wasn't planning to stake my life on it." Rose exclaimed shrilly. "Belt up, both of you," Scorpius sighed. "Zane is right. No more bodging around. If we're going to get out of here, looks like we're going to have to do it the hard way." Rose relaxed slightly at this and handed the drummel back to Zane. "Don't do anything stupid with it," she muttered. Zane pocketed the coin. "All right, then," he announced cheerfully. "This way for the grand tour." He lit his own wand and struck off. More somberly, Scorpius and Nastasia followed. "Hold up a moment," James said. Quickly, he turned to the cabinet and tapped it with his wand. "Circumnecto." In response, a golden spark shot from the end of the wand toward the cabinet, connecting them with a brief, shimmering beam. Nodding in satisfaction, he pocketed his wand, then noticed Ralph and Rose staring at him. "What?" he asked. "It's a basic compass charm. Sends a spark back to the cabinet so we can find it again. You think Rose is the only smart one in the family?" Rose cocked her head suspiciously. "All right," James declared. "My mum taught it to me so I wouldn't keep losing my glasses." "Happy?" Rose nodded, satisfied, and turned to follow the glow of Zane's bobbing wand light. "I'm impressed, either way," Ralph admitted as they hurried to catch up. "Dead useful, that is." James gave his friend a wry smile. "Thanks, Ralph." As they walked, the true scale of the cavern became apparent. The floor sloped steadily upward, eventually breaking into broad steps and then to uneven terraces, forcing the students to clamber up higher and higher sharp edges. As they progressed, James noticed the distant ceiling lowering to meet them. Soon enough, the stalactites were directly overhead, hanging down in glistening, dripping points, threatening to drop like stone spears at the slightest provocation. The ascent narrowed as stalagmites crowded the path, reaching up toward their counterparts on the ceiling. Zane led the group onward, occasionally clutching his wand in his teeth as he climbed. "Is it just me," Ralph panted, "or is it getting a bit cooler?" "This is no accidental path," Rose agreed. "It's a natural fissure, widened by foot traffic who knows how long ago. I told you the dwarves would have found this cavern and connected to it somehow." "Bully for big brains, Weasley," Scorpius groused, clambering over yet another sharp, black ledge. "You'd have thought they could have put in some stairs, at least." "There's some light ahead," Zane called back. "Torchlight, looks like." James peered ahead, squinting to see past the lit wands. Sure enough, a dim orange glow suffused the air above, glimmering on the sloping edges of the stalactites and stalagmites. With renewed purpose, the troop continued their climb, following the elusive orange glow until the floor leveled, becoming a path between hewn stone walls. The ceiling dipped down to meet them, forcing the students to hunker low. "It's a good thing I'm not claustrophobic," Ralph muttered faintly. "That's for sure," Zane called back, inching ahead and trying not to hit his head on the rough ceiling. "This place is tighter than a goblin's wallet," Ralph groaned behind James. "I was being sarcastic. I'm totally claustrophobic. Stupid, short dwarves." "Buck up, Ralph," Rose soothed. "I think we're almost out." In this, James suspected, Rose was being rather optimistic. Still, after 10 more minutes of cramped walking, all angling steadily upwards, the ceiling finally raised, joining a much broader, human-sized corridor. Flames flickered from an iron sconce hung from the ceiling by black chains. "Goblin fire," Rose said, wiping her brow. "Burns on nothing and never goes out. Probably been there for centuries. What's with all the rubbish all over the floor?" James frowned, pointing toward a litter of pickaxes, pails and helmets some distance away. "Ooh," Rose exclaimed happily, trotting forward for a closer look. "Dwarf-made tools. They're supposed to be some of the best made in the world." She stooped and plucked a small spade from the floor, pulling it from a bed of ancient cobwebs, light as a spanner, but strong as a manticore. "And look." She held up another implement, a short-handled axe, just my size, too. "This, I believe," Scorpius said, joining Rose near the strew of tools, "is what's known as looting." "Oh, gosh. They've been here for ages. The dwarves are long gone from these tunnels." James drifted closer and held up his wand, examining the rough stone wall. "Just out of curiosity, what do you suppose did that?" Zane and Nastasia leaned close, peering at the wall. A series of irregular, deep scratches scarred the stone. Ralph frowned nervously. "That must have been some pickaxe. They look more like." James swallowed, reluctant to continue. "Claw marks," Nastasia nodded, running a finger along one of the deep scratches. Rose's voice echoed tentatively from some distance away. Chaps? Is this what it looks like?" James and Scorpius stepped over the strew of cast-off tools and turned a sharp corner. Rose glanced back at them where she stood, pointing. Another pile of debris ranged further along the corridor, dancing in the orange glow of another goblin fire sconce. "Those aren't dwarf tools," Ralph squeaked, stopping behind James. "Those are dwarfs." Unfortunately, Ralph was correct. Tossed hither and thither against the walls and over the rough floor were small, heavy-browed skulls, broken ribs, and various bits of skeletal arms and legs. Glinting mellowly among the bones were complex metal shapes, broken, scattered and covered with dust. "Armor," James gulped. "Look. There's a shield. And some sort of chain mail, all ripped to bits. And there's a sword, with a hand still attached to it." "Now that's a battle I'd have liked to see," Zane announced fervently. "Dwarves are tough cusses. And their armor is the strongest stuff going." He plucked the sword from the floor and shook off the skeletal hand clinging to the hilt. It fell back with a dry clatter that made James wince. "See? Not a nick on it. Not even a speck of rust." He examined the sword closely, turning it in the firelight. "A little blood though, by the looks of it. This guy got in a few slashes before kicking the old bucket." "Zane's right," Rose frowned. "Dwarves are famous for their toughness in battle. What could do this to them?" "Same thing that clawed up the walls back there, I'd bet," Nastasia commented. "Either way," James said, raising his voice, "like Rose said, this stuff's been here for ages. Whatever caused it all is long dead. As if in answer, a low, warbling noise lifted out of the depths. It was a nearly inhuman sound, a ululating moan, rising in pitch until it echoed all around, becoming a warbling, shrill yodel. James felt his hair stand up. Zane dropped the dwarven sword. Rose clutched Ralph's arm with both of her hands, her eyes going wide. Even Scorpius' face paled to that of a grey sheet. Slowly, the horrible noise died away, chasing its echoes into unseen tunnels and corridors. Or not, Nastasia squeaked. Rose looked around wildly. Which way did it come from? Who can tell? James replied. Come on, let's leg it out of here. There has to be a way further up. Zane retrieved the dropped sword and held it shakily ahead of him. In his fist, the weapon looked ridiculously diminutive, despite its glinting, sharp blade. In a tight knot, the group clambered forward, stepping clumsily over skulls and broken armor. 100 feet past the scatter of bones, the corridor ended at a barricade of crisscrossed iron bars, each as thick as James' arm, festooned with bolts the size of doorknobs. Set in the middle of the barricade was an iron door with a heavy lock. Painted on the rough stone wall on either side of the barricade were large white skulls and crossbones. Above these, rather worrying, was a single word, Gowrow. Oh man, Zane commented worriedly. Rose frowned at the cracked white paint. What's it mean? What's a Gowrow? Scorpius shrugged. Sounds like some kind of sweet you buy at Honeyduke's. Zane shook his head fervently. It's no sweet. A Gowrow is a legendary American monster, Nastasia explained. The good news is that no one's seen any for hundreds of years. She frowned thoughtfully. The bad news is that they love caves and tunnels. Ralph's voice was thin with worry. So, what's it look like? Cross a basilisk with an alligator, Zane said, then give it tusks, eyes the size of hubcaps, and claws like a hippogriff. But, Nastasia added, holding her hands about 2 feet apart, you know. Bigger. Scorpius pushed to the front of the group and gripped the iron barricade with both hands. He peered through the bars at the dark corridor beyond. Looks like they penned it in good, though. So long as it stays on the other side of these bars, I expect we'll be all right. Closer this time, the eerie warbling cry came again, echoing all around. Are you sure, James asked, joining Scorpius in front of the ancient barricade, that it's on that side of the bars? In answer, the tunnel behind them rumbled. Dust sifted from the ceiling. On the heels of this came the unmistakable sound of claws scraping on stone, approaching swiftly. I think I need a bigger sword, Zane said breathlessly, spinning toward the sound. Rose? James called, grabbing his cousin by the arm. Unlocking spells are your specialty, right? He pushed her toward the iron door. So make with the unlocking. I can't. She protested. I haven't calibrated my new wand for unlocking spells yet. What? I'm just as likely to make it sprout fur as to unlock it, she cried, both frightened and angry. Somebody else has to do it, the Gowrow screamed again, blotting out every other sound. It seemed terribly close. The floor vibrated with its approach. Bloody hell, Scorpius exclaimed. Ralph? Time to go to work. Ralph nodded, his face slick with sweat. He stood back and leveled his wand at the ancient door. Alohomora. A brilliant golden bolt struck the lock, illuminating its ancient keyhole. The door rattled violently in its frame. James grabbed one of the bars and tugged. Still locked, he said, stepping back again. Try another one. Ralph firmed his jaw and planted his feet, one still pointing at the iron lock. Reeser. This time, an orange bolt struck the lock, exploding into sparks. The door rattled again, but remained firmly closed. Try universale clavum, Rose cried, hopping fearfully from foot to foot. It's a universal key charm. Ralph nodded, repeating the spell in his head, then pointed his wand once more. Lime green lightning leapt from his wand, filling the keyhole and making it glow. There was a loud, ratcheting click. James leapt forward and rattled the door again. I think you actually locked it harder that time, he declared, shaking his head. Behind him, Rose screamed. James turned, throwing himself back against the unyielding iron bars and pulling his cousin with him. Nastasia hunkered low, her wand extended toward the depths of the corridor. There, heaving out of the darkness, a heavy, slithering shape appeared. A pair of enormous, perfectly round orange eyes glinted, reflecting the light of the goblin fire sconce. A moment later, the creature lunged forward, bashing the sconce from the ceiling and snuffing it beneath its scaly belly. The flash of light allowed only a brief glimpse of muscular, reptilian arms tipped with black claws, curving yellow tusks, and a long, grinning, scaly head. Desperately, Zane threw the dwarven sword. It glinted as it spun out of the light, clattering against the creature's scaly hide. My hero, Nastasia said, pulling the blond boy back. The Gowrow slithered forward with horrible speed, its scaly body rasping against the stone walls, its glinting orange eyes bobbing hypnotically. It screamed again, sending a gust of cold breath along the tunnel. Green light flashed. Nastasia, James saw, was firing killing curses at the behemoth, to no avail. Rose turned away from the scene, burying her face against James' shoulder. He couldn't blame her. Dimly, almost clinically, he realized he had never been more primally terrified in his life. Scorpius jumped forward, blocking James' view of the approaching monster. He grabbed Ralph by the shoulder, spun the bigger boy around, and wrestled his arm upwards so that his wand pointed once again at the iron door. Against the shrieking approach of the Gowrow, Scorpius' voice was barely audible. Convulsus, he cried, gripping Ralph's wrist with both hands. A bolt of blue shot from Ralph's wand. It struck the door just above James' shoulder, igniting a blast of purple sparks. The door exploded backwards, tearing from its hinges and clattering violently to the floor. James fell backward through the sudden opening, dragging Rose with him. "Come on," Scorpius shouted, grabbing Nastasia and Zane, one in each hand. Stumbling and dazed, they bowled through the iron door frame, pushing Ralph ahead of them and falling atop James in a heap, knocking the wind from his lungs. The Gowrow slammed against the iron barricade, wrenching it out of true but hopelessly wedging in its broken door frame. The monster screamed again and gnashed its jaws. Its teeth clacked and its tusks slashed mere inches from the scrambling students. "Run!" James cried, pushing Zane ahead of him. "No!" Scorpius countered, pointing back toward the iron barricade. "Reparo the door." James glanced back over his shoulder. As he did, the Gowrow strained forward, wrenching the barricade further out of true. Metal screeched as the bars slowly bent. "Ralph!" James called. "He's right. Repair the door. Quick!" Dazed, Ralph glanced from James to the broken door where it lay, bent almost double, on the stone floor. His face cleared and hardened. "Everybody stand back," he shouted, raising his wand again. Its lime green tip seemed to glow in the darkness. James pressed back against the stone wall of the tunnel, joining Rose and Scorpius. Nastasia and Zane huddled across from them, their faces pale and worried. A loud, wrenching screech echoed through the tunnel. The Gowrow had forced its head and left shoulder through the deteriorating gate. It screamed, filling the tunnel with its cold breath and chilling, ululating shriek. "Reparo!" Ralph shouted, raising his voice somehow, over the noise of the Gowrow. With a sudden metallic screech, the door straightened, flipped into the air, and spun back toward the iron barricade. It slammed back into its frame, punching the Gowrow backwards, head over slithering tail, so that it crashed against the floor and slid, arms flailing and slashing at the stone walls. When it came to a stop, it fell back limply, its tail forming a question mark on the gritty floor. Rose quavered, "Is it dead?" Zane shook his head. "No chance. Just knocked out." "You sure that repair job of yours will hold, Ralph?" James asked faintly. Ralph nodded with grim confidence. "Good as new, I'd wager." He turned to Scorpius and frowned. "That thing you did, grabbing my one hand. I didn't think that was possible." "Neither did I," Scorpius shrugged shakily. "But I remembered something my grandfather taught me." James joined him in the center of the tunnel, unable to take his eyes from the repaired barricade and the horrible prone creature behind it. "And what was that?" Scorpius gestured at Ralph's wand. "Subtlety is a dead man's last mistake," Nastasia nodded. "Well, that sure wasn't subtle. I guess we all owe you one, don't we?" "Let's not start clapping each other on the back just yet," Scorpius replied, firming his voice. "We still have to find this crone Lousa and get the truth out of her about the Morrigan Web, assuming she's a real person," James added wearily, "and has any secrets to share," Rose agreed. "And doesn't just feed us to that thing," Ralph concluded, hitching a thumb back at the Gowrow. "What a bunch of sourpusses you bunch are," Zane chided. "Come on. The worst has to be behind us now, right?" Much more slowly and tentatively, the group resumed their journey, inching their way further into the darkening depths of Alma Alaron's ancient catacombs, once held high against the shadows. James didn't want to admit it aloud, but he had a foreboding feeling that Zane's assumption couldn't be more wrong. The Morrigan Web. Soon enough, the tunnel began to angle up again, turning into a stone stairway, punctuated by landings, cross corridors, and great, empty halls. Goblin fire sconces and torches lit the way, despite the obvious disuse of the tunnels themselves. Dust and cobwebs clung to every surface, wafting as the troop passed. Finally, they reached a monstrous wooden door, fortunately unlocked. It creaked open as Zane pushed it, revealing a more brightly lit corridor lined with arches and tapestries, muted with age and a thick layer of dust. "Cool," Zane muttered, his voice unconsciously hushed. "These show the construction of Alma Alaron." He pointed. "There's Roberts and Pepperpock at the groundbreaking. And there are the dwarves digging the foundation of Admin Hall." "Wait," Rose said suddenly, stopping in her tracks. "Whose footprints are those?" James glanced down. Leading away from his own feet, clearly defined on the dusty floor, was a set of fresh footprints, somewhat smaller than his own. "Somebody else is down here," Ralph said. "Maybe it's her," Rose suggested. "Kronlausa." James didn't think so, but resisted the urge to voice this suspicion. Zane clapped Ralph on the back. "What say we follow them? It's the only lead we've got, right?" No one spoke up, either to concur or dissent. Thus, silently and carefully, the group crept forward, following the footprints. They led straight down the corridor and around a corner, where they met a second set of footprints. Together, these progressed along a narrow hall and toward a small, dark archway, blocked with a mostly closed wooden door. Firelight flickered teasingly beyond the cracked opening. "Voices," Rose whispered. "Is that her?" As quietly as possible, the students inched toward the door, huddling against the wall, careful not to scuff their feet on the dusty floor. Sure enough, faint and echoing, a voice seemed to be in mid-conversation. "I don't get many official visitors, you must understand." It was an old woman's voice, cracked and oozing with false sweetness. "I must say, I very nearly cursed you for an interloper. It is my only job, you know. Imagine. A witch of my capabilities, reduced to a mere custodian. Even so, my duties do offer the occasional indulgence. In fact, I was slightly disappointed not to practice my arts on you. I get so few opportunities these days. Still," she cackled teasingly, "the day is not yet done yet, is it?" Ralph met James' eyes in the dark hall. "It's her," he whispered, "Kronlausa." "But who's she talking to?" James shook his head, confused and worried. Beyond the cracked door came the tinkle of silver and the faint clatter of plates. Another voice murmured, just out of the range of hearing. "My apologies," Kronlausa simpered. "I am not accustomed to serving more than myself. I do hope that my humble abode does not offend," the second voice responded. James strained to listen, but couldn't make out the words. All he could be sure of was that Kronlausa's visitor was a woman. "I see," Lausa answered, responding to some unheard question. "This is not to be a pleasant visit, then. You come to dig into the past, and yet I cannot help but wonder, for good or for ill?" A response. James leaned close to the door but still could not hear it. The visitor was deeper in Kronlausa's quarters, it seemed, around some hidden corner or behind some obstruction. He tried to peer through the crack of the door but could only see the faint flicker of fire, a simmering cauldron, the back of a blanket-draped rocking chair and a mass of blurry shadows. "Information, then," Lausa said, a suspicious smile in her voice. "It is quite popular today not to take sides, is it? I would almost prefer that your interrogation for evil intent than for mere information. I confess that I like to know where people stand. It makes things much simpler. But so be it. Ask away. I am obliged to respond." The visitor spoke immediately. James pressed his ear to the door's opening. There was something familiar about the voice. It was a woman, and he was almost certain she was not American. His eyes widened as a thought struck him. Could it possibly be the Lady of the Lake? If so, perhaps it would finally provide the proof Rose and Scorpius needed to believe that she was real. Avior may be the face of the Morrigan Web attack, but James was positive Judith was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. "Ah," Lausa breathed. There was a faint wooden creak, a rocking chair, perhaps? "Straight to the crux of my family's sordid past, I see. To be honest, I was prepared to guard these secrets with great vigor and terrible magic. For many years I was primed to kill for them. I laid webs of misdirection, wove great protective spells, prepared vicious traps and counter jinxes. And yet, amazingly, no one came. No one sought out the secrets I protected. Perhaps, just perhaps the world has grown beyond the lust for such things. Perhaps my wardens were right when they assured me that there was no one left in the world mad enough to resort to such horrors." Lausa sighed deeply, mournfully. "Indeed, after these many decades, no one came. But now here you are, the very first. And even you do not come to threaten, to bargain, to murder. You come merely to seek information. How dreadfully, horribly dull. Pray, what has become of the world above?" The visitor's voice answered lightly. When Lausa spoke again, she seemed irritated. "Rumors and safeguards, pa. No one seeks such secrets without intent to use them. But so be it. My pretty young friend. Perhaps you are fool enough to believe what you say. I wonder if you will live to realize your mistake. But no matter. The decades have left me restless. I will give you what you seek, Lair paused. Her chair creaked, rocking thoughtfully for almost a minute. Then, it was my mother who created it. She did not mean to die. It was what some ironically refer to as a happy accident. She was seeking a way to prime a wand, to augment its powers for those weak in the magical arts. She had a talentless sister, you see, my Aunt Tempestra. Despite her name she was nearly impotent, barely one notch above a squib. My mother wished to help her, thus, she used a magical power source, in her case, an enchanted ring which had once belonged to her grandfather, a warlock of great talent, highly revered and feared in his day, but alas, long dead. My mother distilled the power of her grandfather's ring, steeped it, and channeled it into her sister's wand. Another pause while Lair seemed to ruminate on this. Her visitor spoke again, briefly. Of course it did, Lair answered. It was too much, too undirected. But that wasn't the worst of it. My mother had overlooked one important detail. The steeped magic had absorbed more than the strength of the old, dead warlock. It had absorbed his intent. It was very nearly alive. Fortunately, so long as it was imprisoned in the ring, amplified as it was by my mother's arts, it was harmless. It wasn't until my mother released it, gave it an outlet in my sister's wand, that its true power became known. But I get ahead of myself. The true story starts before that, as you surely know. More murmured words from Lair's visitor. More creaking from Lair's rocking chair. You truly do not know, then? Lair said wonderingly. And yet, why should you? All records of the disaster have been destroyed. Only 2 others kept the secrets. And what has become of them? Dead. And not of curses and attacks, as one might expect. They were not killed by those hungry for the sort of power that can only be won via the artful use of terror, but by simple old age. Consequently, their secrets have been absorbed into the dust of history, forgotten by most, discounted by the rest. She chuckled dryly to herself. Well, by most of the rest. Some still believe. Some seek the secrets. Some wish to wield the power of the Morrigan Web, and reap its deadly reward. Next to James, Rose gasped at the mention of the Morrigan Web. He glanced at her, wide-eyed, as she clamped a hand over her mouth. Sounds like somebody beat us to the punch, Zane whispered, frowning. But who? Scorpius rasped, eyes narrowed. Shh. James hushed them, raising one hand. Beyond the door, the voices were speaking again. So be it, Lair seemed to agree, a grin in her voice. You shall hear the tale, and do with it what you will. My mother was the first to bear my duty here in the cellars, cursed to dwell these depths, forbidden from ever again appearing in daylight. It was a kindness, they told her. After all, she hadn't meant to commit any crime. She could not be executed for what was, quite simply, a terrible, disastrous mistake. Her genius had merely opened a door, unleashed a power that simply could not be contained. Thus, the only option was to banish her. And with her, her only daughter, the only other witness to the terror she had wrought. Lair's chair rocked more quickly now as she warmed to the topic. But all of that happened afterward. Before the terrors of that night, my mother, Principia Lair, was a highly regarded professor at the institution above us. Her treatises on the interconnected magical constants of the natural world were groundbreaking, earning her world renown and a position of great honor. Thus, when she announced that she had perfected a theory regarding the transfer of magical energies, the wizarding world listened with great interest. After all, such a discovery could, in theory, grant normal lives to the magically weak, and even to squibs. Some went so far as to conjecture that muggles could be empowered, allowing them to utilize magic that was utterly absent from their own nature. Satisfied with her theories, my mother finally prepared a human trial. This would be conducted on her own sister, Tempestra, using the energy long steeped from my aforementioned great-grandfather's warlock ring. Representatives from magical institutions the world over gathered to witness the event. Nearly 100 of the wizarding world's smartest and most accomplished technomancers, arithmeticians, and healers convened in the medical theater, breathless with anticipation. Tempestra was fearful, but excited. She had always been ashamed of her weakness, her inability to fly, to so much as transfigure a teaspoon out of a thimble. Now, finally, her life was about to change. If only she had known. Lair paused again. Her voice was growing hoarse with so much unaccustomed speaking. There was a faint clatter as she seemed to take a drink, firming her voice. Her visitor spoke again, briefly. None of them, Lair confirmed. None of those attending had examined either the theory or the mechanism. Indeed, none had even considered the possibility of error. My own mother was too blinded by her good intentions to contemplate the potential for disaster. Thus, it was with great fanfare and lofty expectations that my great-grandfather's ring was unveiled. Having been steeped in a charm trunk right there in the theater. The process was deceptively simple in its execution. It was a timed release. At a particular moment, the very stroke of noon, the transfer would trigger. My mother watched, standing there beside her sister, one hand on her shoulder. The others waited silently, wide-eyed, knowing that, one way or another, they were about to witness history in the making. The rocking chair creaked again. The visitor's voice murmured. James pressed his ear to the door. "Of course she did," Lousa replied quietly. It was instantaneous, and horrible. I was watching from the wings, backstage, barely 5 years old at the time. My Aunt Tempestra was holding her wand out in preparation, of course, pointing at the ring, ready to accept whatever it meant to give. She was tense, trembling, but there was hope on her face. That's what I remember the most, in spite of everything. At the first chime of noon, the transfer triggered flawlessly, just as my mother had predicted. It crackled like lightning, connecting my great-grandfather's ring and Aunt Tempestra's wand. Her fist tightened on the wand. It looked like she couldn't let go even if she had wanted to. But the lightning didn't stop. It built, became blinding. Murmuring, Lousa's visitor was clarifying something. She was, Lousa confirmed dully. My poor aunt was dead the instant the bolt struck her wand. And yet she sat bolt upright, her arm extended, caught in the strength of the transfer, even as it built, glowing like the sun. It barely took a second from the launch of the transfer. The power overwhelmed her wand. It was inevitable, of course. And that's when it happened. Rose was leaning over James now, straining to listen. Lousa's voice had weakened as she spoke, reducing her words to faint mutters. There was a long, ringing pause. And then, finally, she continued, "The transfer leapt away from my aunt's wand," she said hollowly, living the memory as if it was happening in front of her all over again. Not in one direction, but in every direction. A dozen bolts struck out, connecting to the wizards and witches closest to it. Instantly, they jerked where they sat or stood, petrified by the jolt of power. And also instantly, branching from them, more bolts lanced out, connecting to those behind them. In a fraction of a second, every witch and wizard in the theater was caught, frozen and petrified, in the web of the transfer. It was their wands, you see. The power of the ring, amplified to murderous proportions and imbued with the vicious malice of my great-grandfather, connected every wand in the room, forming an inescapable web of death. In less than a second, 100 witches and wizards fell dead to the floor of the theater. All I remember is the silence that followed. The terrible, awful silence. I survived, of course. I was too young to bear a wand, thus I was spared. My mother, standing right next to her dead sister, had accidentally broken her own wand that morning, stupidly, in a pointless, meaningless carriage mishap. She was cursed to live, to spend her final years remembering that moment, knowing that she was responsible for the worst mass killing in the history of the country, and that, my pretty young friend, Lousa concluded, her voice barely a dry rasp, is the tale of the Morrigan Web. Despite the rumors, my mother never intended to create a weapon of terror. The only time it was ever used, it was an accident, a tragedy, sparing its unwitting creator and dooming her to a life in the sunless depths. Here, with me, she lived the remainder of her years, haunted by guilt, bearing the secret of the most powerful magical weapon ever devised. There was a long silence. James' knees ached from hunkering so long in the darkness, but he barely noticed. His mind raced with images of the upcoming Quidditch Summit, hundreds of Hogwarts students, Quidditch players and teachers, along with the attending Wizarding World leaders, and their entourages, all bearing wands, all suddenly connected in a crackling web of cursed magic. The wandless Muggle leaders would survive, blinking in the terrible aftermath, confused and clueless. They would be defenseless before Avior and his minions, who simply needed to stow their wands in a safe place until the web spent its deadly force. The result would be massacre upon massacre as the Muggle survivors were cut down, one by one, like targets at a carnival. Lousa's visitor was asking a question. "You misunderstand," the crone wheezed. "My great-grandfather's ring was not the key to the Morrigan Web. The ring served only as fuel. The deadly nature of the web is that any sufficiently magical object can power it, any tool or sigil that has absorbed the strength and purpose of a very powerful witch or wizard, now dead and gone, leaving only their essence behind. My great-grandfather was a warlock, a purveyor of warfare and death, and yet he was no horror. He was simply an amoral man willing to sell his dark talents for a rich income. Even so, look what his reflected essence wreaked when untethered and amplified. If only my mother had used someone else, a witch or a wizard of noble heart and gentleness, she may well have succeeded in her plan. Or, at worst, created a web of mere pixie dust and flowers. But that, unfortunately, did not happen. This is the world we live in, my young pretty, a world brimming with evil determination. A world full of wicked witches and wizards whose power and intent lingers after their mortal death, just waiting to be amplified and unleashed with the proper spells and preparation. The horror of the Morrigan Web is that anyone can do it, if only they know how, and can locate a sufficient source of magical fuel and dark intent. The visitor spoke again. James thought he could make out the question this time: how does one stop it? Lousa wheezed with laughter. One does not. Once the source of fuel is locked in place, it can only be replaced with another source of fuel, equally as powerful, and related to the same donor. Removing the enchanted object outright will trigger transference prematurely. James pressed his ear directly into the crack of the door, struggling to hear as the visitor asked another question. Then how does one recognize the Morrigan Web before it is triggered? Ah, Lousa smiled. You see that is the crux of matter: early warning and avoiding false alarms. It may be that a dead wizard's favorite pipe is a magical time bomb. It may also be merely a quaint memento. As a famed muggle once said, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar. So how, you ask, does one tell the difference? The visitor murmured in an encouraging tone. Lousa heaved a deep, resigned breath. There are 3 markers, she admitted, lowering her voice so that James, once again, could barely hear. The others crowded round him, piling outside the door and holding their breath to listen. The first marker is the object itself. It will be a tool or instrument of someone of great power, heartlessness, and purpose. The subject must be deceased, leaving their essence to pool in the object, making it a focal point. The second marker is proximity, the ancient crone went on. The object will be in the center of a crowd, the focal point, the headpiece. It will not be subtle. It cannot be, or the magic of its preparation will not work. And finally, perhaps most important of all, the third key is, Lousa's voice cracked, she wheezed dryly, coughed, and then hesitated, apparently taking a drink. Her visitor spoke to her soothingly, her own voice hushed. After an infuriatingly tense minute, Lousa spoke again. James couldn't press his ear any closer to the door. Rose, Zane and Scorpius hovered over him as well, leaning and straining, but Lousa's voice had fallen to a harsh rattle, indistinguishable beneath the distant crackle of the fireplace. And then, in horrifyingly slow motion, James began to lose his balance. Rose and Scorpius were leaning on him, adding their weight to his precarious position. He tilted toward the door, tried desperately to right himself, and only succeeded in knocking Scorpius' hand loose of his shoulder. The blond boy fell atop him, tumbling him forward into the door. Rose fell as well, rolling over him, followed by Zane, who tripped over James' legs and knocked the door completely open before sprawling full length onto a rough woven rug. The door banged against the inside wall, rattling in its old hinges. Interlopers! Crone Lousa rasped, her voice reduced to a rough, strained wheeze. She leapt from her rocking chair by the fire, wand in hand, pointing down the full extension of her arm. Trespassers! Eavesdroppers! Furiously, she stalked forward, eyes blazing on her long, wrinkled face, white hair streaming wildly behind her. James scrambled to back away from her but was hopelessly entangled with Rose and Scorpius. Clumsy with terror, the students flailed, shrinking back from the crone's white fist and black, twisted wand. Bladam! Immutare! A purple bolt leapt from Lousa's wand. James squeezed his eyes shut, certain he was about to be blasted into cockroachhood. Instead, the bolt struck the door, splitting it and peppering him with splinters. He risked slitting one eye and peering up. Lousa's wrist was being gripped from behind by a pale white hand, raised just enough to offset her aim. A face, smiling and framed by satiny black locks of hair, peeked over the crone's shoulder calmly. "Actually, madam," Tabitha Corsica said with a smug sigh, "I'm afraid that most of these are with me." "I suppose the truth would make a better story," Corsica said as the gathering left Crone Lousa's quarters. "If it wasn't so sadly obvious. When I saw you in the greenhouse during this afternoon's lesson, Mr. Potter, I knew immediately that you were up to no good. You are as easy to read as a Beetle the Bard picture book. I simply followed you and your little clique of troublemakers." She laughed lightly. "It can't be that easy," James seethed as he stalked ahead, following the spark of his own wand back to the dwarven tunnel. "No one simply walks into the cellars of Alma Alaron." Inexplicably, Zane snickered behind him. "Ah," Corsica said, turning to Zane and Nastasia, as if remembering they were there. "This is where we leave you. You will both accompany Madame Lousa to the surface. Good day to both of you." Zane's grin transformed immediately into an alarmed frown. "You're sending us with Crone Lair?" He caught himself and glanced behind him, spying the old woman's pale face and blazing eyes as she hobbled up to them. Madame Lousa, I mean. And a more handsome and capable escort have I never met. Why, a delight. A pleasure, to be in the company of." He coughed, running out of steam in the face of Lousa's withering stare. "Save it for the Chancellor," she growled, her voice like sandpaper. "I've already sent word that I will be delivering you to the surface. In your present forms, unfortunately." "Oh thank God," Zane declared, wiping his brow theatrically. "Lead on then, Madame Crone." Lousa ignored him. As she passed Tabitha Corsica, however, she pinned her with a steady, piercing gaze. "You seem a far sight young to be a professor, my pretty," she muttered, leaning close and narrowing her eyes. "There's something about you that speaks of treachery." She sniffed, as if scenting the air around Corsica, tasting her aura. Her thin lips curled into a tight smile. "I understand treachery." She nodded. Then, with a swirl of her ancient, moldy robes, she swept on, leading Nastasia and Zane into the shadows. "Well talk," Zane called, turning to trot backwards. "Have your people call my people." He waggled his eyebrows and pantomimed talking on a muggled telephone. James knew that he was talking about the shard and nodded wearily. "Shall we?" Corsica announced cheerfully. "Mr. Potter, you'll take the lead, if you please. I have an excellent sense of direction, but it seems a waste not to utilize your compass spell." "Surprisingly intrepid of you, I dare say." "Stop calling me Mr. Potter," James said, his voice echoing as he ducked into the cramped dwarven tunnel. "You're barely older than me, and you aren't a full professor. You're just a substitute." Corsica clucked her tongue behind him. "Sticks and stones, Mr. Potter." "Further back," Rose spoke up. "James is right. It is dead suspicious that we found you here, Professor. Seems awfully convenient just to say you followed us." "Alas," Corsica answered, "I should thank you and your friends for making it so terribly convenient for me. Following James and Mr. Dolohov from the greenhouse was no challenge. Spying the rest of you skulking outside the Great Hall was even easier. And slipping into the Great Hall to spy on you was a mere matter of timing and misdirection." "It was you," James sighed. "You were the person we heard slipping through the doors right before Zane and Nastasia showed up. She didn't sneak in after us, you get." Scorpius' voice came out of the darkness. "She cast a diversion, the noise of the main doors opening, to get us to look backwards while she ducked in through the teacher's entrance up by the head table." "I see there is some Slytherin in you after all, Mr. Malfoy," Corsica said indulgently. "Like your father, and his father before him. A proud lineage, everyone. Until you, of course." "Oh dear me," Scorpius commented loudly. "Tabitha Corsica thinks I'm a disappointment. However, will I bear the shame?" "It's Professor Corsica," the tall girl corrected, her voice going hard. "Don't forget that all of you are in terrible trouble. Mr. Filch will have to invent entirely new spells to discipline the four of you. Unless he leaves it up to me, of course. He has been quite busy of late." "So how did you know to ask about the Morrigan Web?" Surprisingly, it was Ralph who asked this, his voice strained as he navigated the cramped tunnel, bringing up the rear. "Ah, Mr. Dolohov," Corsica sighed. "You and your friends talk quite a lot, and rather loudly. You made your purpose here very clear, to seek out someone known as Crone Lousa and interview her about something called the Morrigan Web. Once I followed you through the cabinet, I simply circumnavigated you, passing ahead as you lot argued about how to proceed. Finding Madame Lousa was a no challenge. Her purpose here, as you've seen, is to confront trespassers. Once I identified myself as a professor and ambassador of Hogwarts, she welcomed me into her quarters. As, apparently, you witnessed. The real question," she changed her tone, making it low and suspicious, "is why a group of students is seeking information about a magical weapon of terror." "We're students," Scorpius said blandly. "We're hungry to learn. The headmaster may find such hunger very suspect," Corsica replied immediately. "If you haven't noticed, he tends to be on the suspicious side." Torchlight flickered ahead. James followed it down a series of worn stone steps, finally coming out into the larger, older corridor of the Gowrow. He stopped, spying the iron barricade ahead. "How'd you get around that?" he asked with a frown. "She apparated past it," Rose sighed, coming alongside and stretching her spine. "What about the monster?" he asked, turning to glare back at Corsica. "Even if you snuck past it once, we almost became dinner. If anything, it's even hungrier now." "I don't see it," Rose said, approaching the iron door carefully and peeking through the bars. Corsica was unfazed. "If you were nearly devoured, it was because you were clumsy and noisy. I slipped past because I am stealthy." If we remain quiet, a challenging feat for the lot of you, I admit, we shall have no problems with the Gowrow. Although, she added, speculatively, I did rather wish to see it. Was it red? It was green, Scorpius answered. Green with orange eyes. Ah, those are the especially vicious ones, Corsica nodded, impressed. But such is life. Shall we? We can't unlock the door, Ralph said, almost challengingly. We had to destroy it and repair it afterward. Of course one cannot magically unlock dwarven doors, Corsica chided. Dwarves are far too clever. And frankly I am surprised you were able to open it by force. But no matter. My method will suffice. I cannot apparate to the cavern below, we simply do not know it well enough to avoid splinching. But this, she vanished with a crack, reappearing several feet down the corridor, on the other side of the iron barricade. Is simplicity in itself, she finished with a cold smile. I shall return for you, one by one, using side-along apparition to Protego Maxima. There was a sudden flash of light. A pulse of magic appeared before James, separating him from the barricade. Next to him, Rose recoiled in surprise from the sudden wall of shimmering blue light. Glancing aside in alarm, James was shocked to see Ralph standing straight, his wand outstretched and his face grim. Shield charm, he said firmly, his dark eyes glaring at Corsica. The strongest one of all. You taught it to me yourself, Tabitha, my first year, when I was in your Fang and Talons Club. Do you remember? I do, Corsica answered, cocking her head. I have to admit, Dolohov, I didn't think you had it in you to use it. Especially not like this. What are you up to? Ralph ignored her question. Tell us what the third key is, he demanded. The third thing that identifies the Morrigan Web. Tell us and I'll drop the shield charm, Ralph? James asked, shocked at the sudden ferocity on his friend's face. What about the... You know? Don't worry, James, Corsica smiled. Mr. Dolohov doesn't have the courage to follow through on his threat. The shield will drop before the Gowrow returns. She turned back to Ralph. Don't be ridiculous. You and I both know you aren't Slytherin enough to do this. It is folly. Tell us the third secret of the Morrigan Web, Ralph demanded again. Brandishing his wand more firmly, tentatively, Corsica reached through the bars of the barricade. She winced as her fist passed into the shimmering blue light. Not bad, Mr. Dolohov, she admitted, gritting her teeth with effort. But I can still force my hand through. I taught you better than this. Try forcing your whole body through, Ralph suggested. We'll be taking you home in a paper sack. You can perform a Protege Maxima? Scorpius asked Ralph, impressed. So we can pass through from this side, but she can't get back from hers? He frowned. Why didn't we use that against the Gowrow? It takes great power to block anything larger than a person, Corsica answered. And despite the size of Mr. Dolohov's wand, he is not a wizard of great power. Drop the shield, boy, and let us leave this place. I won't ask again. Neither will I, Ralph stated coldly. Raising the fingers of his left hand to his mouth, he whistled piercingly. The noise of it rang along the corridor. In response, a dull roar, faint with distance, echoed out of the dark. Ralph, Rose squeaked suddenly, her eyes going wide. What are you doing? Corsica smiled. I won't answer your question, Mr. Dolohov. You will look a fool when you falter. And you will falter. Lower the charm now and perhaps we may salvage a shred of what passes for your dignity. Ralph merely glared at the witch on the other side of the barricade, his face stony, shining in the light of the shimmering shield charm. He won't let her get eaten, Rose quavered, tugging James' sleeve. Will he? No one knows she's here, Scorpius replied thoughtfully. If she were never to return, no one would have the slightest idea we had anything to do with it. Frankly, I could imagine letting the beast eat her whether she answers the question or not. Shut up, Scorpius, Ralph said, renewing his grip on his wand. Time is running out, Tabitha. Sure enough, the stone floor seemed to vibrate with the rumble of the Gowrow's approach. It roared again, much closer this time, ending in a terrible, inhuman shrieking that made James' hair stand up. You are making a fool of yourself, Corsica answered coldly. She stepped closer to the iron barricade, peering through it with stubborn determination. You never had strength of conviction. That's why you failed in the all-school debate. That's why you persist in clinging to those of weak judgment and simplistic ethic. You are a large boy with a tiny mind. Desist now before I am forced to break you. Ralph did not flinch. It's coming, Tabitha. Ralph, James muttered nervously. We can figure out what we need to know elsewhere. You don't have to do this, Rose nodded fervently. James is right. She lowered her voice to a mortified hush. Ralph, you're attacking a teacher. She's no teacher, Ralph replied, disgust oozing from his voice. She's a mad, twisted little girl with delusions of greatness. Her best weapon is the arrogance that no one will challenge her. Faced with real opposition, she crumbles. I'd answer his question if I was you, Scorpius commented idly, stepping close to the barricade. I think he's going to do it. He's crazy mad at you. You can see that, right? Dust sifted from the ceiling as the floor shuddered. The Gowrow was very close. Scorpius, Rose warned. Get back from the shield. Remember, she can. It happened so quickly that James barely saw it. Rose reached to pull Scorpius back from the edge of the shimmering blue shield. Tabitha Corsica, however, had anticipated this. She shot her arm between the iron bars of the barricade, rammed it through Ralph's shield charm, and grasped Rose's wrist in an iron grip. A flat crack struck the air and Rose vanished along with Tabitha Corsica. An instant later, both of them reappeared 10 feet further along the corridor, standing amidst the dwarf skulls and broken bits of armor. Rose gasped in shock, realizing that she'd been sidelong apparated through the shield to the other side of the barricade. Corsica pushed Rose away and straightened, her icy eyes still glaring at Ralph. I warned you, Mr. Dolohov, she said. Now lower the shield. Ralph, Rose cried, running back toward the barricade and wrapping her fists around its bars. Tell us the third key to the Morrigan Web, Ralph demanded, his face suddenly strained. His temples glistened with sweat. I won't, Corsica answered firmly. You've lost. Lower the shield, the Gowrow roared again. Its shadow appeared at the end of the corridor, slithering and flailing just around the bend. Rose's eyes were wide and terrified. She spun around, throwing her back against the bars of the barricade and staring back toward the approaching shadow. It's over, Ralph, James shouted, grabbing his friend's shoulder and shaking him. Let them back through. Scorpius nodded. He's right. Drop it, Dolohov. But Ralph did not. His arm was like a statue, gripping his wand and maintaining the shimmering blue wall. It'll eat you first, he said, his eyes narrowing at Corsica. Corsica shrugged impatiently. And then who will take poor Miss Weasley to the other side of the barricade? You? Do you want to watch her die because you were stupid enough to challenge me? The Gowrow appeared. It struck the wall as it flung itself around the bend, furiously brandishing its tusks and teeth. Tabitha Corsica did not look back at it. Ralph! Rose screamed over her shoulder. Ralph lowered his wand. The shimmering blue curtain fell away. Tabitha Corsica strode forward, gripped Rose's upper arm, and vanished with a crack. The Gowrow slammed onto their footprints, gnashing its teeth in dumb rage. Frustrated and starved, it thrashed forward and hurled itself against the barricade. The iron screeched at the impact, rattling in its old moorings but holding firm. Rose grabbed James from behind, panting with terror and clinging to his arm. Stupefy, Tabitha Corsica's voice called. A flash of red struck Ralph in the back, knocking him to his knees. He dropped his wand and crumpled to the stone floor unconscious. Poor Dolohov, Corsica muttered, stepping out of the shadows and nudging Ralph with her foot. He never should have tried. He really shouldn't have. James almost struck out at Corsica with his own wand. He glared at her, then at the unconscious shape of Ralph on the floor. Don't, Scorpius muttered, sensing James' thoughts. It's over. Malfoy shows sense, Tabitha agreed with sigh. For once. Rose shuddered as the Gowrow threw itself against the barricade again, clanging against the iron with its curved tusks, its claws clattering viciously against the stone walls. Scorpius shook his head. It really was a good gambit, he admitted, ignoring the tall witch and her pointing, threatening wand. He shook his head. Pity it just didn't work. 19. Hagrid's detention. The next several days were filled with the worst sort of anxiety. The return trip out of the Alma Alaron cellars had been almost disappointingly uneventful. With the Gowrow trapped on the other side of the iron barricade, Tabitha Corsica had simply entranced it with a child's lullaby charm until it fell into a deep, snoring sleep. Sneaking past it had been silently hair-raising, but relatively easy. Ralph, the last to be sidelong apparated past the barricade, had resumed consciousness but then, although his wand had been confiscated by Corsica until the return to Hogwarts. No one had spoken during the entire return trip, knowing the worst was yet to come. Since then, Tabitha Corsica had surely told Headmaster Grudje everything that had happened. James didn't know which detail boded the worst for them, that they'd been searching for information about a magical superweapon, or that they had attacked a professor in the process, threatening to feed her to a monster if she didn't reveal what she knew. This would not be merely a matter of punishment, James knew. This would surely result in expulsion, or worse. Ralph here will get the brunt of it, Scorpius whispered as they huddled at a table in the library late one night, ostensibly studying. He's the one that pulled a wand on Corsica. Not us. Besides, it seems she's had a bat in her bonnet about him for years. Even so, we can't just let him take the blame, James said, keeping his head lowered over his history of magic essay. Scorpius shrugged. I'm pretty fine with it, actually. I don't care what happens to me, Ralph muttered morosely. Maybe it'd be best if I did get expelled. I could go back to my dad. Together we could tell the Order what we know. Nobody's getting expelled if we can help it, James said, with rather more determination than he felt. That's all well and good, Scorpius said with a low, humorless chuckle. But Grudje doesn't seem to have any trouble getting rid of the people he wants gone. He's already eliminated Avior, Longbottom and McGonagall, and let's not forget, Ralph added darkly, Professor McGonagall ended up in St. Mungo's after being attacked by a bunch of WULF lunatics. Ugh. It's the suspense that I can't stand. Rose rasped, gripping her astronomy textbook so hard that it vibrated. I just wish they'd get it over with. James understood his cousin's fears, and yet there seemed to be nothing for it but to wait. For her own part, Tabitha Corsica seemed to enjoy their prolonged anxiety. At the following herbology lesson she favored James and Ralph with a long glare and a subtly threatening smile. Finally, on Monday morning, Filch gathered James, Ralph, Rose and Scorpius after breakfast, herding them brusquely toward the headmaster's office, muttering under his breath while Mrs. Norris hissed at their heels. Dread settled slowly in James' stomach as they ascended the spiral stairs and approached the closed office door. Filch rapped on it with his knuckles. Putting an obsequious lilt into his voice that sounded as authentic as a tin galleon, he called, "The students you requested, Headmaster." Grudge's voice rumbled through the door, which creaked open of its own accord. "Do send them in, Mr. Caretaker." Filch glared at the 4 students, pressing his lips into a mean, harried grimace. "In with you, then. Don't keep the headmaster waiting." He shoved James on the shoulder, hurrying him along. As the 4 shuffled reluctantly into Grudge's office, the door swung shut with a resounding slam, leaving Filch in the antechamber. Grudje sat at his enormous desk, writing with a huge white quill, ignoring the students as they stood nervously as far back as possible. The office was as drab and cold as before, with no fire lit in the hearth and the window covered with a heavy velvet curtain, allowing only the faintest gray light to filter into the gloom. Glancing around, James was curious to see that the portrait of Merlinus Ambrosius had been hung despite its all too noticeable lifelessness. Perhaps even more curious, the nearby portrait of Albus Dumbledore was completely empty, showing only a dark chair, lost in shadow. Something about it implied that this was not unusual. The chair almost looked dusty, as if it had been undisturbed for quite some time. Grudje stirred, bringing James back to the moment. A single candle guttered on the headmaster's desk, making an orb of light that left the rest of the office dance with shadows. "Professor Corsica tells me a rather astonishing tale," he said without looking up. His quill scratched busily. "She tells me that the 4 of you managed to sneak into the cellars beneath the American Wizarding School of Alma Alaron, assisted by your cohort, Mr. Walker." James shuffled his feet. He opened his mouth to offer some defense, but realized that the headmaster had not actually asked for any. Ms. Corsica showed professorial foresight in sensing that a plot was afoot. Grudje went on, his gravelly voice calm and cold. "Of course, I myself was not in the least surprised when she informed me of what transpired." "Headmaster," Rose said suddenly, stepping forward. "We." Grudje silenced her with a raised left hand, its palm as wide as a fish's belly in the candlelight. His eyes flicked up from his parchment, pitting her from beneath grey eyebrows. "I am not interested in your explanation, Ms. Weasley. Do hold your tongue, for your own sake, unless I ask you to speak." He waited, assuring that she meant to obey. Rose took half a step backward and lowered her head. Grudge observed this stoically. Finally, he lowered his quill and gave the students his full attention. "The 4 of you have been seen on several occasions bending about, engaging hushed conversations and secret congress. This is against the rules, as you well know, but I have allowed it. Why, you may well ask. Because I was curious to know what you were up to. Now, however, you have passed beyond even my patient indulgence. Ms. Corsica has confirmed this. As a result, I can no longer allow you to thwart the rules of this establishment." He paused, shifting his glare from student to student, marking all 4 of them. Scorpius cleared his throat softly. "Are we," he asked, cocking his head inquisitively, "expelled?" "Sir?" Grudje flicked his eyes back to Scorpius. "Expelled, Mr. Malfoy?" he repeated. "Do you believe you are deserving of expulsion?" James glanced at Scorpius, but the blond boy did not return his look. "No, sir, not this time. Just trying to be clear, sir." "You may indeed deserve expulsion," Grudje said, raising his chin speculatively. "And perhaps I should make it so, despite the lack of a concrete reason. Your secret councils here at Hogwarts have been suspect enough. But to take your meetings to Alaron, to its most clandestine locations, completely outside the realm of our supervision, that I simply cannot allow." The old man sighed deeply, still taking his gaze from face to face. "As you now know, Ms. Corsica was intrepid enough to follow you. She briefed me on everything she witnessed, your clandestine meeting in the caverns, adjourning your cabal of malcontents. She tells me that she listened intently, hidden in the shadows. And she tells me, rather unfortunately, that despite her best efforts, she was unable to overhear your secrets." James stared at the headmaster, his mind spinning. Tabitha had not told the headmaster everything. He could scarcely bring himself to believe it. Was this, perhaps, a trick? Was he teasing them? Dimly, he realized that Grudje was glaring at him, silently measuring his response. "Oh," James said suddenly, groping to sound angry, offended, anything. That sneak. Why, I can't believe she listened in on us." Grudje pressed his lips into a thin, skeptical line. "Is there anything," he growled slowly, "that you would like to tell me, Mr. Potter?" "Anything to tell you," James repeated, his face burning red. I think I know what this secret council of yours was about, young man," Grudje interrupted impatiently, picking up his quill again. "There is no need to lie. It will only make matters worse for you. Admit it and I may let you off easily." "Relatively speaking, James said again, glancing desperately from Ralph to Scorpius. Scorpius sighed. "Night Quidditch, sir," he said resignedly. He hung his head. James held his breath, his eyes wide. Grudge's eyes were like ships of ice as he watched Scorpius, suspicion rolling off him in waves. The moment seemed to last hours. Finally, the headmaster sat back and nodded, eyes narrowed. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I am pleased that one of you, at least, shows enough sense to speak up. Such truly inane foolishness, this night Quidditch. After the dismissal of Mr. Longbottom, I assumed it would naturally come to an end. Apparently my expectations for good sense are too lofty for some of you." With an imperious flourish, he signed his name to the parchment on his desk. "This, students, is the terms of your probation. According to it, none of you shall be seen interacting with the other at any time. No two of you will study together, sit next to each other in lessons, or engage in conversation during lessons or private hours. If you do so, believe me, I shall know, and there will be no further warnings. Breaking the terms of this probation will result in immediate expulsion from this school. Have I made myself exceedingly clear?" Next to James, Ralph and Scorpius nodded. Rose muttered assent. James took a small step forward. "Just curious, headmaster," he said, steeling his nerve. "How will you know if we break the probation?" Grudje regarded him before answering. "Surely you don't expect me to answer that question, Mr. Potter." James' cheeks burned. "I thought I might ask, sir, if we knew that there really was no place to sneak off to. I just thought it might help us to, you know, avoid temptation. We're, sort of, incorrigible that way." "I have my ways, young man," Grudje said dismissively, returning his attention to the parchment before him. "I do not need to explain my methods to assure you that there is no part of this school beyond my benevolent eye. You should thank me for this. By my vigilance, I may yet save you from your worst enemy, yourself." "Yes, sir," James answered, stepping back and pretending to be mollified. Thank you, sir." He lowered his eyes, but his mind was suddenly racing. Grudje tapped the probation notice with his wand, creating a small stack of exact duplicates. "I shall distribute these to your teachers, heads of houses, and prefects within the hour. For now, you may return to your lessons. And please, let there be no talking along the way. I will know if you disobey." "Yes, sir," James said again, more emphatically this time. His eyes were narrow with growing suspicion as he stared at the floor. Behind them, the headmaster's door creaked open again, announcing their dismissal. Silently, Scorpius led the other three from the room, quickening his pace as he reached the antechamber. 4 sets of footsteps rang on the spiral stairs as they descended. James knew that what he should be feeling most was relief. For some reason, Tabitha Corsica had not told Headmaster Grudje the most damning parts of their trip to the cellars of Alaron, neither the bit about the Morrigan Web nor the part where Ralph had threatened her with toothy monster death. Normally, Corsica would like nothing more than to see James, Ralph and his friends kicked out of the school, humiliated and defamed. Why she had avoided such a golden opportunity was a mystery of truly epic proportions. As he stalked along the corridor making for the stairs, he sensed Rose's eyes on him, expressing her own surprise and shock at this inexplicable development. And yet what James was feeling most was a sudden, vindictive certainty. As he reached the top of the stairs, he glanced back, assuring that Grudje had not followed them. The halls were completely empty, punctuated only by the dull, echoing warble of classes in progress behind closed doors. Satisfied, James turned to a very large painting that overlooked the staircase. The painting depicted a group of witches reclined around a boiling cauldron, most sipping enormous tankards or dozing in the morning sunlight. "It's you, isn't it?" he whispered harshly, leaning close and addressing a tall but otherwise nondescript witch in the background. "You're the one spying for Grudje? Admit it." The witch regarded James sternly, defiantly, offering no response. "James," Rose hissed, pulling on his sleeve. "Come on. What are you doing? You look rotten as a witch, you know," James went on, ignoring his cousin. "You can't fool me now that I know what to look for. The whole school is lousy with paintings of you. You're the gardening monk in the greenhouse painting in Professor Longbottom's sitting room. You're the knight in Professor McGonagall's portrait of King Creagle. It's you who's spying for Grudje, telling everyone secrets. Admit it." Rose boggled at James, and then leaned to look closer at the painting. Scorpius joined her, putting on his glasses and squinting through them. Ralph nodded over James' shoulder. "You're right," he said, realization dawning on him. "Blimey, he does look awful as a witch." "Oh, do step back, the four of you," the witch said in a strangely low, drawling voice, "and consider investing in a good anti-pimple potion." "Headmaster Snape?" Rose breathed in an odd voice. She suppressed a giggle. "Is that really? You?" The painted figure sighed irritably. "I see you are as good at keeping secrets, Potter, as you are potion-making. Make your way to your classes, the lot of you, before you get yourselves into even worse trouble." "How can you be helping him?" James demanded furiously. "I thought you were our friend." The costumed visage of Snape sneered at James. "I have never been your friend, Potter. I am, however, one of your guardians, and for that you should thank me. Headmaster Grudje is quite right. You need someone to save you from your own disregard for the rules and pathological delusions of grandeur. I am all too willing to assist in that endeavor." Rose looked both shocked and crestfallen. "It's you, sir?" she clarified, glancing from the painting to James and back. "You've got portraits scattered all over the school? And you're using them to spy on everyone for Headmaster Grudje?" "Spying is a subversive term," Snape sniffed. "I am obliged to offer the entirety of my services to the new headmaster. As a result, I have been charged with observing. Those with nothing to hide have nothing to fear." James shook his head. "Because of you, we've lost Avior, McGonagall and Longbottom. I had nothing to do with any of their predicaments." Snape glanced dismissively. "Each of those professors earned their own removal. If you disagree, take it up with the headmaster. It is none of my affair." Rose's disappointment was quickly boiling into anger. "Everyone's living in fear because of you," she declared, struggling to keep her voice low. "Good people, people who were your friends and comrades, are afraid to speak up against what's going on, all because you're broadcasting their every word to Grudje. That's Headmaster Grudje, and it behooves you to remember it," Miss Weasley Snape declared, rising to his full height in the painting. "Like it or not, he is in charge, now, and things will be done according to his design. Those who chafe under that requirement are, by definition, unfit to serve under his leadership, regardless of their history, either with me or this school." "But," Ralph frowned, sadly, "Professor McGonagall got attacked. She's still in St. Mungo's. All because somebody wanted to keep her quiet. Maybe even Headmaster Grudje. Is that who you want to work for?" "Conjecture and hearsay," Snape retorted under his breath, but James could see that this had struck a nerve with the painted former headmaster. He moved closer to the painting and lowered his voice. "You don't have any choice in the matter," he whispered. "Do you? You have to do what Grudje wants. Because, being dead, you don't really have free will any longer." Snape refused to meet James' eyes. "As usual, Potter, you speak as if you know what you are talking about. And also as usual, you do not." "Just like the portrait of Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black," Rose nodded slowly. "My mum says he had to do what Headmaster Dumbledore asked, whether he liked it or not. All the old headmaster portraits are honor-bound to serve the living headmaster. Phineas Nigellus seemed to think it was a curse more than a duty." Snape glared at Rose from the painting. "None of you have the slightest idea what you are talking about. Move along. Go to your classes." "It must drive you mad," Scorpius mused. "Having to do what that crazy dictator wants. After everything you did when you were alive to shut down people like him." "I was people like him," Snape countered. "Men like Headmaster Grudje are the tip of the spear, the ugly truth that few are willing to acknowledge. Without men like him, without men like me, Neither the wizarding nor muggle worlds could survive. But you weren't like him, Rose persisted softly. You knew that power was nothing without wisdom and, well, love. That's why Dumbledore trusted you. That's why Uncle Harry named his second son after you. Snape shook his head, breaking his gaze. Off to your classes with you. Do not speak as you go. Your probations are in effect, and Headmaster Grudge is right, he will know if you disobey. James shitched along, disconsolate sigh. Disgusted, he turned away and began to tromp down the stairs. After a moment, Rose turned to follow, as did Scorpius and Ralph. It is a terrible shame, Snape's voice commented faintly, apparently to itself, that I never did manage to get a portrait into that damned room of requirement. James stopped in mid-step, glancing back over his shoulder. The others crowded behind him, coming to a messy halt. Scorpius' eyes sharpened, registering what the painting seemed to imply. Did you just say, sir, he asked, that you have no portrait in the room of requirement? Snape's voice was low and cunning. I said that you should all get to your lessons before I have to report you. I see, sir, Scorpius answered. Certainly, sir, thank you, sir. Turning and sharing a collection of secretive grins, the students continued their tromp down the staircase. As they reached the bottom, they split up, Rose and Scorpius turning right for Transfiguration with the new Professor Tofty, Ralph and James heading out into the morning sun in search of Hagrid's care of magical creatures, already in progress. The portrait of Severus Snape sighed in his painting, relaxing once again into the background. Damn, he muttered to himself darkly. Phineas Nigellus was right. At breakfast the following Monday morning, with less than 2 weeks left of term, Headmaster Grudje finally announced the upcoming Quidditch Summit. In 10 days, he rumbled in his standard monotone, this school will be host to an event of historic importance. For the first time in nearly 1,000 years, Muggle and magical leaders will meet officially, here in these very halls. Most of the students had heard about this event by now, despite the restricted post and news blackout. Still, with the official announcement, the room descended into a buzz of animated whispers. Grudje allowed this for a moment before going on. We are all quite aware of the reasons behind this meeting. After many centuries of peaceful concealment, the wall of secrecy that has protected our worlds has been breached. Even now, despite our best efforts, it continues to crumble. Magical enforcement of the vow of secrecy is increasingly erratic. Unfortunately, some less scrupulous witches and wizards have begun to take advantage of this. Conversely, intrepid or unfortunate muggles have begun to infiltrate worlds that have been, for a millennium, beyond their reach. Some of you, I am quite sure, have heard the tale of the ill-fated muggle family that inadvertently stumbled into Nocturne Alley by way of an unguarded portal. A smatter of mean laughter peppered the hall, mostly emanating from the Slytherin table. James had indeed heard the tale, as had everyone else. A trio of hags had discovered the family of four hiding behind a pile of trash bins, hopelessly lost and trembling with terror at the sight of the milling witches, goblins, and various nefarious creatures that frequented Nocturne Alley's shadowy corners. It had taken a week of memory modifications at St. Mungo's to undo the damage, and even then the father had continued to suffer from an irrational terror of warts. It has become necessary, therefore, Grudje went on, to involve our Muggle brothers and sisters in the management of affairs from this point onward. Along with representatives of the Ministry of Magic and other magical administrations, a careful selection of ambassadors and leaders from Muggle governments worldwide will descend upon this school for the advent of the final Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff. At the mention of their names, both the Slytherin and Hufflepuff tables erupted into raucous applause. Grudge's face paled and his eyes narrowed. This is not an occasion for petty house loyalties, he declared with surprising volume, quelling the applause. The hoots and hand-clapping fell away, reducing the hall to awkward silence as Grudje frowned at the tables, the weight of his gaze like a cold wind. In a low, severe voice, he continued. These are very serious times, pupils. The gravity of this summit is heavy upon us. We have been chosen to represent the entirety of the magical world. Our task is to show that witches and wizards are not threats to be feared, but friends and helpers, partners in a new world of peaceful coexistence. As such, many of you will be chosen as amateur diplomats. You will both serve and entertain our Muggle guests at events in their honor, held at various locations throughout the school. Most importantly, however, will be the display of magical competition and camaraderie that is the Quidditch tournament. This will be the keynote of the summit, and will involve each and every one of you. You will attend, and you will be on your best behavior. Whomever wins, we shall all display the greatest respect, deference, and school spirit. And in the end, our Muggle guests will know that we are a culture they need not fear. Indeed, they will be welcomed and disarmed by our combined sportsmanship and magical heritage. Grudje paused, his cold eyes still roaming over the hall, measuring each face. Finally, he relaxed slightly. On a happier note, however, this term's Quidditch tournament will also be witness to the unveiling of an all-new tournament trophy, the soon-to-be-coveted Crystal Chalice, presented via the generous donation of Mr. and Mrs. Draven Vassar, parents of our own Lance Vassar of Gryffindor. The chalice, an ancient and immensely rare magical relic discovered by the Vassars in the course of their historical explorations, will serve as an enduring symbol of excellence for centuries to come. How fortunate will be the first winner to bear such a legacy. With that, Grudje favored the hall with one of his rare, ghastly smiles. "Ugh," Rose muttered, cupping a hand to the side of her face to block the sight. "It looks like magical fish hooks are tugging at the corners of his mouth." Graham Warden's face was pale with anger as a smattering of applause rippled through the hall. "Isn't it just like Lance Vassar to lose us the Quidditch Cup and then produce some even better cup to award the winner?" James was distracted, however, by the chilling certainty of Grudge's announcement. Until now, the Quidditch Summit had seemed like a disturbing but nebulous premonition, something that simply might not happen if he only refused to believe it. Now, it was not only a concrete reality, it was less than 2 weeks away. And worst of all, despite what they had learned during their misadventure in the cellars of Alma Alaron, they didn't seem any closer to unraveling the mystery of the Morrigan Web. With the announcement, the final days of term seemed to trickle by with eerie, capricious speed. This was due in large part to the typical end-of-term rush of examinations, accompanied by the mountains of homework that continued to be piled on. James tried heroically to attend to his studies and keep on top of homework, not so much for the sake of his grades but simply to stay out of Filch's way. Even now, the old caretaker was assigning crushing detentions to students who failed to turn in their assignments, which only succeeded in taking more time from their homework and studies, leading to even more detentions. The unfairness of it was all too infuriating, offset only slightly by the fact that Filch himself seemed the most harried of all, driven as he was by the increasingly demanding expectations of Headmaster Grudje. As the days slipped by, James arranged fleetingly brief meetings with Rose, Ralph, Scorpius and sometimes even Albus, Zane and Nastasia in the Room of Requirement, which he had learned how to access back in his first year, thanks to his father. During the meetings, the Room of Requirement presented itself as a small command center, complete with sneakoscopes and a faux glass, a library of books on magical spying and espionage, and a large plotting table bearing a map of Hogwarts and the surrounding grounds. Despite these tools, the gathering was consistently frustrated in their attempts to work out how the attack on the Quidditch Summit might happen, much less how to prevent it. "Even if we knew Avior's plan," Scorpius declared finally, "the pitch will be absolutely crawling with guards." Albus nodded grimly. "Titus Hardcastle will be in charge of security. Nothing gets past him. He'll have all the Aurors on high alert, especially after the disaster over the holidays when the American vice president was killed." "Will Uncle Harry not be there at all?" Rose asked. James shook his head. "The Minister of Magic will probably have dance scheduled to count cauldrons in some warehouse in Siberia or something. They're going out of their way to keep him away from the action these days." "I never thought I'd say this," Zane sighed, pushing the map away and leaning back in his chair. "But this is out of our hands. It was one thing when we faced off against Lupin, Madame Delacroix and even the Gatekeeper. Those were plots involving just a few powerful people working under the radar. This time it's the whole Ministry of Magic and powerful people working right out in the open." "It's still only a few people," James persisted, pounding the table with a frustrated fist. "It's Avior working alongside Judith, the Lady of the Lake. I don't know how they met, but obviously they have the same goals in mind. He wants power over Muggles, she wants chaos and destruction. Either way, it's still just the two of them." "It may only be the two of them with the wicked little plans," Nastasia agreed breezily, "but they've got the whole brute force of your Ministry of Magic behind them, paving the way without even knowing it." Ralph's face was stony with resolve. "We can't just give up, either way. We just need some help." "Help from where?" Scorpius asked, meeting Ralph's eyes. "Anyone who knows enough to join us is either already gone or too squashed under Grudge's thumb to do anything about it." Albus frowned. "Where's he at most of the time, anyway? How's he keep everyone so terrified when it seems like he's gadding about who knows where every other day?" Ralph shrugged. "Probably meeting up with the Minister of Magic to give him his orders." Rose's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. James regarded her curiously. "What are you thinking, Rose?" She shook her head. "Nothing. Just something strange." "The whole thing's strange," Zane sighed. "What about all those Yuxabal vines and leaves and stuff that got caught up in your robes when the Jiskra was chasing us?" James prodded, still watching Rose. "Maybe they'll tell us what we need to do if you just use them." "Rose has some dream inducers?" Ralph asked, sitting up hopefully. I already told you, Rose snapped, not a chance, they're all jumbled together and mismatched. There's no way to know even which pots they came from. Nobody's using them, and especially not me. It's way too dangerous, Rose, James insisted intently. If the Morrigan Web goes off at the Quidditch final, it'll kill every witch and wizard there. Players, students, ministry people, guards, even Titus Hardcastle and his Aurors. We're seriously running out of options here. But Rose was firm in her resolve. Those Yuxabal fragments won't help us, James. They're too mixed up and torn apart. If I was smart I would just bury them somewhere and forget about them. But I do have an idea for how we can save at least a few people, and maybe even more than a few, if the Morrigan Web does go off. We just need to get started immediately. What, Rosie? Zane asked eagerly, leaning forward again. Rose looked from face to face. It's too simple, really, she said. The web connects every wand in the vicinity with some sort of ultra-killing curse, right? We just go to the Quidditch final without our wands, us and as many other people as we can convince. There was a moment of awed silence as everyone considered this. James nodded, remembering, in Kronlaus's story, her mother survived by not having her wand with her. She'd broken it that morning in some sort of accident. She was right in the midst of the web, but since she didn't have a wand, it didn't hurt her. Ralph, however, was skeptical. Hard to imagine that the best way to go into magical battle is to leave your wand at home, Nastasia tittered. It is if you want to live to see the actual battle, Rose countered, giving Nastasia a steely glance. And I'm not suggesting we leave them back in the dormitories. I say we find a place to hide them nearby, perhaps beneath the grandstands or vent the equipment shed, safely stowed but available to us afterwards. That's pretty grim, Rose Albus said. You're suggesting we watch everyone else get murdered, then pick over their bodies to grab our wands and fight Avior and whatever bad guy squad he's assembled? You have a better idea? Rose asked, clearly unhappy with the prospect herself. We'll need to protect the Muggle survivors. It's not a perfect plan, but it's all we've got at the moment. This is worse than last year, Ralph shook his head with slow emphasis. It was bad enough when Lucy was killed and New Amsterdam was laid out there for all the Muggles to see. But this is just worse. This is like the end of our world. James sighed morosely. The end of Hogwarts. The end of the Ministry of Magic. It'll be a massacre. I can't believe you lot are even considering this. Albus suddenly declared. Ralph already said it. We can't just give up. We have to stop the Morrigan Web, not just figure out how to survive it like. He waved his hands helplessly, like cockroaches. This was followed by a long moment of awkward silence. James was sure that everyone was thinking the same thing, even if they could not bring themselves to say it. Uncomfortable glances were passed furtively around the room. Stopping the Morrigan Web may well be impossible, those glances said, but surviving is better than dying. Thankfully, Scorpius spoke up, breaking the pause. No one is giving up, he said with a decisive nod. But until we figure out something better, we do what we can to convince as many people as possible to hide their wands away. We'll stow them in a trunk beneath the Gryffindor grandstand, and we'll do it hours before the tournament. Before Hardcastle and his Aurors arrive as guards. We'll have to conceal the trunk somehow, James agreed. Hardcastle's crew will sweep the pitch for anything suspicious. We could hide it under the invisibility cloak, Ralph suggested, brightening. We could, James agreed pointedly, if Albus here hadn't left it lying on the floor of Avior's office. I didn't just leave it lying, Albus protested. I was being chased by a mad two-headed, fire-breathing bird monster if you recall. Zane gave a low whistle. You left your dad's prize invisibility cloak in the bad guy's office? Does he know? Albus deflated. No doubt, and neither does Filch, fortunately. We nicked it from his desk but he's been too swamped to notice. Scorpius dismissed these concerns with a wave of his hand. Either way, Ralph can put a visual maniptio charm on the trunk to make it look like a rock or something. He's good at that kind of magic. With all the wands hidden away, the web can't hurt us. Rose sighed deeply. Then, if we fail to prevent it. She swallowed hard. We can protect the survivors, the Muggle government leaders that Avior and his people will try to assassinate once everyone else is dead. Bloody hell, Ralph murmured. Merlin was right. This changes everything. There was a rumble of grave agreement as the meeting broke up. The next few days were some of the tensest days of James' life. One at a time, he, Ralph, Rose, Albus and Scorpius met with as many students as they dared trust, attempting to warn them of the impending attack. They refrained from referring to the Morrigan Web, since that would only incite skepticism or confusion, and either way demand lengthy explanations. Instead, They exploited the general sense of angry suspicion the entire school harbored toward Headmaster Grudje and his draconian policies. "I knew he was hiding something," Graham hissed angrily as he and James threaded their way to the astronomy tower. "You say he's covering for some big conspiracy?" James nodded. "Something like that. The point is it's absolutely essential that we all hide our wands before the Quidditch tournament. Seriously. Life and death." Graham glanced at him, not with skepticism, as James had expected, but grim awe. "What's the old powermonger up to?" His mouth dropped open in shocked revelation. "He's going to confiscate everyone's wands next, isn't he? First he clamps down on the post, then Hogsmeade weekends, and now he's taking away our wands so we can only use them when he wants to let us. Of course. Why, that total dictator." James did not dissuade Graham from this suspicion. Frankly, it did seem like the sort of thing Grudje would do. "We'll be collecting wands the night before the tournament and hiding them away. No one will find them," Graham nodded. "And then, when Grudje tries to confiscate them, boom, no one's to confiscate. And later, we can all collect them again." "Brilliant. That'll teach the old tyrant." James nodded and shrugged at the same time. He didn't like lying to Graham, but not disabusing him of his own notion seemed acceptable under the circumstances. Unfortunately, most of the other students James spoke to were not as easily persuaded as Graham. "I'm not going anywhere without my wand, James," May Isis insisted stubbornly. "Not the way things have been going lately. Especially if, like you say, something terrible is going to happen at the tournament." Heth Thomas and Deirdre Finnegan felt the same way, seemingly caught between refusing to believe James' warning, and feeling that even if it was true, their wands were their own best recourse. "But your wand will be the weapon," James insisted frantically. "Of course my wand's the weapon," Deirdre rasped impatiently. "That's the whole point. Have you even been to a Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson?" By the time he cornered Gabriel Jackson, captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, outside the Ancient Runes classroom, she had already heard rumors of James' whispered warnings. "None of the Hufflepuff players carry wands while in the air," she assured him dismissively. "My own rule, ever since that incident my third year when my sister Julian got blindsided by one of Beetlebrick's bludgers and decided to fry him with a friendly stunner in mid-air. Lost the match on a technicality that time. No way I'm going to let that happen again. No wands while the match is on." James accepted this with a relieved sigh. "Still," Gabriel mused thoughtfully, "Beetlebrick did deserve it. And he's never blindsided Julian again, I'll tell you that. Overall it was probably a net gain for the team. Maybe we should revise the no wands rule next year." "You do that," James nodded. Next year. Rose, Ralph, Scorpius and Albus had had similar luck with their own contacts. Joseph Torrance and Cameron Creevy were easy, Rose muttered as she followed James into the Great Hall for dinner. "Joseph trusts you, and Cameron is your biggest fan. Lily and her friends will go along as well. No luck with Aloysius, Shivani or Penelope, though. Even worse with the Hufflepuffs who aren't playing in the tournament. They want to be able to celebrate with firework charms, the clueless morons." James nodded gravely. Secretly, he couldn't blame the Hufflepuffs, or anyone else, for doubting their story. Without details, it sounded paranoid and stupid even to his own ears. Scorpius, who could be surprisingly persuasive, and who had taught Defense Club during his first year, had somewhat better luck, convincing almost half of the Ravenclaws to stow their wands the night before the tournament. Albus and Ralph, however, had made almost no headway with the Slytherins who, like the Hufflepuffs, were keen on magically celebrating their predicted win. Still, with only 4 days left until the Quidditch Summit, they had convinced over a third of their fellow students to attend the tournament wandless. It wasn't much, it was, in fact, horrifyingly unsatisfying, but it was indeed better than nothing. James and Ralph prepared an old Quidditch trunk to house the stowed wands, hiding it in the shadows beneath the Gryffindor grandstands and disguising it with one of Ralph's visual maniptio charms. Walking away from it, James couldn't help feeling that, despite their best efforts, they were resigning themselves to watching most of their classmates killed before their eyes. It was a dreadful, harrowing thought, and yet, even now, he felt no closer to unraveling Avior's plan. Despite what they had learned in the cellars beneath Alma Alaron, they simply could not guess how the Morrigan Web might be powered, or what form it might take. As the days crept by and preparations for the summit loomed, a sense of deep, palpable dread settled in James' stomach. This was worsened by the frustrations with not being able to meet in the open. Even the brief, secret conversations he, Rose, Ralph and Scorpius had engaged in while waiting in line for lessons or while navigating the halls between classes became too dangerous, as Filch seemed to have been charged with watching them specifically. He could regularly be seen hovering outside their classrooms, steely-eyed and silently seething, gripping his black cane like a lifeline. And then, strangest of all, at the last Care of Magical Creatures class of the term, Hagrid himself gave James, Ralph and Scorpius a detention. "You lot," he called, across the barnyard. His voice uncharacteristically gruff. "Talking during lesson, are ya? Why, that's the last straw. Detention for ya." James straightened, his mouth dropping open in shock as foot-long purple salamanders ran pell-mell about the yard, chased futilely by the other students. "What? Of course we're talking. We're trying to round up these crazy lizards you set us on. Talking back, too." Hagrid frowned, his beard bristling. "Double detention then. Report back here tonight at dusk and not another word from any of ya." James could scarcely believe his own ears. He turned to Ralph and Scorpius incredulously. Ralph shrugged while Scorpius merely rolled his eyes. James didn't know if he was more surprised or hurt by Hagrid's sudden antagonism. All he knew was that it contributed to what was already a thoroughly miserable day. This carried into the dinner hour as Lily displayed an official-looking parchment emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. "I've been chosen as a student ambassador," she trilled happily, waving the parchment. "I get to attend the big dinner after the tournament. We'll be singing the Hogwarts salute from the head table and answering questions about the school. I'll get to meet presidents and queens and all sorts of important people." "Quit showing off," Gray muttered. "And don't remind us of the stupid Quidditch tournament. No collection of Muggle stuffed shirts is going to distract us from the fact that we aren't even competing this year. Stupid Lance Vassar. The gall of his parents, donating some stupid chalice on a year there's no chance Gryffindor can win it. And it's all his bloody fault." "You can't lay all the blame at Lance's feet," Deirdre commented, frowning at Lance and his cronies further down the table. "James deserves a lot of the credit. If he'd shown up for tryouts." "We all know the story by now," James interrupted tersely. "Give it a rest already." James spent the rest of the evening in the Gryffindor common room, trying unsuccessfully to focus on his homework and studies. It was utterly useless. At a nearby table, Rose sat with Shivani Yadav and Willow Wisteria, shooting him worried glances but unwilling to risk joining him for a chat. As the sun set outside the tall windows, James finally gave up and shut his books. He glared out the window, lost in feverish thoughts and mounting worry. Finally, thankfully, Scorpius interrupted him. "Detention," he said briskly. "With Hagrid, remember?" James nodded, glad of the distraction. Despite the worrisome mystery of Hagrid's behavior, Ralph met them on the landing, standing in the light of the Heracles window as the lowering sun shone through it, brilliantly illuminating the colorful stained glass. Silently, shoulders slumped, the three stepped out into the evening heat and deepening shadows. Crickets cheered from the depths of the Forbidden Forest as they made their way, as slowly as possible, toward Hagrid's hut. "What do you suppose he has planned for us?" Ralph asked. Scorpius muttered, "Probably scooping up dragon poo in the barn." "Or worse," James agreed. "What do you think's gotten into him? He's never given us detention before." "Maybe he decided he's still cross at you for dropping through his roof," Scorpius suggested idly. James didn't think that was it, but had no better ideas. A thin stream of white smoke issued from the hut as they entered its shadow. Scorpius knocked while Ralph and James waited in the garden. When the door opened, Hagrid leaned out into evening air, regarding the three students sternly. "Here ye are, then," he proclaimed, far louder than necessary. "And 'bout time, too. Here." James frowned as Hagrid collected three large metal pails, pushing one each into his, Ralph's and Scorpius' hands. "What's this for, then?" Scorpius asked, his voice echoing in the huge bucket. "Mushroom collecting fair, Professor Heretofore," Hagrid boomed, straightening. "Bursting mushrooms, that is. Sense motion, they do, and get agitated if threatened. Fail to cut their stems quick enough and they'll explode with enough force to take off your fingers." Ralph blinked at the half-giant. "Seriously?" "Never been more serious in life," Hagrid agreed. He produced three stubby knives from a pouch on his belt and clattered one each into the buckets. "Bursting mushrooms are red with white spots. You'll recognize 'em when they start a swell and apostrophe. Use those blades to cut 'em right at the stem, and like I said, be right quick about it." Scorpius peered worriedly into his pail. Or else your detentions will end in a hospital wing," Hagrid answered, his voice ringing over the garden. "Trife. Here boy." At the call of his name, Hagrid's bull-mastiff dog bounded noisily out of the forest. "Atta boy," Hagrid said, covering the dog's head with his meaty hand and offering him a rough pat. "Been sniffing out some mushrooms, Avior? But keeping a safe distance, I see. Ots my smart boy. Lead on, then." With that, Trife spun and bolted back toward the forest again, turning impatiently as the others began to follow. "No dawdling now," Hagrid announced, louder than ever, glancing back over his shoulder. Sooner begun, sooner done. Accompanied by the clink and clank of the knives in their buckets, James, Ralph and Scorpius followed Hagrid into the descending gloom. Elephantine tree trunks spread out ahead of them, interspersed with waving ferns, lush vines, and the occasional fallen log and hillock. Trife bounded ahead, tracing a meandering trail deeper and deeper into the depths of the forest. "When do you think we might start seeing these mushrooms, then?" Scorpius asked, peering around the shadows. "Oh, soon enough, I expect," Hagrid called back, his voice much lower than before. James followed along nervously. He had been this deep into the Forbidden Forest on a few other occasions, but that did not diminish the general creepiness of it. The forest was still home to the centaurs, after all, as well as the scattered descendants of Aragog the Acromantula. Darkness lowered gradually, blotting out the leafy canopy overhead until shadows emerged around them, thick and worrisome. Hagrid, James realized, did not carry a lantern. "How are we supposed to see these mushrooms, then, Hagrid?" he asked, trying to keep the shudder out of his voice. "Hush now," Hagrid replied, his own voice low. "We're almost there." James was about to ask what in the world Hagrid meant when a flicker of firelight illuminated a circle of tree trunks ahead. Trife angled toward this, leaping happily through the underbrush. Hagrid followed the big dog approaching a line of tall bushes that surrounded a small clearing. Beyond the bushes, firelight crackled faintly, casting its yellow light up onto the leaves above. Hagrid paused. Raising a hand to the side of his mouth, he produced an extremely unexpected, but very convincing, twitter of birdsong. James frowned up at the big man. Then, even more surprisingly, a familiar voice spoke from the other side of the brush. "If this monstrous dog of yours wasn't clue enough of your identity, Hagrid, the clanking of those buckets certainly was. All of you, come inside and join us." Hagrid harumphed happily and turned back to James, Ralph, and Scorpius. "Guess I coulda had you leave those buckets a mile or so back. Didn't occur to me. I was so wrapped up in convincing anybody who might have been listening that I was giving ye a detentions. Sorry about that, by the way." James dropped his bucket with a clank and followed Hagrid around the edge of the nearest bush. Seated before a small, tidy fire were Professors Flitwick, DeBellows, and Avior. Completing the circle, smiling gravely at the newcomers, was Professor McGonagall, her face pale in the firelight and a long scratch still healing on her cheek, alongside James' Uncle Ron, and Hermione, and completing the scene, his glasses glinting in the firelight, his own father, Harry Potter stood, welcoming Hagrid, Scorpius, and Ralph. James ran to him, gratefully accepting the arm his father threw around his shoulders, giving him a hard, comforting squeeze. "Welcome, gentlemen," he announced in a low, clear voice, "to the New Order of the Phoenix.